The following program does not have a normal intro because I was really too busy smoothing other things over to get it done. So, Cori? Good evening, everybody. Welcome to the 24-hour Father of the Bride stream. Woo! This is gonna be awesome. I'm actually very, very amped. I'm very amped. 24 hours sitting live here in front of you fine folks. Really I think that there's no better way for me to celebrate the marriage of one of my children, son or daughter. In this particular scenario, I happen to be father of the bride, so we're just gonna lean in on that a little bit. But I've been looking forward to this for a while. And before I go any further, I want to start this stream off by acknowledging certain people who I rarely, if ever, acknowledge, who are just really very loyal supporters of the show, very loyal supporters for a while now. And you know, I frequently refer to them as my diggers, and I just want to acknowledge that, you know, several of my diggers, the ones who are regularly hanging out in my locals chat, I want to start the stream off by acknowledging you guys and the fact that despite the fact that it might seem like I'm never noticing that you're there or anything like that, I very, very much appreciate your contributions far more in an emotional and uplifting type of way than anything financial. So I just wanted to express my gratitude to those of you who are my loyal diggers on locals, which is goodlogic.locals.com. Gotta plug it. As we learned from Robert Barnes, you can't say it too often. Goodlogic.locals.com. But I just want to acknowledge them. And they went above and beyond the call with respect in particular to trying to help me out for this stream and like trying to actually dig up various little shorts and stuff like that for me to react to that I have not yet seen, which to me, this is like unparalleled. This is like a level of support. It's like they're actually investing time to try and help make my work product here during, you know, obviously what's going to be a lengthy stream to make it that much better. So I want to specifically call out Beak Boop and Cedar Rose and Viola Pride. I'm looking through a list of all the contributors in this list of different things, fans and Triggered and Divine. I don't want to. I'm afraid I'm going to forget someone. But Raphael, these people who have just been there in the background, really for. I know I'm forgetting like important people. Obviously, Joe sound guy Joe. Just the people who are actually been there trying to help me out in any way that they can. I just wanted to express my gratitude to them and start off my show where I'm doing this 24-hour thing where I know that many, not all of them, worked very hard to help me find content that they felt my audience, they know me, they know my audience, they know that they'll enjoy watching me react to. So I definitely plan on incorporating that during the course of this 24 hours. I also want to acknowledge some people who send me money behind the scenes from time to time. And they frequently say, I don't need acknowledgement. I just wanted to show you my support. And I'm referring specifically to Pam and as well as Hallie, who frequently sends me money. I know I'm forgetting people here. I'm very afraid I'm gonna forget people. Elizabeth. Yeah, Elizabeth also. Who just end up kicking out money to me on PayPal or Venmo or whatever it is. And I know I said Hallie. I'm not even sure if it's Haley or Hallie because it's spelled Hali. So I certainly don't want to call out by last name because I don't want to dox anyone. But I just wanted to express my gratitude to those of you who unnecessarily show appreciation and let you know that I genuinely appreciate that. With that in mind, I want to start off. I should start. I need to hit. I forgot to share my screen here. So I can actually, when I hit the bell, you guys will actually hear it. I want to start off and we'll pick this up from Tiama Lisa, another person who's regularly supporting. Starting the show off right. Dropping a C note with Joe. This is for the wedding. May your daughter be as happy in life as you and your wife are. Well, thank you. Thank you very, very, very much. I'm hoping much happier. Much happier. And that's not a reflection on me and or Lady Lawgic. You didn't really say us as a couple. You just sort of said that I'm happy and she's happy. There's a lot of different ways I can dissect this super chat. I'm going to choose not to dissect it and just point out that we all want our kids to be better off than we are. So whatever level of happiness I and Lady Lawgic have, certainly I'm hoping that the kids have at least that, if not better. But I appreciate the really warm thought behind that and the super chat. So thank you so much, Tiamo. I'm just playing around with you. Lost and Lost. 6 Red Bulls was a bad idea. V Radio, can you please tell us the story of the day you met your daughter's future husband? Was it smooth from the start, or did he have to win you over? I can do that. It's not that big a story. It's really not that big a story because the nature of dating in our world is so very, very different than it is from what any of you are accustomed to. You have to realize that when my children date, they're dating for the purposes of marriage, and we're vetting. Our kids are being vetted by a potential guy or girl for our son or daughter, or son, and we're vetting them as well. So not that gives me any idea what the guy is really like before he comes to the door. But yeah, I actually was very... my objective was I just want him... Look, you don't know. Once you pick them, that's your level of control. Once I pick them, after that, they say this one is okay. After that, it's really in my kids' complete control. Because my wife and I have already given our blessing, so to speak, unless like there's something really terrible we find out, which is highly unusual and has never happened to me. Of the 3 kids I've had who I set up to go out and get married. So really, my objective is I want them to like me, because I'm like, if this person ends up marrying my kid, they're likely, God willing, to have my grandkids, and I want them to be as comfortable around my house as possible. So I actually work really hard to make myself as not threatening as possible to a potential son-in-law or daughter-in-law. Someone actually told me the secret to being a great father-in-law is, they said, there's really 2 things you have to do to be a great father-in-law, and that's this and this. There you go. They come to you for any money. It's this. Here. Sure. Here. And this. And then they love you. And it's true. It's true. My son-in-law, daughter-in-law, they really like me. I don't pass any judgment, like, ever. And I don't weigh in, and I let them do what they're going to do. And if I ever have any sort of issue at all, I would say with very kid gloves to my own kid, never to like a son-in-law or daughter-in-law. So when I first met this one, actually, as it happened, I told you we checked them out. So when I checked this one out, as it happens, he was in school with a whole bunch of my nephews, because I got a lot of nephews and nieces who are all in the same age range as my own kids. So, and there's a lot of school overlapping. As it happened, this one happened to be in a school where he knew, like, there's like 5 or 6 of my nephews who knew him before, who knew him, for years, going back to his high school days. And as it happens, I actually gave him a compliment. I was a little bit, I was very purposeful in the way, the first thing I ever said to him, which was, I want you to know something. My daughter's been set up with a lot of people, and she's got a lot of cousins who are guys. So frequently, if they go to yeshiva within the same yeshiva as the guy, we'll go to my nephews and get their opinion. Do you think that this is a good guy? Someone could look good on paper, but if you know him, you're like, it's just like, that's a good looking resume, but not a good guy. And I'll tell you a lot. So I said, you're the first one who actually, I said, frequently I will hear when we ask my nephews, like, what are your thoughts on this guy? They'll be like, oh, not a bad guy, but not for Rika, which is my daughter. Not good enough for her. Not good enough for her. Not good enough for her. We heard that all the time. I said, and you're the first one who was actually set up with her. That every one of them was like, oh yeah, that guy's good. Oh, that guy's good. Yeah, go for that one. So, and I figured, and I actually was very purposeful as I was saying it. I was like, I want him to know that I see a certain value in him, and I also want him to know that her cousins value her. Because if they're basically saying, oh, that guy's good, but not good enough for her, well, in that case, that's a reflection of how they think about her. So I wanted him to know like how much she was valued. And that's why I shared it with him, because I was trying to be warm, while at the same time I want him to respect the value that she has. And I'll tell you something, that with this particular child of mine, I have a very different nature of relationship with her than any other person, even her siblings, or even like it's just a different nature of the way I'm able to talk to her and relate to her. That the way my mind works, and the way I'll look at something and I'll see something, and whatever I see, my reaction to it, or my thoughts that I'll have about it, are almost identical to what her thoughts are. I'll just sort of like look at her, like if there's like some sort of moment where someone says something a little bit that's a little bit unusual, whatever, or something, or that sort of triggers a funny thought or something like that. There is no other human on the planet who is as likely to have the same reaction to that as me, as this girl who's getting married next month. So, I mean, I'm just countless times, like, just I will be like in some sort of family gathering and something will happen, and I'll just sort of be like, glance over at her, like, and she'll be glancing at me at the same moment, knowing that we both are like the only ones in the room who actually like took something the way it was, whatever. We're just sort of like, I'll just like look at her and I'll be like, and she'll just start laughing, because she knows what I'm thinking more than anyone else. So that sort of enables me to like, like almost like have a conversation with her without either of us saying a word, which is it's a very cool thing. So yeah, it's very easy for me to feel close to her because of that bond. So it was just a natural thing, which I don't know why. I don't know why. I mean, she thinks more like me than any of my sons. It's a weird thing, but she does. Are you going to change into pajamas, i.e., maybe tracksuit? No. This is the gear. This was very, very purposefully selected. What I'm wearing now, very, very purposefully selected. I was like, this is the right thing to wear for 24 hours. It happens to be the outfit that I'm wearing in the thumbnail. So I was like, you know what, that's good for the 24-hour stream. When do we get Sing Sunrise? We are not. Will roasted squirrel be served at the wedding? Almost definitely not. No, squirrel's very not kosher. Very not kosher. Mazel tov! Joe, so happy for you and Lady Lawgic and family. Thank you so much. I appreciate you, Mary. There's so many people. I was very afraid of mentioning anyone, because I was like, if I mention some, I'm going to leave out others who are really very important. And that's just going to make them feel omitted. That's part of the problems making a thumbnail. Today, because I was like, I know I'm leaving out people I need to put in there. I left out Andrea Burkhardt, who I sent an invite to and said she was going to come here. I left out Ian Corazon. I left out Drex. There's a lot of people who are supposed to be coming. One of whom is this guy, who I haven't sent him a link yet. I sort of was like, I don't like bothering people. V Radio says, will you guys be lifting the bride and groom up in chairs? We'll be dancing to entertain the groom. Jewish weddings are awesome. Went to one. Unlikely that sometimes they get picked up. It's 50-50. It's 50-50 whether they get picked up. It wouldn't be by me. It's usually their friends, like people their age, who are going to do it. So, yeah, it's unlikely that I would, but thank you. Thank you, V Radio. You're cool. Awesome. I was promised a blue genie, Joseph the Press. That's a great new picture. That's a great new picture. That's that's great. That's great. Your tracksuit number 6 is ready for you, buddy. I'm locking you in at number 6. You're number 6. Extra wedding handkerchief funds. Thank you so much, Naranos. You're really too kind. I do have some stories that I plan on covering. There's some news that I plan on covering. I'm not going to spend 2 hours talking about a wedding. 24 hours talking about a wedding. No, that's definitely not going to happen. That's definitely not going to happen. But yeah, I have a lot of stuff that I want to cover. A lot of stuff. I was actually thinking like it sucks that I'm not going to put anything in the thumbnail because no one's going to realize that I'm actually covering stuff, but I am planning on covering stuff. But thank you so much, Nana Knows. All right. I also was very torn about having a make me laugh section of the show. I'm not going to do the whole 24 hours because that's crazy. That's crazy to have 24 hours of make me laugh. But that's a competition I've had in the past. Where I basically give whoever makes me laugh hardest, I give them 10 times whatever the super chat was, up to like I cap it like $200. But I'm basically like whoever makes me laugh hardest, that and I actually have some thought. I have some strategy that I offer to people because I want people to succeed in making me laugh. But it's basically a competition that I had once or twice on the program, which I really enjoy those streams. So I'll probably do that at some point, but not in the first like hour or so. The other thing I was thinking about doing is I wanted to share with you. I'll share with it later. I have a little time left. I have a little time left. I'll share with it later. But I have thoughts about sending an autographed hat to one of you. But I have thoughts that I'm basically gonna send one autographed hat. But before I get into that, I need to sort of explain what a crazy sacrifice it is for me to do that, because I tried doing this once before and I was like, never again. Contributing to Joe's 24-hour alibi. I appreciate that. Now people actually believe I'm on the air for 24 hours. Thank you, Wrestletown. You're awesome. There's another guy who's been around for much more than 2 years. Much more than 2 years you've been following me, brother. And I appreciate you being around. I didn't hear about Pillowgate at your son's wedding. Please don't tell us that there's a Pillowgate at your daughter's wedding. Love you. I've never had a gate at any of my own kids' weddings. Never at my own kids' weddings, but yeah, nothing serious has happened. Thank you, Debbie. I need an alligator moat. I really do. Mary says, please show the 3-minute Jim Breuer Trump derangement syndrome. I'm gonna try. I'm gonna focus. First, I want to cover some news. There's some news I really want to cover. And then I'll start getting into the lighter stuff. I sort of feel like the first couple of hours, I really kind of want to make a little bit of a show. Also, because if I want to cover before guests start popping in, and I don't know when that's going to happen, because I told everyone, pop in whatever time works best for you for as long as it works for you. For as long as it works for you. Like I don't want anyone to feel that they need that. If they have 15 minutes. Or an hour or 2 hours, whatever works for them. I want them to be comfortable. Thank you, Jenny. There's another regular supporter line. Thank you so much. Cars in Depth, another guy who's been around forever. Miles Tubb, I know where you can get the Brian Green beautiful custom embroidered and laser engraved Judaica. That's what Cars in Depth does. He actually makes that stuff. So, thank you, brother. Are the tunnels to save on parking? No, there are much more important uses than parking at the wedding. All right, let me get to some. I want to get to some stories. I want to get to some covering some stuff here with you guys. So there's actually a couple of things that I wanted to cover. One is I saw this video of Harpootlian and company after their. All right, I'm going to tell you this. The sign hat, seriously, I basically figured what I'm probably going to do with the sign hat. All right, I'll get this out of the way. You're asking for the sign hat. I'll get it out of the way. Okay. What I basically figured was this. There's only one person I've ever sent a signed hat to, and that was at Ian Runkle's benefit for raising money for some hospital that helps kids with cancer. But he raised over $100,000. Dude's crazy. I mean, it's amazing. It's amazing what he did. Really amazing. It's very inspirational. It's shocking that a bunch of idiot lawyers like us can manage to actually do something really amazingly positive like that. And great credit to him and Lawn Lumber, as well as many other people who popped in there. So different people who are LawTube or LawTube adjacent, not that there is such a thing, but LawTube, which I'm definitely considered a member of by those who still use the term. So they were donating different things. Now, Rob actually knows how to make stuff. So he was donating stuff he actually made. But I'm a Jewish kid from New York, so I don't know how to. Once you ask me to make anything more complicated than ice, it's really, you're really asking a lot. I can make great guacamole and chocolate mousse. Those are like the two things I can make. But outside of that, for me, that doesn't really transport very well if you think about it. I mean, it really doesn't transport well at all. It doesn't transport. You don't want me to be mailing you guacamole. No one wants me mailing them guacamole. Nobody. As delicious as it is, trust me, you don't want me mailing you guac. So I was like, I guess I can give like a signed hat. Maybe, I mean, these hats cost like $15, probably $20, depending on where you're getting it. So I can, I was like, I can sign one, and if people pay more for that, I guess I would send that. They're like, oh, okay, fine. And I was like, would they prefer used or new? Because it's like sort of like there's sort of like a game worn jersey type of thing. I don't know what people want. And I was like, they might prefer used. Like, I think they might prefer used. Like, that's like something that's more me. If someone who actually cares about my signature, that's something that's definitely more me. And Rob is like, no. We're not sending used. This is like not a stalker thing. So I was like, okay. I didn't care. I would have sent either, whatever they prefer. So, so we auctioned off a new hat, and I figured it was going to go for like $100, by someone stupid enough to spend $100. And it ended up going 200, 300, finishing off at 400 when they closed the bidding. And then after they closed the bidding, someone else offered 5. And I was like, I don't know what the hell's wrong with these people. I guess it's a tax deduction or something like that. Like, I can't even imagine. But I was very flattered. I was very humbled. And I was happy. Look, if it went for $40, I would have been really embarrassed. And it was a very big possibility that would happen. So that was the whole, okay, so now I actually have to sign a hat, right? So I basically said, get me your address and tell me what you want me to write on the hat and whatever, and sign it. And so the winner of the auction, so she did that, and she did that right away, took care of all that right away. Now I have to actually get my hands on a hat sent to me, find a way to sign this thing, and then actually package it back up, get the right address, and then mail it out. This, to me, I was like, if you ask me to write a symphony, this is way less difficult than me actually having to go through every one of these steps, because I actually have to get a writing implement which writes on this. You can't just get like a blue ink thing. No one's going to see that. So now I have to go shopping for some sort of paint type of thing and figure out, is it drawing? Do I need a highlighter pen? I don't even know what to use for this. I was like, I don't want to deal with this. Like, I was like, look, the woman paid for it. I have to like I promised I was going to do it. But it was just like, okay. So then I had to actually, once I found a way to actually get my signature on and have it look something like my actual signature and write out the message that she had asked for. So then now I have to wrap it up, which means now I gotta get boxes and bubble wrap. I'm not Kinko's, and I'm not going to Kinko's. I was just like, I don't even know how. I was like, And then I have to get the box and wrap the whole thing up and get some way of putting her address on it. And it's just like, I was like, this is crazy. This is crazy. I don't like dealing with this. This is exactly the sort of thing I don't want to do. I don't want to be doing this. So I was like, I'm not doing this. I'm not doing this. I was like, if Lady Lawgic said, hey, we'll sell your signed hat for $100 a pop, I was like, I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. Not if I'll sign it, but if I have to package and take it out, no, I'm not doing it. And this sort of thing that she would get mad at me for saying no on. She'd be like, are you kidding me? What the hell's wrong with you? How freaking lazy are you? She would get like, if she heard me saying this, and she actually thought someone would pay that, she would be really annoyed at me for putting my foot down and saying, I'm not doing it. I'm not Amazon. I never want to be Amazon. I'm not Amazon. I'm not doing it. Just not doing it. But then I was thinking, okay, so that's why I was like, I really, really don't like doing it. But then I was like, you know what? Whoever sends me the biggest super chat tonight over the 24 hours. So it's probably I have no idea how much that'll be. But right now the bar was set at $100. I was like, whoever sends me that biggest super chat, I'll send him a signed hat. So it's not America Coppola. It was the first one that came in was Tima. It was I'll find it. I have it here. So whoever sends me the biggest super chat, that's really what I was thinking. That's what I was thinking I would do. Biggest super chat. I think that's a way of expressing my appreciation. I have no idea what that number is going to be. I have no idea what that number is going to be. So, but the biggest super chat, and I think that'll probably be more relevant as we get nearer toward the end because people will know what that number is. So maybe there'll be someone out there with an interest. I doubt it. And if no one wants it, I'll be much happier never having to send it. Because oh my god, I don't have to sign it. I don't mind signing it. I mind sending it. God, what pain. Okay, end of my shovel. There you go. Nicole, new member of the following. I'll probably spell that out at some point what that actually means. Sign Kool-Aid. I like that. I'll kick out an invite to you. Yeah, I'll send you one. Sure. Invite. I'll send you an invite. I really wanted to get to some stuff here. Miles W. Here's successful son-in-law, many grandchildren. Cheers. Also, Local says, we are Joe. Locals is Joe. Big Boop says, don't. Oh, I see what you're saying with we are Joe. Big Boop, put my picture up. Don't. Well, thank you, Big Boop. It's not a matter of more or anything. Seriously, it's not a matter of more. It's really not. No. Let me kick it out like a little bit later, and because I really want to get to some stuff. I want to get some stuff. I'm like 8 minutes in and I haven't done anything. I feel like very uncomfortable with that. All right, so I want to start with this. This is Alex Murdaugh's attorneys after their appearance yesterday and their comments. Some of the stuff they say I agree with, and some of it I disagree with. And I want to share this with you, where I tell you where they're sort of being straightforward and sort of not. And I like them both as both Griffiths and Harpootlian as great attorneys, like very, very solid attorneys. I thought that Uncivil, and I'm planning on talking to Uncivil about this when he comes on, which I do expect him to come at some point. I thought his assessment of Harpootlian was very harsh. It was very harsh. I saw he did a video on it. It's like, and I started watching and I was like, he calls him an idiot. And there's no way Harpootlian is an idiot. He's far from an idiot. But I want to start by dissecting what they say here.
To be a liar. Okay, that's number one, which means we met our factual burden. Two, she that Judge Toll found Becky Hill to be a liar.
Yes.
Okay, that's number one.
That's true.
Which means we met our factual burden. Two.
That's one factual burden. Which wasn't a burden they had to meet. And it was very clearly expressed that the judge was like, she lied. And that lie involved that she felt that Becky Hill communicated with the jurors inappropriately. That certainly could be gleaned from the findings.
She made it very clear that the law in this area is unsettled at best, and that it means it's ripe for appeal. So the facts are settled. Becky Hill's not credible. The judge found, in fact, that the statements were made to the jurors. She just found that we couldn't show prejudice, but conceded that we may not have to show that if she's wrong about the law and the law's unsettled.
Now, there's something misleading in what he just said. So he's correct in what he said, but he left out something very, very important that he left out, because there was a finding of fact against Alex Murdaugh, which could be lethal to him. And that was the finding that juror number 1, who put a whole affidavit in about all the wrongs that Becky Hill did, that juror said that she was pushed into it by her peers. And that's after she questioned her. Now, I do think the way that the judge phrased that question set that juror up to frame it that way. I don't think that juror really fully grasped the question. So I think that there should have been more fleshing out by the judge if the judge really was truly looking to find out what that juror wanted, or the judge would say that what that juror wanted, or what pushed that juror, that she would have realized that juror was pushed by two things, was pushed by Becky Hill and pushed by the jury. But the law seems to be that if there is some pushing by Becky that's significant, that would be something that could grant him a new trial. And I think the judge was mistaken on the law. She says not settled, and I think it's more settled than she realizes. So, yeah, I don't think that's. So he's leaving out a critical finding of fact by the judge, which could be lethal, because the court might say she misunderstood the law, but even understand the law properly based on the finding of fact from the judge that she was not pushed by Hill. That's enough, and that could be lethal for Alex Murdaugh. Or they might say, if they're being fair about it, they might say you need to have a further evidentiary hearing to see whether there was any influence at all in her decision making. That's what I think justice demands. I don't know if the South Carolina Supreme Court is going to say that, though, because I don't think that they are going to want to have to push to have a brand new 6-week internationally known trial and have that whole thing dragged through all over again. So they might say that she's wrong on the law, but even with her being wrong on the law, still, based on her findings of fact, Alex Murdaugh loses. And that, to me, is a very, very real potential possibility. Probably the most likely thing to happen going forward. I expect that she's going to be overturned. She'll be reversed in part and affirmed in part. And I think the affirmation part of it is going to sink Alex Murdaugh, and that's what everyone's going to focus on. That's the most likely scenario, only because I don't think anyone wants to do a 6-week trial all over again. Not that it should be a 6-week trial. It really should be a 3-week trial. They should cut out all the financial crap.
Next level. Next, we go from here to the Court of Appeals, and then to the Supreme Court, if necessary, our South Carolina Supreme Court, and then federal court.
I have to be honest with you, I didn't really believe the whole story with Becky Hill until today's testimony, and I have to tell you, it did sway me quite a bit, because I didn't believe it. Explain to us how you found out this information.
Go ahead, Jim.
Well, we're glad you're being honest today. When we found out the information by talking to the jurors. You heard the alternate testify today, and honestly, that was really the first one-on-one interview that we were able to get. We had gotten some indications from lawyers who represented some other jurors that we needed to go down this road, and when we finally met with her as she's cooking Sunday dinner in her home down a dirt road, she told us things that were jaw-dropping, and so that's how we found out.
And we rode down a lot of dirt roads. In Carlton County on Sunday afternoons, knocking on people's doors, and that that's shoe weather is the way you work cases.
No.
I know, everyone's used
No.
to social
Sorry.
media and electronic. But
Sorry,
you
was
gotta
the
knock on
shot.
a door and you got to ask questions. And that's what we did. And that's how we proved to Judge Toll.
I would rather build an ark than have to. I would rather build an ark, not a full-size ark. Between a full-size ark, but yeah, I would rather do a 6-hour Lego stream again than have to like find a box, package up a hat, and sign it and package up. You also have to wait 24 hours for it to dry. I'm going to tell you this. I was proud with the way it came out. It took me this is how bad that story was. It took me so long to get it done that I felt guilty. And I said, I feel really terrible about how long this is taking me. It took me like a month to get it out. I was like, I'm going to throw in a couple of other hats. And that was the other question I had. Do you want me to sign on top or underneath? Because if you're going to wear it, you really want me to sign underneath. If you're going to just put it on a counter somewhere, you probably want me to sign on top. So, that question is like on the bill or under the bill was something that I think would probably vary depending on who the ultimate winner is. But yeah, I would rather spend 6 hours building Lego than put in like the hour and a half it would take for me to actually get something in the mail. To be honest, if I gave you $500 for a hat, I would think you could deliver it in person. That's pretty funny. That's true. That's true. You should be demanding that. Are you kidding me? For sure. That's a very reasonable perspective. That's very reasonable, but that's pretty funny. That's pretty funny because it's so true. Marriage means you have grandkids in the future, or should I say grand followers? New members, Joe. New members. We're going generational, baby. I got this already. Tianina. I was born a poor black child. What's this? Is that from a song? Or you just? Well, I'm pleased to have you as a member of the following. Welcome aboard. See, you're going places. Even if you were born a poor black child, now you're a member of the following. You're like. Isn't America a great country? Isn't America a great country? Even someone born a poor black child can grow up to be a follower. Kathy, do I have to super chat you till I remember you till you remember your nephew's wedding? I thought I was per chat. I may win the hat. Pillowgate. Yes, I'm older than you. I remember Pillowgate. It was at my nephew's wedding, not my kid's wedding. So it was my nephew, Shlomo, at his wedding. I'm going to tell you something. It's a sore topic, Pillowgate. I know it's funny. You know what? Now that you brought it up, I'm going to see if I can find it. I'm going to see if I can find the video. For the longest time, I'm going to see if I can find the video. That's what I'm going to do. After this thing, I'm going to see if I can find it. Because it should have streamed to Rumble. I'm pretty sure it streamed to Rumble. I took it off of YouTube right away. But it should have been streaming at the same time to Rumble. No, not Rumble. Odyssey. That's where I'm going to look for it.
Becky Hill attempted to influence this jury. She said for the siren call of
publicity and money to sell a book. I mean,
right.
We were, denigrated, made fun of, chastised because in our initial filing, we pointed out that she had a profit motive for doing what she did. And guess what? Justice Toll ruled that was exactly the case today. So we feel vindicated on the facts. The law is unsettled. And early on, she acknowledged, and we all acknowledged, this was not going to be the final say-so on the law. That's going to be determined by the appellate courts. And that's the next step. If we had lost today, we did lose today. If we'd won today, the state would be appealing. So no matter who wins today, it's just one step in the process. We would not have a trial next week or next month. It would all be wrapped up and gone up to the Court of Appeals and the Supreme Court. And so we're prepared for that.
But the good news is we agree, the court agrees that Becky Hill attempted to influence these jurors, that she made these statements.
Like I said,
resolved.
that's an
The only
important
issue is,
fact.
what is the law?
That's an important fact, but that's not enough. That's really not enough because you have to show that that's what did it. Thank you, Jenny.
And as Judge Toll said, that is unsettled. This is not, it's going to.
I think it is more settled than Judge Toll was implying.
We'll win.
I agree with him on that.
Thank you all.
Wait, one more question.
How important is it to you all to get a different standard for the burden of proof when you appeal this? Do you think you can win under the burden of proof that she set, or do you think you need burden of proof that you all want?
Well, we feel confident that the burden of proof is that we get a presumption based on our factual findings here.
I think that's true. But even with that presumption, I think it might be that I think the court will say you're correct about the burden of proof, but we still think that the burden of proof was satisfied, even though the burden was really on the state.
And so if we win that legal standard, on this record, we get a new trial. If we lose that legal standard in our state courts, then we probably don't get a new trial. But we go to federal court where there is no dispute in the Fourth Circuit where we would end up for what the standard is, and it is a standard of presumption. So it's either going to be decided, in my view, in our favor in our appellate courts or 4 or 5 years down the road in the federal court, unless there's a change of federal law.
And would there be a different outcome if you get another trial?
Yes, there would be. But I'm not going to tell you why.
Absolutely, yes.
It doesn't discourage you that Justice Toll at the end said she agreed with Judge Newman about the facts and the verdict and how that it was a compelling case and all that.
No. No. She's not going to say, "Oh, I disagree with Judge Newman. The facts were very thin." No, she's not.
Yeah, there's an innocent man here who's wrongly
Right.
convicted.
And
We
I-
didn't expect her to say that. So.
But the appeals court could say it's harmless error, is my point.
They can't.
No.
They can't. This issue is not harmless error. Cannot be.
I've asked about this before. You all have said that you're investigating. You said that you're investigating who might have actually committed these murders.
Yes.
Have you all found anything that you think you want to share with us?
We have developed some information. We want to get this behind us, and we'll be pursuing that in the near future.
About who committed the murder?
Who really did it?
Do you believe Alex Murdaugh has information? Because his voice is on the film. Do you think he has information about who did it?
Well, if he did, we couldn't tell you. That's called attorney-client privilege. I can't think about what my client could have told me. That would be attorney-client privilege. These rules are so pesky.
You have to give me credit for trying.
You get credit.
How did Alec react? How did
Thanks.
Alec react to
Thank
that?
you.
Pardon me?
How did Alec react to that?
Fine.
Oh my God. I'm sorry. I was looking for. I think I found the video. I think I found Pillowgate. Oh my God. I think I found Pillowgate. I can't believe that Pillowgate's on video. I think I found it. Is this it? I think this is it. This is it. Holy hell. Wow. I found the video for Pillowgate. Oh my God. Oh my. Okay. Let me explain to you about Pillowgate. Okay? I know you're all confused. Many of you confused. I'm sorry. I really covered the part of that I really wanted to get to, so I'm good with that. All right, let me explain to you about Pillowgate. Pillowgate is an hour-long video. Okay. My sister lives next door to me. She has 7 sons. One of her sons got married on Columbus Day 2 years ago in Chicago. Whole family flew out to Chicago for the wedding. When we were there, so I was still relatively new live streamer 2.5 years ago. And I figured a lot of people probably never saw a Jewish wedding. So, let me share that. Right? I was still naive enough to think that this wasn't a completely stupid thing to do. And at a certain point in the wedding, so they have the wedding ceremony. And when we're looking at this wedding ceremony, that's me streaming the wedding ceremony. And what happens is, if you see these pillars over here, so after the wedding ceremony, you know how like the groom in a Jewish wedding like stamps on the glass? Everyone says, Mazel Tov. People come rushing up, give him a hug, parents a hug, family, everyone comes up and sort of rushes up to the stage. So I was part of that rush. This pillar that you see right here, as there's a platform that you're rising up to. So as I stepped up onto the platform, I put my hand on that. I put my hand on that pillar. And the next thing we know is all four of the pillars start wobbling, and that pillar falls and hits my sister, who's standing on the stage, on her head. Which everyone was like, oh my God. I'm like, oh my God. Yeah. So everyone's sort of freaked out. The wedding is either shared by the, So I was very freaked out. I was like, should I tell her? I think I knocked the pillar over. She really got injured by this. I was like so freaked. So I was like, I don't want this. I don't want to be making money off of this. So here I am sharing it here. Wow. The pillars are not supposed to just be like you put your hand on it and they come down. And I'll tell you this, there's a lot of speculation that it's like literally anyone who would have bumped into it would have knocked those pillars over. It happened to be, I didn't even realize when it happened. I just literally put my hand on it. I didn't put a lot of weight on it. It's not like I just sort of went crashing into the pillar. And everyone was like, who knocked the pillars over? And I was like, I think I did. I don't know that I did, but I know my hand was on the pillar when it started going down. So I don't know that it was me. I really don't know that it was me. This is right before it comes down. This is near the end of the ceremony. Should we see? I seriously. Let's see. This is the last blessing before the end of the ceremony. It's going to happen the next minute. My sister's in the middle of a big lawsuit right now for this. She's in a big lawsuit. She had to have surgery because of this. So it's less funny. If she didn't have to have surgery, this would have been much, much funnier. The fact that she had to have surgery made this not funny. Now he's gonna stamp on the thing. He's gonna stamp on the glass, and that's it. Some people sing a song here. Oh yeah, some people do sing a song. I think you will. Oh, they're gonna sing a song. Yeah, sometimes they sing a song here. In some families they sing a song, and others they don't. The song they sing is Imesh Kechech Yerushalayim Tishkach Yemini, which means if I forget Jerusalem, is basically saying if I forget Jerusalem, may I forget my right hand. We break the glass at the end of the ceremony to remind us of the destruction of Jerusalem, our loss there. So when he finishes this song in like another minute. No, that was at my own kid's wedding where I thought a stalker was following me. Stamps on the glass. That was at my son's wedding. Ceremony, and everyone rushes up to wish him a hug. This is a true story. At my son's wedding, someone was like following me around, and I'm like, I don't know this. This looks like a guy I met at some like meet and greet thing. How the hell did he find my wedding? Why is he here? And I was like very freaked out that I had a stalker at the wedding, and it turned out it was like one of her cousins. I was like, oh, phew. Like later on, like my son's father came and was like, oh, let me introduce my nephew, and he calls the guy over, and I was like, and I just fell over laughing. I was singing the days there. I just fell over laughing. I was like, it's really nice to meet you. So there's gonna be a little chaos happening right after he stamps the glass. I even said there's gonna be chaos right after he stamps the glass. That was so prophetic. Great hat for him. He's awesome. He grew up next to me, so I lived next door to him for the last 17 years. So. I really do. See, this is genius. This is genius. Self-address. I already have the paint ready to go. There's the hole there. We're all just waiting for the pillars to come down. Like freaking Samson knocking down the pillars. I don't know what we're going to see in this video. I've never seen this. I don't know if we'll see everything. You'll see nothing. I don't know if it'll be chaos. I don't know what we're going to see. Because I was filming as I was walking up there. Now you're going to hear him stamp his foot. All right. There we go. This moment's from chaos. I need to go up there and give him a hug and a kiss. So we're going to join the mass up there. But I'll keep you on. Don't go, Joe! Don't go! No, don't do it! Don't do it! Don't do it! That's the pole right there. That's the pillar. There's a lot of people around me.
Welcome to Bixby. You can talk to me anytime by saying hi, Bixby.
What the hell? I don't know if it came down. I don't think it came down yet. I don't think it came down yet. See, there's someone else's hand is on it. Someone else's hand. Did it come down already? You really can't see anything. This is my guilty face. There's my guilty face. That's the groom there in the white. There's great Lawgic. Oh my God. That is a Joe in his natural. What question? What question? Maybe it was someone else's hands. Maybe it was someone else's hand. It's my. You can't tell anything. Yeah, she knows the truth. Yeah. All right. So there you go. Later on, there you go. Now, a couple of things of note. The end part there, the bride and groom. See, I didn't realize it was a big deal yet because I think what happened was it came down and like right away they put it back up. You saw how fast that was. Where everyone was like, oh, but then like it was over a second later. No one realized that my sister was as injured as she was. She was like dizzy through the rest of the wedding. Like the rest of the wedding, she was just sort of like, she was like dizzy. It's a very heavy pillar. I mean, it's hollow in the middle, but it's like, you know, whatever. All right. Yeah, Joe's sister, she wasn't pleading. Are you coming? Are you coming in here? This is not my son's. That was my whatchamacallit? That was my nephew. Oh. It is like interpreting scripture. It's very hard to tell what's going on there. I feel so exaggerated. There's another pillar pusher on the grid. There is. There's another hand. Someone else's hand. I was exonerated. I feel so much better. Oh my God. I have to share this with my brother-in-law now. Totally sharing this with him. What's a personal question? Oh, I asked if you're coming. I got it. Yeah. All right. Well, I feel better. Let me just move this over here so I can like save it. Sort of put it aside so I'll find it easier next time. I feel much better. Much better. All right. So we got that story out of the way. We got Dick Harpootlian out of the way. I want to move on to the squad and the issues facing the squad. The issues facing the squad and issues facing Fani. That's what I really want to focus on. All right. Fani Willis. We'll start with you, Fani. Tomorrow on this stream tomorrow, I plan on watching the hearing of Nathan Wade, which is supposed to be streamed, and I plan on basically watching that with you. I think that's going to be like at 9:30 in the morning is the hearing of Nathan Wade. I'm going to find out a little closer there. I know it's not happening at 4 in the morning, but I plan on watching that hearing. That's going to be part of the content that I'm going to be providing on this stream. So yeah, that's but there are things a brewing with Fani Willis. Let's check this story out.
Tonight, we know the names of 9 senators assigned to the Special Investigations Committee looking into Fulton County District Attorney Fani Willis. The group will investigate payments made to the district attorney's alleged romantic partner.
There's a committee that's been set up to investigate Fani Willis. Everyone's like, oh, it's just going to blow over. There's a whole committee investigating her now. Her neck's in a noose. Her neck is in a noose.
Hired to prosecute former President Donald Trump.
Obviously, because she's a black woman and he's a black man and the struggle's real and this is hard and this is a white man trying to step all over because the white man can't stand a successful black woman. That's obviously what's happening here. Obviously. That being said, there's an investigation.
Atlanta News First political reporter Doug Reardon, live in downtown Atlanta. And Doug, you've been asking questions at the state capitol. Who is on this committee?
He has very bright eyes.
Right. Well, people might be happy to know it is a bipartisan committee. It is made up of 6 Republican state senators and 3 Democratic state senators. And maybe even more good news for people who have doubts about this committee, it is mostly made up of senators who themselves are attorneys.
Why is that good news? Why is saying that it's mostly attorneys? Why is that the good news? Here's more good news. I guess that this is a Republican channel, that they were like, I mean, the first good news is it's 6 Republicans, and more good news, they're not just Republicans, they're attorneys. So they're skilled at being A's. They're skilled at being annoying pain in the. That's what they know what they're doing. They know how to get her.
We now know the names of the 9 Georgia state senators tapped to investigate shocking allegations swirling around Fulton County District Attorney Fani Willis.
No. Tell me you're lying. Tell me you're lying. Freaking no. Oh my God. No! Okay. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! How do you call that good news? Good news. That's what you meant by that. I didn't even know what you meant by that. I didn't know what you meant. I didn't know what you meant. Oh God, I didn't put him on my thumbnails. I was thinking about putting Nathan Wade on my thumbnail. Oh God, what a disaster that would have been. All right, well, let's find out about this investigation anyway.
I think the state of Georgia is owed the explanation, and we owe it to the people to look into what's happened.
State Senator Bo Hatchett said he was honored to be named by the lieutenant governor to serve on the body that will pick apart an alleged relationship between Willis and her top prosecutor, Nathan Wade, also said in court documents to be Willis's romantic partner. Over the course of his time on the case, Willis's office paid Wade hundreds of thousands of dollars, while the two apparently took vacations and cruises together.
It's something that we are going to take seriously. We're going to make sure that public funds were used appropriately, and we're going to look into this as much as we need to.
To look into it, the committee will have subpoena power, the ability to demand documents and testimony from important figures in the case.
It's important for members of my party to be engaged in this process to make sure that it's fair.
State Senator Jason Estevez, one of 3 Democrats and the only Fulton County taxpayer on the commission, thinks there are bigger problems the Senate could be tackling.
Well, look, at the end of the day, I think the questions that we should be answering are the ones related to the former president of the United States starting insurrection and trying to flip the votes here in Georgia. I think that is the ultimate question. What is happening between the DA in her personal life is not something that we should be investigating.
and there is no timeline on when this investigation and the committee will actually start or end their work. But ultimately, they will come up with a report. They won't be taking any disciplinary action per se, but they will come up with a report that details any ethical or financial findings that come out of this investigation.
So I guess we're going to have to wait for that report in order to find out whether there will be follow-up. Really like this suggestion a lot. You thinking, Aaron. You thinking. Let's put this in also. All right. I promised I was going to send out a link to my good friend V Radio, so I'm going to do that now. I'm also going to send one out to Tim, Lost in Law. And before I get to the next, before I start talking about all the issues facing the squad, because there are issues facing the squad that we need to dissect. There are issues facing the squad that we must dissect. Yeah, I can see how cryptic that was in a while you're talking about divorce hearing. I'll do better. And please do. I'm just kidding. Maybe it's a backroom deal and she'll step aside. I don't think that's happening. Thank you, Choosy Heretics. You're too kind. All right, where's my banner? There we go. Okay. All right, where am I at? Oh, yeah, I was going to be sending this out to... invite, copy. Search for V Radio. V Radio. There's Radix also. There he is. And also to Lost. All right. Sent those out. Okay. So next up, let's talk about Cori Bush. I want to share with you this story. This woman, Cori Bush, newest member of the squad, Cori Bush. I saw this and I was just astonished. The hubris of these people is just amazing. It's an amazing thing to see.
Missouri Democrat and squad member Cori Bush is now under federal investigation over her alleged misuse of government funds meant for security. You'll remember that she defended her spending on private security in a 2021 interview with CBS. Listen.
We'll pause here. Lost in Law. How are you, my brother? No, that's not the one. That's the one. That's the one. There we go.
Figured out, Joe.
How you been?
I've been good, man. I've been good. How are you?
Thank God. Excellent.
You like my impressive collection of law textbooks here?
Yes, great works. Are you studying law?
Yes. So this is I'm in 2L right now. I got one more year to go, and I'll have my JD.
You're in Canada.
Canada.
Right?
Yeah, Canada.
Yeah. So it's the same thing with the 3-year process there?
Yeah, pretty much. In fact, with this Canadian degree, I can come down and practice in the States. You know, I just need a visa until I become a resident.
And welcome aboard V Radio.
Hello.
Do you guys know each other? Let's start with that.
No.
I doubt it.
No.
All right. So this is Tim, aka Lost in Law. He's producer of Drex, who's going to be joining me tomorrow afternoon. He's on the road now, but he said he's going to try and stop in tomorrow afternoon. and I've had him on here by phone, never in person though, right? This is your first time popping in.
Yeah. I think by phone. I think I've called in twice, but this might be the first appearance.
The first time I spoke to you was when I appeared on Drex, and that's the first time, and that was on Discord.
You called in. We did it through Discord. Man, that was a long time ago. I think 2 years ago.
Yeah. Well, V Radio I met him more than 2 years ago. It was around that same time. It was, and I discovered him by the Rittenhouse trial. He actually did phenomenal work. He does these investigations into different things where he tries to really just sort through things and get whatever evidence he can and present his story. There's phenomenal work, and he's just as hated as I am by YouTube. He must have basically. He shot Susan's dog or something like that. I don't know. We're trying to figure out what he did to find the wrath. She's not even there anymore, but she basically laced something into the system to make it impossible. But you should just build a new channel. Just hide your identity and just be like, to hell with this stupid 4,000 people. I cannot. What numbers are you at now?
I think I'm at 5,300 or something. It keeps going down. I hover around there. I was up to 6K at one point, and then again they just drip off, and that's just. But you've watched it happen live in real time. It's not conspiracy theory.
Tim, you want to hear a crazy story that that Neil is referencing here? I had him on. I wanted to boost him because I was like, you know what? He labors to dig up videos that no one ever. He's the one who discovered Josh. What's his name? Zeminski was the first guy to fire a shot in the Rittenhouse thing. This is the guy who basically was digging and uncovered peering through different angles of videos and different things and figured out who Josh Zeminski was and what his background was, and he broke that story, which ended up leading to Josh Zeminski being charged. Okay,
God, I was watching. I remember watching all of that live. When all of that, when protests were going on in Kenosha, I was watching live. The streamer that I was watching was the former, the guy who was deployed up in Iraq, an ex-soldier.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. He testified, right? Hernandez?
Yeah, he testified. I forget his name, but he hid behind a hospital sign while the gunshots were going, because he was in crossfire. He was getting it from both sides.
Well, yeah. So anyway, so that's what. So I wanted people to be able to learn who he is, and and share what following I had with him, and I had him on, and he started the show with 2,700 followers or something like that, and I think that's what it was. And I kept pimping him, saying hey, please sign up, and I was watching during the course of the show, refreshing his subscriber count, and I saw it go to 3,000, 3,200, 3,400, 3,800. And by the time we're wrapping the show, I was like, wow, you got 3,900. He basically took his subscriber list from 2,700 to 3,900. I practically added 50% to him. It was 40%. And I'm talking to him after the show, and the number was sitting there at 3,970. I was like, I wonder if I got you to 4,000. And I hit refresh, and they show he had 2,600 followers.
Ooh.
Yeah.
He ended with fewer followers than what he started with. All of them, all of the people who signed up that night, just click, gone.
Yeah, I was watching it on because you can get a live feed of your subscriber count. I happened to be watching it while we were looking because I was looking it up, and then I literally just watched them all drip right off. It was big chunks too. It was 800 here, and then a couple hundred there. I'm like, what is? And you're like, oh my god, I can't believe this. Because it's that thing that people don't believe is real. Adam Friended always refers to it as just some conspiracy nonsense. Don't blame the algorithm. And I was like, no, it's pretty real, dude. I've watched it happen.
Oh man, see, it was not everyone in your chat is fond of Drex, Joe, but one advantage you always had for him is that he could always tease Susan in such a way that only he could. So I agree with chat. We started at 4,000 subscribers the day we launched his channel 4 years ago. It was December 3rd or 4th, 4 years ago. And he was, because of all of Nick Recada's subscribers, he shot up to a few thousand overnight.
Yeah.
We ended up getting 15,000 at one point. subscribers on Drex's channel. Like we never went down. We just only went up, and we met and had guests on our show, people who like found Drex organically.
Right.
So we were, I mean, obviously the content we were doing, especially when you get Drex talking about his escapades, sometimes YouTube is like, yeah, no, that's 18 plus. So
yeah. And I'll tell you something. I actually admitted to him, and tomorrow when I have him on here is the first time I'm having him on here in well over a year.
Oh yeah, Drex has been off YouTube. Like, I mean, he did a couple of guest streams with Legal Mindset, but yeah, he got really busy with work. That's kind of why we shut the show down, is both of us were getting too busy to keep it up.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I was dealing with like societal issues where it's like Lady Lawgic is like, you need to shave off like anyone who's going to be like raising topics, because it was like in my community, like it was like really, it was affecting my kids. So like I was like, so I promised her, I was like, all right, I'll shave back. I'll be more restrictive in who I allow to come on. Yeah. At least until both my kids get engaged. And because I don't care what anyone says about me in general. I've been this sort of, I've always had the personality. I was like, look, you're gonna like me, great. You're gonna hate me, okay. There's certain percentage of people are gonna love me when they see me. Certain percentage are gonna really not like me. And from those who don't like me, a noticeable percentage of those will grow to really like me. Like they'll do a 180, and the rest will just like really despise me. But no one's like new. It's rare for someone to be neutral on me.
Yeah.
So, and I was always like, I don't care if you like me, great. If you don't like me, that's okay too. You know, that's fine. I don't, no harm, no foul. That's a different personality. I'm not going to be trying to change for anyone. So it never bothered me if there were haters out there. But Lady Lawgic and the impact it was having on my kids, she was like, I can't have this. I can't have this. So, and
understandable.
But now that they're both engaged, I was like, I don't need to worry about these folks anymore.
Yeah.
So yeah.
And that show's long gone, right? So Drex and I are, I mean, we parted amicably. We still chat and talk to each other every now and then, but there was no need to keep that show running for, it had run its course. Some shows just run its course. There's only so many times you can say the same thing, right?
Right.
And so,
yeah,
I got busy with law school. You got busy with work, and that's kind of why he's not been around very much.
What type of law do you want to practice?
Criminal defense law.
Really?
Oh,
yep.
Diving into the deep end.
Oh yeah.
Why?
I'm not because I didn't get into law to make money. I do. Rittenhouse is what inspired me to go to law school, and I hate the government, so I don't want to work for the prosecution.
Well, good luck to you, brother. Good luck to you.
So yeah, most of those books behind me are Evidence, Criminal. The big brown one there is this is Canada's criminal code is all federalized. So this is the big book of Canada's federal criminal code.
And when you get admitted, you're able to practice throughout Canada, not just in one province.
Well, no. So you're eligible to practice, but it's where you do. It's whichever province that you do your bar. Some provinces have bar exams. Some have what's called CPLED, which is like it's like a bar course. It's a University of Phoenix course. You do it online.
Cool.
And if you pass that course, then you can take your oath in front of a judge and be admitted. But you can only practice in one province. You're allowed to, and states have this too. You're allowed to practice in a different state temporarily. I don't know what that's called, but the Canadian provinces have that too.
That's pro vici is what we call it here.
Yeah, we have the same thing. You can if I'm barred in Alberta, where I live, I can travel to Ontario and temporarily practice law there until I either decide that I want to switch my bar association over to Ontario or I return to Alberta.
Cool. All right, V, what have you been up to?
Well, I just had major surgery, so. I mean, it was expected. They, sliced out a huge portion of my stomach and all that jazz. So it was pretty uncomfortable, but it'll be worth it in the long run. It'll help me to get smaller and healthier so I can live to hopefully see my grandkids someday and
amen.
Do 24-hour streams and about them getting married.
I'll tell you that I don't wish this 24-hour stream on anyone. The last time I did this, I was like, by the last few hours, I was just like, I was like looking at the clock. I was like, oh my God, there's 7 hours left. Oh my God. I'm never gonna make it. I'm never gonna make it. But then since I did that for my son, I was like, how do I not do it for my daughter? So especially since like, I really like this one. So
Right.
I really love all my kids, but
I'm basically I took a little bit of a break from making stuff just because the diet that you go on after they do that to you is
this a sleeve that they put in?
It's a little bit more than that. It's called a duodenal switch. So they cut your stomach down to about a tube. And then they also sever part of your intestines and then connect them to a lower part so that you absorb less. But the reason I'm not making a ton of content at the moment is that the kind of stuff that you eat, like I'm just not as mentally clear, like because I'm in ketosis all the time.
Right.
So that I'm really big on being able to just deliver the same kind of really intellectual, clear stuff and get to the truth of things. And it's a little harder to concentrate when you're like that. But I'm starting to feel a little better now. So.
Well, I'm glad to hear you're on the mend. How long is it supposed to be before you're able to be yourself?
Well, I mean, effectively, probably a couple months from now. I feel pretty much mentally clear now. It'd be things like you'd forget a fact or something, and the last thing you want, like when you're debating somebody in one of these, streams or whatever, is to lose something like that, and I maintain my undefeated record by being on top of things.
Good.
Yeah.
Cool. All right. So let me get to a couple of chats here. Which just says, so $6, you're getting there. You're getting there. And she also says, thank you for the new profile pic. I assumed that was shot like moments ago when I reacted to the fact that Nathan Wade settled his stupid case. Son of a bitch. I was like so excited when I saw that he was having a hearing on January 31st. I was celebrating on stream. I was celebrating on stream. Britback gifting 5 memberships. God bless you, Britbrats. Another regular viewer. She's here like every night, and as is Worcestershire. And so many of you. I don't even know where to say thank you, because I whenever I'm in these streams, I always feel like very grateful for the fact that I have so many people watching me, and I'm kind of astonished by it, and pretty humbled by it. But yeah, so thank you for the new profile pic. Yeah, you're getting there. I have you at $11. I have you at $11. So I'll for most people, I'm not going to keep a running count, but for you, I'm going to keep a running count, Worcestershire. So Cori Bush sounds like a Prime Star NASCAR driver. That is true. And finally, Joe, I saw the guy who cut off his dad's head in Philadelphia. I saw him read his manifesto. I sent you a link on X, but it got taken down. I didn't even know about this story. What? Who's he talking about? You know this story, either of you?
Nope.
No.
Okay, so I'm not alone. It's not like everyone's talking about the headless dad.
No, that's a new one to me. But honestly, we kind of live in times like that are so strange that, like, when the UFOs thing happened and it looked like we had extraterrestrials, my kids walk in and I tell them about it and they go, "Oh." Because it's just like, "Oh, okay." About like 6 years ago, you've been like, "What? The Pentagon is admitting that there's UFO." Yeah, now it's like, "Oh, okay."
Yeah.
I love the meme that's floating around right now. Joe Biden's trying to distract from Civil War II by starting World War III.
What do you guys think is going to happen with that whole southern border crisis? Do you think that they're going to escalate it, or you think that the federal government's going to back down?
I don't think Texas is going to back down. I know that.
I do think Texas is going to back down. Here's why. The problem is that Joe Biden's been backed into a corner, but because he's, they've got that very narrow majority in the House and they own the Senate. And so there's not a lot of legal routes to go. Plus he's winning on the Supreme Court fight so far. There's not a whole lot of, there's no reason for him to back down if you're winning, right? At this point, I can't see someone like Greg Abbott having the ball. Suddenly someone who's been ballless for the better part of 6 years suddenly growing a pair.
Well, I think the people of Texas is what I would be referring to. I don't know enough about that specific governor personally. But I know that they're not going to be happy with it. And the funny thing is like, I really, it's like, how can you tell them that they're not allowed to put up a freaking fence outside their state? That doesn't make any sense to me. It's like we've already kind of, I guess, we just don't have states' rights. Just forget that.
No. You
It's
have
like-
the illusion of states' rights. It's like a
Right.
big game of whose line is it, anyways. The executive orders are made up, and the rights don't matter.
I think you're both making interesting points here. And I think they actually counter each other pretty effectively, to perhaps that Neil's point here actually explains why Tim, whose assessment is actually pretty astute about Governor Abbott in general, like he's correct that historically he's been kind of a wuss. Every time that he's done anything which has been sort of MAGA-esque, it's been in the wake of Ron DeSantis doing it. So Ron DeSantis would make an abortion law. He'd make an abortion law. It's like he would sort of wait for DeSantis to set something up and get that and see that flourish in popularity. And then he would do something which was like 80% as significant to sort of travel in Ron DeSantis's wake. That was the vibe I got from him. Like he was like purposefully portraying himself as Ron DeSantis light. And so I agree with you, Tim, that he's a bit of a wuss. The reason this situation might be a little different is because he got encouragement from 25 other states. I think he's someone
and Paxton. I would say Paxton sort of runs the show, kind of the
correct.
How do I put this? Paxton is more plugged in with the MAGA movement than Abbott ever will be.
100%. I agree with you that Abbott is much more your classic Republican, and Paxton is far more about America First type of values. And so, Paxton has been spent much of his term living under the threat of being ousted. So he sort of got neutered.
He's the punished Paxton.
And he came out and he emerged from that without having pretty much unscathed. So now I think he sort of feels almost a little bit more emboldened. So between having Paxton riding shotgun with him and having 25 states and a whole state which is basically all enthused, like, yeah, FJB, and we're not backing down here, I think it's possible that the normal cowardice we've seen from Abbott may not rear its ugly head in this scenario because of that wide support that he has. I'm hopeful. At least I'm hoping for that.
I've been a little tuned. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Radio. Go.
I was going to say, I've been a little tuned out. Has Trump weighed in on this situation yet?
Oh yeah, he's been stand your ground.
Yeah, he has been stand your ground.
I don't think he addresses it very much at the rallies. I think he's kind of waiting to. I wonder if he has the same doubts that I do, right, about Abbott.
Well, it's an interesting thing because I don't even know that. I think that there are certain people. I think Paxton is more MAGA than Trump is. I'm saying ideologically. I think he's much more America First and America type of values, and your classic hardcore MAGA. The mindset and values of your hardcore hardcore MAGA. If you look at those values and you look at Trump and say, let's pretend he's not president and was never not running for president now, and you look at what his values are, I don't think that his values would be nearly as aligned with the typical mindset of someone from MAGA as a Paxton is, or as or several other people. I think that he realizes he's smart when it comes to understanding what his base wants, and I think he delivers to his base what the base wants. I think he delivers it, but his thoughts on pro-choice versus pro-life, where he's sort of caving in a little bit about things maybe the first 6 weeks or whatever. This is not something that a lot of people who consider themselves MAGA would ever be like, oh yeah, that's totally cool. But call it political expedience, call it whatever it is. I don't think ideologically he's as MAGA as many people who MAGA tends to show support to. The difference is that he has capacity to deliver the White House, and that he's the founder of the terminology of MAGA. He reawakened populism in the Republican Party, and his first administration by most people who support him is viewed as being largely very successful. They sort of give a pass when it comes to COVID and things of that nature. And that's the mindset which now has endeared him to MAGA, that, you know, he's looked at as the father of MAGA because, you know, he created the term. But if you just look at what his real ideology is, I don't think in his heart of hearts he actually feels America first values to the same degree that most of his followers do, if that makes sense.
It makes sense. I think the problem when you're trying to assess any of these people, though, is that they're all like playing characters. You know, it's so few. Like, well, I mean, for one thing, if you're a Republican right now, you really cannot. You've got to be very careful about how you speak. Like, you know, they did a really funny bit on South Park about it when they were, you know, basically parodying the whole Trump administration. But what it amounts to is if you go too far outside of what Trump would say, you're risking the wrath of his voter base, you know. And the question is, how many of them actually believe that stuff, and how many of them are just saying it because they don't want to deal with what's going to happen if Trump voters won't vote for them. Are they sincere? I guess it's the short version.
Yeah. I'm visiting my Rumble ghetto, and Real Patriots Party is saying, Joe, please visit the ghetto that you neglect and speak with Love in Two Limes, whom you know, and ask her what she wants to tell you. Thanks, Joe. And hail a cult, not a cult type of cult with tracksuits.
Oh, those are my best types of cults, the not cults. This
is not all a cult type of cult. Everyone knows that. This is like the least cult type of cult ever. It's not even like anything like that.
You're rated #1 not cult of the Time magazine.
That's correct. Time magazine rated me.
Someone's got a photo. Someone please make that image.
Time magazine, least culty cult of all time.
Paste it on that still you guys have of him holding up the media badge. Just put the cover on that instead.
Yeah. So, I saw right underneath that, Love and Two Limes says, anyone watch Kurt anymore? He was bad-mouthing these lawyers, referring to Harpootlian and Jim Griffin. I saw his video. I saw a little bit of his video. I didn't watch all of it. I saw the title of it was like where he calls Harpootlian an idiot. I plan on addressing that with him when he pops in here. I did send him an invite. He said he would come. He didn't say when I sent him the invite. He sent it to me a while back, but I'm expecting him to pop in at some point. Sleepy Girl says, Joe, you're being silly. Go to the USPS office, get one of those free boxes for priority mail, wrap the hat in tissue paper. You don't need bubble wrap. Make a label that USPS supplies and pay postage. Really? They do that? USPS does that? Is that really true? That totally changes everything. They provide a box. That does make me feel
like a prepaid shipping box. Is that what they're talking about?
Yeah,
like a PO box.
You can ship a shipping box.
Yeah,
and then ship the shipping box back.
Yeah, most delivery services have that, like prepaid boxes. They're great.
Remember how you
used
to get sent, like you send a self-addressed envelope to, you know, that was for letters.
Upon the rest, this is joking. You get your cousin Shlomo to take the hats to the UPS store so Lovin can get her a hat. Do I owe you a hat? Do I owe you a hat, Lovin? I'm scrolling. I'm going to scroll down now. I think I covered all the rants. I'm going to scroll down. I assume Lovin's still here. I don't see her talking though.
Oh yeah, perhaps I should more properly introduce my background, because most people know me from Drex, but I've actually been around LawTube before that.
Yeah, I was curious about what kind of content you do.
So on my channel, I don't do a whole lot on my channel just because as a law student, I don't have a whole lot of good legal insights. I sometimes cover some interesting cases we cover in law school. I had Ian Runkle on. We did a collaboration on the new firearms law coming into Canada.
Mm-hmm.
That's on my channel. I've also started my new Everything is Political show. I'm going to get started on that next 2 weeks. But anyways, most people, the first time they saw me was on Nick Rekieta's election coverage back in 2020. I'm my employment background is that I work as a election data analyst for politicians in Canada. So I asked Nick if I could. I happened to be traveling that winter to visit my family for Christmas. I just so happened to be crossing right through Minnesota, and I said, you know, I hit up Nick. This was before he crossed 100,000 subscribers, and then he got too good for all of us. Did you see on Locals there? He's sick, so he skipped out his show tonight.
Did he really? He skipped his show tonight?
Yeah, he's been sick.
He's doing a kindness to me. He's trying to make room so his people come here. That's all he's doing.
Yeah. Anyways, oh yeah, someone said Daniel Smith. Yeah, and Jason Kenney before her. Anyways, so I went to Nick's house, and he covered. It just so happened that that was on the night of the U.S. election. So I popped onto a show, and I gave him a bunch of election analysis, with Ty Beard. And then we got that, we didn't get the result until 4 or 5 in the morning. They were still counting those mail-in ballots. So Nick just kind of cut the stream. We all had a nap. I was pretty tanked because I was taking silver bullets on Nick's behalf. And then, of course, we come back the next day and kind of, break down the results. It turns out a lot of things that I had predicted earlier in that first night came to bear,
cool
by the end of the second night. And so
that's always a good feeling.
It is. And so Nick invited me back for his 2022 midterm stream, which got taken down. It got taken down for some reason. I forget. There was an archive up on Rumble, but again, things that I had predicted ended up coming true. And I mean, the reason I get repeat business is
my own
because
horn, but I'm really good at this.
There's a reason I get paid to do what I do, and that I get a lot of repeat customers is because when I study and analyze election data for a living, and I tend to be right more often than I'm wrong when it comes to predictions. The meme that came from the 2020 election stream was "Let's zoom in on Wisconsin," because I said that maybe 100 times in Nick's show. Because of course, it was the swing state we were watching, right? And I identified very early on Trump was having a turnout problem in Ohio with that white like college or less educated voters.
Okay.
And so I predicted that he was going to be in trouble in those states, the blue wall that he toppled in 2016, right? Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin. I predicted he was going to be in big trouble in those states because of his results in Ohio. That turned out to be absolutely true. Of course, I'm not going to do anything to get your channel struck, Joe, so I'll just leave it at that.
Appreciate that. Thank you very much.
But anyways, that's my original background. How I got introduced to Drex was actually Drex and I were just kind of chatting on Discord. Drex and I kind of keep up with current news, and we just kind of. It was a random thing. One evening, late November, we're just like, "Hey, Drex, why don't you sit in your car for a bit and just turn your phone on? We'll record something." And
I'll tell you what I always liked about Drex is he's a phenomenal energy about him. This real revved up energy. Joe. Like I picture like if I ever met him, he'd probably be grabbing my arm. That's what I picture. Yep. I've never met him yet, but I imagine that when I do, he's just gonna keep grabbing Joe. Man. Look at that, Joe.
When you meet Drex in person, the first thing you're going to realize is this guy is huge.
Yeah, I'm sure
he's a foot taller than me, a full foot taller than me.
I'm sure he's just ridiculously tall.
But he's like a gentle giant too. Like he is a really chill person to hang out with and meet in person, like a gentle giant.
Is it just election stuff that you predict, or are there other things that you predict?
I always weigh in on politics and public policy. That seems to be the realm I talk the most about. I don't do sports betting or I'll give you my opinion on football, but I am not an expert. I watch football and NHL hockey is my go-to, but I wouldn't.
What about foreign policy, geopolitics, stuff like that?
I mean, I keep up with it. It's really hard to predict foreign things because I don't. It's a lot harder to understand our local culture, and you really need that context when you make those kind of predictions. That's things that I was pointing out in the American election.
It's so hard to get good information on any of it because everybody's lying.
Yeah, exactly. And the pollsters are all lying too.
Right.
Unfortunately, I was not active in 2016. I did predict that Trump was going to win the 2016 election. Unfortunately, the only people who know are, friends in my personal life.
I used to be an analyst for Senator Mike Gravel for political analysts, and I had predicted that Trump was going to do well, and I had predicted that Bernie was going to do well, and that was back when nobody thought either of them was going to do well. And I still remember when Ann Coulter said Donald Trump was her prediction, and everybody laughed at her, and now they all look silly. And Obama said, you know, you're not going to be president. You know, just all kinds of crap that went on at the time, and nobody expected it. But I just kind of got a feeling from the electorate. I was like, people are kind of sick of plastic, basic candidates.
Yeah.
They're just, you know, either party. They're, you know, and that's why, I mean, they had to cheat to beat one of them, and you know, the other one, like the Republicans had to just get out of the way because the fire was already lit up. But it helps that he made it clear he was willing to run third party if they tried to screw with him in any way. They would have loved to have gotten him off the ballot. The average Republican stuffed shirt doesn't like him any more than, you know, the Democrats do.
There were really two things. Oh, sorry, go, Joe.
Yeah, that's okay. Let me get a couple of these chats here. I need to actually get something out of the way here because J Rock is saying Joe make Brit Brat mod, and then also saying Joe mod number 19 Brit Brat. So I want to get this out of the way. I don't know if I've ever said this on stream before or not. I may have at one point. I think I may have, but I certainly haven't. It certainly wasn't. Let me just get this out of the way. Okay, I want to get this out of the way. I was sincere in my comment to Brit Brat, and there's a lot of people who I would happily mod, and certainly Brit Brat and many others who are here on a regular basis, and I know are really big supporters of this show. I would be happy to mod them. But you need to understand something about the life of someone who is doing the job that I do for a living, which is basically I'm trying to sell myself to 8 billion people and make them all fall in love with me, which Nick Rekieta aptly described as that your wife is in a basically parasocial relationship with the entire world. Because essentially, you know, you do want anyone who's doing what I'm doing, all of us, we're all pitching to 8 billion people, and the more they like you, the more they're going to be following you, the more they're going to be whatever. And they sort of, and I do feel like I form on some level, there's some sort of level of a relationship that a podcaster has with their fans, especially ones who are in the front row, so to speak, by being there all the time. So, you know, Trump called out at a rally, like people who had come to 70 different rallies, something like that. You certainly notice the same people who are there all the time, and you certainly want them to recognize that you appreciate their dedication. But what I need to recognize is that obviously my wife comes first, and I feel like it could bother her if I make someone a mod, that is me showing a public recognition of that person. So it's one of the things that became apparent was that if I mod someone who, especially if they're a young woman, it's just something that feels like I'm doing something wrong in the sense of I'm giving validation to this person. And as it is, my wife is already like tolerant to the fact that I'm doing what I'm doing. So now I'd be taking it one step further and giving that validation to someone who's a fan of the show. So now I sort of feel like that's not fair to her. But so what is this? What does that mean? It means the answer to that is just don't mod any women. But if I only give mods if I only make men mods, that just makes me look like a freaking misogynist. So I basically found myself in a situation like a year and a half ago where I basically was like, I'm just not going to mod anybody. And whoever's a mod already, they're sort of grandfathered in as a mod, and I'm just not going to give mod to anybody. So no one thinks I'm being misogynistic, and I don't have to worry that I'm offending my wife or whatever it is. And I'm just not going to mod anyone. But at a certain point, as the channel was growing, like it became more apparent that I need mods. you know, mods leave. Even, you know, the best of mods, my first mod hasn't been here in a year and a half. So like you sort of need to sort of make new mods. So the answer I came up with for that is that if someone makes an appearance on the show, like Tim, like, you know, you're making an appearance on the show, so that sort of gives me a license. Like, okay, so now if I mod someone who made an appearance, and no one has to feel offended that, like, why did you make him in mod? He's here like 20% as much as I am. It's like, oh, okay, this guy was on the show, so now it's like no one gets offended. So it's not anything negative about Brit Brat, who based on my standards that I established before I realized that it might be unfair to my wife, I certainly would have modded her. A bunch of folks, triggered Worcestershire. There's a lot of people who, all my diggers, I would have modded them.
Yeah.
But it just that's why I'm very reluctant in giving out the whole mod thing. So it's certainly not anything personal against Brit Brat or anyone else, who definitely seemed, awesome and a big fan of the show. And, but that's why I'm very reluctant in giving out the mods. In Rumble, my other channel, the Trump trial channel, so I'm much quicker about giving out the mods because it's less of a validation, I think. On Rumble, I'm much less hesitant. I'm much less bothered about it. Really, it's in YouTube where, on the Good Lawgic channel, where I'm actually, I feel like it's sort of it feels wrong. So that's why I don't like talking. I sort of feel uncomfortable talking about it, but if someone's calling me out on it, so I sort of want my viewers to understand why it is that I do what I do, and it's not meant to offend anybody.
I guess I'm weird because all the mods on my channel are people that I picked to moderate my channel who I trusted.
Yeah, no, that's how I started.
Yeah. But how much do you trust anyone until they burn you, right?
Yeah, it's just, and so many, you're not the only one who has this problem. There on other channels, it's this big, huge deal to get a wrench. And I'm just like, oh, look, that's a guy I trust. Like, in fact, I'm pretty sure I modded you too, Joe. Like, I was just like, oh, there, Strategic Eyes, I trust him. Johnny Walker Dread, and then Tam is actually my main moderator. She's everywhere though, everywhere.
Yeah,
stuff. So
Tam, I don't think she's a mod here, and I'm very grateful to her. She feeds me content to cover, which is like banger content all the time. Like,
she's good for that.
Here's a video, here's another video, here's a story, and I'm like, yeah, wow, that's perfect, that's amazing. I could spend like an hour talking.
When I'm doing investigations in my, I'll just post to my Discord, and her and my other users in my Discord will immediately start helping me investigate things. So
yeah,
it's really cool.
Yeah, but now I can mod you up, Tim. So there you go.
Well, and people fearing that making me a mod will make me gay. I'm Canadian. I'm gay by default.
There you go.
So you're not changing my status. In fact, you might make me straighter by making me a mod.
Worcestershire points out that surely to get votes, Trump needs to reach pro-choice. I agree with you, but let's assume he wasn't trying to get votes. Do you think that I don't think he's getting votes by saying, let's make a 6-week ban, because that's still scaring the bejesus out of the pro-choice people. So yeah, it seems more moderate, but I don't think it's really getting him votes. The best scenario for anyone who's looking to get elected, and if you're pro-life, is don't talk about it. Just don't talk about it at all. Don't, just avoid the You basically say, it's up to the legislature. It's up to the states. It's very easy to punt, and it's a much smarter move to do. And then when push comes to shove, you basically make your move.
I've got some insider info on that, but if you want to finish the super chats first, I'll just hang on to that story.
What is your insider info on that?
So, I've been a Conservative Party operative, not the conservative, small c conservative operative for the better part of a decade now. I know how a lot of these inside conversations work in political parties. The one thing I was really big in the Stephen Harper area. Do you remember Prime Minister Stephen Harper, Joe?
No.
Okay. He was the one before Trudeau. He got kicked out 2015, but he was Prime Minister for 9 years before that. Anyways, he was the Conservative Party. They had merged two conservative right-of-center parties in Canada and became a national one single Conservative Party. He was known for keeping a very tight lid on his MPs, which we call our legislators up here.
Mm-hmm.
He was known for driving that hard, toe to line, or we have very strong party discipline up here in Canada, not like the States.
Mm-hmm.
So he was known for driving that really hard line that you had to toe to line or you were going to be in big trouble. I'd make sure you'd never win another election in this country ever again kind of person. And one of the people he kept the lid on, one of the groups, was the pro-life people, because they scared of voters in Ontario. And if you don't win Ontario, you don't win Prime Minister. It's
right.
as simple as that. Toronto is the city of Toronto's 4 million people ish, and then Southern Ontario is 11 million people, and then the whole province of Ontario is 14 million people. It's almost half the country.
So, what do you think of that guy? I unfortunately don't remember his name, but he really impressed me. But
Pierre Poilievre.
He had an apple.
Yep, Pierre
Poilievre.
Poilievre.
Eating an apple and just decimating this reporter.
Yep.
Like even my teenage son like that. They're like, wow, that guy just totally ruined him. I'm like, yeah, he sure did. So what do you think of him?
I want to pull that video up. I watched that video.
The video is so funny.
It is hilarious.
And he's just like so casual and calm as he's dismantling the dude. I was like, that's my spirit animal.
Yeah.
Someone showed me that video because I'd never seen it. I don't work in Pierre Poilievre's, his group anymore. I've sort of semi-retired while I'm in law school, so I don't do active politics right now.
Mhm.
But I know Pierre Poilievre quite well. I know his family. I've met his mother a couple of times. She speaks highly of me in the movement. And I know his brother here in Calgary as well. His brother's in Calgary.
I mean, I left that going, I'd vote for that guy.
Yeah.
Wish he was running for president here. It's like, oh, look, a sensible, calm, logical dude. And man, is he like, I imagine debating him would have to just be
He looks like a Bond villain, Joe.
Yeah.
He looks like a Bond villain.
He does, with the hair like that, and yeah.
Because here it is. Yes, this
No,
guy.
Mr. Bond, I expect you to die.
They struggle to actually find young people to do work, and of course housing is a problem and healthcare is a problem. As was mentioned earlier, the hospital here gets closed quite frequently. Nothing to do with vaccinations, I don't believe. It's a doctor issue. It's more a shortage of doctors. So what do you do in the meantime? I mean, you've got lots of plans for building houses, etc., but in the sort of immediate spectrum, what do you do to
create a Blue Seal test to quickly license the 20,000 immigrant doctors we have in Canada? Many of them are prevented from ever working, and they give up on getting a job as a doctor, and they end up taking low-wage work for the rest of their lives. I'm proposing a simple Blue Seal testing standard that would apply right across Canada. Take the test, get the license, get to work
soon
within 60 days.
I like this. This is a good solution.
And I mean, that obviously you're going to encounter some opposition from the College of Medicine, etc., across the provinces.
Yeah,
so how do you deal with that issue?
We push forward. There's not easy street leads to a dead end. Best hard roads lead to the best destinations. We're no longer going to accept that this or that gatekeeping bureaucracy stands in the way of obvious common sense solutions. It is unacceptable that 20,000 doctors can't work in Canada when we have a massive shortage. And when people come to me and say, yeah, but this or that clerk or bureaucracy is not going to be happy, that's life.
Right.
There's going to be a lot of vested interests and bureaucracies that are going to be very unhappy when I'm Prime Minister.
Okay. On the topic, I mean, in terms of your sort of strategy currently, you're obviously taking the populist pathway.
What does that mean?
Well, appealing to people's more emotional levels, I would guess.
There was nothing. Can you pause it for a second?
That is not at all populist. That is
Well, and more than that, where's the emotional appeal? He just gave a completely rational answer to a real problem. Like all the best doctors I've ever had in my entire life were foreigners. Like there's absolutely no reason not to license them if they're capable. Like, and there's nothing. How is it appealing to emotion? That's why, for what I'm thinking is like, as an American, I'm like, Jesus Christ, we got like two very controversial figures. I would love to have somebody like this running for president.
Yeah,
I think he's talking more in general, just knowing the broader context around this. I think he's just talking in general. This is our basket of deplorables moment.
Mm-hmm.
I think.
Well, he's gonna crush this dude under his boots. So let's
you tap very strong ideological language quite frequently.
Like what?
Left wing, this and that, right wing. I mean, it's that type of ideological spectrum.
I never really talk about left
but
or right.
Anyways,
I don't really believe in that.
Okay, a lot of people would say that you're simply taking a page out of the Donald Trump book.
Like which people would say that?
Well,
my friend,
he bites the apple.
Bites the apple.
Which people would see that?
It's a good apple. I mean,
oh my god,
good orchard.
He's so good at this.
A great many Canadians, but
like who?
I don't know who, but
well, you're the one who asked the question, so
yeah.
you must know somebody.
Okay.
This is Elon Musk versus that
Anyways.
BC guy. Just name one racist comment on your Twitter. Just one. What? Oh, lots of people. No, name one. Anyway, I'm sorry. Go ahead. I couldn't help myself.
But the point of this question is, I mean, why should Canadians trust you with their vote, given, not just the sort of ideological inclination in terms of taking the page out of Donald Trump's book, but
what are you
also
talking about? What page? Can you give me a page? Give me the page. You keep saying
in terms of turning things quite dramatically in terms of Trudeau and the left wing and all of this. I mean, you make quite a it's quite a play that you make on it. So I'm
not
just
sure.
wondering.
I don't know what your question is.
Then forget that. Why should Canadians trust you with their vote?
Common sense.
Okay.
Common sense for a change. We're going to make common sense common in this country. We don't have any common sense in the current government. The guy prints $600 billion, grows our money supply by 32% in 3 years. That's growing the money 8 times faster than the economy. No wonder we have the worst inflation in 4 decades. I'm going to cap spending, cut waste, so that we can balance the budget and bring down inflation and interest rates. You'll want to be able to pay your mortgage again. You want to be able to afford rent. Then you have to vote for Pierre Poilievre, because I'm the only one with a common sense plan that will bring back the buying power of your paycheck.
It sounds like real racist rhetoric right there. That's like straight out
extremely.
Donald Trump.
Joe, can I give you a little bit of?
There's
can
no
I
Trump
give you a
in
little
that.
bit of
There's no
policy
Trump in that.
context?
Yeah, go for it.
So
go for the policy context.
Yeah, Canada's a resource-based economy. We rely so much on our outside trade for our revenue, our government revenue, right? We hardly manufacture anything here in Canada. We ship our oil to the US to be refined in Houston, mostly by rail because they canceled the Keystone XL pipeline. So when he's talking about the monetary policy, the fiscal policy, it hurts us more because we rely so much on our dollar being strong against other people's dollars. But it can't be too strong. You remember when we were over parity with the US back in the 2008 oil, the run of oil up to $100 a barrel? We actually got over parity. The Canadian dollar was worth more than the American dollar.
Really?
You guys were in the middle of the housing crisis, and we were an oil-based economy.
So why is that bad for Canada when it's too strong?
It's too expensive for other people to buy our goods, so they stop buying. So,
because I always think of a Canadian dollar since I'm a kid as it being like 90 cents.
75 was the original. Right now, it always is in that 70-ish range, and that's okay. 80, I think 80 to 81, 82 is probably the best part, the best balance between getting actual, because we always sell our stuff at a discount. Just because of how weak our dollar is. But when we're over parity, when we're strong compared to the American dollar, our people stop buying our stuff. They're waiting for the prices to come down, right?
Interesting.
So this is why the monetary policy matters so much. This is why a balanced budget, controlling inflation, controlling spending, this matters so much more to us than it does America.
Interesting. Wow.
So what I was going to say that I think that he said that I really, really liked that I wish that we had heard more about was that he said, I don't do that right and left stuff. I don't believe in that. Like, I'm intrigued. Can you explain more? Like, I'd love to talk to this guy. Really.
There is more coming. So.
Yeah.
Second, I'm going to make work pay. Right now we punish work. They're asking, why doesn't anybody want to work? Because work doesn't pay. Why would you work when you get punished for working? Our country now punishes work. You make it, Trudeau takes it. I'm going to cut taxes so people bring home more of each dollar they earn. Housing. We have the fewest houses per capita in the G7. Why? Too much bureaucracy.
Killing.
We have the land. We have more land than any other country in the G7. Yet why do we have the fewest houses per capita? Because you can't get anything built. I'm going to require cities boost home building by 15% per year, or they're going to lose federal money. But those that beat my target will get a bonus. So we reward good behavior and punish bad. That's common sense too. We're also going to bring home.
He's just like, I'm just spitting reality at you.
Right.
As the way the world, this is like basic stuff that everyone should realize, that this is how you run a healthy anything. Like seriously, a healthy house, a healthy self, a healthy government. Everyone understands. This is just basic stuff. If you do things the right way, then there's a reward, and if you do things the wrong way, then you're gonna get slapped. It's it's basic.
The phrase "common sense" has history in Ontario. There was a very famous Ontario premier, which is your version of a governor, right? The guy in charge of the province. That was Mike Harris. He was a PC premier in the 90s, and he created what was called the Common Sense Revolution. And he brought that very same brand and style of politics to the people of Ontario. So when Pierre Poilievre is talking about
not to burst your
common
bubble,
sense,
not to burst your bubble, but common sense, he probably stole that from Thomas Paine, who wrote that a couple of centuries before him.
Probably, but I think either
that it's a crazy.
That might have been the inspiration.
Right.
Mike Harris is still alive. We can ask him.
Probably. I'm just saying because Thomas Paine wrote that in the 18th century.
Okay.
And it was the inspiration for the Revolutionary War here. So it's likely that he was like, you know what, that's probably.
This is like the old Star Trek where Chekhov would take credit for everything. It was Russian.
Yes, that's right. It was invented by a Russian.
Harris brought that term into the political arena in Ontario, and so when he uses that terminology, it's bringing back those memories of the glory days. That and Toronto Mayor Rob Ford.
Speaking of Canadians, look
who's
here.
50% Canadian content.
50%
man.
Canadian. Do you guys
Runkle, only you will get this joke, but apparently he qualifies to be played on Canadian radios with his Canadian content.
Love it. Joe, you probably don't know any of the background on this. Canadian law basically requires radios to play a certain amount of Canadian content. They're actually going to start requiring that on YouTube now, which is going to be an absolute disaster because it's doubtful that I'll qualify as Canadian content, notwithstanding the fact that I'm a Canadian lawyer talking about Canadian legal issues in Canada.
Isn't that for funding, or you get penalized if you don't have 50%? How does that work?
No, they're going to ask YouTube to deprioritize content that is not Canadian, and to be qualified as Canadian, you're going to have to meet a whole bunch of tests. I'll have to submit accounting for every episode I do to show that I spent the majority of my money in Canada for recording it. And which means that, of course, they'll process that in maybe 2 weeks, if they're really fast for government.
Right.
2 weeks. I think that's the shipping time.
Yeah, I think it's probably like 2 months, probably.
Yeah, and 2 weeks after a live issue has happened, nobody cares anymore. So I'll be able to be there's an exception for if you're registered news media, but I won't qualify. So yeah.
Oh, there he goes.
That wouldn't qualify you either, is the thing.
Damn it.
Yeah.
We are going to watch the rest of that video, right?
Yes.
I want to listen.
Oh, yeah.
Yes,
that guy needs to chew on apples at every press conference.
I'm sure you've seen this. I'm sure you've seen this, right, Ronco, this interview?
Yes. And apologies if I look like crap.
He needs to have an apple.
You look better than ever.
I'm rocking the flu right now, so I'm I got about 20 minutes in me.
All right. I appreciate you stopping by for any little bit.
Safe streets. People are going to feel safe in Kelowna. Kelowna is the worst crime in all of Canada after 8 years of Trudeau and Singh. And I'm going to get rid of I'm going to bring in jail and not bail for repeat violent offenders, treatment and not decriminalize crack to bring our loved ones home drug free. And we're going to secure the borders to keep illegal guns out while protecting the rights of lawful, licensed hunters and sport shooters.
Going back to the drug issue, are you looking at to put any money into treatment? Because that's obviously one of the big things identified.
He just said.
Absolutely. And that's a great idea.
Yeah, he just said that.
Treatment is the answer. We need to bring people into beautiful treatment facilities. I think of one facility I visited in Winnipeg recently, where the father of a young man who died of an overdose has created a beautiful facility where they separate the addicts from their addiction, counseling, yoga, sweat lodges for First Nations, fitness program.
All right, you guys, you Canadians have to explain something to me. You have to explain something to me for a second.
Yeah.
This guy, he never gets like more than like 20% of the vote, right?
He's likely looking at a majority next time around.
You think he's going to become the next prime minister?
Oh yeah.
Right now the polls have him not just getting a majority, but getting like a historic majority.
Really?
We have a multi-party system, Joe, so you don't need over 50% to win. He's polling at about 40 to 42% right now. And of course, you got to factor in too, shy Tory effect, all those hidden percentages that tend to depress conservative poll numbers. If the election was held today, he'd have a staggering majority government.
When is the next election scheduled for?
The next scheduled election is fall of 2025. However, because of the multi-party system, we have a minority government right now. The third party is propping his government up, but they can pull that plug at any time. It's unlikely they'll pull it, but they've made some moves recently. I don't know. Feel free to disagree with me on this one, but the NDP made some moves lately that make me think they're getting ready to trigger it maybe this summer.
Well, here's what made me think that maybe they're getting ready to. I actually had the NDP candidate in my riding came to my door. They were doing door knocking, and they had like the door knocker, and I was like, you guys have some problems you got to overcome before I could possibly consider you. And they're like, oh, 1 second, let me get the MP. Like, let me get the actual candidate. And they're not walking around doing door knocking just for giggles. Like if they're starting to do that, they're considering pulling the trigger.
In Edmonton, Alberta, remember, this is not their stronghold city. Yes, they get 2 seats there, or 1 or 2 seats.
Yeah, something like that.
But that's not their stronghold, which means if they're starting to put resources into it, they're getting ready.
Yeah. Right now, the polling from 338 Canada has Conservatives at 199 seats. Liberal Party at 73, Bloc at 38, NDP at 26, Green Party at 2, and the People's Party of Canada at 0. So that's
it's actually a libertarian party founded by an egomaniac.
It's not even really libertarian. It's like libertarian controlling.
Wait, which one is
by a
Trudeau?
weirdo?
Which one is Trudeau?
Trudeau's liberal.
So the Conservatives.
The colors. Sorry, but if you pulled it up the screen for him, Runkle, the colors, Joe, in Canada are backwards. Blue is conservative and red is liberal.
Yeah, let me just pull that up here.
And then orange is the New Democrat Party. They are like Democrat socialists, kind of like if the Squad had their own party, I would say is the best parallel.
So why is he the prime minister then? You have an individual election on who the prime minister is? Is that how that works?
Nope. No, it's the leader of the party who wins the most seats. That's the easy way. There are some exceptions, obviously.
Yeah, it gets complicated if nobody wins a majority, because you can traditionally the leadership is first offered to the person with the most seats if there's no majority, but it can go to like a coalition. So in theory, if the NDP and the Bloc together had a majority, they could form government.
So right now
that would be the day.
That would be interesting.
So NDP supports the Liberals. Is that why? If he's at 20,
So add them up, and they're more than the blue guys.
Yeah. And they have been supporting every single thing, which is funny because the NDP leader, Jagmeet Singh, has been on Twitter constantly saying, oh, yeah, the Liberals are terrible. And it's like, well, then call an election, dude. You've got to stop voting with them 100% if they're awful. So
what does NDP stand for?
New Democrat Party.
Yeah.
They were originally founded as a farmers union in Calgary, Alberta, ironically enough, called the Cooperative Commonwealth Federation. And then they changed their name, 60s or 70s?
Does he talk about foreign policy at all in this video? I'm really curious. Does that ever come up?
I mean,
he does a lot of eating an apple.
Policy.
Yes.
Canada's foreign policy is very limited, right? We always talk about free trade. That seems to be our thing.
Canada seems to think it has influence on the global scale, and everywhere else in the world is like, okay, Canada, that's very nice.
Yeah. We're all like, who the hell cares? But
right now, there's a huge debate in Canada about what Canada's position on, Israel, Palestine, all of that. And the thing is the Middle East is like, who are you?
We used to be respected, though, and you remember the era of the peacekeepers, right? We used to have a respectable military force. We were like renowned for being that neutral party, right? The we'll stand between you two guys so you don't shoot each other, and we'll just keep the peace.
I heard the Canadian soldiers were very popular in Afghanistan with the people. That's something. I mean, I don't know if that's true. You guys are the Canadians, but that's something a trooper, like the soldier's mother, said that they would get invited to dinner and stuff like that. Is that true, or do you have any idea?
It's what I mean. Canada, we don't have a lot of military might, so they spend a lot of time teaching our soldiers like how to get along with locals. I mean, I don't find that hard to believe, and it fits with some of the. I've heard of things like standoffs with U.S. soldiers being resolved by like a Canadian coming in and being like, "Yeah, we'll sort this out. Everything will be fine." I think our main reputation is that we have much better meals. The IMP is considered a much tastier meal than the MRE. So every Canadian soldier I've talked to has a story of trading their IMP, which is like the MRE equivalent, for an MRE and something. So
bottle of whiskey or vodka or
cigarettes,
cigars, and like Canada's military history is, everyone knows the story of Vimy Ridge. Everyone knows Normandy, D-Day, right? Everyone knows I always remember I don't remember the number of the hill. Which hill number was it in Korea?
Oh, I can't remember.
Hill 99? Is that what it was? Anyways, like the Hong Kong Christmas Day stand, last stand in, I think that was World War I. No, 2. Sorry, that was World War.
How would a Canadian ever forget the number 99 when that's Gretzky's number? I don't even understand that.
I don't know what number. We're not talking. By the way, I love to joke that the Second Amendment of our Canadian Constitution gives us the right to refer to ice hockey as just simply hockey.
Right. I do want to, before I get to this super chat, I wanted to just comment that I think that if he becomes prime minister before we hold elections, I actually think that much like Brexit seemed to play a role in the 2016 election, that there's sort of like this enthusiasm about populism. I do think that Poilievre becoming prime minister before November 2024 could play a role in building more enthusiasm for Trump. I wonder what you guys think about that.
What Trudeau wants to do is he wants to call an election either after or during the U.S. election, and he wants to try to paint Poilievre as Trump, like maple-flavored Trump.
Right.
And so that's his whole strategy right now.
Mm-hmm.
So
do we ever get to see them debate? Because I would love to watch this guy debate Trudeau.
Well,
we should do a watch party on it, Joe.
Someone asked, please ask Canucks here if the clip of Poilievre questioning Trudeau for the We Charity Inquisition is worth playing.
Oh man, yes.
Yes,
Poilievre in the House of Commons is fun to watch.
So Poilievre is nicknamed Harper's Pitbull because Poilievre was in Stephen Harper's cabinet and his government. He got that nickname because he had some of the best question period exchanges. I think we got to explain, Joe, a couple of things about our parliament before we go forward, because Trudeau is our sort of head of the executive, right, as the prime minister, but he's also a legislator. He sits in the House of Commons and he votes on our bills. And so question period is a time set aside for people to ask the government questions, as MPs to ask the government questions. And typically you don't get really good sound bites out of it because it's always this pre-canned question, pre-canned response. But every now and then, and Pierre Poilievre was one of the best at it.
He's really good at not giving up until he'll find a question that there isn't a good answer to. And he'll just be like, but what is the answer? No, seriously, what is the answer? And he'll just press somebody for 5 minutes on that and make them look absolutely idiotic because they can't answer the question. He'll be like, yes or no, which is it? And it's always fun to watch.
Malcolm, if you can fire Joe the link, it would be worth watching.
I think I got it here.
Oh. By the way, someone asked about the former drama teacher. I mean, the reason Trudeau got elected is because he's the son of one of Canada's most famous prime ministers, and Pierre Elliott Trudeau. That's why he got elected.
You mean Fidel Castro? Do you think that that's crazy to say that he's the son of Fidel Castro? Considering
it's a little
I
crazy.
don't care.
It is a little crazy, Joe, but it's hilarious because
the timing of their dalliances where they supposedly were very into like free love, and that she was a very big fan and close associate with Castro. And you look at the pictures of Castro without the beard, and it's like looks a lot more like he looks a lot more like Fidel than the weak chinned.
The thing is you're assuming that all of his crazy notions had to come from Fidel, and that really probably comes from not knowing Pierre Elliott Trudeau. Like,
I mean, it's almost. I'm not saying his ideologies are from Castro.
It's almost worse.
I'm saying his DNA is.
Yeah. So Trudeau Sr. caused one of the greatest national unity crises this country's ever had. Like this. Because Quebec's succession was always the meme that Quebec was going to separate, but I mean, Ian, it was never really going to happen. That referendum was not going to force Canada to become two countries. No, but the National Energy Board and the alienation of Western Canada brought it as close as it was to like an actual, people taking up arms against the most famous example was back before we had tour buses. Trudeau Sr. campaigned on a train, and he rolled through the prairie provinces and flipped everyone the bird as he went to British Columbia.
He also invoked the War Measures Act, which suspended civil liberties in response to the issues in Quebec.
The bombing of a mailbox.
Because
how dare you bomb those mailboxes?
Yeah.
And the kidnapping of a cabinet minister from the Quebec provincial government, but mostly the bombing of mailboxes.
Let's get to this.
Because of that, they revoked the War Measures Act and put in the Emergencies Act. And then Trudeau Jr. invoked the Emergencies Act and, in fact, quoted Trudeau Sr. in doing so. Because Trudeau Sr. was asked, like, you wouldn't actually suspend everyone's rights. And he said, just watch me. Trudeau Jr. said the same, just watch me, just before. And the government or the courts just found that invocation violated people's rights. So,
okay. I'm ready for this video because I love this video.
Yeah. All right, here we go.
No question, Mr. Chair. Yes or no question, Mr. Chair. Prime Minister, you twice were found guilty of breaking the Ethics Act. After those two convictions, did you decide to read the act? Is that part?
Yes, I have read the act a number of times.
Are you aware of Section 21?
Yes, since I've read the act, I'm aware of Section 21.
What does it say?
I can pull it up for you if you have it in front of you. If you remind me.
Well, it says a public office holder, of which you are one, shall recuse himself or herself from any discussion, decision, debate, or vote in any matter in which, in respect of which he or she would be in a conflict of interest. Now, what you've admitted today is not just that you were in a conflict of interest, but that you consciously recognized in your May cabinet meeting that such a conflict might exist. That it didn't just slide by your desk, that you were consciously aware that there was an inappropriate link to your family that would put you in a conflict.
Can you explain what the We Charity is?
So the We Charity was this these sort of rock star charities, and basically they were going to implement a youth program, like an employment program thing.
Mm-hmm.
And they were given the contract for this with like no bids. It was just, you guys get it. It was also revealed that they had hired Trudeau's mom and paid her a substantial amount of money, assuming I'm not mangling his various ethical issues, because he's had so many at this point.
that sounds correct. The We Charity strikes me as Canada's version of the Clinton Foundation, that there's a lot of money that gets sunk into it and not so many results.
Okay.
Your chat is asking you to turn up the video, by the way.
Thank you. I'll do that.
Yeah, I'm saying the video quality is horrible because this obviously took place during COVID when they were doing remote Parliament.
All right.
Why did you, at that moment, not call the ethics commissioner and recuse yourself?
That is simply not true, Mr. Polyev. The issue of advancing issues for one's own. And by the way, the ethics commissioner is looking into this right now, and I fully trust his judgment on determining it. But at the same time, my concern around recusing myself.
I bet you do. You appointed him.
Perception, because I knew full well that this Canada Summer Students Grant program was not going to directly benefit my mother or my brother.
Your 16 seconds are up. Your 16 seconds are up. I'm going to ask you again because nobody believes you when you say you don't know how much money your family has got from the wheat group. So you've had a month to look into that. You knew you were going to testify here. Again, how much money total have your brother, mother, and spouse received from this organization? How much?
That information has been publicly shared, but I will highlight.
Well, then tell me what it is.
My mother
How much?
has
just the dollar figure.
Throughout her life.
The dollar figure, Prime Minister. How much
of the work that she's done, and I'm proud of her.
How much? I'm looking for a dollar figure.
We can get that number for you if you like. It's been out in the media.
It's been in the media, but you don't know it?
I don't have it in front of me.
You don't know how much your family has received from this organization, which you tried to give $500 million. Really?
Can I answer, Mr. Polyev?
I'm waiting. You haven't done an answer so far. Let's make this the first one.
He's like a vicious prosecutor, man. He's just tearing this guy to pieces.
Oh yeah,
very good.
I'm waiting. You haven't done an answer so far. Let's make this the first one.
My mother has worked as an advocate.
The dollar figure, right?
Speaker for
How much?
many good organizations across the country.
Mr.
over many,
Prime
many
Minister,
years.
you
And
are
she is
you
proud
you
that
are
she
being
doesn't
asked
have to
a
rely
direct
on a
question
husband
at a
or a
parliamentary
son to
committee.
support her because she does her own work, and I'm
Point
proud
of order,
of the work
point
that
of-
she
point
does.
of order.
But I do not feel that it is
Answer
my
the question.
responsibility.
Mr. Filibuster right here. Oh my God.
Oh yeah. The thing is that they've never answered a question straight ever
Never.
in their and when he tries to, it goes horribly badly. He was asked like, what environmental measures have you personally taken to reduce waste? And he's like, we switched to these water bottle box things.
Yeah.
And everyone's like, what are you talking about? Like
Drink
that's
water bottle sort of thing. That's what he called boxed water, which is silly in its conception. But yeah, he fumbled. God, I hope someone sends you the link for that video. But he fumbles that question for almost a full minute and eventually spits out drink box water bottles sort of thing.
To peer into the work my mother is doing because I have
Point of order to
in the work
suspend.
that she's doing.
Point of order to
I've
suspend.
come to learn that the chairperson's power has gone out and is no longer part of this meeting.
Oh, yeah.
Suppose that we
It's okay.
suspend
We
for
can
a few
keep
minutes for
Prime
Wayne
Minister and I
to,
can continue talking.
No.
I suspected that might be a problem. It's very convenient timing for the lights to go out.
message to the effect that his power has gone out. I have no reason to distrust him.
I hope you don't pull the fire alarm now.
Yeah, well,
Oh my goodness.
at home here in the middle of a pandemic, I don't have a fire alarm. I propose
the general process is that the vice.
This is hilarious. This is just because
It
like
is.
this Zoom meeting and it's like
Yeah.
all of a sudden a different background, a new voice pops in here. It's like you don't know who's coming next. It's gonna be Big Bird, it's gonna be Oscar. I don't know who's coming next. But this is so enjoyable.
Chair assumes the chairing of the meeting, so we'll
And
continue.
that would be me. So we'll continue the meeting. And I now give the floor to the member for Carleton.
That's him.
Yep.
You have one last time. How much did your family get from this organization? How much?
Have you read the Conflict of Interest Act, Mr.
Yes,
Polyev?
I have.
How does it define family?
I'm asking you.
How does it define, how does it define
I'm asking
family?
you how much your family got.
The Conflict of Interest Act defines family
Right.
as spouse and direct dependents.
Point of
And
order. So you're
actually,
not going to answer that
family has
question.
not received
Point of order.
any,
So you're not going to
money
answer the question
paid,
then.
from
So you're not going to answer the question about how much your family received. Okay,
my
you're right.
wife has
Hold it,
not
gentlemen,
received
if
any
you,
payment for
Mr.
working with we, and it was cleared
Mr.
by
Prime
the Ethics
Minister?
Commissioner ahead of time.
Okay.
Mr.
Point of order,
Polyev,
can I
Mr.
welcome back
Polyev,
Wayne Easter? Can I welcome back Wayne Easter, a man we've deeply missed? Come on, Wayne, where have you been? Were you a
Mr.
good
Oh, and his power is miraculously restored.
You were gone.
I
God, help
mentioned
us,
that,
Wayne.
Pierre. It wouldn't be the first time you tried to put my lights out, and that's exactly what happened, Pierre. We got a thunderstorm here. Anyway, where will you're well into your 5 minutes, but go with one last question.
Mr. Trudeau, I'm going to conclude by asking you, you claim that you have no knowledge of the amount that has been paid in expenses to your spouse. You correctly pointed out that the Act defines family as including a spouse. Therefore, you know you're under investigation regarding the Act. I'm going to ask you again, how much in total, and I'm looking for a dollar figure here, sir, how much did your spouse receive in reimbursed expenses or other benefits from this organization? How much?
Your original question, Mr. Polyev, was how much was my immediate family?
I asked you a
my
different
family
question now.
paid For,
How much?
Mr. Polyev, the Prime Minister has the floor.
My wife has never been paid since I was Prime Minister.
Reimbursed for expenses.
Mr. Polyev, could we please have order? We'll allow the Prime Minister to answer the question, and then we'll move on to Mr.
But when is he going to answer it?
Yeah.
Sorry, Julie. Mr. Prime Minister, you have about 30 seconds here.
The Ethics Commissioner has fully cleared my wife to continue her advocacy and her work with We Charity and other organizations.
How much?
In the work that she's been doing all her life.
He is a pit bull.
She's doing it
Just a dollar
unpaid
figure.
for We. She is not being paid by We for her advocacy or for her podcasts. They are simply reimbursing her for expenses.
Thank you, Mr. Prime Minister.
See, I would love to hear him do that to Joe Biden about like China and like how much money he made over there.
Oh,
and,
could you imagine him grilling Biden on Hunter?
Oh, he would.
Oh, I mean, I don't think Biden's up to it.
No, he's not. Definitely not.
And it'd look a little like kicking a puppy.
Yeah.
A very,
He pins it down, man. He pins it down.
Yep.
Okay, so I got a few things in locals here that I gotta pull up here. Reform Comic says he must be silenced, touch your nose, and it'll be done. It's a 2-minute video watch on stream. I don't know what you mean when you say who must be silenced.
I'm sure you're all wondering, how is it going with the tunnels?
Oh my gosh.
Oh no.
Oh no. Oh no.
They never
Jewish comedian.
They never stop with the tunnels.
This is a Jewish comedian. Everyone always tells me I need to check out Ari Schaefer.
Just hope he's not strike happy.
Here we go.
This one's a lot louder.
Pretty good. Pretty good. Unfortunately, you found that one. Okay. Good on you. Need more cloaking? We didn't have it. Discovered one of them. One of them, by the way. You think that's the only one? Everybody.
I want to publicly say there's only one tunnel, okay? There's only one tunnel. Only one. There's no other tunnels. There's no evidence of any other tunnels. It's the most tunnel of all the tunnels. It's the most tunnel. There's no other real tunnels. There's no other real tunnel. I just want to make that clear. Make that clear for the record.
Guys ask me, Ari, what's up with the tunnels? What's up with the tunnels?
I get the
up
same
until then,
question,
all they were asking me, Hamas and Israel, weigh in. What's your opinion? I don't know. Why are you asking me about Hamas and Israel? I do look like I know. But now with these tunnels, no one gives a fuck about Hamas and Israel anymore. We dug Gaza right back into obscurity. What's up with the tunnels? That's all anybody wants to know. Why are they underground? What, have you been above ground? It's very cold. Why would you want to be up there? Go down. Plus, every change that falls out of your pocket, right down to the tunnels. Why would you be upset about it? The only people who can be upset about it are the Mexicans because it's cultural appropriation.
Oh man.
They're not doing anything. You would think one of them though would be like, everyone's like, what's up with it? You think one of those Jews would be like, can I just tell you what it is about? And they're like, no, we're not talking. Makes you wonder. Is it child trafficking? That's what everybody says. No. Why would they go underground? Epstein did it above ground.
I know his
Why
pain.
the tunnels? Because shit goes south for us very quickly, often. It's smart to have escape routes that no one knows about. As soon as Kanye was anti-Semitic, people were like, let's start digging.
All right, well, there you go. So that's your answer about the tunnels. It was all Kanye's fault. Let me get to a couple of things here that have been brewing here for a while. List idea: top post-Trump MAGA successes other than Vivek. Trump laid the populist groundwork, but now guys like Paxton and Gates are filling in the scaffolding. Who do you think, after Vivek, is the most MAGA Republican who's ever won office of any kind?
God, that's a really tough one. I don't like either. Ken Paxton may be my best choice. I don't like Matt Gaetz. He looks slimy to me. He looks slimier than Gaetz. Or sorry, Vivek.
Oh, Gaetz is slimy as heck.
Yeah, I mean, look, I can't deny the fact that the look of him is pretty slimy. There's something that just looks plasticky.
Yeah.
About his face and his hair, or I don't know what it is. I cannot lose sight of the fact that what he did in getting rid of Kevin McCarthy was balls of steel. He made himself the most hated man in the belt, inside the Beltway, and succeeded in getting someone who's way more based than Kevin McCarthy, who was a classic uniparty, terrible choice by the Republicans. And that was not an easy thing, considering that, think about this, Matt Gaetz is the most hated person inside the Beltway, and Kevin McCarthy was the most loved Republican amongst his peers out of anyone because of the money that he was able to raise for the GOP. So that is a massive accomplishment, which he basically went out there for. And I give him great props for that. But I agree with you that I don't love trusting Matt Gaetz. I don't know why.
Also, if he runs, it's going to be nonstop. Did he engage in sex trafficking?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's overplayed. I think
it's still used against them, fair or not. It'll hurt, especially with the women that you need to, the white women that you have to win to become president.
Yeah, I think Josh Hawley. Honestly, if you ask me, really, it's Kennedy. I think Kennedy is awesome. I don't think he has aspirations of that nature.
Your chat said JD Vance, and I thought that was an interesting choice. I don't know if he quite fits the mold, though.
I wouldn't.
You're talking about the old man Kennedy with the glasses, who does a fantastic job of dismantling people.
Louisiana, yeah, Senator.
Yeah, he's freaking sweet.
Yeah, he's awesome. He's awesome. Josh Hawley's pretty solid too. But
I was a fan of his. It was funny. I briefly became a fan of Lindsey Graham during the Kavanaugh hearings. Unfortunately, that did not last long.
Yeah.
But Holly's one that, I don't watch a lot of congressional committee stuff. That's the one I go for.
Hawley and Kennedy are the two most enjoyable ones. That's for sure. I'm not a big fan of MTG or Lauren Boebert.
No.
And
what about what was it, Marsha Blackburn? Do I have that right?
Not bad. No, not and also the new one, Hageman from Wyoming, who replaced Liz Cheney. She seems actually pretty good. There are a couple who of up and comers in the House who are not really well. Byron Donalds has seemed pretty good. Jim Jordan's not bad. I mean, he has the scandal going with Ohio State, but yeah. There are a few names out there, but it's an interesting question. It's a very interesting question.
I would say of all of the names go ahead. Sorry.
No, that's okay. Karamang says Jews didn't come out of tunnels. It's a culty cult. Link to the beheader video in Local's graphic. I'm not pulling that up. Nick Ricada told me in person he would give you the 24-hour pay for yourself as a marriage gift. That's so kind of him. What were your views on Ben Shapiro having #1 rap single in the U.S. all genres? And number 2, worldwide, Strange Days. You guys seen his video?
You're talking about the one with Ben Shapiro rapping in it?
Yeah.
Yeah, me and Strategic Eyes and I just did a review of it. It's freaking hilarious.
Ever since he responded to that guy who kept making the Ben Shapiro Thug Life videos, but then he started watching them and responding to them, I kind of figured this was something like this was going to come out. Certainly didn't expect it, obviously, but
I actually sent Ben Shapiro an email today asking him. I was like, look, I'm making a chasna for my daughter. I'm a conservative podcaster. And, I would appreciate, I'm having a whole bunch of guests. I appreciate if you would, pop in for a few minutes. So I'm hopeful that sometime over the next 22 hours, 21 and a half hours, Ben Shapiro will be here. And
chat, tweet at him. Joe is a boomer and uses the old-fashioned slug mail. Postal service is snail mail. Email is slug mail. Guys, tweet at Ben Shapiro. Do the real thing to get him here.
Yeah.
If you do have him on, what are you going to ask him?
I have so many.
What is a woman?
No, I have a lot of questions for Ben. I have a lot of questions for Ben Shapiro. I do like good questions for him. I'm still waiting for Vivek to get back to me. Supposedly he goes on every podcast but mine. I don't know what's happening.
Because you emailed him, didn't you? Guys, tweet at him.
No. His PR guy basically added me. I started following me, so I followed him back, and I said, "What is it going to take to get Vivek on here?" And he said to me, "You need to send an email to me and to like 2 other people."
He was lying. If he said email, then he was lying.
That's the millennial version of blowing you off. Leave a voicemail, Joe.
What? What? That's not the millennial version of blowing you off. That had to be. This was when he was still in the race. That it was like
send me an email so I can throw it in the spam folder. Come on, you gotta tweet at everyone. Tweet.
I did. I tweeted at him.
You remember last time I called in, I gave you this whole social media training course?
Yeah.
Was I wrong? I wrong?
I don't know. Oh, I can throw it back at you. How many followers do you have? How many followers do I have? You're the one giving me lessons.
I'm not the one asking for Ben Shapiro to come on my show. I mean, I would ask for Joe from Good Logic to appear on my show.
If you want to mix it up here, I'm just saying. You could be right. I mean, your suggestions make sense.
You want to turn this into a game? I bet I can have more followers by the end of the calendar year than you. And I have 6 followers. I have 6 followers.
You can. Tim, it's not me versus you. I'm simply saying.
I've got to go follow Tim.
Yeah, I want to follow Tim.
You might already run, because we did that collaboration stream together so long ago.
That's good.
Oh yes, that was ages. I was like, I know this guy, and then it's like, oh right, I do.
Yeah. I was trolling you on your Supreme Court stream there with the crutch word count.
Oh God, yes. Lots of crutch words. I mean, watching it, I just twitch every time I see it. Yeah. But at the end of the day, I won, so I can't complain that much. But it's just hard to watch for me.
Yeah. By the way, in terms of like legal, prowess, this guy has argued and won at Canada's Supreme Court, which counts for like I don't know, a district court at the American level, but the best of the worst and still the best of something.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's got to be like 40% of the U.S. Supreme Court, maybe.
Yeah.
No, but it was fun to watch you go through that, because after having just come out of an appellate advocacy moot myself, I mean, I learned a lot from watching your video. Watch from people who do it.
Yeah.
Well, I watched because I'm going up. I'm terrified, so I spent a whole bunch of time watching them, and you see people who do really well, and you see people who just absolutely fall on their face. And it tells you a little bit of like, I want to go this direction and not that direction.
I think so do you remember, did you watch the hearing on the Greenhouse Gas Pricing Pollution Act GGPPA?
I don't think so.
Okay. The Saskatchewan Attorney General, the lawyer representing them, fumbled real hard when it came to the justices asking questions. I think it may have cost them the case, because every other environmental case has come out against Trudeau. That was the only one that went in his favor. And I'm not sure the national concern, the Crown Zallerbach standard was really good in that one. I didn't like the justification very much.
There are a number of times when you can watch the Supreme Court, you could just see somebody says something and you watch them just go, oh,
yes,
you're losing.
Yeah.
There was one, I forget, it was some religious rights issue, and the guy who was arguing, right? I think so. And do you remember the lawyer on that one? Just absolutely falling on his face.
I'm bad with names, but I do remember like the gist of what you're talking about.
Just the video, it was something to watch because it was just painful. It was like, come on, dude. Did you just like roll out of bed and do no prep for this?
Yeah.
He was unready to answer any questions at all. And yeah, it hurt.
I had to do my very first opening statement in a moot a couple weeks ago, and that was nerve-wracking as hell because all the fellow classmates were the jurors, and then they got to write notes to the prof for feedback, and then the prof read them out. And so it's like being judged on American Idol. It was so nerve-wracking.
Wow.
Yeah, that would hurt.
Yeah.
But hey,
I got to pull this up here real fast. Frankie dropping the 100 on me, and for the marriage, as a follow-up to this super chat here, who said, Joe, Ari's abrasive, absolutely hilarious. Have you never watched Joe Rogan? Check out the Protect Our Parks episodes. They're my absolute favorite. I laugh until my face hurts. Well, I'm going to tell you, Frankie, I'm going to count those two came back to back, so I'm going to count those as one. You're in the lead right now for the biggest contribution so far, which I'm going to put you at $120. So yeah, you're in the lead, because if you check my banner down below, the largest super chat / donation on so it could be either through here or on PayPal, Venmo, will receive an autographed NYPD hat. Frankie actually won a hat from me a long time ago. Like, she was one of the first people to win a hat, but that wasn't autographed. So yeah, thank you for the generous thing. Sorry to cut you guys off. I know you guys were having a grand old Canuckian time.
Was she standing next to Jordan Peterson in that picture?
Was she standing next to Jordan?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah,
I have a. Oh yeah, because you can see his that's his logo in the background there. I think that's the cover of his book.
Yeah, good call. Great catch there. Great catch there. Also, RM Strim says Trudeau's reign has been responsible for something like 40% of all of Canada's historical government scandals. We Charity is but one. I have a bunch to run. Oh, I also want to pull this up and say, God bless you, Bella Stella. Gifting 20 good Lawgic memberships. God bless you, Bella Stella, who's regularly gifting people with memberships. You might not realize this, but if you get gifted a membership, that makes you a follower, because my show is called The Following Program. People become followers. Some people get higher level followings. They become disciples. I think we have prophets, high priests, but you might mistakenly think that means the following is some type of like some cult type of cult, and it is not at all. It's like nothing at all a cult type of cult. Those of you who are beneficiaries of the beneficence of Bella Stella, I welcome you to the following. I tell you that this is not at all a cult type of cult. There's no squirrel mutilations, no Kool-Aid, no tracksuits that are mandatory, only highly recommended, no spaceships, no self-harm, no harming others, no squirrel mutilations. I think I covered that. No goat sacrifices, no throwing virgins into volcanoes, mild farm work, and no throwing blood on the walls. We're very against the whole blood on the walls thing. Very, very against it, because it's not at all a cult.
Not even an X on your door?
No X on the door.
Okay.
I didn't even.
By the way, Joe, I tore my tracksuit falling down one of the shafts.
There's no mandatory tracksuits. There's no mandatory tracksuits at all.
It was an optional tracksuit for the mandatory meeting.
No spaceships, no nothing. But yeah, we're all about community unity and greater personal growth. That's really what the following is about. So
that was the AA meeting, by the way. Oh, geez, I forgot. Why did I come to a 24-hour stream unprepared? I got some Lagavulin.
Ah, nice. That's my second favorite beverage right there.
I think I'll pour myself a drink.
I've got some cough syrup here somewhere. I've got some Vicks.
Yeah, drink that.
Vapor rub.
Drop our.
I mean, I'm Native American. If I had gasoline in this cup, I'd drink it.
You could apply the vapor rub on stream, but I don't think this is that kind of show.
It is so good. Lagavulin is so good. It is so good. Cheese Terrence says the man at Potentially Skipped had a very earlier chat that said tunnels undermine the pillar. This is me gifting you $10, the most laziest way. So harami. I respect your laziness. Worcester Shaw says, I'm a middle-aged woman, mod on Trump trial. You haven't. That's it's cute that you want to keep healthy boundaries. No? Well, thank you.
Yeah, that was in reference to your why you don't have mods.
Yeah, why I have almost no mods. Kathy says, getting closer to the hat. I'm a 65-year-old fat woman. How much to buy a wrench? that's not I think Lady Lawgic might be on board if I sell wrenches. I think I'm at $20 now. Any good? You're very close, but now it's at 120. So we're working there. Cheese Terrence says, what's the minimum dollar to get you to be in person to come to Wisconsin?
I told you. Got the mileage out of that $2 there.
Yeah, no, he did. I respect that.
Of course you do. You know what I said.
Oh yeah, I know what you're saying. I know exactly what you're saying. Okay, so yeah, for me to come, I just explained how reluctant I am to actually throw something into a box and mail it. That I was like, that's not worth $100 to me. And you want to know what it would take me to get on a plane and come to Wisconsin. If airfare and hotel and car were included to come.
Then $2.
What?
Then it's $2 after that.
If it's a Canadian airline, it's $20,000.
No. Once we include first class airfare and car and hotel.
What if she supplies you with a box that's pre-stamped envelope kind of thing that we were talking about earlier for your hat?
As long as it's labeled non-mandatory tracksuits, I'm sure he'll
handle with care.
Seriously, to come to Wisconsin,
you got to punch some air holes in it too,
right?
What would you? Let me ask you. What would you charge if someone said they want you to go halfway across the? Someone said they want you to go to Ontario, Runkle. What would you charge them? Someone said. What would
Ontario or somewhere I wanted to visit anyway?
Yeah,
because
Ottawa.
I don't want to go to Wisconsin.
How much
I'd rather go to Wisconsin than Ontario.
Why?
Why? Ontario's full of politicians.
Oh, fair enough.
Especially Ottawa.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess a little bit over my costs. It really depends on sort of what the time frame is too.
All right. All right.
And Runkle, let's talk about how expensive flights are here.
They're insane.
Well, and you fly out of a major airport too. Like Edmonton to Toronto is, I think, a daily trip for Air Canada, and it's still what $800-900 return.
Yeah, at least.
Now, flying from Calgary to Minneapolis cost me $148 American.
Whew.
You can't fly anywhere where I am for $148.
So and Calgary to Minneapolis, look at a map. Those are not cities that are very close to each other. They're like 19 hours apart driving.
It does. It sounds. Yeah, I can't even imagine. I'm still trying to come up with a number. I'm going to think on that. I'll get back to you.
I'd say between 1 and 2,000.
Yeah.
I was thinking
I'd probably do that for that above my costs.
For that above your costs. I was thinking 25. But
I mean, the other flip side is that you have to be really sure that you're not being flown out to get murdered.
Yeah, that's the other thought that I had. Like
where will we meet? Oh, right, behind this alley.
I have a woodshed.
Yeah, I don't think anybody.
We're just going to meet out in the forest.
Here, Joe. Let's take this tour around Kenosha. Kenosha County. Maybe you've heard of it.
Yeah, Joe, I'd like to fly out here. We're just going to go into the woods. Could you please bring some plastic wrap and a shovel and some lye?
Oh, Joe's got shovels to spare. Don't worry.
Fine. 134 isn't happy. I had my one shot with the British girl. You blocked me, blocker. That's because I wouldn't mod Brit Brad. I'm sorry, J Rock, but I'm sure she appreciated the efforts you put in there. Thank you for the super sticker, Jacob. I much appreciate you. Malcolm McKee. I got that before. Cheese Terran, the interviewer says commitment has Bob Iger is with Disney. This crap needs to end. That was the interviewer with the Apple.
Yeah.
Debbie says they didn't cancel the Keystone X pipeline. Biden canceled the Keystone pipeline on January 20th.
Which is well within, like the courts can't review that. That's well within his executive power.
On January 20th, 2021 is when he did that, before he laid his head on the pillow. Debbie Biden's a fake Pinocchio with two strings. Yeah, I don't think he's deciding anything. No one addresses the brown hoof, aka Moose Mafia. Do you know what the Moose Mafia is?
What?
I assume it's a Canadian thing.
It is obviously a Canadian reference.
But it's not like there's no organized crime group.
Is it the Hamilton Mooseheads? No, that's wrong. Halifax. Is it Halifax or Hamilton?
I don't know. That sounds like a sports thing. And
the Mooseheads are a hockey team, but it's like a major junior. It's not NHL. Might be that. Might be that. Might be it.
Sorry.
Manitoba Moose. Manitoba Moose. It's the junior team for the Jets.
Bella Stella followed up with $100 after the 20 gifted memberships with $100 for the wedding fund. God bless you, Bella. You are awesome. You are awesome. And then Cheesetarian coming in. That's remember the $2 super chat? How much to fly me out to Wisconsin? 50 good Lawgic memberships. God bless you, Cheesetarian. God bless you indeed. I think you should have said 5,000, brother. Yeah, so that's my Cheesetarian there. I'd still stick with the 25. I think I'd stick with the 25. So, yeah, God bless you. All you new logicians, or not logicians.
Logicians? What?
Logicians.
What? You want to mulligan that one there, Joe?
Yes, very much. I'd like to go back in time, please, like 15 seconds. Because when I said that word, I went back in time 2 years before I had come up with followers. Yeah, they used to be logicians, but now they are actually followers. All you members of the following, which is not at all a cult type of cult. Welcome aboard. God bless you, Cheesetarian.
that sounds like it might be a cult.
What sounds like it might be a cult?
The following.
It's not a cult.
Time Magazine has officially endorsed the not cult-like cult nature of this not cult.
It's not at all a cult type of cult. Everyone's tries saying what you said there.
It's not a cult type of cult. It's an occult.
Yeah, it's a not cult type of cult.
It's not a cult type of cult. I don't know why people get so confused about this.
So what type of cult is it?
It's not. Why do you keep saying? I just said it's
because
not.
You said it's not a cult type of cult. So what type of cult would it be?
I mean, the number one way to determine if something's a cult is if they call it not a cult.
I feel like my brain is melting. Am I not speaking English? It's not a cult.
We're speaking American. I don't know what you're speaking.
I don't know what you're all talking about here. I'm very confused.
I don't know. Still sounds like a cult.
Good to see you, Runkle. Good to see you.
Likewise.
If you as Top Hat can do it, there's hope. I got this one. I got this one said don't publish, so I won't. Check out the Jeremy Hotz clip on differences between Canada and U.S. It's hilarious, and then I win. Since we are 50% Canadian here, I'm actually feeling inclined. I'm feeling inclined. Jeremy Hotz.
Tom Bracow made a video during the Vancouver Olympics. This is like 2010, I think. It's a pretty old video. It's low quality, but that's the one I remember when I think of like an American telling Americans about Canada. It's a really good video. It's so cool. So,
do you guys ever?
Some of them are hilarious, though.
Do you guys ever watch that show Due South? Like, is that popular in Canada?
Due South?
No.
Or you don't even know about it? It's
I
about
I remember it. I just nobody watches it. It's
weird
over,
because Americans
isn't it, for
do.
like
Well, yeah, it has been for a long time. I was just like, it was one of the most Canadian things I'd ever seen. It's about a Canadian Mountie who's stuck at the embassy, so he can't technically do police work in the United States, but he keeps finding ways to do it anyway, and it's usually a pretty funny show.
Let's check out this Jeremy Hotz thing before while I still have. Well, I'm still 50% Canadian here.
Oh, it's a comedy. Okay.
Yeah, what did you think?
Well, the Tom one is more serious.
We coexist together because we're all Canadian. We're part of Canada, and we're
Oh, this
bonding
guy.
against the common enemy, the United States. What a horrible country.
this style of delivery is his whole thing, by the way.
Un-Canadian people you will ever meet in your life.
We are very un-Canadian.
They look like us. That's the end of it right there. They're not like us at all. They're morons. All across the streets, they're even crazier. I was in Texas. Oh, there's some yahoos in Texas. That's where the term comes from. I don't even think the French have a word for yahoos. I got off the bus, a guy with a big cowboy hat comes walking up to me. Horse, nowhere in sight. Just looks at me, y'all from out of town? Oh yeah, all of us. Standing alone, Buford, who are you looking at? You can't call an American on anything because they're violent. They'll get mad at you. They'll tell you right to your face, screw you.
Keep in mind, they do sell liquor at these events.
Why the rest?
Yeah. This bombing so hard it's making refugees.
I was kind of wondering like what the funny part was going to.
What's the punchline?
This style of delivery is this guy's entire thing.
But by the way, Letterkenny. Someone pointed out Letterkenny. That is a documentary, and I can tell you this authoritatively from as a native. Okay, when they talk, every time they do the native memes, right? The native hockey team, the res people, that's real. It's not exaggerated. It's not hyperbole. Everything they say is 100% authentic and real.
Yeah, I've seen Letterkenny. That's actually pretty funny.
I haven't watched Letterkenny, but reserves get pretty interesting in Canada.
Let me
I can't really. So Reds hockey teams was the origin of the saying, "I went to a fight and a hockey game broke out."
Tara says his real father is the Rolling Stones, talking about Trudeau.
Yeah.
Pete Trudeau hung out with Lee Harvey Oswald as a CIA op, according to Worcestershire. Tara says he takes second jet on trips for costumes.
Trudeau.
Reformed comic, check local super chat for his mom's intro. His Castro.
Oh yeah, someone has like a picture,
Castro?
like a picture that compares the two. They love posting that. It's a pretty well-known meme.
Oh, it's an interview where she was practically humping the reporter's leg. Apparently, I don't know.
Well, okay, so Trudeau's mother has quite the reputation, and we'll just leave it there.
Right, and I am checking that, and fans know, showing that video, they all know that my hand was supposedly on the pillar in Pillowgate, so I didn't affect her lawsuit. It's not supposed to tip over when someone just puts a hand on it when there's going to be 1,000 people around it. Joe,
I was kind of wondering how the hell that even happened when I watched that. I was like, how does this even happen? Like,
it's not supposed to. That's why there's a lawsuit. I mean,
right.
Fan says Joe did not learn well. Digging tunnels do not knock over pillar holding up the tunnel. That's good. That's true. Also, he says the video will have to be produced for Discovery, Joe, and as a court officer, you know it. That's probably true, but I don't think there's much evidence there. Also says Wade made statement to end divorce, but state has already started investigations, so you can expect testimony before the state house and committees under oath. That's probably true. Speaking of Cori Bush, funny short video on topic. Do I want to pull this up here?
Cori, are the allegations true?
Yeah, I'm not into that whole sort of thing right now. I'm going to sort of skip past that. And Fan says this is a chair that resigned post Nazis in Parliament.
Oh,
right. Yeah. They're
hear about that?
No.
So, you remember the story that we inadvertently honored a Ukrainian Nazi?
Yes.
In our parliament?
Yes.
That's the reference. So there was one guy in that interview who later became the Speaker of the Canadian Parliament. He was the one who had to step down. I think it was Julian, right? Peter
I think
Julian?
so. Yeah. That was such a gong show.
The
funniest thing?
I thought it was hilarious.
The funniest thing is that just before the discovery that this guy was a Nazi came out, they were like, "Oh, look at Pierre Poilievre. He's not clapping for this guy." What a like that's what the liberals were all over Twitter saying is like they're not clapping for this guy, and man, did they end up eating crow real fast on that.
Awesome. That
the
is so
spin
awesome.
cycle was working real hard that day.
Fan says the Holland Tunnel is the only one that they hid the Jews in. He also says Gates is Florida man and looks the part. And Joe call Viva and ask him for Vivek's digits. I'm not stealing his phone number off of Viva. I know etiquette 101. I know 2024 etiquette 101. You don't ask for another dude's phone number.
Uncle, is Viva even Canadian anymore? Has he fully Americanized himself?
I think he's fully American at this point.
Yeah, we should. I think we should disavow and disown him. Well, first of all, he became too radical. I mean, obviously, associated with him puts us in trouble with our dear leader.
Anyhow,
I don't think he covers a lot of Canadian stuff these days, unless it's like the convoy stuff or that kind of thing.
Yeah,
which possibly is the only news story out of Canada in the last decade that any American knows about.
Yeah.
Malcolm says, thanks for playing the week charity clip. Going to bed now, but I hope the rest of the fundraiser goes well. Congratulations to both you and your daughter. Thank you so much, Malcolm. That's very kind of you. Joe, mod me. Yeah, if you pop on the channel, I will mod you. If you pop in here, and I'll mod you. That's all. Barracuda says, update Ben's Twitter now says world's number one.
I love that he goes all in. You know, if there's
great.
one thing you'd say about Ben Shapiro, he always goes all in.
That's what she said. Cheese Tan says, ask Ben to drop a beat as a fellow Jew. That was definitely on the plan. I was a step ahead of you. I was like, I'm totally going to ask him to freestyle for me if he makes an appearance. Freestyle about my daughter's wedding.
Can you rap in Hebrew?
Yeah, sure.
It's been a while since I've just sat and listened to someone talking. And
I think you have to wear a raincoat if you sit in the front row.
Things have to rhyme. Do things rhyme?
Very much so. Very much
okay,
so.
Good.
It's actually a language which is very it's very gender oriented. Like every word is either a male or has a male or female origin. And when you
like French.
Yeah, and when you pluralize them, so all the male words end in im, and female words end in ot. So you basically can take almost any words and make them rhyme as long as you stay in the same gender of male or female. And it's going to end up rhyming because they'll end in im.
So you're saying it's rapping on easy mode, like
it really is
raps.
What about non-binary words?
I was just gonna say that. Literally, how does a non-binary person speak Hebrew?
Believe it or not, there's no non-binary in here. There are some words which can be either male or female. So I guess that's probably they would call those gender fluid. Angel Bellsprout says, happy for Joe finding out he had an accomplice in the attempted ending of his sister after all this time. Sorry, it's too late for dust for Prince. It's true. So those of you, did you ever hear about Pillowgate?
No. I'm not familiar with this one.
No, Pillowgate was at my sister's wedding, my sister's son's wedding, where I accidentally knocked over one of the pillars upholding the chuppah there, and it fell and hit her on the head. In the middle of like right at the end of the ceremony, like everyone's coming up to the thing, and my hand was on it, and the next thing it landed on her head, and she's actually suing now because she had to have surgery. That's how injured she was from it. Like they ruined. I felt at the moment I was snickering about it because I thought it was kind of funny that I ended up knocking something over on and falling on her because like
But you're being sued over this?
I'm not being sued. The hall is being sued because they're not supposed to be leaving something there when you have all these people merging onto a stage, and that someone puts a hand on it, just falls over. So, yeah. So but she actually had to have surgery. So like she had all sorts of like neck issues and stuff and headaches. And
I think it's pretty easy to say that something that heavy injuring someone is foreseeable.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. And so all along till now, I always felt I because she got really hurt by it, I felt guilty like that. I caused that to her. But I found the video because I was streaming the video and I took down the stream from YouTube and I forgot that it was on Odyssey. So tonight on stream here, I was watching it and we saw someone else's hand was on the pillar. It wasn't my hand. So there you go. It was the hand of God right there. Not my hand.
It was the other pillar pusher on the grassy knoll.
Yeah, it's the grassy knoll. Oh, Joe. Speaking of lawsuits, I saw you were. I thought you had Nate the lawyer on earlier today, right?
Yeah.
Or yesterday.
Yeah.
How's his lawsuit with Boozy going? Do you know? Did he? Is he talking about it?
So I think that they had to modify it because he had won on a summary judgment, but they had a chance to modify it, and I think that's the status that they're at. But I don't know. Okay. I don't know what happened with respect to that. So Barracuda says, grab your scrolls and unclutch your pearls. Debbie says, maybe you can count your membership gifters as super chat equivalents for today's hat thing. Just tonight. I am. And right now I'm counting. I'm cheesytarian. I can't keep track of like the smaller stuff. I'm counting cheesy. I promised Worcestershire I would. But yeah, I'm counting cheesytarians 50 memberships as 250. I think that's a fair thing to do. V is not flying spirits. I don't know what that means.
That's reference to me saying nobody's flying here for $148. Yeah.
Delta. It was that $140 flight was Delta.
That's
wow.
Crazy.
How much?
I guess Minneapolis is like their hub,
maybe
right?
It's a little different because like I always go with my family or something, so maybe I'm just not thinking about it right. But it's the funny thing is you'll Google it and then it'll tell you like a flight for that price, and then you'll go try to do it, and it's always more expensive. But anyway,
I got it. Yeah, it was just me, and it was Calgary to Minneapolis. That was the 2020 election stream.
God, I wish, man. Like, I would make getting my kids around all their wrestling events a hell of a lot easier.
Cheesytarian, we're a 10th of the way there, plus air flight. So there you go. So we're a 10th of the way there, Cheesytarian. We can do this. Joe, can we please have potluck dinners? I don't know what that means.
You don't know what a potluck dinner is?
You don't know what potluck is?
I don't know why someone will be asking me for a potluck dinner.
Oh,
thank goodness. I was oh god.
Why do you understand what that means? All you Sherlocks out there, you figure out what this means. That
it's elementary, my dear Joe.
A
potluck dinner is when everybody shows up with a dish of some kind.
I think he knows what a potluck dinner is. He just doesn't know why people are asking for one.
Yes,
because they want to have one with you. They want to try out kosher dinner.
With my $2 increments being at 36 now, I fear I'm going to be outbid. It's not looking good, Worcestershire. I have many acres and shovel. You can dig as many tunnels as your heart desires. No, okay. We're also meeting in a public place. This is exactly the sort of thing we're worrying about. I'm not meeting in some backyard here thing with some shovels. I'm definitely not digging you. I'm not digging for you when you take me out into like the back there, like at Miller's Crossing, and also walking out, taking a long, slow walk out on a dirt road, and then handing me a shovel while you hold a gun on me. No, this is not the way this is going down. Okay.
You dig your own tunnel.
We're meeting if this happens, we're meeting in a mall in like a real city. What's they have in Milwaukee? Okay.
The Cream City, Joe. The Cream City. Be careful about drag queen judges.
That's actually what it's called, the Cream City. I know. It doesn't sound like a city should be called that.
Okay. I think you covered this on your channel. There was a judge busted with some disgusting stuff on his computer. He was the founder of a children's like LGBT advocacy group called the Cream City Foundation. And I just think that's a horrible name for anything to do with children.
Shannon says it's a cult, but a fun cult. It's not a cult. Legendary Racing says French farmers are impersonating Canadian truck
drivers.
Okay. Good for them.
Freedom
I love
Convoy
that car and
reference.
his icon. That's pretty sweet.
Joe, I'm from Westchester County, New York. I'm not a poor mod. Westchester is a pretty rich area. I'm not going to kid you, but it's not about being a poor. It's a matter of I need you to appear on stream. Potluck dinner means a lot of mayo and eggs. What?
Egg salad. Egg salad.
I don't know what any of you are talking about. Why are people saying to me stuff that I don't know what they're saying? Real Patriots Party says Cult Starship NCC 2024 now boarding at Terminal Ghetto 4. Please have your press pass and tracksuit ready at the gate. Wink, wink. No squirrels. I don't know what any of you are talking
Squirrels are
about
check
anymore.
baggage only.
Well, at least they're paying you to read the nonsense, right?
I guess so. I guess so. All right. So my did I get this? Yeah, I got that. Okay, and I got this one. Okay. Yeah, so my diggers have put together a list of different things that they want me to review. And I think that's what I want to start. They gave me a whole list of different things that they wanted me to react to, and I'd be happy to have you guys join me in reacting to. I don't know what I haven't seen any of these. I know that this
also if you ever have a work
sorry.
If you ever have a work potluck, because like lots of companies love the forced potluck, boiled onions is my go-to. It costs $2 for a giant bag of onions, and it really tells them, hey, if you want to do a lunch thing, pay for it yourselves.
Does a real cult have potluck? Is that why everyone's saying that?
No.
Because
most cults don't have food.
Yeah, I was good.
Anybody can do a
The
potluck.
following is not a cult type of cult. I don't know why.
Well, obviously,
not cult type of cult. It's a
I think that's what
different kind
Scientology says as well.
Yeah.
we definitely resent the comparison to Scientology.
You mean
Someone's
you
gonna
guys don't
email
have
me
your
a
own
letter
like
bomb.
metal rods that you want us to hold on to while you like dissect our brains or whatever?
All right, look, some of the leaders of the following want me to react to this video. Okay, they gave me videos to react to, so I'm going to start my reacting. All
This
right?
is probably going to be loud as hell.
This is Alex Jones ranting as an indie folk song. I don't know I haven't seen it yet. This is all. This is stuff that was prepared.
You haven't seen this one before?
No.
No.
I haven't seen this.
System, the company store, the paradigm of absolute control. And that's why we're just out here doing simple things, pointing out that we're meant to be in nature and be natural. And this is where we find the source that God.
Is he all natural in this right now? Because that's what I'm getting. We're men in nature meant to do things that are all natural. That's what I heard there.
God made to transcend the New World Order. And that's why they want to try to keep us out of it.
I'm angry.
Oh, I've heard this one.
For these people. They're a bunch of Christian murderers, scum. They're on giant death factories, keeping babies alive, selling their body parts. What more do you need to know about these people?
He's so good. He is so talented.
I think Nick played this on his stream a few times.
He is so freaking talented.
He gets the best meth.
Yeah. No, he admitted that, didn't he, on Joe Rogan?
I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah, I mean, you can't keep that level of energy without it, probably. But I'm saying the creativity that flows from him and the ability to present, he's so good. He's so talented.
Did you guys watch him on Russell Brand where he talks about being like a spiritual shaman who receives visions and stuff?
He might have overdosed that day.
That was really weird. I'm like, wait a minute. We've gone from now you're like an insider getting whispered to by the CIA to now you're imagining all of it. And it's all a spiritual hallucination that you have. Like, he seriously did that because you guys all know Russell Brand meditates and stuff like that. I don't know if he was just trying to appeal to Russell Brand's audience, but that's apparently where he gets all of his stuff now. He makes these predictions. They're all actually visions. They're not insider info anymore.
I think someone mixed some bath salts into his meth.
I seriously think, though, his role is to say things that are partially true in the most insane way possible to make anyone who might ever come to that conclusion look crazy.
And yet, ultimately, they seem to prove out as being true.
Right, exactly.
I think like
That's the worst
10%
part.
of them do. And the problem is he says lots of things. 10% is probably high.
I'm just saying they really were turning the frogs gay. Okay, we learned that we learned that they were turning the frogs gay. he was wrong on Sandy Hook. Okay, all right, but I'm saying.
Are you implying you don't think he was wrong?
What? You don't? So you think he was not wrong about Sandy Hook?
I think there's a little bit more to this. Actually, you know what? The most suspect shooting was the Las Vegas one because that had no rhyme or reason to it.
I don't tend to assume that psychos have rhyme or reason to their.
I do. The thing about psychos is, you know, they set their mind to a path, right? However misguided or wrong it is. I'm not saying they're logical people, but they have a rationale in their head and they follow it. The Las Vegas one is the one that just makes no sense to me.
So this is what I think you're touching on something very interesting here. I mean this seriously. Okay, I was gonna make a joke out what you said, and there's plenty of room there you left your head sitting out there waiting for but I actually think that you're touching on something interesting. I think there are different types of psychos. I think there are some people who are just they get into a cause so much so they lose the plot and they become psycho, but that doesn't mean that they're plotless. Because they started with a plot, like the Oklahoma City bomber. Okay, so I think he started with a plot and then left the reservation. So you could sort of see where he's starting, and you could still see the seedlings of it in the finished product, even if everyone recognizes the dude was a psychotic lunatic, as opposed to other people who are psychos who I think it's like. Whatever seedling I think they have a sprinkling of different seeds that all sort of grew together that there's no way to actually make any rhyme or reason out of what they're doing. And that's why they might end up in Las Vegas shooting up like a movie theater or whatever it is. Because I think that they have countless craziness running inside them and that there's no recognizable plot to them. Does that make sense? No,
I know. It's kind of the point I touched on, right? That it's not logical to you and me, right? But still, there is some definition in the pathway in their mind. Well, again, not based in reality, not based in logic, right? Look at John Lennon's killer is a good example, right? The secret coded messages and whatever. Again, to them in their head, it makes sense.
Well,
but they leave some trace, right? Because when you undertake a cause like this, there's two goals, right? To bring attention to the cause and to actually tell people what the cause is.
Well, when you look at people who are on certain drugs, they behave in a completely
the SSRI thing. But
it means it seems completely normal to them, like to do any number of different things. Like they think it makes perfect sense to be, I don't know, like trying to jump off of buildings because they think they can fly, et cetera, et cetera. Yeah. So if you think of an insane person as someone with an in some way an inhibited brain, then it only makes sense that they're going to come up with just weird stuff. I mean, like if you read the manifesto of the trans shooter who shot up
Nashville
in church, so you're here because you're going to shoot white people. You're freaking white, like there's no rhyme or reason to that, right? It's just that's my point. It's just that it's stuff like that happens, and it does seem to make sense to them at the time, in whatever twisted, screwed up way they look at the world.
Yeah. What do you think, Joe? Do you think that manifesto is going to come out through this? Because it sounds like a judge is looking at to release it right now.
Which one?
Nashville, the Nashville shooter.
Oh, the trans.
Yeah. The manifesto that they're trying to keep secret.
I think eventually it'll come out.
Okay.
I think eventually it'll come out. I think.
Now,
the public interest behind it, there's no legal basis, I think, for them
to be perfectly clear. Like, I do believe that the people accused of these shootings are the ones who did it. I don't believe there's been like a psyop or their secret feds or anything like that. I always
that they're triggered by feds though.
No, not in most cases. I just think that there's an aspect, there's always an angle or an aspect that the government isn't forthcoming with because it's possibly damaging to them, or simply because they don't know. I mean, don't ascribe to malice which you can explain with incompetence, right?
Buffalo shooter had some guy in his Discord putting him up to it. Other people had not recordings, but screenshots of his conversations with him. And so people thought that he might be a handler, and then apparently somebody with a similar name ended up in the Discord of the Uvalde shooter. So that's why people have kind of a Manchurian candidate feel about some of these things.
And some of the timing
feels off,
some of the
right?
timing,
It feels wrong.
Some of the timing and locations of these make you feel like
exactly. That gut feel, Joe.
don't
that gut feeling is
understand.
exactly what
That
I'm talking
sounds
about.
really weird to be happening here, and usually like within 6 months of an election, it's like I can guarantee you there's going to be at least 2 crazy shootings that are going to happen sometime over the next 8 months. That's what I can guarantee you.
You're familiar with the Nova Scotia shooter, right, Runkle? In his case, the dentist.
You better be asking Runkle because no one in America knows anything about stuff that happens.
Yeah, Nova Scotia doesn't exist to the rest of the world, but that's another one too, where there's a piece missing because it doesn't quite make sense. It doesn't pass the sniff test. Like at Cole Polytechnique, that's perfectly explainable. Yes, the guy's a monster. The Quebec Mosque, right? Same thing. Explainable. The dentist in Nova Scotia, I don't know what set him off. I don't think anyone does.
And there's some other weird stuff around that one too.
A lot of weird stuff. Like, first of all, we know his guns were smuggled in from the States. I can tell you, as someone who's crossed the U.S. boundary many times in a car, they look. The Canadian border do not mess around. They have torn my vehicle apart because they think I'm pulling guns in because, I'm res guy or whatever.
Well, when you talk about the guns, that's another thing that Uvalde and Buffalo had in common was that they suddenly made this huge gun purchase and they didn't buy cheap ones and they weren't exactly wealthy kids. Like, so where the hell did they get the money? Right? Like that's another reason why some people lean in the direction that somebody was setting that up.
Yeah,
and I was going to say some of them have motives. I mean, like, so like Oklahoma City was a guy angry about Waco. That doesn't mean you should go blow up a building because you're angry about Waco. But Waco is something to be legitimately angry about.
Someone said Halifax seems like a nice place, but again, it's Canada. It is a cool city. It feels like a smaller version of Boston. Sorry, a smaller Boston.
The other really weird thing about that one is just how many reports the police got. Like, this guy is crazy. This guy's got this guy's got all sorts of guns, and the police are like, I mean,
although they've been guilty of that many, many, many times. But the RCMP are so incompetent.
It's super easy for them to get a warrant on that sort of thing. And it's like...
So this guy decked out a replica RCMP cruiser. He bought like a retired Crown Vic, I think it was, from an auction, and then ordered a bunch of like eBay stickers and a light bar. He used that car, that fake police car, to pull people over and then shoot them while they sat in their car.
CDASP 2022 dropping the rant here, saying I'm an 11-month locals member. You were my first. Please clarify: are locals members of the cult? Tracksuits optional, or are we a separate cult? Okay, so just to clarify here, because you seem a little confused. Here. Perhaps I wasn't clear. It's not a cult type of cult. So
it's not a cult type of cult. So what type of cult is it?
Right.
It's a not cult type of not cult.
I don't know.
Oh, by the way,
like we need to get that guy in here who's running for prime minister to just pin Joe down on this cult question.
Yeah. Drop.
What kind of a cult is it then? Which kind of cult, Joe? Which kind?
It's
you're not answering the question, Joe. What kind of cult is it,
Joe? How much money is in the cult, Joe? Give me a dollar figure.
Can you share with us how much money your wife and your children have gotten from the cult?
My family has not had any position. They've done a lot of charity work here.
They have not had any position in the cult, you're saying?
Not had any position about the standings of any. It's because there would need to be a cult, and it's very much not a cult type of cult. So like, how could
not a cult type of cult? He says.
I don't understand why this is so confusing to people. So he wants to know: are locals members of the cult? Tracksuits optional, or are we a separate? So with respect to people who are, I think it's a great question. I think it's an important question. I think people want to know: are you a part of the following? If you are a paying member at Good Lawgic, goodlogic.locals.com, because there's a lot of people who follow me at goodlogic.locals.com who are not paying, and that's totally acceptable. And then there are people who are paying, subscribing people who are in at goodlogic.locals.com, and those people who are paying, and which I recommend for those of you who join goodlogic.locals.com, is that you're definitely a member of the following. That's for sure. In fact, I would actually say that it's preferred stock versus common stock, so which is in YouTube. So yeah, you're definitely so welcome to the following. Welcome aboard. Thank you so much. I think I answered all questions. There should be no more confusion. There should be no more confusion about the following. Can we watch the rest
Would
of
you say
Alex?
that they're old stock?
Yes, we do need to watch the rest of the Alex.
I mean, it's.
I need more Alex Jones.
Go out and face this scum. They literally crawl out from under rocks. They have green looking skin and they run around screaming, "We love Satan, we want to eat babies." I have them on video.
You don't have him on video.
Hillary's in the creepy, weird, sick stuff, man.
Okay, that one he was right about.
It's in the same room with that creepy, weird woman whose mother wears a hood over her head. That woman number one is ugly. Imagine how bad she smells, man. I'm told her and Obama just stink. Obama and Hillary both smell like sulfur.
I'm sorry. I don't know why I think he's so funny. I think this guy's a genius. I do. I'm like, it's a funny thing when you attack their scent, because how would anyone know? No one's around them, and it's just it's creative. I'm sorry. I think he's funny.
That would have been a hilarious defamation lawsuit.
It would have been. Well,
all right, we need the jurors to smell Obama.
That would be so great. That would be so great. Does he smell like sulfur? Does he smell like sulfur? Does he smell like sulfur?
Literal vampire pot-bellied goblins are hobbling round, coming after us. My spirit gets close to that evil and I feel it go. We're such self-centered crap, we don't even notice, and it's self-rising up against us. Millions of pointed people of the very worst type, and I'm so pissed. We're gonna stab your daughter at the mall. We're gonna stab your wife, your son.
Is he threatening me?
We're gonna stab.
I'm feeling very intimidated right now. I'm not gonna kid you. Oh my God.
Maybe with a butcher knife, and then the police chief is gonna say, we love our Somalis, we love our Muslims. Oh, they're so good. Oh, they're so sweet.
Oh, we love our Somalis. Oh my gosh, Molly Somali. That was
Little
that was
Mogadishu, aka Minneapolis, Minnesota.
That was really good.
Have any of you guys checked out the Alex Jones video game at all?
No,
I have not.
Oh, I watched.
Oh my
I watched a
God,
stream of it.
it's worth it just to listen to the intros, man. Like he's owning up to it, man. He is just. I don't know. You'd have to find a clip of it. I'm not gonna be able to do it justice. But when he spit it out in the video game, I literally just rolled around on the floor laughing. The video game is very simple. It's just that it's funny. That was like he really owned up to it.
Intro. Let's see what we got here. Alex Jones made a video game. I'm getting Indiana Jones.
Isn't it like a blatant Contra ripoff?
Yeah, it's not. You don't play it for the gameplay. You play it for the Alex Jones crap because it's everywhere. It's
very memeable.
He's leading. He did the voiceovers, and it's really funny. It's funny to listen to it because he's like combining every conspiracy theory ever.
The animated contest of liberty is waiting for you. you've got to take it in your hands. You've got to have the will to accept the truth and buck the system and the group collective. Do that, and you'll earn your way to the next level. This is the info war.
So I think what I meant was you'd have to watch. I guess you have to watch his briefing before the first mission of the game.
His briefing?
Yeah, I don't know if
the video game is called NWO, isn't it?
I don't remember, but like if you just watch the first, like, because he explains every mission before you go on it.
Yeah, there it is. NWO Wars.
Yep. I don't know if we're gonna be able to find it easily, like, but a lot of streamers covered it. It was so hilarious.
Might have to. There's someone commentating over it.
Should we do it with Ricky Berwick over here, or you guys know who Ricky Berwick is?
As long as they play him explaining the mission.
As long as they don't talk during the intro.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it right there. That's what you
This
need
one?
to listen to. That part where the green screen.
Is this the one?
So we have some.
Is this it?
Yeah, that's. Well, let me look. Hold on.
Terrible news. What? Tell me the news. Don't preface it with some sort of state. You might want to be sitting down for this. You can see I'm sitting down. I'm clearly sitting down. Alex Jones has made a new video game. What? How can he make a video game? He has negative $1 billion.
This is not it.
No, it's probably this guy's intro before his video starts. But no.
$900. Alex Jones is the shit. Is something you would never say if you don't know much about him, cause you only read the headlines.
Yeah, no.
Each of these games has made over $1 billion. Right.
Is this what I'm supposed to be watching?
No, it's not. It's not. We may not be able to. We may have to go to a streamer doing it, and then just because it's literally just the first mission, but it's fine if we don't find it. I can try to find it while you're doing it.
Someone said that Ricky Berwick isn't that bad, but like I don't want the commentary over the intro, so I hope he shuts
that
up.
part right there with the green scrolling. Try that. See if you.
By injecting you with an mRNA LGBTQ tadpole technology vaccine that depletes your testosterone and turns you into a rainbow amphibian.
That's some big words for a thing.
He's so good.
I'm ready.
I think that was the intro. That was it.
Yeah, that was what I was looking for. It was like, LGBTQ mRNA technology so that you turn into a rainbow amphibian. And you get chased around by doctors with syringes who are trying to stab you with it so that they can inject you with the LGBTQ mRNA technology.
Pretty lifelike, actually, if you think
Which
about
is a work of fiction, obviously, right?
Right.
Obviously. All right, let me see where I was at here. If you really want to laugh, watch Doug Stanhope. America is great. It's 3 minutes 28 songs. Trust me, boss. It's target on why we're far superior to the UK, obviously.
Stanhope is great.
Do we need a video about that though? I'm pretty sure you guys already know that.
Stanhope, America is great.
Do you not know who Stanhope is?
I do.
No, I've never.
You don't know who Stanhope is?
Nope. Though I often don't know who people are. This is not new for me.
Work out why anyone would want to even live in America anymore. Well, here's someone who does. It's US comedian and drunk Doug Stanhope. He's going to convince you that the USA is great, apparently.
I'm Doug Stanhope, and that's why I drink.
I'm sure his contract actually required him to be introduced as a drunk.
And it really is. I know you don't want to hear this from me, but that's the truth.
Brits love to bitch about America, and they love to hate America, the government and the wars and the torture. But that's not life here. Come on.
Life in America is actually fantastic. Everything works. Come here. I want you to be here. Just get a nonstop from Heathrow, go directly to Florida, walk down that ramp, and tell me if you can't immediately sense something's really good here. Rent a car, get a convertible, fill up the tank.
Look at the price. Fucking $11 a gallon over there. Look at the price. You're gonna fill up your tank. You're gonna fill up the back seat as well. Just because it's that fucking cheap comparatively.
Drive down big empty highways. Drive to the beach. There'll be a half a dozen cabana bars open. It's only 8 o'clock in the morning.
And they're waving at you. They're smiling at you, and they're waving for you to come on in.
They want you to be there because they don't know yet that you don't tip. Come on in. Come on in.
Have a seat at the bar. She's going to hand you a big breakfast menu. It's this big. You know what we have for traditional American breakfast?
Choices. Yeah, lots of choices. You want some eggs? How do you want them done? We can do them 10 different ways. You want French toast? You want waffle? Pancakes? We have chocolate chip pancakes. They'll put a whipped cream smiley face right on there for your fucking British ass. Or maybe you want a whipped cream frowny face to match that dour expression. You're still trying to fight liking it here.
Order a cocktail, and she's going to do something you've never seen before. She's going to pour it like this, and she's going to go up and down, and she keeps pouring it.
How can this possibly be right? In the UK, when you order a mixed drink, some scientist pops out of the floorboards in a lab coat, and he's a system of weights and measures and a fucking stainless steel cylinder that assures that you will not get any more, even the vapors of more than 1 measured ounce in your fucking $15 cocktail.
Life here is really fucking good. Yeah, we have a lot of dumb people here, but you can afford to be dumb here. Everything makes sense.
You're lost. You don't know where you are. Where are you? 77th Street? Go a block. You know what's next? 78th Street.
It makes sense. You don't have to think. It's not like your roads that are all crisscross and mishmash, and they're all built 1,100 years ago for donkeys and carts. You don't know where the hell you are or where you're going.
Hitler did his best to help the UK and level that country flat so they could start over like extreme country makeover. And what did the Brits do? Spat in Hitler's face and built it back brick by brick exactly the way it was 1,100 years ago when it didn't make sense.
Come to America. You can stay on my couch. If you don't like it after a week, I'll give you your money back.
That was good.
Worked hard to get where you are.
That was good. That was really, really good. That was a good super chat right there. That was.
I gotta say, Joe, the first time I visited the U.S., I went to Bangor, Maine. And
Why?
shout out to any of your Maine folks, because that's a beautiful state. It's a shame about the politics, but what a beautiful state Maine is. And Bangor was so hospitable. Everyone there was nice. It felt like being in Canada. It really did. I went to grab a hotel for tonight. I got in pretty late.
For Bangor, Maine, out of that, it felt like being in Canada. You think that that's what we in America? Okay, listen. I mean, no offense to you, fine Canadian folk. Okay, and I appreciate your company and your entertaining and your insight and your wisdom, and I mean that without any degree of facetiousness whatsoever.
You need to add a few more adjectives because it wasn't quite sarcastic enough.
It wasn't. I was being very sincere. I was being 100% sincere. There was no facetiousness at all in anything. In any of the compliments I just gave. I'm simply saying there is absolutely no desire by any American town anywhere for us to be remotely like Canadian-esque. That is not considered a compliment. This is what you don't understand, because unlike you, find
we understand it just fine.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, you think we don't.
Canada is
why was I in the U.S. to begin with? I wanted to get out of Canada.
That's my point. Who wants
except Minnesota? I will insult Minnesota all day, every day. They are so Canadian.
Canada South. That's what Minnesota is. It's Canada South.
Yes, I agree 100%. Anyways,
my point is, no one here wants to be Canada. We don't. It's humiliating. I mean, I guess some of the libtards are like all excited, like, oh, we're kind of like Canada. But let me tell you something. Anyone who actually believes in American values is like, oh my God, ew, no. Oh my God, what a freaking offensive thing it is. You don't really believe in guns. You guys fire them. I know, like, look, I'm not going to kid you. Runkle here is basically pretty much the envy of Annie Oakley here. The dude is based in anything. I assume that you're firing firearms off all the time also. But by and large,
Give me a moment. I'm real close to getting my business firearms license, and then I'm going to buy all sorts of stuff.
There you go. There you go. Because this guy's a badass. But he's not Canadian, other than the fact that he finishes every sentence with A. But otherwise, he's not a Canadian the way Canadians think of
What
themselves.
you talking about,
Canadians.
Joe? What you talking about?
He's not a Canadian type Canadian.
He's the thing that everyone likes about him
It's like,
is that he's the most American Canadian you guys have since Viva left. So that's what people like about him. Let's face facts. But I mean,
accurate.
Yeah, it's true, right? I mean, everyone loves the fact that you're freaking based about First Amendment type of issues, Second Amendment type of issues. I mean, that's not the Canadian way. The Canadian way is basically, oh, I'm really sorry. What can I do to make sure that you feel more comfortable with your new gender transition? That's what do you need to do you need me to get you some sanitary napkins over there, sir? I mean, sorry, ma'am. I mean, that's ridiculous.
Zer.
Yeah, Caesar. That's the Canadian way. The Canadian way is like 97% of them are support pro-choice. They're all it's the most liberal place on earth. They don't believe in free speech.
This makes me want to listen to the Blame Canada song from the South
Says
Park
the
movie.
guy who lives in a state that is harder to own a handgun than it is in Canada.
It's really hard to own a handgun here.
You want me to go get some? Oh wait, we're on the stream. I can't go and get any of mine. But
No, please
I got a handgun the same day I wanted one.
I've got like a dozen in the other room.
Nate pulled out a gun. Nate pulled out a gun on my live stream earlier today. I'm like, dude, are you like a freaking noob? You cannot bring that out on a live stream. It's like all of a sudden I had Susan like knocking on my door, and I'm like, I'm really sorry. It was an accident. You only saw part of it. But no, the whole thing went yellow in 2 seconds, and I was like, great. There goes my streak of 2 days right down the drain, right there.
Yeah,
you had 2 days with
As a general rule of thumb, and Runkle, you're a lot braver than I am. I never show firearms on stream because I'm just paranoid that someone's going to trace the serial number or something stupid. I just get super paranoid about it. I do not show them on stream as a rule.
I mean, the government knows who I am.
Yeah,
So-
I don't doubt that. I'm super paranoid about it. So yeah, I own guns. I'll never show them on stream.
You can't show. You can. It's actually a rule. It's a rule.
You can't show them on a live stream, but you can show a picture of them.
Yeah, or if you're doing pre-recorded, you get demonetized. But it's not a community strike.
No, I was covering the Jennifer Crumbley trial, and he had drawn a picture of a gun, and Nate identified it as one type of gun. I was like, no, it's a Sig Sauer, and he's like, really? It looks exactly like this, and he. And he was like, what are you doing?
That was live.
What are you
That was
doing?
live.
Yes, it was live. He's like, oh, sorry.
Anyways,
thanks.
You're a big talk for someone who it's literally impossible to own a handgun in your state.
Yeah, okay.
Runkle and I can get a handgun, no problem.
Well, you can't buy new handguns now. So
No, but you can absolutely go to a gun show and grab one. Like I've got the R-Pal.
they've banned transfers, so you can't legally buy a new one. But I can keep all the ones I've got. Yeah.
Well, anyhow.
Where is that legislation anyways? I thought it was in court.
No, that one is just we're stuck with it at this point. That was
Okay.
C-21.
Well,
and
hopefully
so-
Pure will repeal it.
I'm hoping. I mean, there's talk of like the simplified classification system, which would just be prohibited would be auto, restricted would be handguns, and non-restricted would be anything else.
Yeah. We actually got a list, Joe. There's a list in our I've got the Runkle, I've got the Martin's Criminal Code. There's a
God.
list of all of the prohibited guns in this book.
Hello,
It's a big list.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's not even a complete list. It's just a list of the ones that they specifically name.
Yeah. It's hilarious. They got things like rocket launchers listed on it. Like specific models of rocket launchers, like Stingers and Javelins.
Nice.
Yeah.
RPGs.
Let me run through some of these. So J-Rock says, first Joe denies me Brit, now he denies Mod. WTF, Joe. Look, by denying you Mod, don't you understand I'm doing you a favor, J-Rock, okay? You're making a play for Brit. I get it, okay? Now, she's been denied Mod, and you've been denied Mod. That gives you commonality. I am helping you. Do I need to walk you through this? I am making it easier for you. I give you a common enemy where it's like, oh my God, Joe, he denied us mod. Now you can plot together and it gives you opportunity to work your way in there. You're welcome. Gosh. So I gotta explain this. It's like he thinks it's a cult type of cult. Someday you can work out.
Is it not a cult?
Type of cult? No.
It's very unclear, Joe. You have not made it clear so far.
I've said it 4,000 times.
I'm going to pour another drink for this. You know what? I'm going to take a drink every time you deny it's a cult.
Cheesetarian says someday you can work out and diet properly and have a body like Alex Jones show.
Costing me all my Lagavulin.
Thank you. What flavor age should we stock in Joestown once it's finished? I think we need a lot more tunnels in Joestown, okay? A lot more tunnels in Joestown. I'll let you know what type of Kool-Aid. Not that it's mandatory Kool-Aid. No.
That took a second one. Oh, yeah, Joestown.
It took you a second to understand Joestown. Yeah.
The Kool-Aid cult tunnels.
It's not cult!
Now, he doesn't deny the tunnels or the Kool-Aid in the tunnels, just that it's a cult.
Everyone knows there's no Kool-Aid. Drop Barracuda says, no cap, Alex Jones is really a comedian. Check out his appearance as Andrew Schultz and Kill Tony comedy podcast. Sometimes he's actually hilarious. I said he's funny. I wasn't kidding when I said he's talented. I wasn't kidding when I was complimenting my Canadian friends over here.
Joe is so cheap, he makes you bring your own Kool-Aid.
Drop Barracuda says, if there are enough of them to choose from, the incident doesn't require bad actors or to politicize choice events at the right time. If there are enough loonies. I do think that our government is very happy with there being a lot of lunatics. Otherwise, their whole approach to mental health wouldn't be as backwards as it is. I love refrigerators. This is what I have to put up with. Thank you. Thank you, Allegan. I don't know what to do with this. Joe winds them up, let them go, sits back and smiles. I see. I don't know what you're talking about. Joe, the schools want to thank you for the little tracksuits and NYPD hats. They can't wait to wear the next meeting in the tunnels. Support to help keep you looking for tunnel change. That was pretty funny. I like that one. Bella Stella has a good question. I'm a member here and on locals as well. So double the cultist. I don't know. So that gives you both preferred and common stock. That's the advantage there, if you were really wondering, because everyone knows that preferred stock doesn't get the vote, but they get paid dividends first. So this way, now you're getting your dividends and you get a vote. These are two different benefits.
What are the votes on? Like, what do you get for the vote?
They vote on who's the leader.
You know, that's questions you really need to remember the following to really be.
Can we vote Joe out? Is the question.
I'm not the leader of the following. I'm very much not the leader. So
I don't know. Let's have a vote on it. Put a poll up.
I am not. I'm a follower, just like the.
Okay, then can we vote Joe into leadership?
Yes.
No.
Anybody ever watch Joe?
I nominate Joe for the leadership. Do you accept?
FBI negotiator who's going to be like, "Are you Joe? You know, Joe Good Logic, the leader of the following cult? I need to speak to you about all of the people that you have, like, you know, inside that compound."
It's going to be a Ron Tater Salad White situation.
I'm very much not the leader.
There'll be, like, you know, helicopters circling your house and, like, you know, tanks outside. It'll be
well. That's what the tunnels are for,
right? Yeah. Now we understand. It all makes sense.
There's a method to the madness. Not that I'm privy to it, because I'm not the leader of the following, which is not at all a cult.
It sounds like a cult, though.
You used to have more respect for Vivek than AJ. I don't know why. I don't know where I show disrespect to Vivek. I'm simply saying I'm not.
I think that
for digits.
I think they're just saying that that person used to have more respect for Vivek than Alex Jones.
Oh,
it's a $2 super chat. They got to make good use of that limited space.
Right.
What in the Sam hell is this late night travesty? It's a 24-hour Father of the Bride stream, and no one's even bought me a drink yet. I'm the father of the bride, and no one's even bought me a drink.
Wait a second. Yeah, how does someone buy you a drink?
Oh, that's $200. That's that.
I am
drinking for $200.
Yeah, holy shit! I've been. Where's my grift?
Carolina.
Okay, Okay.
sponsor
I
me
mean,
yet, but they damn well should.
we've
because
got matching green bottles.
they taste. I want you to know something. This is my favorite. That's my second favorite, and they do taste very similar. This one's a little softer.
By
I
the
could
way,
do like an envelope full of Johnny Walker Black. I'll send that to you in the mail.
Johnny Walker
by the way, Ronco, I've had that. It's like a gift set of different types of Johnny Walker, right? I think I've had that before. Johnny Walker Blue, I absolutely love it.
Blue is great. It's just it's too expensive for
it is.
It's like okay, this is good. What's the price tag? At that price point, it needs to be fantastic.
I understand, Joe. I'm not. It's not a Scotch. I understand that. It's a
blended.
blended whiskey, and I treat it like a blended whiskey. It is still delicious to drink.
I don't know. To me, if you're going to treat it like a blended whiskey, that means you're going to use it to clean toilets.
What's your opinion on rye whiskeys, which are very common in Canada?
Not a big fan.
Okay.
Not a big
I brought.
I don't like bourbon either, though. Bourbon to me is very heavy. I feel like bourbon is like. I feel like everything feels hot.
That spice kind of. It tastes like an Old Spice. You know, it tastes like you're eating Old Spice deodorant in a way. But that spice taste to bourbon always. It's harsh sometimes, but I guess I just haven't had expensive bourbon, which I'm guessing is much smoother. But the most expensive drink I've had was it was a rare Macallan. Rare cask Macallan.
Macallans can be very good. Macallans
$65 for a shot.
Wow.
I had something, I don't remember what it is because it was like more than 10 years ago, but I did LSAT prep for a while, and one of the people in my class was really, really wealthy, and they took me out for a dinner as a thank you. And I go there and I'm like, and they're just like, I'm just going to take the menu away from you because you're not paying for anything today. And I was like, okay. And he's like, yeah, here's the scotch I get. And I remember catching a glimpse of the menu, and the price tag on that was 3 digits for the glass. And I was like,
yep. Okay.
I am never coming back here.
That's a rare cask. I caught a picture of it on my phone. It's the Macallan was like a rare cask. I forget how many years it was, but oh my Lord, Joe, it was so smooth. It was like you ever had a bad hangover and you go to like a restaurant and grab some like really greasy scrambled eggs to just kind of get over that hangover.
I usually drink water. But...
Yeah, water. I was gonna say.
Okay, so greasy scrambled eggs are a great way to get out of a hangover. But the way they...
Sorry, can you walk me through the science on that? Because
there is no science, Joe. It's just it's all mental. It's all mental. It's entirely the placebo effect. But anyways,
work for the
way that like really greasy, like go to McDonald's, get the greasiest eggs you can find. The way they just slide down is how smooth this Macallan was.
Really? Wow.
He works for the CDC, the Canadian Disease Control.
Not that
the Chinese disease control. Come on.
There's no medical advice on this channel. He's not a doctor. They're not a doctor. There's no doctors here. There's no medical advice. I strongly suggest for all your hangover needs, you consult with, and for all your medical needs, you consult with a doctor. I don't know medicine. I know nothing about medicine. To me, medicine, is just some guy wearing a headdress going, hey.
Joe, that's very offensive to someone like me.
I was obviously talking about the French, and that because that's how they practice medicine. And yeah, but I don't know anything about medicine. They don't know
Joe does not. Medicine. I, on the other hand, have a PhD in oral gynecology.
No. He doesn't know medicine either.
I recommend a Caesar for a hangover, and that is medicine that Joe endorses specifically.
You know what? I've never had a Caesar before. I've never had one.
You should. They're good.
I should try it. By the way, Ruggle, I live like 3 hours from you. We gotta arrange for some time to just grab a drink at a bar or something.
If you don't mind saying whereabouts.
Calgary.
Okay, yeah, no, that's doable. I've got a lot of people I should visit in.
Let's. I'll get you on Twitter sometime. We'll just set something up.
Absolutely. That's
because I got to go to Edmonton one of these days just for business purposes. You know how hard it is to get criminal defense work as a law student.
It's pretty challenging. I was worried you were going to say somewhere like Wabasca, and I'm giving Wabasca Demaray a miss because ASAP discussed putting or greenlighting me out there. So the last time I was out there, I was wearing plates. So that was fun.
You know what? Why don't you meet me at the blood reserve?
I mean, I've been there.
Yeah, I don't doubt that. Yeah,
Nina
anyways,
sent me
Joey.
a Venmo. So she says, wedding, listening for a long time, never super chat. Love your work, especially your travel stories. Thank you so much, Nina, for the $10 Venmo. AJ, another 10 said in Venmo says, may your troubles be less, may your blessings be more. May nothing but contentment come through your door. May you prosper in health and wealth and love too. May you always be surrounded by we who love you. That's very kind. Thank you so much. I appreciate you guys who are helping me bypass Susan's horrific 30% tax and hitting me up on Venmo. So that is certainly much obliged. Venmo and PayPal are far kinder to a content producer than evil Susan. So
I'm surprised that they haven't put in a rule saying like if you try to put up a Venmo or whatever, we're going to ban you, because it would not surprise me if they did that at some point.
I just think
you're just feeling very bitter about the whole 50% Canadian content, aren't you? You're feeling very bitter about that.
No,
absolutely.
Oh,
Joe,
thank you for your little write-in on the suggestion box there for Susan. There, Ian. I really appreciate you.
Susan doesn't care what I have to say because most of the suggestions I have for Susan are like retire.
Why? Yeah.
Justin Trudeau is single now, so you should just retire and try to get with him.
Can you guys imagine how much easier our lives would be if Elon Musk had bought this company instead of Twitter?
Oh my god!
It really depends, because Elon Musk is also he's not a free speech guy. He's a speech I like guy.
He's better than the worst.
Yeah, I'll give him. I'd say though Twitter improved quite a bit because like a show like Tucker Carlson probably couldn't exist anywhere else other than maybe BitChute. Rumble would probably take him.
I want to ask my free speech advocate friend here down below his thoughts about a topic that came out over the last 36 hours or so, and that is Ilhan Omar. Are you familiar with this? With what happened?
Vaguely.
All right, so my audience may not be familiar with this, but this was a story I was planning on covering, but people came in here. But basically, I'll let Black Conservative here give you his thoughts on this story.
All right, guys. So we got to talk about a pretty wild speech.
Loud.
Sorry about that.
That is going viral online.
My earballs
suggests that she could be a foreign viral online. That suggests that she could be a foreign agent in the United States acting on behalf of Somalia. Okay, it seems as if she's putting Somalia's best interest over America's best interest, and she's essentially admitting that in a speech that she gave to a bunch of Somali Americans are very right in my comment section. Please let me know if the translation of what she's saying is actually accurate. Okay, we're going to play her speech, and you guys can read along in regards to what she's allegedly saying. But it seems
I'm pausing this for a second.
Shout out to the Jesse Lee Peterson and Coach Greg Adams appearing.
Do you see what he's got going on there?
Mm-hmm. I noticed though that he's not watching.
Do you see what's in the upper right-hand corner of his screen?
I see it.
That's pretty wild. I think that's.
But he's not watching you right now.
I didn't even know he follows me.
He must be watching.
No. Hang on a second. I don't think he's following you. I think you're being recommended by the Twitter algorithm.
Is that what it is?
I'm not entirely sure. If someone knows, please correct me. But
that's really wild. I'm pointing to the fact that in case you in the chat are missing it, in the upper right hand corner, this is when I was doing a live trial watch with the attorneys of which was yesterday that he made this on the morning of day 3, where I was streaming to X, and there he has me in his upper corner there. That's
maybe
crazy.
he is following you because the other two make sense that he's following.
I don't know. That's so wild. I don't even know who Black Conservative is, but all right. But anyway, let's
now he's gonna unfollow.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's like, well, I guess go fuck me, I guess.
To me, that she is talking about a territorial land dispute between Ethiopia, Kenya, Somalia, and Somaliland, which I believe is like an unrecognized territory. Okay. So, you know, this bit of politics is beyond me because I'm not an expert in Africa, right? But anyways, regardless, it seems as if she wants to weaponize the U.S. government to act on behalf of Somalians, right? A foreign country, which, in my opinion, I'm sick and tired of saying this, whether it be China, Ukraine, Israel, Palestine, Somalia. No, should not be.
Her talking. Here we go.
aan nahay dad Soomaali ah waxaan nahay dad isjecel waa laga yaabaa meelaha qaarkood inaan isku xagxagano laakiin haddii runtii ay imaato waxaan nahay dad isku tashto dad walaalo ah dad dhiig lah dad isku og inay Soomaali yihiin inay Muslim yihiin oo iyagana isku hiiliya dadka walaalahoodna u hiiliya marka daraad markii ayaan dhexdaas markii aan maqalnay in qaar Soomaali ah ama Soomaali sheegato in Ethiopia ay la galeen ma baqaan af Soomaali wixii lagu dhaho agreement heshiis Maxamuud Nuur hadda aniga Soomaaliga badiyo ceeb ma aha
I don't know about you guys, but I think it should be a requirement for our Congress men and women to give speeches in English, right? I really think that should be a requirement, okay? I don't want to...
Well, anyway, the point...
I mean, that'd be just a little bit unconstitutional, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. But there's a lot of like I didn't vet this video first, otherwise I would have seen that I eventually fell to Alex Jones. He slayed me here. But yeah, the point is there are people who are claiming that Ilhan Omar should be thrown out of Congress because of this speech where she says that we're all Somalians and first and Muslims second. And they want to call for her to be thrown out of Congress for this. And I have my question for you is, what do you think about that, Runkle? And I'll ask the other two gentlemen also, but I'm paying homage to the free speech advocate here.
I mean, she can say stupid things. The correct answer is to vote her out if you don't like her. I don't know what provision they'd use for...
she's actually a congressman in a district that's not too far away from where I live.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I think like run all this in the next election, absolutely. But
would it bother you if Congress threw her out?
I mean, by what provision can they do so? I'm not familiar with the
impeachment, just general impeachment.
No, they can. Congress is a self-regulating body under Article 1, Section 5. They can set their own rules for throwing someone out. And in theory, if they say that what she said was, I don't know, un-American or whatever, that they can bounce her out.
Is that what they used to throw out Santos?
It's a good question. Santos. That's a good question. I mean, Santos really has no recourse because there's no oversight for how Congress admits or rejects people from their own body. So, yeah, go ahead.
I know that if it's during a hearing or something, because when I worked for Mike Gravel, he actually got prosecuted for reading the Pentagon Papers into public record, but he did it during a hearing, so they couldn't touch him. They tried, but he actually ended up winning his trial. But it's because you can't prosecute them for anything they say while actually actively on the Senate floor doing something or during a hearing. But this wouldn't apply to her just randomly talking to random people. But I do think it's a pretty slippery slope kind of scenario because it's it's always one of those things that's going to turn around on you later. Because if for some reason we ever had a woke majority Congress, they'd be throwing people out of Congress for all kinds of stuff.
Yeah. So I'm going to correct you a little bit here on the law in that you are correct in what you said that there is a specific protection from criminal prosecution for anything that you say on the floor of Congress.
Right.
So, but that does not mean that Congress itself cannot regulate anything that's said in its own body, in theory. So you couldn't be criminally prosecuted for whatever you say while you're on the floor of Congress. But that doesn't mean that Congress could not, in theory, throw you out then and there on the spot.
Yeah, they didn't.
So what if somebody said, I'm a Texan first and an American second? Can they be thrown out for that?
When the chairman figured out what he was up to, he just closed the Senate hearing immediately, and he had to go find another way. But anyway.
Right.
But yeah, I agree.
But let's say they had thrown him. Let's say they threw him out of Congress for reading the Pentagon Papers. They probably could have gone away with it as far as having the authority and the jurisdiction to do that. But they didn't, and I don't think he was afraid of them doing that, because I do think that he recognized they would recognize the value of free speech and the idea of, look, I happen to think that this woman is one of the most vile creatures slithering in Washington. I mean, I don't think there's.
I mean, there's a lot of competition there, but you may not be wrong.
No, I mean, she's really. I think she's a really vile human being, and I think a lot of things she says actually cost people lives. But I'm not looking to get into that. I'm simply saying that she's a terrible human being, and I still think that freedom of speech ultimately has to prevail. I don't see. I think it's a slippery slope that. I don't want to go down that road. I just don't, because otherwise something someone else says tomorrow, we're going to see We're going to see.
Well, and it won't even be the things that they say. It'll just be, we don't like you, so we'll find something that you've said to get rid of you.
It'll be cancel culture in the Congress.
And in Canada, our charter has the 2B freedom of expression, which is not the same as freedom of speech. But political speech is recognized by our courts as among the most protected rights in our society. That Harper versus the Canadian Election Commission, but
sort of like right to be alive.
Yeah, I mean, so again, I don't think it's controversial to say that what she was saying was political speech. And honestly, Joe, there's nothing really wrong with wanting the best for your homeland, your ancestral homeland, right? Like, you talk to a Native American who calls Canada his ancestral homeland dating back thousands and thousands of years. There's nothing really wrong with wanting the best for that land. Now, is that contrary to American interests? That's the legitimate inquiry that must occur. I don't think that speech gives you anything to go on. It says that she's sacrificing American interests to advance Somali interests. I think it benefits America to have a more stable and safe Somalia.
Now, if she suggested that what we should do is go over to the Senate building and to peacefully and patriotically let their voices be heard, well, that would actually be treason and insurrection.
Clearly.
Oh yeah, invoke the insurrection clause. God, I'd love to see that. But no, I mean, I'm with everyone else on the panel that you can't punish that. You can't punish that and then claim that you believe in free speech.
Yeah, I agree with you. I can't stand that woman, and I hate standing up for her speech.
By the way,
but that's the nature of free speech, is that you don't need protections for things nobody cares about. Like if I want to go and say, "Hey, I really like Coca-Cola," nobody's actually gonna try to suppress that, except maybe
ban this guy, Joe.
But I wanted
to
I want to distinguish between what you two Canadians said, because you said something that many people might have thought were the same, but I think we're very different. And that is that, Ian, you said that what if she said I'm a Texan first and not American? And you said that there's nothing wrong with someone standing up for their homeland. And I think those are two different things, because I think that if someone says I'm a Texan first and then I'm American, I don't think there's anything wrong with that because of federalism and the fact that you're supporting your state. Quite the contrary. If you're a congressman from a state, you damn well should be standing up for your state. That's why we have so many members of the House, because we want there to be representation for all these different little areas of the country. So I think that if you're from the 4th District of Texas, you should be standing up for the interests of the members of the 4th District of Texas. And this is an interesting thing about it. That conversation in general, I think, is an interesting thing.
The example really is that people will make up.
Yeah,
people will make up anything to get upset about.
I agree with you on that.
Of their political enemies.
I agree with you on that. That. But I do want to make this distinction, because I disagree with what you said, Tim, as far as that it's totally normal and okay for a member of Congress, to look out for the interests of their own homeland. Because I think when you accept the duty and responsibility of serving in office, and you're chosen by constituents from your locale to represent either their interest or America, you're their voice in America. in American politics, which is another way of looking at it. Rather than you're looking at for the interests of the people who live in your zone, you're the American public voice for the people from that zone, which is a different way of analyzing it, and that's probably a healthier way of analyzing it. But than saying you should be looking out for special interests inside your own zone. I want to
correct. I want to correct my position, because I said that there's nothing wrong with wanting what's best for your homeland, but I said that as long as it's not sacrificing any interest of the American Republic, right? Now, when you talk about the legal definition of interests, right? If the Somali interests and the American interests are in conflict, the Americans should prevail, because that's your duty as a congresswoman. I agree with your position on that. I'm just saying that as a general, as a person who exists in this world, whose family comes from a different country, there's nothing wrong with the the theory or the ideological underpinning that says, I want what's best for the place that my family called home.
Right.
Right. And I could easily draw a parallel between you and Israel. Do you want what's best for Israel, despite the fact that you are an American citizen? The answer should be yes. And there would be no controversy in that answer, because and even, I know Israel and American interests are very much aligned. We don't have to assume that either way or, the opposite way. Is it okay that Israel has Israel pursues what is best for it, and you support that, and still support what is best for America?
I think there's a difference between someone who's elected to Congress and serving in that role versus an individual American. Meaning, plenty of individual Americans, they're watching World Cup soccer, right? So they might be rooting for Ireland, even though they lived in America for going back 6 generations, but they're originally of Irish descent. So Ireland's facing America, and they're rooting for Ireland. I don't think there's anything un-American about that, or it's like, oh, you're a traitor, for going back for sticking up for Ireland in that context. That's very different from a politician whose functionality is to look out for American interests. That's why your constituents put there your own personal perspectives as to like what you're looking with, that you have family in some other country. Your duty is, I think, to put that aside. That's what I think the role of a politician is. I mean, I understand that your personality is part of what people are voting for, but I don't think I don't think it's fair for someone to say, I care about people because I have family there. That's not why your constituents put you there. I don't think now, if you're telling me that it's benefiting America, and I think a lot of people probably, that can justifiably say that it's benefiting America. So, okay, in that case, it's not, but the real interest should be American interest, not that foreign national's interest. And that's different from an individual private citizen who I think is totally normal and natural. I think that's, once you accept that responsibility, you're forced. My personal opinion is I think you're forced to sacrifice that. That's my take on it. But
it's an interesting point, because I live in Michigan. We do have some places that are Muslim majority. Like, I don't know much about
Dearborn is very strongly Muslim.
That's and so is Hamtramck. Like that was the funny thing. I talked about this in my Strange Bedfellows of the Left, like about the Queers of Palestine video, was that it's strange to me that the woke movement includes the Muslim issue and the LGBTQ issue and the feminist issue all at the same time, because the first thing that happened when the Muslim majority took over Hamtramck was they canceled Pride, and they passed an ordinance that it's not okay to fly Pride flags. Like, like they don't understand it. But anyway, so it is possible. What I'm getting is, I don't know what her specific area is like, but it is actually possible she might have a Muslim majority in her area. I don't know.
Yeah, she's got a heavy Somali district. I don't know much more, like what part. It's part of the metro, like Twin Cities area, I believe, right? That's her district.
I think so.
I just don't know. Like, I don't know the city well enough to say, like, okay, what part of the city
members
that
of the
is.
squad in Michigan, if I remember right. I think Rashida Tlaib's around here somewhere. I don't remember, because it's been a while since I paid attention to my local congressman, other than the one that was in my district for a while.
And so, yeah, Joe, I understand your soccer example perfectly because it's in the position is inconsequential to the American Republic, and I get that when when you're elected to Congress, that is consequential to the American Republic.
Precisely.
And I mean, I can defend. The only defense I'll have to my position is that you don't want to get trapped in the dogma of American exceptionalism by saying that every congressperson must advance this America without ever actually defining those parameters. What is America interests, right? Obviously, the security and the protection of the United States as a country, that's without controversy, but then drill down deeper than that. What are things that she can support as Somali first that actively are to the detriment of the American Republic? I don't really see a lot. They don't have a trade relationship. They don't have like mutual, there's not a complex like enemy ally proxy war kind of thing going on. Joe, feel free to respond, but that's my question I posed to you. Like, we're almost asserting a dogma that you must be pro-America. Well, what is that? What even is that outside of the obvious?
I don't know if I fully understand your question.
Okay, so the obvious parts of what is America is the country and the rule of law. Right. Okay, but saying that you're Somali first affects or threatens none of those. What saying Somali first?
What does first mean? If not for saying that you're putting Somalian interests ahead of American interests.
I can't speak for her. I can only make these kind of broader assertions or these abstract assertions, right? Mm-hmm. But is there an interest in Somalia that would cost America one of its interests? What is America's interest in regards to the country of Somalia? Obviously you have do you have active deployments in Somalia? I know that the U.S. is involved in the security there.
Last time we did that, it went pretty badly.
Yeah. So,
don't start him up.
Anyways,
talking about me on foreign policy. Hey, I've been a good boy. Just bring Adam on again. That'll go great.
Okay.
I'm talking purely in the abstract, right? So,
the problem is Somalia is like ruled by like massive gangs, like just huge swaths of it are just warlords that are still fighting each other. It's kind of difficult to even identify. I guess there is a central government, but it has like no power, like because the warlords run everything. So it's kind of hard to kind of establish anything with them because their streets look like, a war zone. Their kids are walking around with RPGs and AK-47s, like literally, not an exaggeration.
And it sounds like Ilhan Omar is opposed to that.
Well, I hope
she does not want that.
Yeah.
And I feel like that benefits America just in the terms of, because America's the world police. You can't dance around that.
Let me just pause here. I know that Runkle is fading here, so I want to give him an opportunity to let everyone know where they can find him and all that good stuff and what you're up to before I thank you for joining us in this 24-hour bonanza and send you on your way.
You can find me at Runkle of the Bailey on YouTube. I'm also on Locals. I'm on Rumble, although I don't really do much on Rumble, but my videos do get, cloned over there. I got to do a video on SHOT Show because I went to SHOT Show and that was a great time, including me running over a tank. So I've got video of that. I've got to post that up. Also covering some really hilarious lawyers who are getting into some difficulties. So, and continuing adventures of fighting the government. So there's all sorts of crazy stuff going on.
Get him.
Get him. Talking about the Crumbley case as well. I'll be doing that soon because that one's insane.
Yeah.
I don't know if you've been following that one, but there's no way that one should be. I don't even know why that one's been allowed to go to trial. But
I've been
purely political.
Have you been?
Oh, you know what? The worst part is, I think.
I haven't been streaming it. I'm gonna do like some recaps, but I was gonna do recaps and then I got the flu, so I'm like,
her defense counsel is
it's so bad.
Insanely bad.
Did you see the part where she's like, "I'm
Inspired me.
going to
This
kill
is what
myself"?
This is what I kept holding up.
She might get convicted because she's got such bad defense counsel.
I also had this when she was asking questions.
Objection. Is it so bad, Runkle, that Jennifer would have any case for inept counsel? Or
Probably not. The standard for that is so low.
I know, it's really high.
There have been people, like lawyers, who've fallen asleep at counsel table, and the courts are like, you still were better than not having a lawyer.
She is so screwed. And it's the worst thing that will happen for jurisprudence in Michigan. I've been following MLS's stream on it.
Not just Michigan. It's going to start happening in other states also. If they convict her, it's going to start happening in other states.
Joe, I was the one who told you Canada's 4 years ahead of America. Well, this Michigan case is your Canadian gun control moment.
Yep.
It's terrifying.
Well, because if they find this, it basically creates a gun control rule that applies to every American. And I mean, she's basically being tried for being an imperfect parent who didn't realize that this was...
It's ridiculous. Gross negligence. So you're telling me that every depressed kid who plays violent video games, it's objectively foreseeable that they will take a gun to school and shoot people. You'll never convince me of that.
The other thing is that the impact on kids is going to be tremendous. Do you remember Columbine?
Mm-hmm.
You remember how immediately after Columbine, they went around like grabbing up all the kids who looked depressed and like expelling them and shit? We're going to start seeing that again. And
oh yeah, that helped. Separate them from because most kids who are socially isolated have one friend.
Yeah.
The one person that they're okay with, right? The kid who gets the text that says, "Hey, don't go to school today."
Yeah, separate them from that kid. So make sure that text never comes through. Yeah, it's I think it's horrible. And thankfully, the people I've been talking to, like just ordinary people who've been watching this, have been saying like, listen, I thought the kid was guilty. And the prosecution has been talking me out of it because like they bring on the counselor who's like, yeah, well, I didn't actually, I didn't like throw up any I didn't, do anything about this either. So I'm hearing people who have been watching it going, I don't know if I would convict. And I find that those, like the non-lawyers who are watching these streams tend to be a pretty good barometer. So there may be an acquittal, but her lawyer is trying her hardest to get a conviction out of it.
Oh, she looks like she's throwing a rope over her neck and like basically saying, look how well this fits her. Look how well this fits. I mean, you have the school counselor up there. Okay.
Yeah.
And this was her opportunity to end this case. Just end the case.
Yeah.
And I was yelling. I was like, this is what she needs to do. She needs to basically start pointing out all the failings that this counselor did and start pointing the finger that this school counselor is the reason why these kids are dead. Call them out by name, whatever the names of these victims are, Zachary, Amy, whatever it is. You say Zachary is dead because you didn't ask if he had a gun in his locker. You didn't ask if he had a gun in his backpack. You saw he's looking up bullets. You saw he's looking up school shootings. You saw he's drawing pictures of guns and bloody bodies, and you didn't even ask if he had a gun. They're dead because of you. And that way you put him on the defensive. And he's forced to say, I couldn't have known. It was not foreseeable. No one could have known.
That's exactly it. They got to get him into, how was I supposed to know?
Precisely.
And then it's like, yeah.
If you, the expert, couldn't know, how the hell should the mother have known?
Well, there's a moment.
That's how you
there's
do
a
it.
moment that I was yelling at my screen. They play the video of the, of the tragedy and all of that. And the lawyer's like, I don't want to watch this. I'm all upset. Like I'm sobbing because, and the judge is like, well, you've had this in your possession for however long. She's like, no, this has never been in my possession. It was at the prosecutor's office. And the judge is like, well, obviously you watched it. And she said, no, I didn't watch it. And I went, how the hell did you not watch the evidence?
She is so bad. I want to know what law school she went to so I can disbar everyone else who went to that law school.
and just like pave it over and put in like a parking lot.
I honestly, I made this comment in because I was watching Making Law Simple, David's stream, and I made this comment in his chat, and I said she looks like someone whose daughter was brought to bring your kid to work day. She does not belong at that. She doesn't belong at the defense stand.
In Canada, it's considered an ethical violation for a criminal defense lawyer to like take a matter to trial without having reviewed the evidence. Like that would be just if I admitted that in trial, the judge would be like, "Are you kidding?
You're getting sanctioned, and I'm adjourning for today so that you can get replaced."
I have actually quite literally seen transcripts where the judge has, over an admission like that, said mid-trial, "Sir," like addressing the accused directly, "would you like to make an application for change of counsel?" And when the judge tells you that, the answer is yes.
Yes.
And, and they just are like, yeah, I need a new lawyer. They're like, okay, cool. I'm declaring a mistrial on this, and we're going to find you a lawyer who breathes. Oh, no, that case I'm going to do some commentary on because I just want to, I've been well on the flu trying to like get enough consciousness together to splice together some of the greatest misses of defense counsel.
It's bad that even I, as a law student, can see the most basic of errors on her part.
I would 100% take you over her. Like
the judge does not escape this clean too. How the hell was that prejudicial? The walkthrough of the pictures of the dead kids allowed in. How is that not prejudicial?
Oh, it's insane.
Stipulated that the kids are dead and the shooter killed them. No one's arguing that.
Yeah.
How does a judge let that in?
It is pretty rough.
We have case law in Canada about that. So that's the one thing. I've got a book on evidence right here. And that's the one thing they talk about. Bring in an overly graphic picture to the jury.
Well, and I have quite literally said, we'll stipulate to this purely to avoid pictures for these things because, that's like if the only reason to tender that is to prove the kids are dead, you just be like, yeah, we agree. The kids are dead. That is the thing. You don't need the photos.
So these are all the reasons you should be following Runkle. I'm throwing him out of here right now.
Thank you.
Him out of here.
Good to hang with you, Runkle. Please, let's chat.
Thank you.
Shoot me a message. We'll talk.
Feel better, my brother. Thank you so much. I'm doing a kindness and saying get the hell out of here, my brother.
Congratulations once again.
Thank you. Sometimes you just gotta kick him out the door, and I know he's
the Canadian thing, nice. Joe. We will not leave until you shove us out the door because it's him.
He's so nice. It's amazing. So there.
By the way, someone mentioned in your chat that you like rum. Were they just kind of shooting their mouths?
They were shooting their mouths off. No, this is I'm a Scotch drinker.
Okay. Because I have some Captain Morgan here. I was going to do a rum and coke, but
you ever tried it with Mountain Dew?
I'll stick to the Lagavulin.
You ever put Captain Morgan together with Mountain Dew?
No, but I don't see why I wouldn't.
But try it.
No, I don't see why that would
drink. I'll be back in a second because I'm parched. So you guys just do whatever.
The guest hosts of the Good Logic show.
Do your guesting. All right, I'll be back in a second.
He's gonna pass out on his couch on the way.
No, I'm not.
And you and I are gonna finish the 24-hour stream.
So, V, do you remember Ricada when he passed out in the middle of his stream and Drex and Ty Beard had to take over? I don't know. Do you watch a lot of Ricada?
No. Surprisingly, no.
Okay.
There was a time that Good Logic was trying to get me on his show, and he just kind of turned his nose up at it and never wanted to bring me on. So.
I had shout out to Jeff at Legal Vice. He was in the chat earlier. I don't know if he still is, but he did that once too on one of his Friday drinking streams. I think he just got kind of overwhelmed by everything, but he's like, hey, hang tight, I'll get you in, and then just forgot about me for the rest of the stream, and it was pretty funny. Shout out to Jeff because Jeff put me on. I appreciate that.
And then honestly, it's kind of hit or miss. I think like the people who got big out of the Rittenhouse trial that I think really deserved it would be people like Nate the lawyer and Good Logic. But
Mhm.
I also have to confess I haven't watched all of the other law tubers yet. But
Yeah.
I was never a big fan of Rekieta's kind of stuff. I don't know why.
I mean, I consider Nick a friend of mine. I believe he considers a friend of me a friend of his. I've been been to his house a couple times, met the little Racklets and Lady Rackets, and so like Nick was my inspiration to go to law school during the Rittenhouse trial. But anyways, he did. It was the second presidential debate. And he, you know how he did like a shot for every 100, or he did like a drink of liquor for every $100 of super chats. And I think they got up to like thousands of dollars in that one. So he did like something like 20 drinks, and he was so completely wasted. So in the middle of the stream, he says he's going to go to the bathroom, and he just never returned. And so Drexel comes down because one of Nick's kids was like, "Hey, Drexel, like my dad needs you." And it's just Drex and Ty Beer doing boomer law tube for about half an hour before they figure out like headphones exist. And then Drex basically finishes the stream for Nick. And it was one of the funniest Nick moments that happened. He was so wasted. I think Lady Racket said that he collapsed on the stairs and just kind of passed out.
I just can't imagine ever drinking that much during a stream, but I don't know. Sometimes what happens with some of these guys, like Destiny does it, like he doesn't drink, but like after they get to a certain point where they have so many subscribers, they just kind of become complacent, and then the quality just doesn't matter to them, which is one of the reasons that I'm glad that I don't have a crazy amount of subscribers. You know, I had back in 2008, I was a podcaster that was generally bringing in about $3,000 to $4,000 worth of donations every month. And if you're not careful, you get to a point where you start to have a financial relationship with your work. And, you know, it really caused me to lose taste for it. And nowadays,
Yeah.
you know, my audience is both right and left. And I kind of tell them straight up, you're not going to agree with everything I say here. If you're looking for a special brand where I just do whatever you want to hear, you're definitely tuning into the wrong channel.
Yeah.
You know,
So,
but
again,
that was what I was getting at. Go ahead.
This was back when Nick was doing like the drink for $100 of super chats, and he just kind of felt obligated. I don't think he does that anymore, but I actually, so on his election stream in 2020, I got pretty drunk myself, like really, because I drank. He complained the next day that I drank all his whiskey. I had brought him a bottle of Alberta Premium. It's a rye whiskey, 20 years aged. It was hard to get it over the border too, because man, they don't like bringing expensive liquor over the border.
What are we talking about?
We were talking about the one time Nick got so drunk that Drex had to finish the stream for him. Your second presidential debate.
Really?
He gets so drunk that he like left to go to the bathroom and never returned for the rest of the night.
So you have a super chat that was asking about me that I'd like to answer before I leave, if you can find it, Joe.
How TF did V Radio figure out who the first shooter was? Genius. No one gave him enough credit. Seriously.
So if you want to hear the story,
we do.
Yeah, please.
So basically what it amounted to, and I didn't do it all by myself. I want to clarify. I work along with other people who are anonymous that investigate stuff like that. Like we got the identity of Daryl Davis before the media did. That's the guy who drove his car or his SUV into the parade. We got lots of information about those shooters. Yeah, Daryl Brooks. Why did I say that?
I don't know.
Anyway,
time when you say we got the identity of Daryl Davis when he was
no, I had him on my show, but that was different. You know, but anyway, where people just sit here, like, and every one of them has a different motivation. Some of them are legitimately just OCD, like, and Asperger's kind of autists who just want everything perfect. So that's where you get a guy like Orkanut. Orkanut was a Rittenhouse investigator who put together the most comprehensive, like 4 views. Here's every camera view completely synchronized, like, you know, like that guy. And he has no interest in like starting a channel. You know, he has one just to store all of his videos, but Anyway, my point is like it took hours and hours and hours, like I would say weeks of 12-hour days. I literally hurt myself sitting in my chair because you have to sit there and watch every freaking stream that was taken that night. Like one time I watched, like I think it was Olive Mercado's video, the whole thing, to find about 30 seconds of Kyle Rittenhouse crossing the street. And so this is going to get a little embarrassing, but basically the way we discovered who Joshua Zeminski was because we were like, well, here's this guy with this pistol. And then later on in this other video, we see a guy with a pistol fire his pistol in the air. Well, wait a minute, that's the same silhouette as this guy. And then it all starts to come together. But the real thing about it was that he was going by a alias of Alex Blaine. And so we had to try to figure out who this guy was. Well, come to find out, they have a Pornhub account. And so that helped us identify who he actually was. And
I remember hearing about this.
Right. So like there was like when you go into these deep levels of 4chan and stuff like that, man, they leave no stone unturned. If they've decided that, they want something, then they're going to get it, and they're going to dig up, anything they have to in order to get their hands on it, and so I put all of those things together along with his crazy, lengthy criminal history that I didn't even bother to put in all of it in my documentary because it would have taken 30 minutes to explain all the crap that guy has done. That's really how it works. And I think that it really just came down to the fact that nobody was paying attention to this guy, and they still didn't really talk about it enough in the trial, in my opinion. I remember it was like, why isn't anybody bringing up that a firearm was fired behind this kid, like right before he turns around to shoot at Rosenbaum? Why isn't this coming up? And that was one thing I never understood why Schifferossi and Richards or whatever never discussed it. And in fact, at one point, Binger like corrected them. Well, you guys never said that the gunshot had anything to do with it. And I just kind of groaned as I'm watching the trial, like, why didn't they say something? Because like, if you want to give a kid a good reason to be turning around and whipping around his AR-15, it would be that the guy took a step at you with his pistol in his hand saying you won't do, S motherfucker. So I just eliminate one cuss and just do the other one, right? Anyway, like you have every reason to believe that guy's trying to threaten you. And so then another guy starts chasing you and you run away and you hear a pistol shot. So then you roll around to see that this guy's about to grab you. Nobody ever talked about that during the trial.
Right.
And the only mention they made of it was they forgot to mention it. So Binger mentioned it, which took it away from them, but that's how it works. It just takes hours and hours and hours and hours of watching what really would be, it's so much boring stuff and you just have to steel yourself to it. Like, like you see the pictures of people in the CIA, like, getting like brainwashed. They have like something holding their eyes open. That's what you got to do to yourself, because you got to look for little things. It's like when you mentioned earlier, it was like, was that a Jordan Peterson picture? And then it's like, you're like, good catch. It's like you get an eye for stuff like that because those little details can mean something later, but that's really how it went down. And then when I made my video, somebody sent it to the police, and then it was published in a couple of Kenosha newspapers. Michigan-based blogger Neil Kiernan successfully identified Joshua Zeminski, and that's the story.
Thank you. That was a well invested $5 super chat, and most people no, but you did a great job breaking down. I'm sure a lot of people were curious, so I appreciate you giving that detailed explanation. This is what people are saying about me now. It's very, kind of embarrassing, but I think that I assume this is a song. I don't know.
I don't know.
She works hard for her money. That song.
No, go.
So
That was good.
for her money. Yeah. People said I have a good voice. I was a singer in the 80s.
Nice.
Yeah, 80s metal music.
I believe it.
While I'm covering these super chats, Worcestershire says, you want us farming your land in tracksuits with Kool-Aid for tax breaks and claim you're not the leader? I don't see you digging. Let me tell you something. Behind the scenes, okay, I leave the farming implements to you people. I'm with my claws, like just.
You know why we never hear about tunnel number 1? That guy right there. Also, Joe, why are you beneath us? Like, this is your stream, man. Why are you down there?
I like it. I gave you guys platform, especially while I was taking a.
He is the pillar that is holding us up, but he's not going to push this one down.
Yeah, don't put your hand on the pillar; it'll fall over.
Skazzy wants to know who's the current leader of this non-cult Joe. I'm too low down on the totem pole to actually know who the actual leader, if there is a leader, because I don't think there is a leader. It's because it's not a cult. So if it's not a cult, you don't need to have a leader. You just have it's not at all a cult type of cult. Thank you for the $5 super chat. I appreciate you, K Toth Swiss. And Greg says they just need to decide whether the kid's a kid or an adult. Granted, uncontrollable teens are hard to classify. This is talking about charging both mother and son in the Crumbley case. And a lot of people have taken this position. And this is something I was discussing with Nate about the whole context here, because you sort of have to ask yourself, okay, so what's the basis for the mother to potentially have culpability? Because if we think about this for a second, if there's someone who's not related to you, is not your child or guardian, they're just a teenager, and you have you're a teacher. Okay, you can be, but you're not their teacher. Okay, they're just in the same school as you. Okay, or you're just some neighbor who is a significant influence in their life. Okay, so now you can mold that kid and be responsible for the actions of that kid in theory, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, and you can understand that. Is that it, or is it you're the parent who's supposed to assert control and you fail to assert control? If it's because of the latter, then it's more difficult to say we're going to charge him as an adult and we're going to charge you as that adult's guardian. But if it's as the former, then you could say, okay, you were basically, an influence which pushed him into doing this. But you're right, because otherwise, what is the theory of liability for why she should be responsible here? And I do think that they are treating her like a parent. Saying that you were negligent as a parent, and that is inconsistent with charging him as an adult.
I mean, Joe, I am not going to pretend to explain, negligence law to you of all people. I mean, but I understand the state's theory that a parent owes a duty to protect society from the actions of their kid. I can buy that as that's what the state is going with. I don't agree with it, but I can buy it. Right. Mm-hmm. I can understand that that's the theory they're going with. And, I mean, that duty has been recognized in many cases, right? Especially if the child is too young to be charged at all. In Canada, you can't be charged under the age of 12. So often they'll go after the parents if you're under the age of 12 and commit a pretty serious crime. So, I mean, that it's not a totally foreign legal principle. I just think they're taking it to its most absurd extreme in this case. But again, obviously establishing the duty is not the end of the negligence standard, but I think that's step one.
Right. Because it's only when you define what the duty is that you could start figuring out whether there was a breach of that duty.
What I find weird about this is that at the same time they're trying to take all kinds of parental rights away in the other direction and give kids all this autonomy.
Yeah, I made that exact same comment in MLS's stream. They've spent a decade stripping away parental choice and parental rights.
I can't even look at my 13-year-old's patient portal. I can look at the billing and the scheduling. That's it. I am no longer allowed to know what medications they are on. I'm it's crazy. And then there's things that they'll ask my kid to sign off for. And I'm like, kids can't even sign legal contracts. What the hell does this even mean? I mean, my kids just give me access to their medical stuff. Anyway, the point is how is that even possible? But apparently, according to Michigan law, it can be as young as 13. And you're not allowed to look at their medical stuff anymore. But apparently I'm still liable if they shoot somebody.
It's funny. So I graduated high school a year ahead of everyone. I was skipped ahead a year for in elementary school. So when I went to university for the first time, I ended up changing majors, but I was 17. I had to send all my paperwork back to my mother to have her sign it. All my student loans, all of the things that you sign when you go to college, right? I had to fax it over to her because I could not sign any of these papers legally.
Wow.
It's hilarious that, 18 is a magical number in law. And I was talking about this in a criminal context, Joe. I mean, the span of a week can determine a lot about your culpability in the criminal context. And the law does not recognize that your brain is not done developing at 18.
Till you're
Like
25.
for most males, the age is 28 when your brain is done developing. And do you want to say?
But you can make
Go to bed,
major
Rocco.
medical decisions. Yes.
But anyways, just to kind of expand on that concept, like, the law has long recognized that 18 is a very magical number. Of course, I think that it is proper in this context to charge Ethan with the as an adult, just because of there's a lot of societal pressure. They want that person in jail for life, and you will not get that if he's charged as a minor.
Yeah, but
Is that proper? Is that proper?
That's a
No.
result-oriented approach, which doesn't.
Again, no. I agree, Joe. That is not proper one bit. But this is the prosecution and the state going, the end justifies the means. And with a Democrat prosecutor, we've seen that they're going after the parents, trying to establish this landmark conviction. I know where they're coming from. I know the logical chain that they're using to get to that endpoint. I don't agree with it, but I know what they're thinking.
If look, I'm going to tell you this. I'm to think that, as you pointed out, 18 is some bizarre magical number that society has just come to accept as being the age majority. In some circumstances, but not in others, like not with respect to drinking, but with respect to voting or other issues, other legal issues, signing contracts, things of that nature. And it seems to be some sort of magical number, which is hard to really wrap our heads around as to why that is a more significant number than 17 or 15 or whatever.
I'll
If you
give
ask
you
me
an
my opinion about this kid, I think this kid should be put to death. Okay, that's what I think. I think this kid is a monster. I think he ended 4 lives. You ask me what I would want to see happen to him, I would want him dead. That's what I want. I want him tried and convicted and put to death. That's even I know Steve Gosney, and I've had this conversation about the death penalty. I think he's a terrible monster.
Yeah.
And I don't care about the possibility that maybe he'll be rehabilitated. That's not the point.
This
That's not the
is
point.
perfect, Joe, because this feeds right into the concept that I wanted to base my show on, called Everything is Political. I think I talked to you about it before, but so do you believe, as your personal and moral convictions, that someone suffers more in death than a life in prison?
It's not a matter of even wanting him to suffer. It's a matter of
no. Okay.
It's a matter of, I feel as if the blood of his victims cries out for his death.
Okay.
Yeah, I was about to say,
So
your
it
culture
is-
is usually pretty good with that sort of thing, right?
That's how my personal perspective. I think the blood of his victims cries out for his death, and it's not like he didn't appreciate what he was doing. He was very cognizant of the impact of what he was doing and his objectives, and wanton in his being totally fine with causing these ramifications. So even if it's putting him at peace, even if he's living in turmoil and it's putting him at peace, you know what? That's what the blood of his victims are calling out for his death.
Doesn't your culture also kind of recognize like the bar mitzvah is supposed to be
13.
adulthood, right?
We do look at adulthood at coming at 13, yeah.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Would I be correct in saying that to you, his death is not revenge, but it is the natural consequence? It is, it's God's consequence for the wrong that you've committed.
You can call it natural law, you can call it God's consequence, you can call whatever you want to call it. I'm simply saying, I feel as if there's no rehabilitation for those victims. They don't get a
Right.
chance to rehabilitate themselves. Their crime was being in the wrong place at the wrong time. I mean, that's their terrible crime, is that they were in the wrong, that they happened to be the vicinity of this monster when he decided to just act monstrously. Like
So-
that's their big crime. His crime is that he decided to act like a monster, knowing full well the consequences of that. So
Okay. So let's take a step down for murder for a second. Is the intent to cause harm and damage more important than the gravity of the crime itself to you?
I don't think you need to look at one individual or the other. We have a combination of the two. Like, if in fact he had the intent and he didn't manage to manifest that intent, so I would say, all right, he happens to have been spared from we'll spare him the punishment because it just didn't ended up manifesting. I'm not telling you what the law dictates. I'm saying, if you ask me my personal perspective as to what I think is actually right. Now, when I have this conversation with Steve Gosney, he can make very, very compelling arguments, and I mean that sincerely, like really compelling arguments as to why death penalty should be inappropriate. And he'll throw statistics out there, which are horrifying statistics, that 1 in 10 people or something higher than something grossly higher than that are later exonerated altogether as not being guilty. So when I'm having this conversation, and that's a very scary number. That's a shockingly scary number to say. That's why we should never have a death penalty. And what I would say to that is, yeah, okay, fine. You can get me on board to say there should be no death penalty. But as far as what is actual justice, what should happen, I think the guy should be dead. But because we cannot carry that out properly, effectively, you can talk me out of capital punishment, but that doesn't mean that we're actually implementing justice. I think we failed to implement justice in virtually every single situation that we're trying to carry out justice. So if you tell me what is actually moral, I think the moral thing is for us to put into death, because I can't rely on our system to do it properly and effectuate justice properly. So you might be able to talk me out of being in favor of capital punishment. But on a moral perspective, I want this guy dead.
Okay, I'm only probing.
I think that might sound inconsistent, but I'm trying to.
Yeah, I'm only probing the moral underpinning because that's exactly the function of my when I start up my show, Everything Political. I want to probe the moral underpinnings of your public policy statements.
Right.
He wants to probe your moral underpinnings.
You're not the first person to try probing my moral underpinnings.
No. And I Joe, if I can share
I do want to make a
myself.
comment because it's relevant. Is that because even somebody made Rittenhouse comment in the chat, but it has to do with the fact that we have to remember the fact that there are plenty of people on the left that just want him dead and they think he should have been executed or put away for life. And if we didn't have all that video, and even with that, he very easily could have gone to jail. It's.
Yeah, and that's not justice. That is nowhere even approaching the concept of justice. Justice, to me, if Joe, like I said, if I can tell you a little bit about myself. So, I'm technically atheist. No. Actually, you know what? I don't know why I cushioned. I don't know why I cushioned the word.
No. Even Lady Lawgic is not allowed to probe my underpinnings. Okay, I want to be very clear. Okay,
not even if she asks
even
really
Lady
nicely.
Lawgic is permitted to probe my underpinnings.
Ruckle, go to bed.
Well, wait,
Anyway,
he heard about probing underpinnings and he couldn't help himself. It's keeping him awake at night, thinking about probing his underpinnings.
God.
Anyways, dang it, I got thrown off the track of thought. But anyways, so I am atheist. I do not believe that God exists, but I understand that I don't have all the answers. And I understand why people believe in God. And when people turn to faith, they are not my enemy. People of faith are not my enemy. Not one bit.
I believe that
absolutely
it's entirely
support them.
possible. That's why I call myself an agnostic. I just haven't seen enough evidence yet, but that's why I also generally, support everybody's right to believe, because they
I make a big
right.
distinction between atheists and agnostics.
Yeah, and my faith is that eventually we will learn all of the answers. Maybe not in my lifetime, but that's
it could be like
that's
South
my
Park,
faith.
and only the Mormons are right.
But I made this exact point here that Obscure Destination Outdoors, who I want to highly recommend, seeing as how, especially he's been doing such a beautiful job promoting my channel here and clipping some of my work of late. And I just want to express publicly my gratitude to you for the fine work you've been doing that. But I agree with him on this. I think atheists are following a different religion, because I think there's so many things you need to suspend, so many hopes you need to suspend, and such long shots that you need to bank on in order to think that there is no oversight in the manifestation of our universe. That it's like I think you need to. I think that's a greater devotion to science than most religious people have to God.
I do not deny that one bit. I will fully acknowledge that. I do believe that, and you want to go really deep into this discussion. I can absolutely.
We will
deep into your underpinning.
I'm gonna be digging into your moral underpinnings until you're raw, until you're chafed.
I do believe that. Okay, so my background is in computer science. That's what my undergraduate degree is. There's something random number generators is a vital function in computer science when you're trying to when you perform all sorts of functions, but no algorithm is truly random. No computer algorithm is truly random. It may escape our current comprehension, but there comes a time where a seemingly random algorithm can become predictable. I'd like to translate that theory into the universe, which I believe to be a cauldron of pure chaos. And the randomness is to us, to our mortal human minds, completely incomprehensible. It looks random.
So you remember that stuff I was saying that Alex Jones was saying on Russell Brand recently? That's what this sounds like.
Okay, and you know what? That's totally fine. I mean,
I'm
just elbowing you. Don't take it personally. I was just messing with you.
Not one bit.
I think I understand what you're saying.
Yeah. And so I subscribe to that. The randomness is what is responsible for everything in this universe. Whereas, people who believe in God believe that it was planned. This was a conscious action on the part of the omniscient deity.
Okay.
But both can be acceptable explanations for what is reality. Which do you believe?
Do you think that things left to their own devices tend to find structure or lack of structure?
So you're getting into the entropy.
Does entropy tend toward organization or disorganization?
I do believe, and let's leave the scientific part out of it for a second. I do believe things that cannot be explained by science tend, on average, to be neutral between chaos and structure. Right? The idea that errors average out. You're familiar with this concept, right? This was talked about a lot in the election, the 2020 election, that errors average out. But that every consequential action that explains how we as people became people and got here in this universe was a result of each one of those errors. So the average is uniform, but each spike in between explains the deviance from the norm.
I don't understand that.
Okay. So I accept that human consciousness is unique, is unlike any other animal on this planet. Mm-hmm. I just don't think that God gave us this gift. Okay. I do believe that it was a result of a rounding error, if I were oversimplifying the theory, a rounding error in the collision of atoms in this universe. The same opposite error also created the uniformity. These, like the golden ratio is a good example, right? You're familiar with the golden ratio, right?
It's a term I've heard, but I can't think off the top of my head.
It's a mathematical term. A lot of things in nature seem to like the shapes of leaves, the curvature of vines, right?
They all have like 7 petals and things like that.
Yeah. They all conform to this similar golden ratio.
The Fibonacci. I think they all. I think that flowers tend to all have Fibonacci numbers of petals that are synonymous with the Fibonacci sequence. Like they're either a 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, 13, 21, 34, whatever. That they're all you know the Fibonacci sequence, right?
Yeah, of course. In comp sci, yes. we learned this in our
but then you won't find one with 35. That's the point. That they all have, they're all part of the Fibonacci sequence, which we struggle to understand why that would be.
And so that deviation trends towards uniformity as things start things are copying and mimicking each other in nature. So that was an example of a deviation towards normality or structural uniformity.
Damn Skippy.
But then the spark that created human consciousness was the deviation towards chaos. If we consider those both equal deviations, the average is that they cancel out. Are you following?
I think so.
Okay. And again, so these are the things that I believe in. And so, some people in the chat are like, when I think someone said when idiots think they're geniuses. I will never ever say that I am more correct than anyone who.
That's the reason, like, I hold the way that I do, is that you all could be right. Like, that's why, and it's better to just go ahead and give everybody their right to believe whatever they want to believe. And that's actually one of the reasons, like, I believe at the time that I was at the Jewish wedding, I was a pagan at the time, playing around with that stuff. And the thing is like, they asked me what my religion is, and I tensed up for a moment, because if you say that at a Christian wedding, everybody's going to be like, oh no, he's and they were like, oh, you guys are pretty cool. I learned about you in school. Like, and that was the end of it. Like, they didn't have any reservations. They weren't in any way put off. They were like, oh no, that's okay. But then I learned, because I sat down and talked to a rabbi, I guess is some kind of big scholar at a university in Israel. I talked to him for hours, and one of the things was, it's just that Jews in general believe all genuinely good people are going to go to heaven. So they're not really too worried about trying to bring everybody into their fold, and they're not supposed to, I guess. You could
We're not supposed to. We're not supposed to. But okay, so I'll tell you this. I did a local stream a week ago, and I was having a whole conversation about religion and morality in the absence of religion, and I was talking about the difference between agnosticism and atheism, and I actually pointed out that I think that virtually all humans are agnostic, and there's a broad spectrum of agnosticism, and that one can make an argument that to the extent that any religious person ever commits a sin, like if you believe in God, right, and that God, and you think that there's a justice system. I didn't explain this level of detail on that stream, but if you believe in God and that God implements justice, in that case, if someone commits an offense against God and knowingly commits that offense, certainly, that there should be repercussions which make it not worth it for that person to engage in this sin in the overall arc of whatever pleasures or benefits he's getting from that sin, that ultimately God's justice would make it that it's not going to be worth it to him. So to the extent that someone engages in sin, inherently that is a rejection of either God or God's will. Accordingly, even the most devout religious person, if they engage in any level of sin, is rejecting God's existence or the word of God or God's will, whatever it is. So there's a certain level of rejection of God, which shows a lack of belief they have that God either exists or God implements justice or whatever it is. So now that's a form of their display of a lack of belief in God. That's what agnosticism is, as opposed to someone who says, look, I really don't. So that's one end of the spectrum. A person is very religious, but they'll commit the occasional sin. And I say that's agnosticism. as opposed to on the other end of the spectrum, someone says, I really don't think there's a God, but I don't know, like you're expressing here, V Radio, which is basically saying that you're also questioning the existence of God. And that's why I think that if we're looking at what is an agnostic, I think there's a massively huge spectrum, which most of humanity falls into that spectrum of agnostics, even the most religious people. However, when someone says, I'm an atheist, I'm positive that there's no such thing as God, which is what I define as being atheism. I don't know if that's when you're saying atheism, that's how you're defining it. But
yeah, I would agree with that, your definition.
So if someone says they're positive that there is no God, that is now reflecting that they are jumping in, that they're ruling out there cannot be a God. That's essentially what atheism is saying. There cannot be a God.
Yes.
So if that is what you're saying, then you need to sort of start walking down the road. Okay, so then how do our ecosystems form? How does life form? How does humanity get here? We're here? There has to be some basis as to how we're here. So you sort of need to start going down the scientific road. And in order to explain that and all the leaps that we have to get there and all the phenomenal pure randomness that has to happen for structures which normally tend to disintegrate. Everything we see tends to disintegrate, but in lieu of disintegration, no. Ecosystems start forming and working within each other that need to form at the same time because they're symbiotic and one depends on the other to exist and to function. And yet magically, through pure randomness, these massively complex ecosystems, of which humans, who are the most evolved species on the planet, could not possibly fathom not just how to do it, but how it was done. It's not that we just couldn't replicate it. We can't even really understand how it was done, but we're thinking that just through natural randomness, that somehow this whole thing just magically came together in a symbiotic relationship at the same time, in the same location, in areas where we can't even figure out. It took us forever to figure out how to create one living cell. And all of a sudden, just through natural randomness, even though we see everything that just seems to disintegrate and become less organized, but became more organized, and then working in symbiosis with a completely unrelated system that's also becoming more organized, and all these things that are symbiotic and completely interdependent and needing each other to have its sheer existence, that all these things which normally should start decomposing just start composing together, and that you think that that's through science or through randomness. To me, it's not like it's a one chance in a million or one chance in a billion. I literally think it's one chance in a one followed by a billion zeros. And that you're saying it cannot be God. It has to be that other one in 7 quadrillion. That's more likely than the existence of God. To me,
so it is possible.
To me,
it's not impossible, right?
To me, that is such a leap of faith into randomness that I don't think even the smallest of agnostics, the most religious person, wouldn't say, yeah, I'm so positive the existence of God that I think that 1 in 7 quadrillion, that chance that there's no God, that I can remove even that level shadow of doubt. That's what I'm saying. You're far more devout than the most religious people walking the planet to say I'm that positive that there's no God.
Well, I'm usually pretty big on analyzing the world through science, but even science recognizes that it has limitations on what can be perceived with existing technology. We didn't know what microbes were. We didn't know what germs were. People had crazy beliefs thinking that they were like supernatural, like getting sick was somehow something supernatural happening to you. So it's like, that's why you leave the door open, because, there could be such things, could be alternate dimensions. There could be, and we just don't have the current technology to ever, even be able to perceive them. So all of the arguments that you make are very solid. If you don't mind, there's a brief video where Stephen Fry is asked about what he would say if he was standing before God. And it's very good and it's very compelling. I'd be curious to see how the two of you react to it.
All right, let me catch up on a couple of these super chats here because some people want my attention. And yes, we are doing humanities on YouTube. That's what's happening. It's a 24-hour stream. We're covering the gamut here. Reverton says, when you say everything's random, then it seems we're owed an explanation as to how you form your belief that everything is random. Formed randomly or rationally? Seems prima facie self-defeating.
If I may address?
Yeah, please. It's addressed to you.
So if if everything is random and I came to the belief that everything is random, that in and of itself is possibly random. No matter how astronomical the odds are, it is still within the realm of possibility.
Oh, I don't think it's, by the way, I don't even think it's one. I don't think there is that one in a quadrillion. I'm saying I literally don't think there's that one. Because because it defies logic, because everything is decomposing and you're telling me that things are naturally composing. That's like,
we can't defy logic on the Good Logic Show.
No, I'm saying what I'm just saying is you are saying you're reliant on saying there's that one. I don't accept it as that one. The reason I don't accept it as that one is because to me it's illogical to say that even though things naturally decompose, that these ecosystems started self-composing. It's almost like saying that a piano started forming on its own. Like there's no piano, there's no nothing, but like we come back in 20 years and there's a piano in the room, and it's not because a person put it there. It just naturally started, the elements started forming themselves into a piano. Or if you think in 1 billion years or in 50 billion years that there would be a piano standing there, I think you'd say you're an idiot.
Maybe not a piano.
It wasn't a person. What?
Maybe not a piano.
But what I'm saying
the
is
origin of protein,
the
origin of amino acids,
so much more complex than a freaking piano. There's so
the
much
origin
more
of
complex
amino
and
acids.
so interdependent on other pianos. They're not just a piano, but then there's got to be a saxophone that's naturally forming somewhere else. That's what I'm saying is you're saying this all happens randomly. That randomly there's a saxophone over there, and there's a piano over there, there's a drum set over there, and there's some ukulele that's over there, and these all started forming over the course of 100 billion years or 100 trillion years. That if you think that a violin would just form naturally on its own because the elements all come together, I think that anyone would look at you and think you're crazy. That doesn't make any sense at all. But you're saying, but these ecosystems are so much more complex than a violin and a piano and a whole symphony and a whole orchestra put together. And you're saying, but that could have happened. You know, there's a one chance. And like, no, and that's what I'm saying. No, there's not that one chance. I don't believe there's the one chance.
And I don't like the idea that science and religion are mutually exclusive. Like, why can't science be the explanation of how God imposes his will?
That's agnosticism.
Yeah, okay, but again, I don't like
agnosticism.
I don't like the binary that says like science is one and religion.
You chose
is the
the binary when you said I'm the atheist and I don't think it's possible God exists. That's choosing the binary.
Now, again, you know what? You know something, Joe? If I die,
it's possible.
When I die, sorry, when I die,
it's possible there's a God. Maybe possible.
No, it's possible that I am wrong.
Well, then that means it's possible there's a God.
It's also possible that there is no God.
I just walked you off of the atheist religion step into agnosticism. Some level, deep agnosticism, deep, that you really, really don't think there's a God, but you can't. I at least got you to the point where you're like, you can't rule out the existence of God.
But this is why I want to hear the Stephen Fry video and see what you guys think about it, because I think
but let me get to this big super.
I wanted to respond to the super chat.
Greg Warner says, yeah. I don't know. Did I share? You guys heard that, right? You guys heard the.
Oh yeah, we heard it.
No, it's important to me. Okay, yeah. Talk to Dr. James Tour, the most cited published chemist of all time, about your beliefs, and come back to me later. Agnostics just think they have a moral neutral high ground that doesn't exist without bias. Philosophy 101. I'm not sure who Dr. James Tour is.
Not sure what his point is either.
I started off thinking he was attacking you, and I ended up thinking he's attacking me, and I'm still not sure.
He said earlier that agnostics can't be intellectually honest or something. I've had that conversation with him before. It's like, for mine is like, no, I think you could be right. I just haven't seen enough yet. I think that's what's wrong with that view. I don't see what's wrong with that. I don't know.
Oh, I guess he's saying over here, according to string theory, with infinite possibilities, everything is possible, including a God. In fact, a God is inevitable. Easy says, better to believe in God and find out there isn't than not believing and finding out there is a God. That's true, but that doesn't prove God. That just says it's a safer bet.
Like, we could just
Yeah,
go
and
with,
that's actually the wrong. That's the wrong
Cthulhu.
reason.
You could worship
I
Babylonian gods for that reason and sacrifice children.
Yeah.
Yeah,
better to
that
do
is
that
the
than not
wrong
than to
reason
be
to believe
wrong.
in God.
I concur with you guys on that. I concur with
Right.
you. Bob says, I'm looking forward to certain alien showing him saying, yeah, hi. So your planet was actually my kid's science fair project. We completely forgot about you in the back of it. That's kind of funny. And Chris LaForest, thank you so much for $27.99 Canadian. And not at
It's like
all
5 cents
random.
American.
That's not
Canadian.
5 cents American. That's like, I think he was calculating what $20 would be American. That's why he
YouTube
came
does
up
that
with
automatically,
27.
I think. I think
Is
YouTube actually does that for some people. I know when I donate, it puts it in Canadian dollars as like 20 or 5 or whatever.
Well,
but I think you can.
I appreciate the love. Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
So what are we supposed to be watching now?
Stephen Fry asked about God. Just Google it real quick. You should be able to find him talking to an old guy
And
with white
you know
hair.
what? Obviously, Joe, you've had a lot more time to
formulate.
Actually, no, that's insulting. You have accumulated a lot more wisdom with your convictions and your beliefs, and the things that you truly believe are objective reality. And I cannot take that away from you. I do believe that you will always win this argument against me because simply by that virtue that you have taken the time to understand who you are and where you fit in to the scheme of things.
Yeah,
So
embarrassingly, by my own display, I actually label myself as being part of the agnostic class, and I say that to my own humiliation because.
Did you find it? If not, I found it. I can send it to you.
It's 2 minutes and 24 seconds. That's it.
Yeah, that's perfect. There you go.
All right.
Because I'm only 30 years old. I do not have it figured out by any.
I'm just proud of the fact that I got you from being atheist to being agnostic. I'm just proud of that. That's all. Let's
talk about that.
Fry. Let's talk about Stephen Fry here.
Suppose what Oscar believed in as he died, in spite of your protestations, suppose it's all true, and you walk up to the pearly gates and you are confronted by God. What will Stephen Fry say to him, her, or it?
I will basically, what's known as theodicy, I think. I'll say bone cancer in children. What's that about?
What was that?
How dare you? How dare?
What did he say?
He said bone cancer in children. What's that about?
Okay. Well,
and then he said, "How dare you?"
A world in which there is such misery that is not our fault. It's not right. It's utterly, utterly evil. Why should I respect a capricious, mean-minded, stupid God who creates a world which is so full of injustice and pain? That's what I'd say.
And you think you're going to get in on
No,
that?
but I wouldn't want to. I wouldn't want to get in on his terms. They're wrong. Now, if I died and it was Pluto, Hades, and if it was the 12 Greek gods, then I would have more truck with it, because the Greeks they didn't pretend not to be human in their appetites and in their capriciousness and in their unreasonableness. They didn't present themselves as being all-seeing, all-wise, all-kind, all-beneficent. Because the God who created this universe, if it was created by God, is quite clearly a maniac.
All right, I'm internally retching listening to this.
I know you will. Just let him finish. Let him finish, because I want you to hear it all the way to the end before you comment.
Maniac, totally selfish. We have to spend our life on our knees thanking him. What kind of God would do that? Yes, the world is very splendid, but it also has in it insects whose whole life cycle is to burrow into the eyes of children and make them blind. They eat outwards from the eyes. Why? Why did you do that to us? You could easily have made a creation in which that didn't exist. It is simply not acceptable. So, atheism is not just about not believing there's a God, but on the assumption that there is one. What kind of God is he? It's perfectly apparent that he is monstrous, utterly monstrous, and deserves no respect whatsoever. The moment you banish him, your life becomes simpler, purer, cleaner, more worth living, in my opinion.
That sure is the longest answer to that question that I ever got in this entire
There you go, you're
series.
good. That's enough of it.
Okay.
Now, I just, like I said, I brought this up to start a conversation. I'm not like endorsing it one way or the other. I'm just curious what your thoughts are.
Can I address it as a kind of, because it's, you know, I mean, it's alleging to support my side of the argument. I don't buy that at all. That's suffering in the world, pain, you know, maybe a dip in a little bit of Asian religion in this, but everything is balanced. Without evil, there is no good. Without pain, there is no what's the opposite of pain? Being high, I guess, is the opposite of pain. I understand that those things must exist by virtue of the opposite existing. Everything exists in a balance, which was the entire basis of my theory of, you know, chaotic deviations and uniformity deviations averaging and balancing out.
I don't think that's what his argument was, though. His argument was that he felt that if there was some kind of higher power that was responsible for everything, that he felt that it was evil because it created so many different just things that lead to misery, regardless.
That's why I disagree with that. I disagree with the assertion that God is disproven simply because there's pain, evil, and
and that was what he said.
badness
Even
in
if
this world.
that's what he said at the end, he was like, "Well, even if there is a God, I wouldn't want to follow him, if you know, because he does all of these things." That's why I'd be curious what your thoughts were, Joe.
So,
all right, you got a minute?
No, well, that's why I did it. It was just because I was curious what you would think of this video.
I have a very long answer here for you.
Okay, I'm all about it.
There's I can cite you. I'll give you a Jewish thought, and then I'll give you and then I'll just give you a philosophical thought.
Sure.
Okay. So there are two Jewish related things that I can share with you that I'm sure you've never heard of. There's a story that we read about there's a story that we read every Yom Kippur, which is the holiest day of the calendar. It's the Day of Atonement. And we spend all day fasting and in synagogue praying for repenting. And in part of our prayer services there in the 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock in the afternoon, there's the part of the prayer there, we recount over a story that happened 2,000 years ago where there were these 10 righteous rabbinical sages during the Roman era who were put to death and tortured. And the story recounts that in heaven, when the angels were seeing the level of torture that they were facing, with their skin being torn from their flesh, or with iron combs, or being burnt alive, or a guy who was one rabbinical sage who was so handsome that they decided to rip the flesh from his face and then put it on as a mask on some mold so that they could look upon his face. And that in heaven, when they were seeing this, the angels were like complaining to God about this injustice, that this is how the most righteous people on the planet are being tortured and put to death. And God yells at, it seems to, the response to them saying, silence, not another word, or I will turn the whole world over again from the beginning. And it sounds like God is like, what the heck is wrong? Like, what is, like, how do you, why would you respond? Why would that be the dialogue? And what we understand to be happening in the course of this dialogue is that God is saying to them, this is justice. And if you keep questioning me about it and put me in a position where I have to defend it, the only way I can explain it to you is by walking you through history, all the different steps along the way which led to this, so that you'll understand how this is justice. Because you're looking at a tiny little blip of time to try and examine what is right and what is wrong. But I would need to walk you through things that happened 200 years ago, 500 years ago, 1,000 years ago, 3,000 years ago. And the only way I could do that would be to start all over again and then start walking you through it. So what to us looks like it's complete horrific lack of justice or cruelty is actually justice. There's a similar story, a completely separate story, where they talk about how when Moses was questioning and asking God, what is actual justice? So God shows him an image of this old soldier who is laying by a river, and he unsaddles his money bag, and he goes and he lays down to go to sleep. And this guy comes riding up on a horse and pops off the horse, picks up a rock, smacks the soldier in the head, kills him, takes the money bag, and rides off. And he said, and God says, that's justice. And Moses is like, what the heck does that even mean? And then God shows him an incident 25 years earlier, where you see this father holding this little kid, and this young soldier comes riding up to them and basically kills the father and steals his money. And he says, the kid is that second story is I'm showing these stories in reverse. That the second story actually happened 20 years earlier. That kid grew up to be the robber. That soldier was the same soldier, and that kid was getting back the money and avenging his father. But if all you see is that little incident of a robber coming up and killing some old man soldier, you think that this is horrific. How can that be justice when that's actually perfect justice? So with that in mind, that is our understanding. And that's something which I think Christians, Muslims, Jews, we all understand that when you're looking at what is justice, that our lifespans are far too short for us to appreciate what is actually just versus what is unjust, because our time and the number of times that we go around the sun are far too few for us to actually understand what is right, what is wrong, what is fair, what is unfair, what is kindness, what is cruelty. However, that's the Torah perspective. From a philosophical perspective, I'll just point this out to you. And it's a thought I had a few days ago for the first time in my life relevant to this. And that is, if there were not kids born with bone cancer, what is the first thing you say whenever you hear someone is pregnant, a woman is pregnant? What's the first thing that we all say? I don't know. I can't speak to like how Christians greet it, but we all sort of, what the first you say, is it a boy or a girl? That's what I think people tend to say today. But like what every mother seems to say is, I don't care if it's a boy or girl. I just want it to be healthy, which is an interesting comment, right?
Yeah, we always wish people, good health.
Yeah, exactly. That's why are you wishing good health? It's because we appreciate, because there's sickness, we appreciate our health. If people didn't get sick, if people didn't have tragedy, we would not appreciate the beneficence of the lives that we would lead. We would be like, that is life. Life is everyone's healthy. It's like we would be shocked by the idea of someone being sick. We'd be shocked by the idea of a kid being born being addicted to crack, or having some sort of having bone cancer or having AIDS. It's only so when you see other people who are suffering, or kids who are people who seem completely innocent, and for as far as we know, are innocent. There's no reason to think that they're not innocent. But when we see them suffering tragedy, that's the only way we can appreciate that, hey, my innocent child is blessed by health, and that is not something that is just something that should be taken for granted, but it's something that we should appreciate and respect, and appreciate the gift from God that my child is born, thank God, healthy. And if you didn't have kids born with Down syndrome, you wouldn't appreciate the fact that, oh my God, thank God my kid isn't suffering through this, isn't suffering that type of life. But so you can say, but what about the kid who has Down syndrome? I can't explain to you that because I can't unravel what happened 100 years ago. So I can't tell you that. I can't tell. Do I know what the story is with that kid? Or do I know that maybe this is not like a precursor for something that's happening 40 years from now? I don't. So yeah, we are left. Anyone who's religious is left trusting to God, because otherwise you ask yourself, Stephen Fry was sitting here saying that God is so cruel. You know what? If God is so, you think that if you think that you've seen tragedy, you've seen horrificness. Trust me, the pampered lives we live today are such an amazing blessing compared to what kings were living with 400, 500 years ago.
Ask my ancestors, Joe, the Native Americans who were forced into residential schools because of the Catholic Church. Ask my people what true suffering is.
That's what I'm saying. Is there's been suffering. There's been suffering by people who are religious against other religious people. There've been suffering by people who reject the existence of God against other people. Man has been punishing man over and over again on both sides of the spectrum since man has been recording history. I'm simply saying that, so we are left to basically say, I have to trust a God, because I'll tell you this much, in my heart of hearts, I believe that God has so much kindness and so much gift that if you look at every breath you have, it's not something that's natural, but it's actually a blessing from God. Then the numbers of thank yous that you need to give to God, you could spend the rest of eternity trying to thank him, and you couldn't. So you're sitting here being angry, like, how dare you make a kid with bone cancer? You sound like a stupid child, Stephen Fry. That's when I hear that. You sound like a stupid, spoiled child, and that you understand everything best. Oh, you're so enlightened. You understand everything best. I look at him like he is a spoiled, rotten child who just doesn't appreciate all the blessings he has in his life.
And so the mild pushback that I would give, and once again, just making the argument, not because of my own personal beliefs, but has to do with so what you're saying then is that some people have to be born to suffer so that other people can appreciate not suffering.
But what I would say is, when I look, I'm gonna point this out to you on that end of things. I was watching recently. I was watching 24. I was like binge watching 24, and there was a scene with this guy who was a bad guy. I think it's in season 6 or whatever. I've been binge watching it for the last couple months, and where this guy who's working for the terrorists and getting paid money, he takes care of his kid brother who's retarded, and like some idiot savant who is able to figure things out with computers, but he's like someone who he looks like he's in his 30s but talks like he's 6, and when you look at this guy and you think to yourself, the character is so naturally endearing that even though he's participating unwittingly in helping terrorists, pilot a nuke, that you sort of look at this guy as a character who you're pulling for, you're rooting for, you don't want to see anything bad happen to him. There's a moment during the show when he doesn't even realize that this guy is holding a gun to the back of his head, and he's sitting there stupidly doing whatever, and you just sort of and everyone's rooting for him. And you sort of look at him and you say, wow, if you think about someone who's really, that's obviously an actor playing a role and doing a great job with it. But when you think about someone who lives that life, you think, wow, what a completely terrible life anyone who's born with some sort of mental incapacity has. And you know what? None of us would voluntarily say, oh, give me that life instead of the life I have. But we don't recognize, we don't recognize what that side of the coin is. I don't know how to express this part other than the fact that I was like, that person has a different blessing that none of us have. That blessing of innocence, which might lead to them actually having, in certain ways, greater happiness than you or I. For all I know, someone who's born in that kind of life. Now, it's harder to understand that if you're talking about a kid who's born blind or whatever, which kids are born with terrible things. What I'm saying is, I don't know what that kid's soul is. I don't know what the story is. I don't know if that's the soul of someone who was satanic and blinded thousands of kids. I don't know what the story is with that consciousness. because I do think that we're all like sort of a package of consciousness. You're a consciousness which is wrapped in flesh and bone and different things. But you know, inside your brain, people may call it a soul or whatever. I don't want to start getting into the metaphysical element of a soul and things like that. But ultimately, I think you and I can recognize, whether or not you believe in God, you are a consciousness which is wrapped in bone and flesh and has a voice box at a certain speed, which gives you your pitch, and that's how your nose is formed and all these different things. But ultimately, what people are connecting with is your consciousness, right? I mean, that's who you are. And as far as the joy and happiness that consciousness has or finds in this world, you might think that because you have greater mental capacity, far greater mental capacity than other people, you have various that you're blessed with good health compared to some kid who's born blind or with AIDS, that your consciousness is necessarily happier. And what I'm saying is, you really don't know that, because a lot of people find great deal of misery who are not saddled with health issues. So is your consciousness actually better off? We would assume it is, but that's not, and that's an assumption which we don't even really know to be true. So that's the, so that, and I look at that retarded guy and I'm like, maybe that consciousness is actually a much happier existence than many of us. Like you don't know that. It sounds like a heartless thing to say. I'm hesitant to say, because I think someone's gonna be like, oh, so you're saying you'd be happier off, you're better off retarded? No, that's not what I'm saying at all. I would never want to trade places with that, but that doesn't mean that I'm right because I'm reluctant to trade places with that. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, one of the founding principles is the thankfulness for your current position.
Yeah.
And again, I recognize this.
I wouldn't trade places with anyone. I wouldn't trade places with someone who's a billionaire. I would be like, I wouldn't want to trade places. There's no other human I would rather be than Joe Neerman. I feel bad for all of you that you're not.
And people who say, like, if I could go back in time, I'd change this thing. If you gave me that option, I'd be like, oh, hell no, I'm not touching a thing. I'm not changing one thing. Because if I change just one thing, I could end up dead. You know, you change one variable. Anyways.
Yeah, that's why a lot of the time travel theories kind of fall apart, because you
now consciousness is. I'm glad you brought up consciousness, Joe.
Well, real quick before we get into consciousness, because I need to go into unconsciousness because I have to take my son to the doctor in the morning.
Oh yeah, so you go.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for stopping by, brother. I really appreciate all your contributions. You guys need to check out V Radio. Tell everyone what's going on with you, and I'll kick you out of here the way I kicked that Runkle.
So thank you everybody for listening today, and I make conversations like that all the time in my channel. The only real rule is I just don't allow any personal attack, but people are free to debate as much as they like. My real objective is not really about right versus left at this point. I think we have much bigger problems, which is just being able to think versus not. I fight against the polarization that leads to us being unable to have intelligent conversations. I get to the bottom of issues. The funny thing is my audience is apparently like a percentage of MAGA, a percentage of right-wing independents, and a percentage of left-wing independents. That's what happened the last time I polled them anyway. And so I can't promise you're always going to agree with everything that I say, but generally when I'm doing an expose on something, I make it clear, like, you know, during the documentary that Joe watched, I was like, well, this part is my opinion. Here's the things that I know for sure happened. That's what journalism used to be, right? We used to separate our opinions from the facts. And I just, when I present them both together, I make it clear which ones are which. You know, I do a lot of exposés on things like critical race theory and queer theory. I've had a lot of big guests on. I had Brett Weinstein, Peter Boghossian, Daryl Davis, not the one who drove in stuff as I messed up earlier. You know, I've had a lot of great guests on over the years. A lot of good panel discussions, but largely I just make these documentaries on different topics and investigations to try to get to the very heart of the matter. And like when people talk about it, that's why I said, like, I used to get up in the morning at 9 a.m. and then wouldn't be able to upload my video until 9 p.m. or later, because I wanted to be sure I had rock solid sources for absolutely everything that couldn't just be waved away from, oh, well, that's a Fox News thing or that's an MSNBC thing. It takes a lot of extra effort. So in any case, you know, if you guys like thinking and then not necessarily agreeing with me, you know, please feel free to check out my work. I'd appreciate it. It's kind of one of the last things I could do because I'm in a wheelchair most of the time. My days of going out and streaming like at protests and events and stuff are long over. If Antifa ever figured out who I was, I'd be the next Kyle Rittenhouse because I'm also armed. So we identify a lot of criminals and get them arrested. Joshua Zawinski was just one of them. So thanks a lot, guys.
Later, brother. Thank you so much.
Can you throw a link to your channel in the chat?
I can. What I'll do
or
because
in the private.
Well, yeah, I can do that too.
And Joe
but you
can
can go to
put
my
it,
HY page and find me on everything. So like if you go here, I'll throw it on your chat too.
I already put a link to your channel in the YouTube description.
Oh, okay.
But
Not
yeah, if
yours.
you go,
I didn't get yours Lost in Law, but
if you
it's
if
at
you-
Lost in Law.
Okay.
But if you go to that link I just threw in the private, then that's my HY page, and you can find me on Rumble, Odyssey, my Discord, Facebook, all kinds of stuff on there. So thank you very much, Joe.
My pleasure. Thank you so much for coming by, brother.
Good talking to you, man.
Yep,
Appreciate
take
it.
care. Bye.
Have a good night. I'm trying to find you Lost in Law.
Here, I'll throw a comment in your chat so you can just
Throw in private
find my
chat.
channel.
Okay.
Yeah, here, I can throw it in private.
That'll be easier for me.
Anyways, by the way, I want to make it very clear that this my belief system should not be construed as an attack on someone else's belief system.
I don't think anyone took it as an attack. I don't think anyone took it as
I hope not.
I don't think anyone took it as that.
And I love that you pointed out that you have converted me into agnostic. Joe, my true belief, the thing that I stake my conviction on, is that God does not exist. But belief is not absolute, in my opinion. And it is possible that I'm wrong, but I believe that I am right.
I think that there's a. Do you think it's possible there's cognitive dissonance that kicks in as far as like motivating someone to cling to atheism? Because if the idea that you might have to face God one day is so horrifying that anything that helps disprove in your mind that there's an existence of a God is more appetizing for you to swallow.
Is it true that there is a such thing as a good atheist? A morally good person who is also atheist?
Do you know what a Noahide is?
I don't know. I'm sorry, I don't.
Oh, okay. No, so I mean, did you ever study the Bible at all?
Never. No. So my dad is very Catholic, but Joe, I can tell you the story of how I lost my religious faith because I was taught by my family, at least minimum agnostic, but sort of like this belief, not a non-religious belief that God exists. That's how I was raised as a very young child. But honestly, the things that Stephen Fry talked about was the very first things, and I was maybe 7 or 8 years old when I started questioning faith. And it was exactly the same things that Stephen Fry was talking about.
Right.
But the first thing I did was I reached out to a local faith leader in my community, and I brought these concerns to him. And to his credit, he did not demean. He did not, he didn't say, you're stupid.
And I hope you didn't find me demeaning you. I was just
absolutely not.
Okay, good.
But to his credit, he listened, and he said, "I understand your concerns, and let me explain them to you." But I found the explanations to not be sufficient in my very young, childlike brain.
Right. Okay. All right. And it's possible.
And I grew up, I grew up that way.
All right.
Always holding that
I
belief.
understand that. I'll tell you this: Jews actually have as V mentioned, we don't try to convert anyone. We're actually of the opinion that there are plenty of people who are not Jewish who go to heaven, and that you don't need to be Jewish to go to heaven, and that if you're not Jewish, you shouldn't try to become Jewish to get to heaven. You actually have it's the easier ride to heaven if you're not Jewish than if you are. That's a different responsibility that Jews have than non-Jews. And they're called if someone obeys the 7 Noahide laws, whereas Jews have 613 before you even start getting to the rabbinical ones. But that there's 7 Noahide laws, which were laws that were given to Noah, which if non-Jews keep to them, which most of them you're probably already keeping, like don't commit murder, don't commit adultery.
I believe that objectively I am a morally good person.
But one of them is a belief in one God. That's the only one you seem to have a shortcoming
Well,
in.
you explained earlier that atheism is a religion.
It is, but it's a religion which rejects the existence of God. So that's what I'm saying.
Is science not my God?
Yeah.
Again, I am distorting what God is, and I know that is, that is not what God is to you. I know and I understand that, but
you just asked me. You were asking me my opinion of. So I'm just telling you what my opinion is on it. I don't make the rules. I just tell you what I understand them to be.
I do believe that there is merit and benefit to this conversation. I think people in the chat who may be atheist or who may be questioning their faith will listen to our arguments and say, "Oh, that was a really good point."
Right. Yeah, that's why.
And
I have
it
these
strengthens their faith and it strengthens their position. That's why I think legitimate debate is always a good thing.
Amen. Amen on that 100%. Greg Warner says you're probably going to get some hate in the super chats. I haven't read through them, but I'm just warning you.
I don't take it as hate. No, it's not hate. It's not hate. There are people who are questioning my position and making me defend it. I'm happy to do that all day long.
Greg says, imagine a God that can show you how every evil was created for a greater good. Hence the butterfly effect, needing a devil to question the answers for devil's advocate. Okay. Riverton says, atheism entails determinism. If I form my theistic beliefs solely from necessarily deterministic physical events, then did I ever really have the option between being an atheist and a theist? Do you? And I think the point is, if God is staring you in the face, then are you actually really believing in anything, or are you just trusting your eyes?
Hey, maybe it is. It's hard for me to conceptually visualize this hypothetical scenario. Like, Joe, I can ask you hypothetical scenarios and you'll say, well, I disagree with the premise of your question. Here, I'll give you an example. Would the existence of intelligent extraterrestrial life cause you to question your faith? Now, I think you would disagree with the premise of the question.
No, because I don't know that there is no extraterrestrial life. So I don't know that there's no extraterrestrial. I don't believe that there is, but I don't know that there is. There's nothing in Torah which actually addresses the issue of extraterrestrial.
Okay,
but what I'll tell you is,
the Christian belief is that there is none.
Really? I didn't know that. But I'll tell you that if there were some extraterrestrial part of our belief in God is infused from the omniscience displayed by God, meaning like God foretelling certain things that will unfold and will happen, and then them coming to pass and seeing them come to pass is part of what infused the Jews in times of Moses into recognizing the existence of God. Like literally foretelling, for example, that Abraham's descendants would spend hundreds of years in servitude and then leave that bondage and with visible signs of God. So all of that he foretold hundreds of years before it happened, and that's precisely what unfolded. So as much as we saw that, so we trust that the promises of redemption ultimately are going to come. So that's not something. So if there was an extraterrestrial out there, so is that extraterrestrial somehow omniscient? The reason the premise of your question is sort of implying, well, maybe extraterrestrials created man, right? I think that's what the point.
Or that the belief is that there is only like the humans are unique as God's creations, and that no other consciousness that rises to our level can exist off of the planet Earth.
Yeah, I don't know if that's actually. I don't see anywhere in
Torah. Again, that's the statement, and I think you would attack the premise. You're saying no, that's not what we believe. That, but again, the only reason I make that statement is to go to the fact that it is.
I think, but to bolster your point, because I'm not looking to just not looking to refute you by knocking down the particular hypothetical you gave, but to bolster your point. Okay, let's say Jews do believe in a Messiah, right? So let's assume. So you're basically saying is, can I foresee a circumstance where, let's say, someone who we believed was the Messiah all of a sudden would just come marching up and say, and we will all trust that this is the Messiah, and then the next thing you know, he drops dead 10 seconds later. So would that question would that make us question our faith in the existence of God or whatever it is, right? I mean, I think that's your extraterrestrial question in a way that is not inconsistent with Jewish, which is more consistent with raising a question of what we. I mean, I can't give you an answer to how I personally would react in that circumstance.
And I don't think it's proper to even suppose that a person of faith has would be shaken by that reality. There are plenty of examples through history where things we thought were true were proven false, right?
Right.
The structure of our solar system being the classic example.
Mm-hmm.
And that did not disprove God.
Right.
There's no one will ever assume that, the heliocentric system versus the
Copernicus
the word escaped me.
versus Copernicus perspective.
Yeah. He said, like, okay, well, this means God doesn't exist because we proved that the sun is in the center of the solar system.
Right.
No, never would ever. And again, that's
Earth is the center.
I think those are disingenuous arguments to this effect. Now, if we go over to the topic of consciousness, which I wanted to get into before the super chats, I part of my belief that the consciousness is not divine. Human consciousness should be divine in religious theory. I'm hoping I am accurately stating that, but I'm not religious, therefore I cannot.
I don't know that consciousness. I think people tend to assume that a consciousness and a soul are synonymous with each other, but that I don't think that that's actually synonymous with Jewish thought.
Okay, but even the soul, which is the essence of a person, right? Your personality, your experiences, the sum of your memories, everything that makes you who you are as the individual is ascribed to the soul. I believe, and only believe, there's no proof, that all of that can be digitized. We saw Elon Musk's Neuralink, which gotta scare you, right? I hope that was one of the news articles you were going to cover.
I wasn't going to. I noticed that, but it makes me. It's a reminder that Elon Musk is a potential threat to humankind.
So, my belief is that the entirety of my individuality can be digitized. Perhaps we don't have the technical capability yet, but that it can occur in the future, and that I can be copied. Because in order to digitize me, that implies that I can be copied. And if I am moved from one, if my consciousness or my soul is moved from one body to another, that new body would take on my individual characteristics, the things that make me me.
Are you a Star Trek fan?
I'm sorry?
Are you a fan of Star Trek?
No. God,
You're familiar enough with the show that you know what a transporter is, right?
No, I've never. I watched the Star Trek movie, the one with Chris Pine, but that.
You understand what a transporter is, though, right?
Like teleportation.
Yeah. So basically,
okay.
Basically, what they do is they will take apart your molecules and then transport them. They dissect you on a molecular level, transport you down to wherever you're, a ship or a planet or whatever it is, and then reassemble the molecules in your body, and that's how transportation in Star Trek works. So there's a thought that every time someone transports, I was reading this once, that every time someone transports, you're actually killing the person and then making a carbon copy of them when you're reassembling them.
Okay, I can get on board with that theory, and they're still the same person after transportation as they were before it.
Right, same emotions, same everything.
But of course, it's all fiction, obviously, right? This is fictionalized.
But even if such a thing were possible, would that be murder and then rebirth, or would it be or is that the same person? That's essentially what you're asking, right?
Would that
digitized copy because let's assume instead of it being actually the same molecules, but it was different molecules that were assembling and now forming you. I think we would say that in that case, it's definitely a copy, as opposed to if it's your actual molecules that are being reassembled, we would tend to say that it's actually still you. See what I'm saying?
Okay.
It's almost like, are they different molecules or but it's an interesting thing when you actually think about it, because it's like, do you really feel attached to your particular molecules? Like, do you even know what your molecules are made out of? Like why
probably
is it
not? No.
No, of course you don't. No one knows. You don't know you don't know what shape your heart is. You have no idea what your lungs look like. You've never seen them. So how would you even know if it's your molecules or someone else's molecules?
And maybe they're not. Maybe my molecules are changed every second, every nanosecond.
And over the span of the next 7 years, your molecules will all die and be reborn and regenerated as something else. So that 7 years from now, the version of you that's there has 0 molecules that are in your body right now. So is that a new you? It's almost like
yes.
It's the same question. It's the same question.
So,
are you in the same boat if you go across the Atlantic and you keep changing one board at a time? So by the time you get there, none of the boards are the same anymore. Is it the same boat that you left in? That's the same question with the molecules. The same.
Well,
question.
that's the the grandfather's axe paradox, right? If you have a item and all of its component parts are replaced, is it still the same item? But it's a paradox because there's no one true correct answer to that question.
Right.
That's why it's a paradox. And I mean, paradoxes, I love dabbling in paradoxes because I believe paradoxes strengthen my side of the argument, but we can revisit that later because I don't want to deviate off this idea. I do believe that human memories are stored in our DNA. I do believe that it was possible to cryogenically freeze someone. Now, this has, of course, science has said that, humans are not reptiles. We cannot hibernate because of extreme cold.
Right.
But I do believe it is possible to transplant a brain to another person. We don't have the medical technology to do it yet, but I do believe it will become one day possible.
Which is why.
So, Joe, if I transplant my brain into a ginger,
into an AI,
or into a computer,
right?
And honestly, I love that. I love the idea that I can achieve immortality through uploading my brain, my consciousness into a computer. That fascinates me. I love that idea.
I don't know if you'd really love it in practice.
Honestly, I've worked with computers since I was 15 years old. I would probably hate it. Computers suck. All right? Computers suck. They are creations of man who are by nature imperfect.
Let me get to these super chats here, okay? Atheism entails determinism. If I form my theistic beliefs solely from necessary determination, I got this question right. Greg, thanks for the super chats. God appreciates your insults, even though they're misinformed AF because you don't understand the butterfly effect or suffering. All right. My parents lost a child at 6 months. Me and my 4 younger siblings wouldn't be here now, as my parents had decided that my oldest sibling would be the last. So I have mixed feelings on Fry's position. Yeah, it's I feel you. I've been a housebound disabled 20 years, but if I'm a mirror that makes people grateful, then at least I have purpose. Oh, I think you have much more than just purpose. I think that you have a vital role that only you are able to fulfill.
Oh yeah, I agree with that 100%. You are not the measure. You are not the relative measurement against other people. You're much more than that.
Here's the thing also, I made a joke which was to show sort of playing into. By the way, we're all Joe, so no pity needed, because I said earlier, I pity all of you because you're not me. I mean, I do. I'm not going to kid you. I sort of feel as if I feel as if I was born with certain blessings that few people have, and a lot of blessings that few people have, and that and that I'm insufficiently appreciative of those blessings or manifesting those blessings, which is, that's something I struggle with all the time. But the point that I was making is that, like, and that's why I was saying I would never want to be any other human than the one that I am.
Me neither.
But it's like,
I can agree on that.
But it's like, I'm sort of, I had a point and I don't remember what it was. I sort of lost my train of thought there. I mean, I sort of feel like that's like, it's in certain ways it makes it harder to be happy, because, and I do feel like I'm a happy person, like much happier than most people I know. But I do feel like it's more of a struggle to be happy, because I sort of feel like there's more of a burden for me to actually accomplish.
I've thought about this too. Look, and
that's why I was like that retarded guy can just be blissfully happy.
Yes.
And oh, this is, I know what I was getting at. It was in the context of what Worcestershire was saying. So no matter how many blessings any individual has or how few blessings someone has, their ability to impact mankind because of their unique situation as to who they know and who they're interacting with and who they're dealing with on a day-by-day basis gives them equal significance to anyone else, no matter how many more blessings that person has. So we can look at someone who, let's say, is beautiful and rich and smart and whatever, and has wealth and affluence and is popular, whatever it is that we look at, that we sort of look at as being like, the superiors or the elites of mankind, or whatever it is, however you want to define the elites of mankind. But that doesn't mean that their impact is any more significant than someone literally who's a retarded kid. And I'm not saying that in an offensive way about someone who's mentally incapacitated. I'm saying like literally like someone who's born with mental incapacitation, that they can make, they're in a position because of who they know and who they're living with to have an impact on their environment, which is no less significant. And that's something that I think we tend to lose sight of our own significance on the impact we have on people on a day-by-day basis, or how important that is, because we don't value ourselves or those around us sufficiently. That's where, and we don't sufficiently value what seems like a momentary impact, because of we don't appreciate the butterfly effect of that impact. So
is that because of society's erosion of faith?
I think it's a weakness of man. I think it's a weakness of man that we just
and it's gotten more pronounced as we move into this modern era.
Perhaps
I believe that our faithlessness has become more pronounced.
That's definitely true. It's all your fault, Tim.
Well, and again,
I'm kidding.
No, I have kidding. No. I have
it's
faith.
Not your fault. It's not.
I have faith in my atheism, and I can acknowledge that it is faith. I acknowledge that.
Greg says, Matt, theists are just tired of walking circles around atheists. Let's just go get Jeremiah's complaints about God in the Bible. Without suffering, free will can't exist, since all options would be equally pleasant. Stephen Fry wouldn't even have the options to defy God without the pain he despises God for. Good point. Great point. Chris LaForest says, this question I think comes down to what Solzhenitsyn talked about in Gulag, namely, is life about the physical or even the intellectual, or is it about the spiritual? Is a sick kid less well off spiritually? And they're certainly not. They're certainly not. One of the most influential people I ever heard of was this heartbreaking song sung by like a 6-year-old Jewish girl with leukemia, who she died a couple of years ago from leukemia, who basically is singing this song, recognizing her disease and expressing her gratitude to God. It's the most I mean, you hear it, you can't hear it and not break down crying when you listen to it. And And I look at her as I'm like, I'll never be that holy.
Yeah.
And like, you know what I'm saying? Like when you talk about the spiritual power, I'm like, I'll never be that.
And I think it's disingenuous to ever state that someone in that situation is delusional. It's extremely disingenuous to go into that argument. Yeah, absolutely. Have you ever noticed that the people, Joe, who have nothing left to lose are among the most, I want to say, spiritually mature, the most in tune with what makes them whole as a person.
Yeah.
I can't say happy. Happy is not the correct word.
Mhm.
But they realize the reality of themselves. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm having a hard time coming up with the
No,
words
I understand.
to
You're
describe
saying
it.
that
Yeah.
they find a certain symmetry or a certain there's a word with an S that I'm trying to think of, not symmetry, but they sort of find a certain comfortableness with their place in the universe.
Yeah, that's a good explanation of it, and you know that's
And that's what you're
I
saying.
acknowledge that.
You're saying that's not happiness, but I'm telling you right now, I think that is the ultimate happiness.
Maybe it is.
I think
I don't like the use of the word.
It's not
because
pleasurable. It's not pleasure, which
right.
we tend to associate pleasure with happiness. But
That's exactly it.
I think much as actual love is not the fervent lust, but it's an actual symmetry that you have with another individual. I think that when you have that symmetry and that comfortableness with the environment, that's actual real happiness. When you feel like you feel like consistent with the universe. This is why like when we know that when someone is lying, they feel internally. They feel until their soul basically gets used to lying all the time, that becomes who they are. But anyone who is not corrupted their themselves to that degree, they feel a certain dissonance, uncomfortableness when they tell something that's not true, because there's an inconsistency between themselves and the universe, or truth, or reality. So to and as opposed to when someone tells the truth, even when it's difficult, that they sort of feel like a certain comfortableness, that they're true, that there's with truth, and and consistency with the environment of their surroundings, of Earth and their ecosystem and their societal system, and that comfortableness is that's real happiness, much as being with someone, a companion who you genuinely love, and you love them more than yourself. Like you're genuinely happy knowing that they're happy. That's a real love. That's not pleasure. That's just what makes you, genuinely fills you with happiness, because there's you feel that
and that emotion explains why you can feel that same feeling of wholesomeness and fulfillment by mentoring someone who is not your own child.
Right.
Because, biologically speaking, there's no incentive for you to provide any benefit for someone who is not your own child. And yet, Joe, you can speak to this, I'm sure you can. People who foster children call it among the most rewarding experiences a human can feel.
No doubt.
And that is not inconsistent with what I believe in. And there's something Drexel once said that really, really stuck with me. And that is, the opposite of love is not hate, but it's actually indifference.
Correct. Spot on.
And I mean, that really, really stuck with me, because I'd never considered before that love is love and hate are both expressions of care.
Yeah.
They're expressions of emotional investment in the outcome of another person.
Yeah. Let me get to these. Chats. Dropbacker says, when the two-party system eventually fails and the following rallies to appoint you our supreme lawyer journalist, could I recommend the party name Joe's People's Front with a honey badger mask? I think we're a ways away from it. We can do better than Joe's People's Front. We can do better than that. But I appreciate the thought. And I'm not the leader of the following. I'm just a member, just like anyone else. Greg says, please read Hebrews 8 regarding the new covenant. Even my pastors hate this covenant. What?
Hey, it's 4 a.m. where I am.
6 a.m. here.
And obviously, Joe, I'll hang with you until you start getting some other people into the stream. I'm happy.
I think you're scaring them. I think you're scaring them away. I'm just kidding.
Kick me out when you actually get some real YouTubers in here to help you celebrate. But
you're too kind.
I'm hoping I'm providing some benefit for you in your chat.
You're
or at least making them think, making them engaged.
I'll tell you this. I actually assume that there's going to be periods where I'm going to be by myself, and that's totally fine. I spend most nights I spend talking to myself in my own room here, and I'm used to that, and no one has called the police yet on me, so I'm totally fine with that. And I actually have like my diggers have put together a list of like funny or different political or woke stuff that they want me to react to, which I was hoping to do at some point. So
maybe we can get off this like heavy stuff.
This is very heavy.
Get to a lighter.
This is 5 in the morning heavy, 6 in the morning heavy stuff.
I think it was good.
Yeah.
I think I do believe the people who are here watching you I really hope that they had a moment where they could assess their own beliefs and say, you know what? Anything that Tim or Joe said strengthened my faith.
There you go.
That's my hope. And I don't care which one it was. Guys, I want you to strengthen your faith. Always.
Kelly says, a little behind with special needs mom here. It's a blessing people don't understand. I'm sure it is. People focus on the negative, but it makes you focus on what matters. God bless you. Drop Barracuda. If science is God, why does your God kill so many?
The story of Alfred Nobel. I was actually telling one of my classmates about that.
That's a great story.
Yeah.
Inventor of dynamite who decided to create Nobel Prize because he was so horrified by the damage that his invention would wreak on the world. Printer God, hate from Colorado. There you go. V Radio. Aliens would not disprove the Bible. The Bible talks about creation of Earth. Doesn't mean God didn't create anything anyone else. This is true.
That's not the interpretation I've heard. But again, as an atheist, I have no authority or position to assume what someone else believes. Only that is not the interpretation that I've heard.
Drop says, if there's time, there's an 8-minute and 50 video by an artist named Ren called Eden, where he gives an interesting take on that story. Would love your thoughts. Ren called Eden. I seen on that story that I shared earlier. Really, I didn't know there's anyone on the internet talks about it. I thought I was the first person to ever mention that on the internet. I see that.
Let me tell you a story as old as time. The story of Adam and Eve. It starts with a.
That's not the same story.
Yeah.
All right. Anyway, let me move forward here. Tim, who is the real Rick Sanchez?
That's a Rick and Morty reference, I'm assuming. I've watched a little bit of Rick and Morty, but I would not call myself a fan of Rick and Morty. Like, so there when in if I may very quick, I'll be very quick on this. I'll be brief. As brief as a lawyer can be, which means I'll take 3 hours. So a lot of the questions,
dude, it's a $2 super chat.
I know. I'm joking, Joe. I will be less than a minute on this, but
okay.
So I have watched Rick and Morty episodes. I do not identify or in any way kind of align my beliefs with the character of Rick Sanchez. I think when you pin your faith, your ideology, and your belief systems on a work of fiction, a cartoon, it's doing a disservice to you as the individual. So the cartoon Rick and Morty is a medium of entertainment.
Okay, I think that's a good cover. That covered it right there. Worcester says, "Are we really doing Prometheus now?" LOL. Matthew Felty. Changes in human DNA aligning with Genesis 6 is a thread to pull as a thought exercise. Can you expand on henotheism? Clearly, there was a recognition. I don't even know what henotheism is.
No, neither do I.
Clearly, there was a recognition and worship of lower deities that corrupted us, thus the need for first commandment. Oh, I think I know what this is.
What does heno mean?
I'm looking this up now. For a $20 super child, look up henotheism. Henotheism.
I mean, hemo is blood, but I don't think that's the right answer.
Believe in the supremacy of one God without denying the existence of others. Yeah,
that's obvious. So, correct me if I'm wrong, but it sounds like the Torah mandates one God.
That is correct.
The Bible mandates one God. That I know is, again, people have explained this to me.
Yep.
Okay, so henotheism is a departure from those belief systems.
Right. No, henotheism is basically more consistent with Greek theology. We have Zeus, who's like the head god, versus like these other gods like Pericles or whatever. All these other lower level gods like Hercules or Jupiter or Saturn, or those are Roman gods actually. But yeah, the other gods of the age, Cassandra. So
Aussie Overlord says he'll biatch slap me through the screen.
There you go. I didn't even know he was around. I would have sent him.
Yeah, he's in the chat. Maybe like 20, 10, 20 up.
Oh, cool. I'll tell you this. Maimonides goes through a lengthy explanation as to how polytheism originated. He lived 1,000 years ago. He was a rabbinical sage that lived 1,000 years ago, and he goes through a detailed explanation as to how polytheism was formed. That it actually started as man feeling too removed from God to be able to worship God directly. So instead, in lieu thereof, that man basically felt that much as if you were to, a way of honoring the king is to show honor and recognition to those who are in the king's court, those who the king recognizes, so too they can show honor to God without being an affront to God for failing to do it properly, by showing honor to those who are closer to God, i.e. stars, i.e. the sun, which is basically up in heaven closer to God, which is obviously more favorable. They're obviously more closer to God than man, and that by paying honor and tribute to them, to the moon, that you are thereby honoring God. And that's how they started basically recognizing the value and greatness of the sun, of the moon, stars, of various constellations. And that's where people started basically, and then they started making various statues as representations of these different entities, these different gods, until they started recognizing them as the gods themselves. And that's the birth of polytheism. Now, one can understand how polytheism, that once you start creating a perspective of there being these multiple gods, well, and obviously you have to picture these gods are interacting with each other, and it makes sense that one of them is a boss of the other gods. So that's how you would come likely to. I haven't seen that part in Maimonides, but that's how I would assume henotheism would evolve from polytheism. Instead of there being a chaos of all these gods having their separate domains and being equal, but that there's one master over the other gods, and that's how you would come to a Zeus who has more power than the god of the god of thunder or whatever. That's my.
Can I take a quick bathroom break?
You can, Joe? Dude. You can log off. This is my thing. You don't have to. I appreciate you coming on here, brother. You've been here for hours and hours, and
I'm actually, so I'm monitoring the reason I'm staying up all night is I actually have to monitor a website migration.
Mm-hmm.
I have to be up until like 8 a.m. my time. So I'm happy to hang out and keep you some company. I hope I'm not overtaking or imposing your stream or anything. Like, obviously, this is your celebration, and
Right.
it would.
Right. Well, look, I appreciate you coming by here. I don't. I feel like at a certain point, I sort of feel like I'm taxing. You know what I'm saying? Like I know that you appreciate at a certain point. Look, I know that even though like when I love hanging out in Knicks, but after a certain while, I'm like, okay, I'm tapping out now. Like, so, yeah.
I just need to take a bathroom break. That's all. I've been
go for
knocking back Lagavulin for the last
do it, brother.
4 hours.
Do
so
it.
I'll
Go.
be back if you
Do
just
it.
want to pull me out of the stream and take over for a bit.
All right, I'll pull you out. All right. I found an old book that introduced me to the term clarifying Hebrew faith versus polytheism. Moses and Elijah didn't deny others, just followed superior. No, that's not. No. Moses was all about one God. Elijah was all about one God, not other gods. No, not the superior God. There's a rejection altogether of any other gods. I can assure you of that. There was a correct video for Eden. Ren is a young artist that is a genius musician and very good at making people really think. Interesting story. So that's what this Eden thing was. I was I'm torn about this. I'll give it a minute or two. We'll see. I'll see if it captures me. If it captures me, I'll stay. Moses ben Maimon. I'll do some reading. That's Maimonides. There you go. You're not going to find it right away because I'm going to tell you right now. I just so you're not confused about this. Maimonides wrote a lengthy exposition about Jewish law, and he basically, and in there is a section where he talks about, he breaks into different sections of Jewish law. So one of his sections relates to idol worship, and that's where he breaks that down. I think that's where he breaks it down, but he has other sections also. So I don't remember off the top of my head if that's where it was. I'm too tired to actually remember that. Let's see what we got here.
God who wanted more. God had just created the heavens and the earth. He had the angels by his side, but they had no will of their own. And so the autonomy to love or reject him was never theirs. All but for one. The once called bringer of light. Lucifer, morning star. Lucifer was the fairest.
No. I'm not. No. I'm not. I'm too tired for this. I'm too tired. No. Nope. Sorry. No. I gave it. I'm not. No. I know it's not anything bad. I just I don't want to start getting into the whole Lucifer thing. I don't want to get into the whole devil thing and Lucifer and this other stuff. Largely, I'll tell you, being totally frank with you, I feel too ignorant to actually give a valuable opinion about Satan, about evil inclination, about I feel too ignorant to weigh in on it, and I'm certainly not going to sit here trying to refute where I'm sure there's going to be crossover between Jewish ideology and Christian ideology, and I'm not even sure about. I'm sure there are variants as to like where, and I don't even know enough about Jewish perspective on it to weigh in on it. It's not something I've really spent time fixating on, like the whole concept. Conceptually, we believe that there is some sort of satanic Satan. There is some sort of Satan. What the role of Satan is, we look at him as having multifaceted roles. And you know, you can call him the devil. It's not referred to as the devil anywhere in Torah, but who he is and where he comes from and what that whole thing, I don't know enough about that. I'm too ignorant on it. You're back.
I'm back.
All right, let's get through some of these videos here that my diggers have put together for me, and they want me to react to.
I hope they're funny.
They're supposed to be. I'll show you what I got. This is what I'm working with here.
Because and your chat's usually pretty good at this. Do you remember I can't remember the stream, but I sent you that messed up Baltimore car commercial.
This is what they put together for me. This political, funny. Karen. Oh, I want to see Karen. Let's see Karen.
Yeah, laughing at. I think that would be a good change of topic for the stream. Is just laughing at people.
And then I went right from texting you to texting another girl.
Oh, I saw this thing. I saw this. Not bad. Gotta get my volume up though. This is very low.
I sent you a text that said I'm on the plane, I love you. And then I went right from texting you to texting another girl that said, hey, I'm on my plane, I love you. To which the lady next to me said that I should be ashamed of myself for telling my wife, who had stored as beautiful in my phone, that I boarded the plane and I love her. And then I pulled up another girl in my phone and said basically the same thing. And I had TikTok up before this, so she said she's got my TikTok handle and she's gonna put it out there. So I just wanted to tell you before she does. So if you could go down to the end of the hall and tell our daughter that I will no longer be texting her from the plane that I love her because I can only love one girl at a time, that would be great. I sent you a text that said I'm on the plane.
There you go. There you go. All right. That wasn't bad.
Everyone rushes to judgment. Like Joe, only God can judge. I reckon, you don't have to be not an atheist to understand that.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And people are so judgmental.
The other thing I'll tell you is this. No one likes judgmental people. Nobody. Listen, You want to be popular? I walk people through this in the very first local videos I ever put up there. There's really 3 things. You want to be popular? 3 things you have to do to be popular. Very popular. Very, very popular. Okay? 3 things. That's all you need to do, and you will have tons of people around you. 3. Number 1 is be happy. If you display, people like being around happy people. If you are happy, you draw people to you. They like being around. It's a weird thing. We like seeing smiling faces. So we like being around happy people. Number 2 is be confident. Confidence is sexy. It is sexually alluring to both men and women. Everyone likes happy, confident people. That's what you need to be. That's how you become the it crowd, is if you're happy and you're genuinely confident. You're not afraid of being judged. You're not afraid of failure. People like people who march through life happy and with confidence. And the third thing is you alienate people if you are judgmental. If you cut out being judgmental, and you're just totally okay with people doing their thing, in that case, when they get drawn to you, you won't end up pushing them away by feeling like, oh my gosh, this person's looking through me and they're making me feel uncomfortable in my own skin. So that's what being judgmental is. And the reason we're all so judgmental is because we feel insecure inside. So if we pass judgment on someone else, we're like, oh, at least I'm better than that person because I can pass judgment on them that they have this failing or that failing. It displays insecurity and it's alienating because no one wants to be around some schmuck who's sitting there judging others. That's all you need to do if you want to be wildly popular. Happy, confident, not judgmental. There you go. That's the secret to life. Go forward, live life. Be happy, be confident, and stop being a douchebag.
Guys, clip that and upload it as a short. That is the perfect short. By the way, it is always projection. It always comes from, I am dissatisfied and unhappy in my life, so I must assume that your misconduct is unhappiness or a flaw on your person. Right?
See,
it always comes from projection.
This is the person who's not happy. It's like you're so fixated over, oh, here's a Jew. Oh, he's a Jew. You're not happy. Find your own. Stop worrying about what Jews think. Why are you worried about Jews? Why?
What a profile
it's the
picture.
Jews. It's the Jews. Why are you so worried? Just be happy. Be confident. Live your life. Stop worrying. It's like, oh, are they judging me? Are they judgmental? It's like, you see, this. You're doing it. You're falling prey to it. Evolve beyond it. You'll be happier. It's hilarious.
There's a line if you like. I play a lot of Grand Theft Auto 5 when I just want to kill time, and there's a line on one of the radio stations where it's the conservative radio station parody, obviously satire, and the host is like, I'm not a judgmental person. It's not in my DNA. I don't judge people. Well, not white people, anyways.
Let me get to the next video here. Let's see what the diggers have dug up for me here. All right. I don't know what. Let's find funny. Yes, minute 2. Redirect.
Judgment comes from you. What you gonna do when it ain't nowhere to hide?
Careful with the music.
What does he say?
I don't know.
No, what was he saying? I have no idea what he was saying.
Yeah, no. I get the same thing. Like, I don't listen to hip hop, and I have a very hard time understanding what they say. The only rap I've ever listened to is Eminem, obviously. I don't know. I think that makes me racist, probably, but yeah.
What were you saying?
So,
hippopotamus, group of guys, got
What?
Yeah.
And what?
I don't know.
What do you said when you were little?
What was going anywhere?
What else is he talking about?
Hippopotamus, group of guys, got
I've experienced this. Okay, I got my little nephew. We were listening to this random song on YouTube, and I'm like, how do you understand what he's saying? And he proceeds to just recite the lyrics back to me. Joe, it sounds like a foreign language to me. And he's 8 years old.
Mm-hmm.
And he just spits the exact lyrics right back at me. And I'm like, I have to think about it, but okay, that sounds like what he was saying.
Yeah.
I just don't get it. I don't understand. I think that makes me a racist.
Clearly, I don't. It's not a matter of think.
Okay, is it okay if I touch you? Yeah. Okay, cool. Okay, if I touch you.
Go right ahead.
Before we get started, do you mind if I touch you? I also gonna cut my fucking hair. Do you mind if I touch you? Hey, serious, bro, just cut my hair.
Is it cool if I touch you? Yeah, absolutely. Cool.
That's usually just customary. I ask the person before I touch them. Just cut it, cuz.
And what were your pronouns?
She, they. She, they too.
Yay!
We're twins.
He, him.
She, her.
And what are your pronouns? Are you fucking serious, bro? Just cut my hair.
What are your pronouns? They, them. She, they.
You're not showing the video.
Yeah, sorry. I'm a little tired. Thank you for alerting me to that like 90 seconds into it.
Yeah, I was wondering if you were just like filtering it out first, making sure that it was safe.
You're a producer. You're Tim, the producer. When you met me, you were introduced to me as Tim, the producer. Producer Tim.
Yes, producer Tim. And this is why I caught it. Because after a few seconds of like, okay, no, he's not just vetting the video. He's actually
No.
That's why I caught it.
You caught it. You caught it. Like when my whole audience is sitting here saying, like, oh my God.
No one has said a thing. I thought you were Steven, I thought you were previewing it.
No. Why would I? I'm not previewing for like a minute and a half. No, I'm not doing that.
It was less than 30 seconds. Come on.
It felt really long.
Okay, so I have like half emptied this bottle, and I feel like you are more drunk than I am.
No, I'm good. I'm a little tired, but I'm good. All right, here we go.
Anyways.
There we go. Let's start this over again.
Go right ahead.
I'm bothered by the volume level. I'm trying to figure out how to boost. I'm going to boost that. Let me enhance that a little bit here.
It's the source. You can't really help that.
Oh,
it's like all the trial streams.
Get started, do you mind if I touch you? I also gonna cut my fucking hair. Do you mind if I touch you? Hey, serious, bro, just cut my hair.
Is it cool if I touch you? Yeah, absolutely. Cool.
That's usually just customary. I ask the person before I touch them. Just cut it, cuz.
And what were your pronouns? She, they. She, they too. Yay! We're twins.
He, him.
She, her.
And what are your pronouns? Are you fucking serious, bro? Just cut my hair.
That was pretty funny. That was pretty funny. That one I liked.
Joe, do you remember the article? Some weird feminist wrote, like, you have to get consent before you change your baby's diaper. Do you remember that article? I think it's like 3 years old or 4 years old.
No.
There was some, I want to say it was like Washington Post or New York Times, but or maybe Rolling Stone, some author. Oh no, it was out of England. Of course, it was England, because they use the term nappy, which is their slang for diaper. But some random feminist was like, you have to ask your baby for consent to change their diaper.
What?
And her theory was that although the baby cannot understand, it builds the culture of consent. It is. I hope someone can link it to you. I can try and find it for you while you go to the next video. But,
all right. Let me. I'm pulling up at random here. We'll see what fans got for us.
I said a crack rock, the 100 to the Biden. I smoked lots of crack, and I.
Oh yeah, you see, I was doing it again. Let's do it again. So I don't trust you no more.
Good. You should not. There is a look.
To the Biden, I
zero trust.
I won't stop smoking because my laptop is leaking. But up jumps my daddy. He's a pedo of America's seed. Now the videos you see are all fake news, and crack pipes won't burn your teeth. Cause Google, the news, and Pedo Peter are gonna make sure you all don't see that my name's Hunter, man, and I really do like blow. The Ukraine, my gun, the Paris, my man, my paintings and my hose. But first, I gotta light the crack into the pipe. I laundered.
Not feeling it. Not feeling it. Sorry, not feeling that one.
Do you remember? Of course, you don't remember this. I want to say 10 years ago era of YouTube, where a thing called YouTube poops were popular, and it was just nonstop streams of memes goofing on everything popular culture.
No.
Do you know what a YouTube poop is?
No idea.
Okay.
No idea. I've lived this long without knowing what YouTube poop is.
I'm just gonna drop it. I'll drop it because I can't explain it.
All right.
I got the link there in the. I posted a link for you for that article. If you want some outrage articles.
What do we got here? What are you giving me? Yeah. Blah. Blah. I can't read. No, this is just going to get me angry. This is going to get.
If you don't want to do outrage, let's stick to the funny stuff.
This is going to get me angry.
Yes, it will. Yes, it will. Oh, I saw a story out of Montana. They CPS took possession of a family's child because they were depressed, suicidal, all the things Ethan Crumbley memes. Mm-hmm. And just suddenly, while they were in a hospital, just like, you know what, I'm a boy. What? And so the hospital's like, oh, yeah, you were obviously a boy, and we are going to respect your gender identity. We're going to remove you from your parents' custody because they don't respect your gender identity. And we're going to try and send you to your birth mother in Canada. This is out of Montana. Montana.
Strange that out of Montana.
One of the reddest states that exists. I've been to Montana, Joe. I've talked to a lot of people in Montana because, I drove through it. I love the people in Montana so much. Every time I drive through there and just interact with people, right? I just stop and get gas. I stop at a Trader Joe's or a Walgreens. I just grab a snack for the road, but I talk to people, and God, I love the state of Montana so much. It's a beautiful state. Very, very conservative. But the fact that this stuff happens in that such a red state tells me that, again, the 4-year rule is in effect. Whatever happens in Canada happens in America 4 years later.
Yeah, you're the canary in the coal mine. You are. You're definitely the canary in the coal mine. That's no question. That's whatever. That's why when I see Canada, I get very freaked out. And that's why I'm like, no one in America wants to be Canada, and yet eventually it seems like we are. School Bob says the devil is called the accuser. So basically, a prosecution attorney. Yeah, and our concept of Satan is that he takes various roles. That he's at some point. The tricking us into sinning or beguiling us into sinning, and then becomes accusatory, and then ultimately the punishment as well. And I don't know how to like conceptualize it or express it in a way that I think I can clarify in a way that's not going to make it more confusing than before I start, which is why if I can't figure out how to express it, I definitely don't want to start walking down that road, because I feel as if I'm not benefiting you or me. It's not benefiting anyone. I'm just adding to more chaos and confusion. So anyhow, yeah. So
I'm gonna have to jump off in a bit here, Joe. Sorry, okay. Something's come up, but yeah. If there's any last super chats that kind of directed at me, I can.
No, I think I covered the super chats that were directed to you. I want to thank you so much for coming by. Tell people where they can find you and stuff like that, so we can sort of.
Absolutely. So I have a YouTube channel called Lost in Law. It's spelled LAWST in law.
Lost in Law.
I'm hoping to start up a new weekly show called Everything is Political. And very, very much like the conversation I engaged Joe with, where I started pushing on moral beliefs and your personal convictions and how they inform your policy and political positions. Everything is Political is a show designed to really go into the core of that. I'm hoping to get a couple of law tuber streamers on and ask them to go into depth on their personal convictions, what informs the positions they take on political issues. So you can catch that there. I had a little teaser go up today on that, but and Joe, honestly, thank you so much for having me.
Thank you for popping in.
Really appreciate it. I hope I didn't overstay my welcome at all, because
no, not at all. You're awesome. Don't worry, you were great. Thank you. And you gave me like a sounding board to sort of express myself on different things that I don't get to talk about on YouTube very often. So I appreciate that. And I thank you so much for coming by, my brother. It was really great having you. Next time I see you in chat, I'm probably not gonna remember to do it now because I gotta move things over, but I'm gonna mod you up, because now you earned your wrench. You sat through you went through the gauntlet, and now you earned your wrench. So
I'll throw. I'll be chatting. Like I said, I'm staying up all night anyways, so I'll hang out in the chat. But
later, brother.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you so much. Have a great night, my friend. Or a great morning, I guess. Debbie says, send your Twitter DM with the topic, but it might be too controversial right now. Maybe later. I'll try to check it out. I haven't really been. It's hard for me to sort of check things in the background while I'm trying to like actually share content and things of that nature. So I actually was pulling up here. Some of you probably saw. Some of you probably got a little preview there. Little preview that this is something that I have not seen yet, but I definitely wanted to watch. And this is Gorka, Sebastian Gorka, whose voice alone is reason enough to listen to him, because God knows his voice is crazy awesome. Talking about why America needs Trump. America and the world need Trump. So this is something I've been waiting to check out since I saw it a couple of days ago and never found the right moment for it. And what better moment than 6:40 in the morning Eastern time?
But I find it...
Whoa, that's loud. Whoa. That was powerful. Sorry about that.
Strange that the motion is coined in such a way that this House fears the return of a man.
Let me start.
But I find it strange that the motion is coined in such a way that this House fears the return of a man who did more than any other in at least 2 generations to revivify that civilization, to stand up for concepts of representative government and national sovereignty and the greatness of our civilization. Thank you, Madam President, Madam Secretary, the committee, and all in attendance today who made this possible. And I'm
So if you're unfamiliar with Oxford Union, so they host debates, and there'll be a proposition and there'll be proponents and then opposition. So they refer to themselves as being the House, and the House adopts this, or the House whatever. So they engage in interesting debates. Some of them are phenomenal. Some of them are thought-provoking. Some are funny. That guy Konstantin Kisin rocked one of these debates a long time ago. I think I covered that one. It was about vegetarianism. So the proposition that was being proposed here is this House fears. What was it?
Thank you, Madam President, Madam Secretary.
This House fears the return of Trump's America.
Secretary, the committee, and all in attendance today who made this possible. And I'm very excited to see such a full House this evening. The motion before us that we are arguing against is that this House fears the return of the man I worked for, Donald John Trump. I'm honored to be in this building, at this society, which has recognized and invited such champions in Western civilization, who believed in the truth, who believed in the will of the people and Western civilization, as Einstein, as Reagan, and as Thatcher. But I find it strange that the motion is coined in such a way that this House fears the return of a man who did more than any other in at least 2 generations to revivify that civilization.
There's almost like this pompous confidence, which is uniquely Sebastian Gorka. Revivify.
To stand up for concepts of representative government and national sovereignty and the greatness of our civilization. The most important speech he ever gave was at the Warsaw Ghetto, the site of the uprising against fascism. And he asked one question, which is the question of the age. Does the West, do we together have what it takes to defend and defeat those who wish to destroy our civilization? And that is why I served him. I was on my friend Carl Benjamin's show today, and he said, well, the question is interesting because
I'm a huge fan of Carl Benjamin also. He also is blessed with, his voice is just ridiculous. Just a natural voice, which is just unbelievable.
Maybe the people in this room, maybe the people...
And that's the least of his good qualities, because he happens to be wicked smart.
At this college do fear him, but for the wrong reasons. Why would you not wish to have a man back who is the only person in history to have received more than 130 million votes? No other human being has received 130 million votes. Do the math. 64 and said, no, please, we have decorum here or we have nothing.
We have decorum or we have nothing. We have chaos.
Why would you wish to have others decide for you who should run a country? Should it not be the people who decide who runs a country? No, I'm good, thank you.
I told you, Gorka's always entertaining.
That is why Donald Trump was elected in 2016. I find it rather risible, amusing at least, that as an immigrant to the United States, I have to remind my fellow Americans what they did in 2016.
We need to pause. Every once in a while, I told you how I'm a very blessed person. I mentioned that just like, I don't know, countless times. part of those blessings is that I have managed to find myself in the association of really, really great men. I'm talking legendary, amazing, just like wow, smart, talented, insightful, humorous, brilliant, just phenomenal, and just genuinely not better than being great men, being good men. And I count so many of them in my circle. And I also count legal vices in my circle as well.
Hey, you forgot sexy AF. But wake up, Joe. I want to talk about religion for a while.
Oh, please do. Please do. You kind of missed how I sort of like excluded you from all of that, but that was good. Yeah.
No, I didn't miss it. I just refused to acknowledge it.
Jeff, how are you?
Hey, now that you woke up the missus.
Sometimes the missus needs some refreshing. So
you startle her. She unloads the clip in you.
That's a good thing. So how you been? I haven't seen you since I haven't seen you in 2024. That I know.
It's been a minute. I just kind of I was waiting. I was biding my time. Waiting to come on and join you. Yeah.
Oh, is that what it was? You just wanted to have the one-on-one time. I appreciate that.
Yeah, I guess you can say that. That's one way of putting it.
Well, you might have missed earlier when they were talking about people who what was the phrase that they wanted to probe my underpinnings.
Yes, no, that's yeah.
So now you have the unique opportunity to probe my underpinnings.
Pass.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
It's a hard pass, but it's a pass.
Very hard pass. All right. Well, what have you been up to?
Not much. Just working and doing nothing, literally.
When you say working, you mean social media work, or you mean like actual crap?
Well, like real actual live in an office making money.
Actually making money. Oh my god. Yeah. Like getting paid on an hourly basis kind of work. Like a consistent hourly base, like consistently being paid.
I haven't done much in the last few weeks. I've been dealing with this amazing tendonitis in both feet. Some stupid new exercise the personal trainer had me do that effectively took me out for about a month now.
You sure it's tendonitis, not gout?
Oh no! Well, see, that's what freaked me out. That was the first thing I thought.
Was it really?
No, because it's the tendon on my left big toe. Like the top part of the tendon that raises the foot. And I'm like, God, what is this? So I Google like pain and big toe, and it's like gout is the first thing. I'm like, who gets gout in 2024? And then I'm like, then my right heel started hurting too. And I'm like, okay, this looks good. So I went to the doctor. He's like, nah, you're like the most unflexible person in the world. Have you been doing something to flex recently? And my trainer put me through this new stupid squat thing where you have to hold like 20 pound sandbag and do squats while your feet are while your heels are elevated on like this 4-inch foam platform. And so I was basically doing squats with on my tiptoes. And apparently my toes didn't like that too much. So it's not gout. Yay. That was literally my first thought when I did my little Google search, but yeah. Oh,
I always associated gout with being like obese, but apparently it's not uniquely
well.
Obese.
That would certainly not rule me out. So.
I don't think you're obese.
Yeah, well,
I think you're more portly than obese.
As I said, there's like a reason the camera stops right here.
It's not the nipple camera. It's the neck and It's
we don't need to go full Gorlock on this, so yeah.
Appreciate that.
Yeah.
So have you been keeping up with what's going on politically?
But honest to God, most of my political news comes from you.
Is it really?
Yeah, pretty much. So I just don't care anymore.
Woe unto you. Yeah. You know, I want you to know something. I get that. I get that. I think a lot of people are just so tired. So tired. It just feels
I kind of gave up during the first during the Hillary election. Because you know, I mean, you look at you like Hillary, Trump. Are these legitimately the two most qualified, best people out of 400 million people to lead the country? And I thought, whoever wins, America gets exactly what it deserves. Whoever wins.
Did you
kind of stop caring?
Did you think that Trump was a good president?
Oh, see, I think he would have gone down in history as one of the greatest presidents in the history of America if he could have just learned to keep his mouth shut.
Okay.
He just stayed off social media, didn't say stupid shit. He had a little bit of decorum. I thought policy-wise, I think he was one of the best.
Mm-hmm. Do you hold COVID and his response to COVID against him as part of?
No, he was proven right. He was proven right.
Okay.
Everything he said about it.
No, well, I mean, but a lot of people say, you know, but like they say, until 2020, he was great. You're giving him a blessing on everything throughout his administration, aside from his tweeting and social media.
Yeah.
You think that he was hands down one of the best presidents in history?
I think it would, yeah, just for policy-wise and results-wise and economy-wise, the market was never higher. Unemployment was darn low, and there you go.
Immigration was under control. World peace, economy, yeah, everything was swimming along really well. Do you think? So are you not enthused for the potential of a second administration?
It'd be funny. It's gonna be great. Because it looks like it's gonna happen.
You think he's gonna win?
Yeah, I mean, if he eventually makes it onto the final ballot, I think so. Because that's for the same reason now, even more so than when he won the first time. There's no way you can convince me that he actually wanted to win the first election.
Really?
I think it was just what he wanted.
His plan was. What do you think his game?
The same thing it was the time he ran before, when it was just to get his name out there, do his thing, realize he wasn't popular, then he gets to bow out, but everybody's talking about him. And I think when he became president, he eventually found himself the front runner, and he can't quit. He's just not a quitter. And he found himself and he went, holy crap, I'm winning. I have to go through with this. And can you imagine what that first day in the White House would have been like? You know, he's walking around going, holy crap, what have I got myself into? Oh my God. He has to turn over everything, control of everything. He has to divest himself of everything, put things in ghost companies. He can't do anything on his own. He has to take orders from everybody.
Hold on a second. Now you have me curious. Curious. Yeah. Because you brought this topic up. So now I'm going to ask you.
It's like hell I did.
I walked you into this topic. So my question is this. If you became president, what's the first thing you would do? Forgetting policy, like just as you're the powers president, you have access, you have all this other stuff. What is the first thing you would do?
Wow.
And don't say run naked through the halls of the White House. Like I
was thinking of something much filthier, but
no, but like no. What do you think?
I would probably do something really mundane, like make the White House chef make me a pepperoni pizza at 3:00 in the morning or something like that.
Really, something like
it would probably be low key mundane.
Low key mundane, not like say, hey, I want to know, like you would. Do you think you'd go exploring? Like, hey, I want to like check out like all these different like rooms.
Oh, well, yeah.
Area 51. Would it be like I want to know about JFK? Would it be like what? Like what?
Well, I already know those answers, but
oh, you know all the answers to that.
I would probably declare like what when's inauguration date? It's January 20th, right? Mm-hmm. That's usually when it is. Like January 21st would be dressed like John Fetterman Day or something like that. Everybody comes to work in shorts and a hoodie. It'd be great.
Dress.
I would be the worst president. I'd be like Fetterman. I like your style, bro. Let's have a hoodie party.
So, what about the idea of like calling up different world leaders and like prank calling them?
Hey, Mr. Kim, is your refrigerator running? You better catch it. Be like, what's his refrigerator?
Oh my God.
Do you have Sir Raleigh in a can? Better get out, he's suffocating.
All right. Well, you got my vote. You got my vote.
Yeah.
It can't be. It can't be.
See, I'm such a stereo, not the tinfoil Alex Jones type. I'm so much the standard real libertarian. I would just be like, all right, just nobody's allowed to make laws for the next 4 years. It would be something like that. It's just like, we're not doing this. Just
That's
everybody do their job and leave everybody else alone.
All right.
Which is why I'll never be president. Plus, they just go through my social media and go, yeah, sorry.
I was actually I was reading this thing like where someone was claiming that Biden's success is all these different laws he passed, and I was like, that's not like that shows that he's like a marked success, and I'm like, passing laws is not a sign of success. No. That should not be the yardstick as to how we know someone had a successful administration, that they passed a whole bunch.
Putin is successful as hell. I love that Stalin guy. He was great. He passed lots of laws.
I didn't think of that, and now I'm embarrassed that I didn't. Now I'm embarrassed that I didn't. That's a phenomenal response.
Yeah, just to mention all those laws of that failed painter from Austria imposed.
He was phenomenal. Oh my God! Look at the success of this administration.
Laws.
That is great. That is really good. Let me catch a couple of super chats that popped in here. Actually, just one. Mine is Zirkin says, I just got to work. Joe, keep me entertained for the next 8 hours, especially since I couldn't sleep over the night. Please and thank you, homeboy. You got it. I'm on it. I got you covered. Well, you got nothing to worry about. 8 hours, please. Yeah. Where am I at here? Yeah, he's saying invite Aussie, please. But I've got Jeff in here, and Jeff wants his one-on-one time with Joe. So what did you?
No, we want some Aussie too.
What did you want to ask me? Tell me what you wanted to ask.
It's like Hayden's in my time zone. We're kind of just sitting here in the evening doing nothing.
Tell me what it is you wanted. What is it you wanted? Did you have a question for me?
I didn't.
I'll sit here like I'm on a mountaintop, and I'll answer whatever questions you have, because I'm feeling a surge of wisdom. It's almost 7 a.m. here, and I've been streaming for the last 7 hours. And
I noticed.
And I'm feeling a surge of wisdom that feels almost unparalleled.
My question is, do you need some alone time?
Yeah, that's touche. That's a. I'm actually feeling very relieved. To me, this stream is already a success, because I found. I don't know if you heard about Pillowgate, but I found out.
Yes, I saw that.
Finding out that I was not responsible for the.
Perhaps that other hand was trying to hold it up unsuccessfully.
F you. I had my moment of happiness and you ripped it away from me. You just yanked it away. No, Joe. No. That other hand tried stopping the wrecking ball force that you are.
Just positing. I was just positing. But no, see, I even sent you a message in the private chat to you should. But no, I think so.
Yeah.
I think you I think you're off the hook. That other hand was the prime mover.
Yeah. Thank you very, very much. I mean, I want you to understand, this is politically for my family, this is a big thing, because I'm known as the guy who basically capped my own sister in my family. They all blame me for it, and I've lived with that guilt for
months now.
2 years. For 2 years.
That was only 2 years old, and that camera was that horrible.
It was a phone camera trying to stream whatever, and I was moving around, and
like a 1994 Nokia phone.
No,
that was some bad video. But,
I can't.
At least it caught the other hand. So that's as good as it needed to be.
He was perfect. I don't know why you say there was anything wrong with that phone. That phone is perfect the way it is.
It worked just fine.
Just exactly, yeah. Well, anyhow,
they're gonna find some phone from the grassy knoll that some
So
like
I'm
prototype.
I'm feeling a little uncomfortable. I'm feeling a very weighty responsibility because you tell me that the only way you know anything about politics is because of me. That's the only way you know anything about what's going on with American politics. So anything that's happening with Ilhan Omar, Cori Bush, anything that's happening, you don't know anything about that. You're just like, if Joe talks about it, I know it. Otherwise, it's
or Twitter. So okay, it's just a you and Twitter.
Okay. All right. So I can share part of the blame for your ignorance. It's not me alone.
It's just no matter where you are, what country, what time of day, it's just Scandal X, insert parties' names, and it's the same everywhere all the time. It's just and you know what can we do about it? I kind of am perfectly situated that I'm not a Korean citizen, so I can't vote in the elections here. And whatever happens in America doesn't really affect me. So I'm sort of a man without a country that I can just bask in the ignorance and blame everybody else.
Are you happy that you're living in Korea?
Oh, I mean, it's happy. I mean, it's just kind of like, are you happy to live where you are? It's just where you are. You're not miserable. I don't know if it's like every wake up every day, go, by gum, I'm happy to be here. It's just, it's just home. It's where I've been for 35 years. So
you've been in Korea for 35 years.
Yeah. Wow. With the exception of like my last year of school and law school.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. September 21st, 1988.
35 years.
Yeah, almost twice as long as I ever lived in the States.
Wow. That's crazy. And you never want to be a Korean citizen?
No, because Korea doesn't allow dual citizenship.
And you didn't want to revoke your American citizenship.
So if after you gain Korean citizenship, you have 6 months to submit paperwork showing that you've renounced your original citizenship. Otherwise, they cancel your Korean citizenship.
Really?
And I don't really plan on going back, but I certainly like the option. The U.S. passport is a valuable passport to have.
What ways do you speculate? Because obviously there's no way to know. But what ways do you speculate that your life is different than your life, of course, would have been if you stayed in the States?
Expanded horizons, a little more wisdom of how the world actually works.
So what sort of things do you think you know now that you probably wouldn't realize if you were living in America?
Well, no, I mean, number one, the world doesn't hate America. The world realizes that America is the main protector of everything. And you see it a lot when you get the early 20-something idealist, leftist English teachers that come here, and then they get a real good dose of life. And I mean, when you live in a place like Korea where everybody's Korean, and there's no appreciable percentage of someone who's not Korean. Like maybe 1 or 2% of Korea are not Koreans. And you realize what it really is to be a minority. And then you meet other people from other countries that, I mean, real third world countries that have it way worse. And you're bitching about, they're not pronouns and things, or and then you just get people to just look at you and stare blankly, like, what the hell are you talking about? And I've seen so many people with very radical left wing ideals come to Korea, see how the world really works, and realize that they're much more conservative than they thought they were, and sort of have a political awakening. So that's. I mean, things like that. You get a sense of what it is to really. Well, I mean, it's not so much now, but like when I got here, foreigners basically couldn't do anything without like a note from mom. Yeah, you couldn't open a bank account. You couldn't have once cell phones found their way to Korea, you couldn't have a cell phone. You couldn't sign up internet in your own name. You couldn't do any online banking just because you were a foreigner. And you really learned a lot. It wasn't prejudice, like we hate you so you can't do it. It's like we just don't know how to deal with you. You're just not part of us. So it was.
So how is that not awful? How is that not an awful existence?
Well, it's kind of well, I mean, now everything's great. There's nothing really that a foreigner can't do, and you get a foreigner pass a lot of times. Where foreigners tend to get away with things that Koreans wouldn't get away with. But I mean, back in the day, it was minor annoyances. It was like a minor annoyance. Like, okay, I want to get cable TV, so I gotta get a Korean friend to sign on the dotted line for me, and it was just more minor annoyance. But there was a lot of minor annoyances that added up. But anger management counseling helped a lot.
Have you ever had an American girlfriend?
Ooh. Since I got to Korea. Since before I got to Korea. God, when was the last time I had an American girlfriend? Probably 1987. 86, 87 was probably the last time I had an American girlfriend.
How do you find Korean women to be different from American women?
Oh my God. I stopped dating Korean women ages ago.
So what do you date?
Recently, most of the people I've dated have been Russian.
Really?
Yeah.
What percentage of Korea has a Russian?
Not much, but there's actually quite a large number of Russians here in Busan. Because it's a maritime country, and you get a lot of the Russian fishing companies, the fishing vessels come in, seafood wholesalers, things like that.
So wait, it's Russian dudes.
No, I don't date Russian dudes.
You're talking about shipping fishing boats. They have Russian mail order women on shipping boats, because that's not what I'm picturing here.
No, they have the people in the companies, the local companies that need to communicate in Russian with the people on the boat.
One word answers, which is basically to my question.
Well, it's been fun being here, Joe. Have a good.
So how do you find? So why are Russian women better than Korean women?
Well, there's
Is it the
this
the
might
meat on the
sound
bone? Because I tend to assume that Korean women are smaller than Russian women.
a large number of Russian women in Korea, I mean, are actually like ethnic Koreans. Because
Large number of. Let's say that one more time.
Yeah, a large number of Russians in Korea are ethnic Korean Russians.
I don't know what that means.
Because see, I mean, that was during and before the Korean War. People from like the North Korea area would go up into Vladivostok or up into the Sakhalin Islands and work there and live there. So you'd have like the Koreans that go up there to work in whatever industries are there. And then during the early days of North Korea, North Korea would send a lot of the Korean women and men, like they'd send the mines. They would send the men to be like miners in Siberia and like Kyrgyzstan. They would send a lot of the North Korean women to be nurses in like Ukraine, Kyrgyzstan, Sakhalin, Vladivostok, and places like that. So you'll get a lot of the ethnic Koreans that'll come back here to find their roots and to work. So they have a parent or grandparents that speak Korean, and they'll come here to work.
So they're Koreans who lived in Russia and then came back here. So you're calling them Russian, even though they're ethnically Korean.
Yeah, I mean they'd be second, third generation Russians, but they would still look Korean, things like that. There's a large number of those here, but I mean the thing about Koreans is they're so ethnically homogenous that you're always the outsider. People always say, "Well, how Korean are you?" And I after 35 years, almost twice as long as I've lived in the States, I'm as Korean as the Koreans will let me be. There's just always that point where I couldn't trust my life to another Korean person, to a Korean person.
What does that mean?
I mean, you couldn't have that close of a friendship as a foreigner that you could just trust your life to someone. Know that because 9 times out of 10, if a foreigner gets involved in a confrontation or a fight with a Korean, the foreigner's Korean friends will take the side of the Korean. So you just have to understand, and you kind of do. So it's, you're not part of the group. You're always the outsider, no matter what. I mean, there's this missionary family here that they're the Lintons. They're these 2 brothers. They're the Linton brothers. They're both the only 2 foreigners that have ever passed the Korean medical boards. They were born here. Their parents were born here, and their grandparents I believe their grandparents were born here, or they came here when they were very young, because their ancestors were among the very first Korean foreign missionaries to come to Korea. So they've been here for like 3 generations, and they're still considered those foreigners that speak really good Korean.
Really?
Yeah. Even though like their grandparents came here when they were very young, and they've passed the Korean medical boards and things. So you're just never allowed to be part of the group.
Right.
And that kind of goes into the dating relationship too. There's a lot of things that I decided I can't deal with.
I'm picturing that most Korean parents wouldn't want their daughter marrying that Westerner.
Well, yeah, I mean that was the thing with my ex-wife too. Is I guess I knew her for a little over a year, maybe 2 years before we got married. But as their daughter's friend, I was the coolest thing since sliced bread. But when we said we should get married, then it was a little bit different. Then it was like we've had horrible, we've had communists, we've had prostitutes, we've had criminals, but we've never had anyone that's ever done anything as bad as marry an American. That we got that lecture, and you're dead to us. We're just going to tell them you died in a car accident. You're not our daughter anymore. You don't have any right to step on Korean soil. But I mean, then about 6 months later, they came around and went, wait a minute, I guess you could have done a lot worse. So, hey, welcome to the family. It took about 6 months for them to come around, but there still is a lot of that. But now you're getting a lot of the Koreans that are more accepting of foreigners because they've worked and
I'm
studied.
guessing there are
and
not
lived
many
abroad.
Mormons also, right?
I have no idea. There's probably 60 or 70,000 here.
60 or 70,000 Mormons in Korea.
Yeah. Like native Korean Mormons. I think there's
because I'm
probably
assuming most
Jews.
Koreans are your more typical type of Protestant, right? I mean,
the vast majority is Presbyterian. Yeah, I always tell people there's like Korea's about 50% Buddhist, 60% Confucian, about 80%, about 60% Protestant. A lot of them cover a lot of bases, just in case.
Right. Okay.
But I mean, by and large, Koreans they're very hot or cold. If you go in, you're just like the ultra super uber religious person, or they just kind of do whatever they want.
So that's what I'm saying is you're not just saddled with the fact. You still stay true to Mormon faith, right?
No.
Oh, okay.
No.
Okay.
No,
So you're Mormon by birth, but not Mormon by belief.
Well, it's complicated for me. It's not. I don't have.
This is a simple question, Jeff.
No, it is a simple question, but it's a complicated issue in that I don't have doctrinal problems. I have organizational problems with the fallacy of people that are involved in the organizations, rather than the core doctrines, the core beliefs aren't my issue. It's just people that annoy me.
Okay. All right.
That's my problem. So sitting in church, just listening to these people, knowing that the ones that are pretending to be so pious on Sunday were the ones that were smacking their wife around or cheating on their husband or doing these other things that that you're just like, all right, we know what's really going on, and get money involved, and I just sort of I get. I mean, it happened. A big turning point happened at one point. It was a beautiful May morning, like eons ago. But I just thought, here I am sitting in this cold building with a bunch of people that could have come out of Darwin's waiting room, and
okay,
just everybody pretending to be religious and things. And I I feel so much better being on my motorcycle, out riding through the mountains, and just embracing nature and contemplating the nature of deity and God, and sort of just doing my own personal meditation than I do sitting in the building wishing I was outside riding my motorcycle.
Okay.
And so it's the organizational thing that I have a problem with. So yeah.
I think a lot of people are like that. I think a lot of people they don't like the structure of religion, of a particular religion. I that's the most common thing I hear. I hear so many people who have belief issues who they're basically like, yeah, I kind of believe in God, but I don't believe in organized religion. And that's the vibe I'm getting from you. Is that
well, it is to a certain extent. I mean,
see, like this guy, I just said that, and a second later, this pops up here.
Yeah.
This is what I see all the time, that people have a dislike of organized religion.
And I think it's important to separate organization from ritual, because I would say yes, I have a problem with the organization. Like if you were to put up an organizational chart of who's in charge and who has what responsibilities, etc. But I do believe, and see, that's what I think. For me, the problem is that maybe the LDS Church doesn't have enough ritual. There are rituals that we perform in the temple, sacred rituals, but I think maybe that's sort of where Catholics and Jews have a religious advantage, where it's so ritualized that it's not just something that you do when you go somewhere. It's actually it forms part of your life, your daily life, your existence from 1 hour to the next, where you are doing things that are constantly reminding you of what's going on. And I think the rituals are a very important part of religion.
Oh, they definitely are. It definitely is, because it gives you structure. It gives you it gives you it makes it just something that you're rather than just being something that is there in the background, but it becomes a part of who you are, because this is what you're doing. And there's a great deal of structure, in Judaism, and I'm sure in many faiths, because without that, it's a hobby, as opposed to your life. It's just like something that oh, okay, this is something we do, but we don't really think about. We don't really assess its value or appreciate the value. So yeah, I definitely think that the ritual helps. But a large part, I think a large part what people dislike about it, ironically, is the ritual, where they sort of feel as if it's just ritualistic without actual belief. Like you're doing something without actually thinking about the value behind it.
It's just muscle memory.
You're going through the motions. Yeah, you're going through the motions.
Yeah,
yeah. It's.
I mean, because I'm just kind of thinking that basically outside of the rituals that are performed in the Mormon temples, pretty much like the Sunday sacrament service is about the only ritual that's performed outside of a temple. I mean, there's ordinances like baptism and things that do. I mean, it's just as far as actual rituals, it's probably just like the taking of the sacrament on Sundays. Probably about it.
But do the holidays have anything like for Mormons?
Christmas and Easter, I guess. But yeah, so philosophically,
I think you need to become a member of the following. That's basically what I'm feeling like here. I'm feeling as if Mormonism is not filling the void in your life, and that if you were to become a member of the following, and look, I'm not trying to.
You won't be my cult leader, so I'm not.
I'm not the leader of the following. That's the beauty.
I know.
I'm not the leader.
Now, see that's
and it's not a cult. It's not at all a cult.
See, then I don't want it. I don't want it.
It's not at all a cult type of cult. So I don't know why anyone would say such a thing. I get very offended by that.
So it's sort of like Mormonism. It's not a cult. It's just a religion that's run by a bunch of lay people.
So So you haven't been doing social media. I haven't been invited to streams on your thing in a long time. I assume it's because of that joke I made that time. So
Wait, which joke that you made which time? which joke are you referring to?
You remember about?
No, I don't.
Really? Yeah, I don't want to forget. Forget. We're good. Everything's
Oh,
good.
what? Oh, what joke? Now I want to hear the joke again because I don't remember from the first time.
We're really good. Trust me, we're really good the way it is. So okay, so
no. See, now don't leave me hanging like that. Which joke?
No, I was totally busting your balls. I was pretending.
Boo.
I was
Boo! I thought there was actually a joke that I missed.
Yeah. So Riley wants to know if you were married in Temple and you follow
Yes.
LDS. All right,
fellow LDS. Yes, I was Logan, Utah.
You're going theology again. You're the problem solver.
Yeah, he is. Yeah, he is.
I am. All right. So I was gonna, and Aquamarine says, I can't believe I can watch a Joe stream during my lunch break. Congratulations from Switzerland. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. So let me ask you this. Okay.
Yeah.
You don't have kids, right?
I have one 23-year-old son.
One 23-year-old son.
Yes.
Single or married?
He's single.
All right. So
thank God for that. I don't have to do a 24-hour stream.
So yeah, seriously. Oh God, help me.
Wow, I dated a girl from Spanish Fork, Utah, Riley. Cool.
Did you? Nice. So
yes.
My question is this. You ever thought about like having grandkids?
Oh, I hope that happens so far in the future.
Why?
Because it officially means you're old, I think.
Is that what it is? You're afraid of being a grandpa?
Well, because I mean, do you do this? I mean, you've married off one. You're about to be an empty nester now, officially. I think.
No,
you still have another one. You still have another one.
I still have 3 more.
3 more? You have 5 kids?
No, I have 6.
Oh my God, I didn't know that. I thought you had like 2.
This is the third. My oldest got married.
Oh, you're right. You're right. Yeah, I knew you had 3.
Got married like 4 years ago,
okay.
and my second one got married 6 months ago, and this is the third. This is the third one.
Oh, yeah, I knew you had 3. I didn't know you had 3 underlings.
No, I got 3 boys and 3 girls. So this is my second daughter just to get married now.
Oh, so you got a long way to go. Many more 24-hour streams in your future.
Yeah, but the next one is not for like the next one is a boy who's 18. So I got like he's not gonna get. I got a good 5 years before I got.
I mean, that's the thing is like I kind of get it as I get older now. Because my son's 23, and I was married at like 22.
Mm-hmm.
So, but then I look at him and go, wow, he's an effing idiot. How could I have been married a year younger than this? I just think, oh my God, there's no way this kid is prepared for marriage. I mean, doesn't it freak you out like when your son and your sons and daughter get married and you're like, there's no way that they're prepared for this. They're way too young to be doing this insane.
Nobody is prepared for it. You weren't prepared for it.
No, and look how great that worked out.
Okay,
but no. I mean, I get it. It's like you look and you go, oh my God. These are like mush-brained children. They don't know a thing about how the world works, and they're going to go into a situation where they can bring more life into it. I guess that's the first thing I would do when I was president, do the absolute unconstitutional thing of saying nobody's allowed to get married until they're 35.
Oh my God.
Because I just think how it's frightening. And I do say that's the biggest regret that I have about my marriage is that nobody sat us down and went, what are you thinking?
How old were you?
I was 22.
You were 22 when you got married. Okay.
Oh no, I was 23 and about 27 days. So it was just after I turned 23. She was 21. And nobody told us that was a really stupid idea.
And would you have listened?
Probably. If they would have said it the right way, like, okay, so supposing you're gonna live on student loans for the next 5 years, you're gonna, and by the way, don't get married 2 weeks before you go into law school. That doesn't help either.
I got married during my summer after my first year of law school. I got engaged. I came back from my contracts final and got engaged with a week left to go in my first year finals.
I got married 2 weeks before law school started.
Yeah.
That wasn't the brightest thing. Like nobody ever told me this thing. Nobody ever said, now you know how you're getting these student loans? You know how long it's going to take you to pay those off and how much extra you're going to pay? And you know, neither one, you're both going to have them. And
but here's the thing though. You see,
I know.
No, I actually totally disagree with everything you're saying right now. Okay.
Oh, really?
I totally disagree with everything you're saying. I think one of the biggest mistakes that Americans make, okay, I'm talking to you, America, one of the biggest mistakes that Americans make is that they fixate how they should structure their life based on the financial, based on like what makes sense financially. You saw the opening, to Idiocracy, right?
Yeah.
Right, where you see like the couple who are like, they have Bubba, who's like basically like, boop, 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 like another kid, like basically, I'm gonna bang all these chicks, and then they cut back to like the mature, intelligent couple who are both college graduates, and they're like, well, we would have a kid now, but like with this market, are you kidding me? It's like, and like that basically they're looking to make the mature, responsible decision as to when to have a child based on the economy or based on where they're at with their careers or based on like this and that. And I think that this is a terrible mistake.
Well, I didn't mean to make it sound like it was all financial. I mean, just like maturity. Nobody's mature enough to be married.
And no, I'm not saying be like Bubba. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying no.
And daily quick bites. I did go to law school in America, but my ex was Korean.
What I'm saying is that those are two extremes, and I think a lot of Americans and neither extreme is healthy. That's my point. My point is, you know what? You should be raising your kids in a stable environment. You shouldn't be having kids before you get married. I think that's a terrible mistake. But I think that people fixate on like the financial element of like this or that, or I'm at this stage in my career, or she's doing this or whatever. First and foremost, okay, was your wife working?
No, but she did after we got married, and she got a green card.
Okay,
she was a student too.
Where do you think your marriage went south?
We were too young. I think we were just too young. We I didn't want to make it sound like it was all fine. It was all a financial consideration, or should be a financial. It should be a maturity. I mean, no.
That I agree with.
Did you know what love was when you were 21 and 22 years old? You thought you did, but you had no idea. And
you never know what love is.
I know, and you. I
look back part of the reason you don't know what love is because love is different to every person.
Yeah.
No, what I'm saying,
where we went wrong is we were just too young, and we hadn't finished growing up. We hadn't finished maturing yet. We thought we knew what we wanted, but that's what children want. What a 21-year-old person wants is what a child wants. And as we kept growing up and getting older, we kept maturing apart from each other, and we didn't talk about the little things. There wasn't a lot of big things. It was a million of these little things that's not worth talking about, like squeezing the toothpaste from the middle or rolling it from the bottom, or the toilet paper goes over, the toilet paper goes under. Just those little annoying things we never talked about until there was about 10,000 of them that were piled up over the years to the point where we just didn't want to talk about it.
Does it go over or does it go under? What do you think?
Oh, it goes over. That's clear. There's no question that the toilet paper goes over. And as a lawyer, Joe, if you disagree with me, go back and look at the original patent drawings. It goes over for a toilet paper holder.
Yeah, I don't really care.
I do. It's annoying when you have to like peel it off the wall instead of hanging down over the top of the roll like a normal person would think it would be.
But then like you get like so much excess at once.
You're a woman.
I'm simply saying that's just reality. Like all of a sudden, like you just tug and it's just like, as opposed to like you get.
Like, just try not tugging and just gently unrolling.
No, because you rip it off by tugging. What do you sit there with it? When you come in there with the scissors? What are you sitting there like snip, snip, snip?
You hold the roll and you just rip it off. Like
this should not be a two-handed job. Okay, nothing in the bathroom should be a two-handed job.
Phrasing.
Nothing in the bathroom should be. I'm sorry. I will stick. I will say. I'll take that to the grave. Okay. There's nothing that happens in the bathroom that should be a two-handed job. I'm just sorry. Yeah, and you can't prove me wrong on this. So no, you should be able to tug, and just one rip, and that's it. And you want to tell me you could have given me an answer saying just pull to the side as opposed to pulling down, right? You pull to the side, and then you're not going to end up like tugging the whole thing. To me personally, I don't really even care. I don't really care. So
if I'm in a public restroom, and which I just hate and I loathe, but if the universe conspires against me to make me use the facilities in public, I'll turn the stupid toilet paper roll around myself. If it's going the other way, it just annoys me that bad.
It really annoys you that much?
That much, yeah. It just does.
Is it a big deal? Like, what about? So what other idiosyncrasies do you think that just really pet peeves that this bugs me?
Oh wow, the kind of things that have to happen for you to really think about them.
Just think back to your marriage. I'm sure you'll come up with a dozen.
I'm okay. This is on your stream, so I'll say it. The fact that women genetically lack the capability of turning off a goddamn light switch when they leave a room.
Okay.
He smiles knowingly.
Okay.
I'll come. Yeah, I'd come home or I'd go somewhere and I'd go back. Literally every light in every room is on. I'm like, why is this happening? You go into a room. If you need to turn on the light, if you're in the hallway and you have to go to the bathroom, which is on through the bedroom, if you need to turn the light on in the bedroom to get to the bathroom in the bedroom, which I don't think is really necessary, but if you do your business, turn off the light in the bathroom, turn off the light in the bedroom, and come out. But no, it's just absolutely lacks the genetic ability to turn off light switches, I think.
I personally, so you see, I'm the guy who's leaving the light switches on. To be honest with you, I'm terrible about that. I'm really.
So you use excessive amounts of toilet paper and you leave lights on. Joe, what are your pronouns? I'm starting to wonder.
What does that mean? No, I'm just like, why are you so anal? Like that like don't you think that being anal means is gonna lead you towards like an early death? Like you're just like stressing over everything?
No, I'm not stressing. It's just an annoyance. And where is the gas gauge on your car? Is it always at empty or is it always at full?
It used to always be at empty. As I've gotten older, I noticed that I'm much more likely to like basically when it gets to a quarter, I'll fill it up. When I was a kid, it used to always be running on empty. As I got older, after you run out of gas like a dozen times, you're just like, this is really kind of annoying. And if I just nip this in the bud, I'm not gonna have to like go walk somewhere. So like, why not just fill it up now? So yeah, but that came with age. So it was always on empty. It was when I was 20 years old, I came to like the epiphany that when there's a noise in your car, unlike my body, which would heal itself, cars don't have that capacity. Yeah, it doesn't just go away because I'm like, oh no, it's making that noise today, but by tomorrow it should be fine. Like that's basically
this oil light will go off eventually, won't it?
Yes. Why would it not? Everything else in my life just fixed itself. Why would this not fix itself? It was and after a while I was like, oh, so that's like a unique thing that I have. My machinery lacks, which is a grave shortcoming in much machinery. But yeah, it was something that these are life lessons. These are life lessons, but I'm someone who I have to experience something before I actually learn the lesson. I have to actually. Sometimes I can extrapolate from the lesson that I learned and take it to like all sorts of new levels. But I definitely need to experience. My dating life is proof of that. I have like some crazy dating stories, and I spent a lot of time just analyzing. Okay, what happened? How did I end up here? That's How did this happen? And let's make sure that this does not transpire again. And that became how and that's basically everything I learned in life was because of
bad dates.
I had a lot of bad dates. I dated 86 women.
Dang.
Yeah, over 4 years.
Wow, it's like
in
half a day.
In a span of 4 years, and most
like
of them I went out with multiple times. So I went out with 86 women. That's all for the purposes of marriage. Like I went out with one, then another, and then another, and then another, and then another. 86. But I would go out with them like a couple of times, 3 times. I was going on like three dates a week for like, yeah.
Well, see, and it was worth it because, you know, it took you 86 tries to find the one that you're going to be with forever.
Yeah.
Good for you.
Yeah, I guess so. I mean,
you clearly had high standards and you found someone that met them.
I had I had unreasonably high standards.
Yeah,
and like
found the one with poor judgment and bad vision.
After 84 of them, I was like, I think I'm approaching this wrong. So yeah, but I was very, you know how like you used to watch Seinfeld, right?
You know, I have seen about 15 seconds of Seinfeld.
Okay, so the thing about Seinfeld is like basically if you're watching it for like if you watch a couple of seasons of it, especially some of the later seasons, it becomes apparent that he's constantly looking for that reason to nix a girl. And it's just like this one has man hands, this one is a close talker, whatever it is, that there's always a reason to find fault with someone, that this is just something intolerable. And that's pretty much how I approached dating, where I was just like, and it took a while before I realized that that's what I was doing. What I would do is this. I became to be clear, I don't want anyone to make any misunderstanding here. I saw someone saying like Joe was smashing. They literally by Jewish law, you're not allowed to touch the other gender. Okay. So when I say dating, I mean, I would pick them up. They come in my car. I open the door for them, bring them in. I take them out to eat. We'd hang out. I joke around with them for a few hours and then drop them off at home. And that was it. Like, it was like not, but 86 different girls and like way more than like 250 dates. Okay. Over a span of 4 years. So, yeah, so it's not like there's not anything physical that's happening here, but the goal always was because when you go out with a girl in Jewish world, you basically keep dating until one of you says no. And my objective was never, ever, ever hear a no from a girl. So it was always like, I'm going to basically, I'm going to convince them that they've never met any guy who they would want to marry more than me, and then figure out what's wrong with them and dump them. That's pretty much how I approached dating for like 3.5 years. And I got pretty good at it. You sort of learn to understand how women think, and what they want. And it's not that hard to turn on a little bit of charm and be very polite and very kind, and then you start dissecting them, and you're like, yeah, that's not for me.
You heard it here, people. Joe dissected all of his dates. Okay, Hannibal Lecter.
Yeah.
Lady Lawgic's the lucky one.
Well, I changed my approach at a certain point.
Well, that's good. It'll keep you out of
I
jail.
was like, yeah, I'm gonna sort of fixate on what I really looking for from a woman, rather than like reasons to like say no to them. So, you know.
So you were like the ultimate based guy. You're like, hey, date me a few times, then hit the road, broad. There's somebody else here. You ain't gonna cut it. Hit the road.
I had one woman, one young lady who, after I went out with her, like 4 months later, she wrote me this letter basically describing, like, it was like single line, 8 pages back and front, basically telling me what an amazing guy I am and how I'm completely monstrous and screwed up in the head. It was like the most psychotic letter in the world. I can't even tell you. I was like, you went from one line to the next, and it was either telling me what an amazing human being that there's no one on the planet like me, and how I am a demented, sick human being. And I was just like,
There's nobody else in the world like you. Thank God.
Yes, yes, yes. And then, like,
You're such a great man. Great big asshole. You know?
Yeah, handwritten back and front. I'm sitting, and I read through every line of it. I read through.
Well, they didn't have typewriters back then.
It was yeah, and yeah. Anyway, so what's interesting is that, like, yeah, she was not. She was a very pretty girl. Just yeah, a little bit. I didn't see the psycho side until 4 months after. No, the reason that you want to know, you know why I said no to her? I remember why I said no to each and every one of them.
Wow.
I
Why did you
said
say
no
no to
to her because I saw her slip. Like, when I say slip, I don't mean trip. I mean, like, her slip under her skirt, like, popped out like one time, and I was like, not for me. That's how petty I was. That's literally how petty I was. And think about
and
this.
you're calling me anal because I just wanted to keep the electric bill down, for God's sake.
I was like, she's not cool enough. I was like, that should never happen to a woman. That's how telling you. I was pretty rough. I was pretty rough.
Wow.
But then I think about it and I'm like, how did I not see the psycho side? I didn't see the psycho side at all. So, like, I don't know. Yeah.
Because it was you. You weren't looking in the mirror. You were looking at her slip.
I don't know. I was just like, yeah, I don't know. I might have been a little bit damaged at that point in my life. Being fair, I might have been a little bit damaged and dealing with some of my own issues. But yeah. So
everybody's dealing with issues at that age. That's why nobody should be married.
Okay, and that's true. That's true. I think a lot of people are. I look. I'll tell you this. The reason I became that is because I suffered like a very bad heartbreak before that period, like a gut crushing kind of thing, and yeah, I think that it was a matter of like that was how I was like sort of salving. Like in retrospect, now that I'm like, it's half my life away, more than that. I can look back and realize that I was trying to just sort of make myself feel better. Like I was feeling like a lack of confidence. That was how I dealt with it. It was like basically by like fronting and punishing 80 women for that pain that first one caused me. So
in Judaism, is there a minimum and maximum marriage age? Like be married before this time or before that?
No, but there is a prime. There's a prime that you have. And so for girls, basically their prime is 19. And by the time they're turning 22, 23, they're considered like long in the tooth. 25, that's like they might as well be 60. That's how that I mean, the shelf life for a girl, and it's puts such pressure on them. It's so awful. It puts such pressure on them that they, for a guy, guys tend to not really, it's rare for them to start dating before they're 22. Occasionally you'll see someone who's 20, 21. That's very unusual. Usually they'll be like somewhere between 22 and 24 when they start dating, 25 on the outside. And their prime basically starts going downhill when they turn 27. 28.
So the Jewish wall is well before the Gentile wall.
Oh yeah,
the women.
Okay. Oh yeah, oh yeah. So, and if you're not married by then, like people look at you like, yeah, there's obviously something wrong with you, like either internally or something people see. But like they sort of look at it like, why would you not be married yet? Like, what's wrong with you?
Mm-hmm.
So. Yeah, but I did have some funny stories. Like people would ask me to like tell over date stories. I actually had a date one time. True story. You're gonna think I'm making this up, and I swear I'm not. I don't like swearing, so I'm gonna take that back. I'm not swearing. I'm telling you, this happened to me. I had a girl. Because what do you do? What do you talk about on a date? You talk about other funny dating stories. That's like a common thing, right? It's like I had
No,
a
you never talk
girl.
about you never talk about other girls with the girl you're with, Joe.
Not,
Come on.
no. You talk about like stories you hear because we all travel in the same
Okay.
circles.
Yeah.
So you talk about other people, you don't even know their names.
You
It's
just
like,
gossip,
yeah, I heard this
okay.
story about, but it's not about like you're not talking about like David. You're talking about, I heard this story about this guy who was on a date, like sort of thing, and you don't even know it's David or Ben or whoever. You don't know anything. You just hear a story about. I had a girl on a date tell me over a story that was about me.
Nice.
Yeah.
Okay,
She's like,
I
you
know
got to
that
hear
guy.
this story. There's a crazy story. You got to hear this story. And she starts telling me, and I was just like, I'm thinking to myself, are you trolling me?
Did you tell her it was you?
Yes, eventually. I waited for her to finish. And I was like, these are all the parts you got wrong. Okay.
What was her reaction to that?
She's like, no way. Like when I was walking her through it. And actually, it was a date that I went on with that psycho girl. So
okay.
Yeah. It was actually pretty. It was actually a pretty. It was. You want to hear the story? That you want to hear?
Yeah,
the story?
sure. Let's hear let the legend of Joe that's circulating through the community.
All right. So you have to understand that you were talking about rituals and customs, right? So during the time of year of the high holidays, there's a custom that Jews have where we are casting off our sins. And what you do basically is you go to a body of water and there's a prayer that you say, and where you basically, it's a pretty lengthy prayer. It could take like, even if you're familiar with Hebrew, everything's in Hebrew, but even if you're familiar with reading Hebrew and saying the prayer, it'll take you a good 5 to 10 minutes to read through the whole thing. It's several pages in the prayer book. And then after you're done with that, we take bread and we throw it into the water, like casting off our sins. So it was that time of year. So I said, you have like a period of time, a few weeks to do it. So I said, I haven't done this yet. I was wondering if you have you done it yet? Because if you haven't, then like we'll go to the beach and we'll just like, it's called tashlich, this thing. Tashlich is Hebrew for throwaway. So I said, have you done tashlich yet? So she said, no. So it's like, okay, fine. I'll find a spot and we'll do tashlich. So this is, by the way, this is how manipulative I was. I know that this is something that's going to be endearing. Like, oh, here I am. I'm watching him do his religious sort of thing. I know that it's a nice setting. Like, I'll take it to a beach. Trust me, all of this is all in my brain. I'm thinking like, what's going to play well here? And so now,
I gotta say, in the realm of Mormonism, it sort of sounds like dating at Brigham Young University. Like, let's go to the prayer meeting so she can see how devout I am, and she'll know that I'm marriageable material. Let's go to the places where I can show off how pious I am. Okay, I'm with you. I'm with you in spirit here. Okay, all right. Okay.
Okay. So now, you have to realize it's Saturday night. So on Sabbath, I'm gonna wear a suit and whatever. So like jacket and suit pants and all that other stuffs and dress shoes. So now I'm going to the beach and I'm still wearing that. Okay. So now I'm walking on the beach at night with this girl and we head out across the sand to the water. And we're out in an area called Long Beach. And what they had there, now I'm walking with her and it's a beautiful night. Beautiful night. You can see the moon over the horizon. Really beautiful, pitch perfect weather, everything. As I'm walking with her, I was like, it's very uncomfortable walking with shoes and carrying shoes. Like I took my shoes off when I was like walking, but and I also am wearing the jacket, which just feels way too much. So in this area of Long Beach, what they had was they piled up rocks like 3.5 feet tall. Okay. And a big wide thing, like 4 feet wide, 3.5 feet tall, that went out for like 20 yards into the water. I think they're called breakers or something like that. There's something they have
breakwaters, yeah.
Right. Okay, fine. So I'm walking and I've got my shoes and I've got my jacket. And I think to myself, okay, I don't really want to walk around carrying this. I'm walking along the shoreline with her there. Let me take my jacket off and lay it on the rocks here. This way I'll be able to find it. And then I was like, I also don't want to carry my shoes around. So I was like, oh, okay, I'll put my shoes down also. But then I realized this. From a distance, if the shoes are up on these rocks, someone can see it from a distance. So so that makes it, I'm basically inviting them to come over there and come take my shoes, right? So that would be disastrous. So I was like, I'm not going to do that. My jacket's laying flat. It's dark. No one's going to see that. But the shoes, they're sticking up. What am I going to do? I put them next to the rocks on the beach, okay, on the sand. And then we're walking along, and we go and we say Tashlach. Okay, I got my bread there I brought with us, and we go and we walk like, I don't know, let's say 50 yards away from where my jacket is. And we say Tashlach, and I'm saying my thing, and she's saying her thing, and then I throw the sand in the water. And what I noticed while I was saying Tashlach is that the water tide is coming in. Okay? And it dawns on me that my shoes are on the beach. I was like, oh, that could be really bad. I better head over there and get my shoes. Okay. So I said, I'm going to head back to my jacket. When you're done, just come on over to me. So I walk over to the breakers, see my jacket there, and I look down the floor and I don't see my shoes. I was like, someone steal my shoes? And then like I feel the sand and it's wet. And I'm like, oh, freak. Oh, no. Oh, no. No, no, no. I look out the water and I see bobbing in the water. And so she comes over like 5 minutes later, and I'm just like looking out at the water there. And I'm like, I have no idea what I'm going to do here. So I just sort of look at it. I was like, it's a beautiful night, huh? She's like, yeah. So you see the moon there? Like that. It's the beautiful waves. You see, if you look out like about 15 yards there, you see that thing bobbing in the water? You see that thing there? And she's like, looking. She's like, yeah, what is that? So that's my shoe. So she's like, well, go get it.
Yeah, seems reasonable.
And I look at her and I'm like, you think? So she's like, yeah. Now I'm wearing a suit, right? And I'm thinking to myself, why am I walking out into the ocean in a suit to get one shoe? What is the point of this? This makes
Where's
no
the other
sense.
shoe?
This makes no sense at all. Like this.
Yeah, but where's the other shoe?
I'm like, maybe the other shoe, I don't see it, but it's. I'm like, now. And
okay, now I'm kind of on your side. I mean, if you could see both
really
shoes,
wasteful.
okay.
I look really wasteful if I like leave it out there. Like that's not a good look. So I was just like, all right, fine. So I start rolling up the pants.
No, that's not going to do any good.
And I march out into the ocean to go. And I'm marching and I'm stepping into the sand and marching. And for some reason or another, I ended up leaving my socks on, business socks. So I'm going out there and I'm trying to because I was afraid of shells. Don't ask. So I'm going into the ocean and I'm trying to reach, because you don't know when you're walking into an ocean. All of a sudden you could step off a shelf and you're just like, I was like up to like, it was like basically at my thighs, the water. I was just like, and finally, like reaching, I managed to like pull the shoe and I'm marching back in from the ocean carrying one shoe. And I look and I was like, okay, now I have a shoe. She's like, no, you got a pair. And I was like, really? So she's like, yeah. And she holds up my other shoe, drenched. She said it washed up onto the beach where she was. She found my freaking shoe. I was like, she didn't even tell me about that. It's like, so I. Anyway, so this was this, and so I put my shoes on. We got off the beach. I put my shoes on, standing in a pizza store. There's like a puddle around me and stuff like that. But this was, yeah, that was the story that she told me about, and I was basically being called an idiot for like leaving my shoes on the beach. Apparently, you're not supposed to do that. You're not supposed to leave your that was the. She thought it was endearing. At least that's what she wrote in her letter before calling it psycho. For a second, I'm demented. And who the hell leaves their shoe on the beach anyway? Yeah. So, anyway.
Well, you dodged a bullet.
Yeah. I definitely did. That was a scary letter.
It was a time of testing to see if you were worthy of Lady Lawgic.
It's true. And then 2 days later, I saw her slip, and I was like, no, for me, I'm dumping it.
That's one bridge too far.
Yeah. Like, what's wrong?
You didn't tell me about the shoe. She's showing her slip. We're done.
Yeah. Ducks. It's another Jew. I ain't got time for this. Oh, look, there's a Mormon. I don't get it.
Oh, yeah.
That's what the
Thanks
ducks
for the $5.
Oh, the ducks say it's just another Jew. I ain't got time for this. Oh, look, there's a Mormon.
Still don't get it.
And thank you, Nick, for the whatchamacallit.
So I think to be
for the bride to be. Yes, the bride to be. Anyway, what I'm thinking is this. I need to go do my prayers soon. Okay. So what I probably should be doing is I need to be finding something to sort of put on for like an hour, because it's going to take me an hour to do my morning prayers. It is sunrise here already. So I'm sort of feeling that. So I want your suggestion as to what I should put on for like an hour for my own material. So I'm not stealing it.
Okay.
Because I don't want to steal someone else's work. So I'm going to have to put something up for like an hour while I'm doing my prayers. So my thought is, I'm basically asking you, what do you think would be the best thing for me to put up?
So something entertaining that you've done previously.
Something entertaining that I've done previously.
Nothing.
There's really nothing, right? I mean, there's nothing. This is hopeless.
Yeah, you're absolutely useless. Let's see. I'm
trying to think. I'm leaning towards actually. Last time I did a 24-hour stream, I put up a video of me and Nick.
Yeah. How far back do you want to go? Because
I don't care. Because if it's actually something that's like let's say from like a year and a half ago, I think that's better. Because it's like better, it's like it's less.
I mean, Joe's default position is the 2022 Purim stream.
Purim stream. I didn't even think of that.
That's the default.
That's really
when literally everybody on the internet is trying to convince you to shut down your stream.
That's really not bad. I didn't think of that. I was going to put up like a regular stream that I had with like Legal Mindset, but I think the Purim stream.
Well, he was on that stream as well.
He was there.
He was the one who's going. The whole thing.
I'm gonna.
That's the default Joe stream.
Everyone's saying Blue Jew.
Exactly.
Blue Jew.
See.
The Blue Man Group. Purim.
See.
All right. I think everyone. I'm getting a lot of blue face. All right. I'm thinking that Blue Genie is going to win. That's what I'm going to put up here. Anyway, I need to tout you. So why don't you tell people like what you're doing, what's coming up, while I put you in the thing.
Well, let's see. About an hour from now, we're going to be having on as a special guest, Jules, the one of the people that was at the center of the Johns Hopkins All Children's Maya Kowalski appeals. We're going to have her on tomorrow. We're continuing our closing arguments of the O.J. Simpson trial with Barry Scheck giving his portion of the closing arguments in the O.J. Simpson trial. One of the greatest legal minds on planet Earth, Barry Scheck. Friday, I'm probably going to be. I don't know yet. I don't know what I'm going to do. Maritime Monday next week, and then we'll be doing some other stuff. But that's what's coming up here in the next 2 days.
All right. Well, this is Legal Vices, also known as the Lawrax, also known as Based Badass Mormon.
Yes.
And I miss hanging out with you. So
yeah.
Yeah, next time you have your little gathering of your minions, if you would be so kind as
Even
to,
a one-on-one, if you could just wake up early.
what time? What time is that?
I usually start like 9 a.m. your time.
Oh, geez, come on! What did I do to you?
I know, that's what I mean. Yeah. See?
What the hell did I ever
But,
do to you? I don't understand why you would even suggest such a thing. That's not cool.
One of these days, maybe I can hang out with you for 6 hours, like other people get to.
That's not. It's not cool. You can't ask me to do that. That's like, come on. I've never.
Cruel and unusual. Since when has there been a 9 o'clock? Since when has there been a 9 o'clock? All right.
Well,
Go
my brother, I thank
go
you
do
so
your
much
thing,
for joining me. Legal advice is down in the description below. Please make sure that you sign up to him, sub up to him, send him your good hard-earned money for nothing. He's not going to return any benefit at all. There'll be barely any entertainment. You're certainly not going to learn anything, but you should still send him money anyway because he's Jeff and he's awesome.
Thank you, Joe.
I've missed you, brother. I really have.
Take care.
Take care, my friend. All right. I'm trying to find my perm stream. Okay. If you must know, I'm trying to find my perm stream. I'm struggling to find it. Well, I will find it. This is not an easy thing to do. How do I find this? Does anyone know what the hell my name of my perm stream is? Bella Stella jumping in front. Bella Stella. Jumping in front. I got you at 300. I have you at 300 now. 300. That's what I have you at. God bless you. Another one for the Wayne Fund. You are winning the hat race. You are winning the hat race. So, yeah. God bless you. All hail Bella Stella. Very awesome of you. How am I going to find this thing? Perm stream might be members only. It probably is members only, but I can show something that's members only. I'm a member. That's how this whole thing works. Come on, Lawgic. I'm sure it's members only. You think I wanted anyone to see that when I was like trying to get my kids married? There was no way that I was going to let anyone see that. My God, that would have been a disaster. All right, I'm back at the Murdaugh trial, but it's like long before that. It's like a year before that. All right, I'm at the end of 2023. When I come back here, what I plan on doing is I plan on starting my competition. My competition is going to be, it's a make me laugh competition. And whoever sends me, nope, that's not it. Thought it was it. It wasn't it. God, this can be really difficult to find. I thought that was it. I'm going to bed. Remember the StreamYard on YouTube time limits to 24-hour stream. StreamYard only records the first 10 hours. I'm not worried about that. YouTube limit is 12, I think. YouTube limit is 12. I appreciate you reminding me of that. Does that mean that people won't see more than 12? Does that mean I need to... All right, I'm getting warmer. But I appreciate you sharing that with me. I'm sorry I didn't get a chance to bring you in. If you're around later on, let me know and I'll pop you in. Okay? Where am I at? I'm in Depth v. Heard. Depth v. Heard was in May. It was before Depth v. Heard. It was definitely before Depth v. Heard because they were calling me the Blue Genie during the Heard trial. So it has to be before that. I'm getting closer, though. I'm getting closer. What the hell is happening here? Nope. Got it. Don't know. Wow. All right. I've never watched this, and I'm not going to watch it now. I need to make a new YouTube stream, send everyone across, or it won't be rewatched on YouTube. I messed that up on my last one. Yeah, that's true. I'm going to have to send it to everyone. Oh, what a damn pain in the neck. All right, maybe I'll set that up while I'm doing this now. Thank you for reminding me of that. I appreciate you, brother. Thank you. All right. I need to go do my prayers. So what that means is, yeah. Steve, you got a link. So I'm going off to do my prayers. Don't join me now. Okay, but if you can pop in later, I would be much obliged to hang out with you. All right. This is from Purim 2 years ago. 2 years ago, Purim. It's almost 2 years old, this video. And I was dressed up as the genie from Aladdin. And very drunk. Very, very drunk. I'm going to go do my prayers. I'm definitely going. This is going to be Blue Genie Joe. Blue Genie Joe. All right, my friends. I will see you all after I wrap up my prayers, and we're gonna keep going 24 hours strong. I thank you all. If you drop me a super, let me make sure. Let me get these. I have a couple of chats that I need to sort of pick up before I get out of here, because that wouldn't be fair. That wouldn't be cool of me. I got a couple of locals. Mistress Meg asked me to invite Aussie, please. I'm gonna have him come in later. God willing. And over here, I've got fans saying, Viva went full Florida man. Joe, stop admitting to facts of Pillowgate. Your sister's lawsuit is going to fail now. It's not going to have any impact on her. Worcestershire says, I'm falling asleep for now, but if I had my own humanities crisis that needs help, can I turn to you? Sure. I'm very isolated. I only have my children. And B, I'm very open, so no problem reading. All right, no problem. Worcestershire wants to know, can we do politics now? We're not doing politics now. And says also, right, I've dropped $70 now. I'm busted for the month. I'm sorry. I got any mitigating circumstance allowances for a hat. Oh my gosh. You're making me feel so guilty. I'm feeling very guilty. I'm feeling very, very guilty. All right. This is Purim 2022. Don't hate me. I think this is a crap show. I think this is terrible. This is not good. This is not good for anyone. But the people asked, the people get. Let's do it. What the heck is happening? I hit start and I didn't even realize how drunk I was when I started this stream. The drunken post Purim with legal mindsets. It plays for like a minute. That's pretty bad. So this is me. Wow, that's loud. That's very painful. Now here, kind of a little bit drunk. It was actually, they heard my. So there you go. There you go. I think I was talking to my brother at this point. Well, you're in for a treat. If you've never seen this yet, this is me dressed up for Purim as a genie. We were all dressed up. My whole family dressed up as mythical characters. I think Lady Lawgic was a unicorn. My son was a leprechaun. I was a genie. So there you go. I will see you soon. Enjoy. Don't forget to tip. This is all about Father of the Bride. You can say congratulations even if I'm not here. Enjoy, my friends. I'll see you probably an hour and a half or so. We'll see. We'll see. I don't know. As soon as I finish my prayers, I'll come back in here. All right. Enjoy. Salut. My voice, but probably couldn't see me. I don't know how this whole thing works. Boomer. I am a boomer. I am. Okay. So Let me explain to you about Purim a little bit, because most of you are Gentiles. You don't know anything about Purim. So let me explain to you how Purim works. So the way Purim works is basically it's the one day a year that Orthodox Jews get drunk, totally drunk, and we get drunk before nightfall. I fully expect that 2 hours from now, I'm going to be wasted. I'm going to be gone. I'm not going to be competent to actually utter words from my mouth. I'm just going to be like face down in a pillow with my mouth open as I'm like, that's what's going to be happening now. I want to apologize to those of you who send me a live, what's it called? Super chat. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yes, super chat. I am going to do my best to read all super chats, pull them up here, let you all know what super chats. Holy moly, someone sent me $25. Why would you send me that? That's crazy. In the super chat, he says, this is Patrick. I'm not going to read his last name because I'm still sober enough to know. That's not him. It's not the Saint Patrick. It's just someone whose name happens to be Patrick, and it's St. Patrick's Day.
All right.
His name could have happened to have been like Chris or something like that, and he's equally cool.
St. Chris Day.
St. Chris Day. Yes. So Patrick says, I missed the pregame with Andrew, and I am celebrating at Pat's with drink, and I'm not completely sober. It may be a good time to review the stories of St. Patrick one day. Probably not next year. I want to be honest with you. I'm going to be fair with you. I want to be totally real with you. I don't know anything about Patrick, who was made a saint. I literally know nothing. If you're looking for a source, someone who's going to come to you and say, oh, this is what happened with Patrick before he was sainted, made a saint by the people who have the power to make people a saint. I don't know that information. I don't know anything about Patrick. Probably was pretty good too. I don't know. I wouldn't know that. How would I know? Oh, wait. Oh, I think I see a super chat here from SoCal Patriot. Your name is probably Patriot, but in honor of St. Patrick's Day, in honor of St. Patrick's Day, I called you Patriot. You see how I did that? I sort of shifted that there. Says, you're a fabulous drunk. Thank you, SoCal Patriot. I appreciate that. You are fabulous drunk too. I don't know what that means, but I'm sure you are. I'm sure you're a very good drunk. I will tell you this. If I had my druthers, I would seriously just crash face down into my pillow and just go to sleep. I'm here to make you all, because I feel like there's an onus on me. You guys expect from me that I am going to like have a conversation with you, talk to you about certain things, usually law or politics. In case you're wondering, by the way, in case you're confused, just to let you know. So in my world, which is Ortho-Jewish world, this is not something that's all Orthodox Jews, but many Orthodox Jews, we dress up for the holiday of Purim. When we dress up for the holiday of Purim, so frequently, many of us will end up doing something thematic throughout the family. So I was doing this whole theme thing. So what was the theme thing of my family? The theme thing of my family, which we would never reveal before Purim because, oh my God, are you crazy? What if my sister finds out? That'd be totally embarrassing. No, the theme thing that we worked out this year was mythical creatures. Oh my God, Patrick Kennedy gave me $20. Why would I want stories and last names? Okay, so what I'm saying to you is this. I don't know, by the way, I just want to be clear. I don't know where Link Mindset is. I sent him a link. He said he wants to come. I sent him the link. He has a link. So he comes here. He's not here right now so far. Wherever he is, it's not here. What happened to my eyes? I look like I've got like this stuff around my eyes. How did Dove? Lady Lawgic is here. By the way, I want you to know something. There's no way my house would function without Lady Lawgic. She is amazing. It's crazy. It is crazy how good she is. Crazy. Amazingly good. Anyway, my pleasure. She's also a little drunk, probably. And the interesting thing is that we actually have a thing that men get drunk, but we're totally cool with women getting drunk. It's like men, you have to get drunk. Women, if you want to get drunk, okay. If you don't want to get drunk, okay. What was that? Can you say hello? Yeah, I think you can say hello. No one's going to be bothered if you say hello. Here is Lady Lawgic.
Hello.
There you go. She says hello. She's pretty drunk also, to be honest with you. I'm not going to catch her. She's pretty drunk. She's pretty drunk. Anyway, so that's basically... Now, you might ask yourself, out of all the holidays that Jews have, this is the only one that we actually get drunk. You might ask yourself, why is that? Why do we get drunk on Purim? Of all the holidays that we get drunk, why do we get drunk on Purim? This is a great question. And most Jews, Orthodox Jews, don't know the answer to. If you ask Orthodox Jews and you say to them, why do you get drunk on Purim? Huh? What's the reason you get drunk on Purim? Most of them be like, I don't know.
How do I look?
You look sexy.
I could say, good evening, everybody. This is Good Logic.
I just
And
want
I
to
am
warn
your
you.
host.
Right. Shh. I love you. Shh. I want to warn you. Good Lady Lawgic is a little drunk.
Not true.
You're totally drunk.
No, baby.
Totally drunk. She is drunk beyond like a skunk. There are skunks out there which are less drunk than she is. All right. Let's get started here. I want to get started talking about with what's going on here. I want to talk to you all because even though I'm drunk, I can still talk to you all about this crazy thing that I meant to bring up with Ty Beard. If you remember Ty Beard, this is the issue that was really bothering me here. So the only way I'll find this is if I bring this up on my Gmail. That's what it was. I sent myself a Gmail. If anyone pops in here, I'll let you know. I know I said to you, oh, yeah, Legal Mindset's coming in here. You might be saying to yourself, where the hell's Legal Mindset? I don't know where the hell that schmuck is. He's a good guy. I like him. He's a good guy. Good guy. Totally good guy. But I don't know where he is. He might be asleep. He might be busy doing stuff. He might be doing whatever it is. He said he planned on joining me. All right. Where am I at? Gmail.com. Gmail.com. So what I wanted to talk to you about was this thing which was very weird to me. And the question is, what was really bothering me was this is what you think if you are sitting here on, I guess from your perspective is over here, the right. You say to yourself, how the hell are we working in agreement? Or there's an agreement that's working between Russia and China. I don't know if you realize this. This is something that scares me. I'm going to be honest with you. Something that scares me. Whoa, what the hell? Someone sent me a $50 super chat. John Roberts sends me a super chat, and this is what he sends to me. In case you didn't read it. In case you can't read it. In case it's like, in case you like completely crazy and don't know how to like click on his super chat. It says, where is you damn drink? Start drinking. Are you kidding me? Do you have any idea, John Robert, how crazy drunk I am right now? Go on. All right. Well, this is the question I have for you. Let's think about this for a second. In case you're unaware, Russia has set up a deal with China where they basically recognize each other as superpowers. Now, you might say to yourself, what the hell does that even mean? And really, think about this. I recognize Russia as the super China, as a superpower. I recognize China as a superpower. They don't need me to validate them, but that's where you're wrong. They like having you validate them. You validating them is something that's important to them, something that they value. They say, oh, what? It's not just us saying we're a superpower. Even this other country over there is recognizing us as a superpower. That means that we are legitimately a superpower. It's not just us saying that we're a superpower. I just want to say to you, by the way, John Robert, I love you so much. You're such a good person. Where was I? John Diaz says, Joe, you're too base to be drunk rambling. Careful, don't get your channel yeeted, brother. Let me tell you something. Even this is what, okay. There's a Jewish concept. This is a good point you're making, and I want to make this point to you. There's a Jewish concept which is called Bikiso, Picasso, Bicoso. That translates as the concept is that you can understand someone Bikiso, Picasso, Bicoso. Those sound very similar, but they're very different words. Those three words mean you understand where someone is, what their priorities are. Bikiso. Kiso means their pockets. Picasso. Picasso means when they're angry. And Bicoso. Bicoso means when they are drunk. Meaning, you want to know how you can tell the real nature of a person? Tell the real nature of a person when you see where they spend their money, what they say when they are genuinely angry, and what they say when they are blitzkrieg drunk. Those are the three ways you can tell the true nature of a person. It's an interesting thing for you to all to note. So I want to share this with you. Bikiso, Picasso, Bicoso. Those are three things which basically what's the term I'm looking for? Consonants are the same, but the vowels change. Bikiso, Picasso, Bicoso. With his pocket, with his anger, with his cup. Cup meaning drunk. So even when I'm drunk, I will say to you, rhinos suck. Nancy Pelosi sucks. That's basically the message to you at the end of the day, that these people genuinely suck. And I really believe that. That's because even when a person is drunk, that's what he says. Boom. They're losers. And not only are they losers, they ultimately, I don't just, a lot of you might think to yourself, I'm saying they're losers. I don't mean that they're ultimately, no, I mean, they ultimately are going to lose. Nancy Pelosi ultimately will lose. That's what will happen to her. Terrible things will happen to her. I genuinely believe that. Terrible things will happen to this evil bitch. But it's not just Nancy Pelosi. All the people I talk bad about, I really genuinely believe terrible things are going to happen to them. All right. Anyway. Holy moly. Someone else sent me a $20 super chat. What does that mean? Okay, so someone sent me. John Diaz says, Joe, you're too base to be drunk rambling. Careful, don't get your channel yeeted, brother. Here's the thing. I appreciate first John Diaz, I want to say to you, John Diaz, I appreciate that you're concerned to me. You're concerned for me. That you think you're worried for me. That when I'm drunk and I'm just blah 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 blah. I'm going to say something that's going to get my channel yeeted. Let me point something out to you. First of all, when I am crazy drunk, nothing I'm saying, everything I'm saying to you is 100% truth. It's rooted in 100% truth. Nobody could possibly turn that away. Nobody could say, oh, I can't stomach truth so much that I'm going to remove this person from being allowed to speak here. So no, I'm not worried about that. At all. I don't know if you can hear me. I'm trying to whisper. At all. Oh, I just want to share with you. I'm going to fly aside for a second. Just want to let you know something. Orthodox Jews, when we celebrate Purim, so we get dressed up in costume, but it's not just costume. What we do is we do a thematic thing. So every year we'll do a different theme. For example, one year we did a theme of like medieval. We're just all medieval. What do I mean by that? I mean, everyone in my family, everyone living in my house, me, my wife, my children, we're all going to dress in the same thematic type of thing. So this year, every year we're going to have the same theme, different costumes for each person in my family. But each person in my family were part of the same thing. This year's theme, in case you're wondering, was mythical creatures. Mythical creatures means my wife, Lady Lawgic, she was a unicorn. I was a genie. One of my daughters was a fairy. Another daughter was a mermaid. One of my sons was a leprechaun. Another son was an elf. All mythical creatures. That was our theme. Mythical creatures. It's almost like, okay, we're starting with our mythical creatures. We're starting with our theme, and then everyone else got to figure out what our theme is. We won't tell anyone before today what our theme was. That's a big thing. You don't share with the public what your theme is. That's a close family thing. Someone sent me $20. Did I read that yet? I don't even know if I read that yet. Grimsbar says, Grimsbar, by the way, is a guy named Josh. In case you're not following Josh is cool. He's a good guy. You should really follow Josh. He's a genuinely good human being. Part of your mission in life, in my opinion, look, I'm just one guy. In my opinion, part of your mission in life should be to follow good humans. So he says, I challenge you to debate of Einstein now that you're the drunk one. Let me tell you something. Even when I'm drunk, Einstein is still a moron. He is still an utter moron. It's like I think he assumed that the entire world will be drunk all the time. But even me drunk, okay, I love you guys, but I'm going to tell you reality. Reality is, even drunk, I'm smarter than Einstein. I wouldn't say that if I wasn't. That's just reality. He's a pretty smart guy. He's not stupid. He just like jumps to certain things that don't make sense. He's like, oh, this is what we got. And I'm like, really? Really? That's what you... Okay, Albert. Good job, Alberto. We're so proud of you, Alberto. Just mentioning. Oh my God, there's another super chat, which is like there's a few super chats. Let me see what this is. Patrick Kennedy says, drink more. I think I've drunk enough. Pam, I want to tell you, this is what I want to tell you. Okay, this is what I want to say. People like you, Pam. I want to point something out about this person, Pam Ronning. Okay, so Pam, this is what I want to point out to all my audience about Pam Ronning. What a great human being Pam Ronning is. A lot of people are like, you know what? I want this point to go out to the person I'm watching. I want them to know this point. But this amazing, delicious, phenomenal human being, Pam Ronning, is like, you know what? I don't have a point I want to send out to you. I just want to show you I appreciate you, Joe. I appreciate you entertain me. You make me feel something. On some level, you make me feel something. So I want to point out about Pam Ronning. You, Pam, are a phenomenal human being. It's not like you have a specific point that you want to make. It's like, oh, I'm going to invest $20 into this point. It's just like, you know what, Joe? I really like you. I think that what you do is entertaining, it's intelligent, it's not a waste of my time. It's something that's good, benefits society. So I just want to show you my appreciation. So I want to say to you, Pam Ronning, this is something that people should do more of. Because what you're basically doing is you're saying, look, I don't need to like have you read or interact with me on this thought, on thought X. I just want you to know, I think you're good. I think you help society, and I appreciate you. And that's what I'm saying to you, Pam. You are genuinely a good human being. You are. You're genuinely a good human being. Because what you think is, look, this is something I appreciate, and I want to show my support for it. That's genuine gratitude. That's what God asks of all of us, that we show genuine gratitude. I bless you, Pam. I bless you, Pam. You are a good human being. Because you say nothing, that makes me say you're a good human being. What's next? I have to ask you something. Where the hell is, if you're me, you're asking yourself, where the hell is that guy Andrew Legal Mindset, who was like, oh, Joe, when you're drunk, I want to see you. Ooh. Where the F are you, Andrew? Someone's walking in here. My vision's not so good. This looks like my nephew, Menachem.
Because your eyes are blue.
My eyes are blue.
Your eyes are all blue.
You want to look on here? This is my nephew.
Is this where the people see?
This is my nephew, Menachem. He happens to be someone who's awesome. He's a really good guy.
I'm looking in the wrong direction. Where's the camera?
That's the camera there.
The camera's there, but the screen is there.
No, I know the screen is over there, but this is the camera over here.
There's like another mini screen.
He's pretty drunk. All right.
So is he.
Okay. All right.
What are we talking about?
I was talking to them about like good people in general.
Not many of those.
No, they're actually surprising. I used to think to myself, they're like, if in like 1% of society is like good, but I actually think like the number is probably as high as like maybe like 15 or 20. No, I think it's like 15, 20.
Midwest, maybe.
Yeah, you know what? There's a lot of Midwesterners.
That's true. We like the Midwest.
You wouldn't think of the Midwesterners.
You wouldn't think. No one thinks about the Midwest, but they're there.
This is my nephew. And I want you to know something about my nephew. My nephew's name, his name is Menachem.
Mark.
In work, he's known as Mark. He happens to be like a genuinely good guy. He's really a good guy. He's good. He's a good person.
I try.
He's a genuinely good person.
My wife's even better.
Probably.
Much better.
Let me tell you something.
Much better.
Wouldn't it be hard for your wife to be better to you than you?
Based on what you just said before, though, it would be because you just said I'm good. So
Yeah, but I was just being kind.
Fair enough then. Okay.
I didn't want to embarrass you.
I get that.
It's
Why?
Since when?
But I gotta tell you something. You actually went up a notch since you put your wife above yourself.
I mean, it's pretty obvious.
That's true. It's true. I gotta get to super chats over
Do
here.
like the viewers know this is like a drunk stream? They understood this going in that the stream's gonna make no
He's
sense.
probably drunk. He's probably
Definitely drunk.
crazy drunk.
Oh, crazy drunk. I'm not driving home.
I
either way.
apologize. I apologize. I allowed a drunk person onto my stream over there. There's 300 people watching us.
How many are normally watching?
What?
How many normally watch?
More than that. I think you're killing my stream.
Oh, I'm gonna go then. Anyway,
But that's what shows you're such a good person. I want you to know something. You're a good person.
I think you're a good person too.
I genuinely believe
We're gonna miss you.
you're a good person.
We're gonna come back.
I want you to know something. This is my nephew. He's my daughter. He's my brother's son, and he's genuinely a very good person.
But now we're not sure if he's just saying that to be nice.
No. I'm really not. I'm really not. I'm really not. He's genuinely a very good.
Hi, good Lawgic fan. This man is a good dude.
Thank
He's
you.
a good dude. He's a great uncle,
All right, Sean.
and also happens to be hilarious. All right, bye everybody.
All right. So that was my nephew. I'm not gonna say my nephew. I mean, literally, he's my nephew. And he's a good guy. He's a good guy. Go. So that's my nephew. And I apologize if there was distraction from our show. So I just want to explain to you the way things work. Oh my gosh, I think there's more. There's more super chats we need to catch. There's a bunch of Irish folk who explained to me that if you want to manage your, there's got to be a better word than your kidney issues. That's not the word they used. They told me never, ever, never break the seal. That's what they told me. If you break the seal, you are totally effed. My seal was broken a long time ago. What we got here? Bring on Lady Lawgic and do an AMA string that both of you can answer. Okay, so I'll tell you right now. I'm going to do an AMA string. Right now, you ask me a question, I will answer. I am drunk. I will totally answer. And ask me anything. But I'm only going to answer any questions at least minimum of $10. That's what I'm saying. Any question of $10 or more, I will answer. Totally truthfully. You want to ask me an AMA? You want to ask me anything type of thing? Go ahead. It's totally fine. What else is coming up here? I'm scrolling. Another great person named Pam Ronig. I don't know if Pam. This sounds very similar to the Pam I met before. I don't know if you're the same Pam as before or a different Pam, but whether you're the same or a different Pam, you're genuinely, in my heart, I really believe you're genuinely a good person. Because it's not about like, oh, I have a point that I want the whole world to see. But it's like, you know what? This is entertainment I appreciate and I enjoy. And I want Joe to know I appreciate and enjoy it. So I want you to know I thank you, Pam. You're a good person, Pam Ronning. So, and I want to express my genuine appreciation for you being such a good person. This is from Jam, who says, is your dad on? What was their theme? I don't know what. My dad is not big about the whole theme thing. He doesn't believe in the whole theme thing. I personally, my wife, we would spend weeks before perm where we'll be like, all right, what's our thing going to be? Are you okay with dressing up like this? Are you okay with dressing up like that? And here's the thing. I'm being totally real with you. The one person who can never know what our theme is, the only person who's the most important human in the world that can never, ever know what our theme is my sister. my sister, can never know before Purim what our theme is. Once Purim comes, you can find out whatever our theme is. That's fine. Before Purim, for you to know what our theme is, oh my God, what humiliation. The other thing I'll tell you is this. When I was in law school, there were a lot of people in my law school. I went to Fordham Law. I graduated class of 98, took the bar, graduated class of 99. So in Fordham, Fordham is an Irish school. There was a lot of Irish students. I don't know if that's coincidence or whatever, but there were McCarthy's, there were O'Neills, there were just like a lot of Irish names, Irish people. A lot of make this, make that. And I don't mean that in any sort of offensive way. And honestly, if you're Irish, I don't care. I don't care at all. Irish people are cool. Well, my point is that they were just like, Fordham is like Roman Catholic, a lot of Irish, and there were a lot of Irish people there in the school, and Irish people tend to know how to drink, and they explained to me how I should better drink. And one of the things they told me is never. This is the first thing I learned from Irish people about drinking. So I'm going to share with you. I didn't see my dad, by the way. But my dad is in Israel. And in Israel, they happen to celebrate in Jerusalem Purim a day behind us. It's weird what they do. So my dad might not have celebrated Purim just yet. But anyway, I digress. So
Somebody said they thought I was fat.
You?
Yeah.
You're like 106 pounds. Someone really said you were fat?
Said they thought I was a tubby.
No. No. Okay. Okay. All right. You shouldn't worry about that at all. This is crazy. Woo. Jam says, "Is your dad on? What was their theme?" Would that come down? Really? No. I don't know what my dad's theme is because my dad didn't get dressed up because it's not Purim for him yet. Because in Israel, Purim comes a day behind everyone else in the world. In Jerusalem, Purim comes a day behind. And he's in Jerusalem right now. I don't know why, but he is. He loves being in Israel. What I was getting at is that that one of the things that Irish people taught me is never break the seal. I can't explain any further than that beyond. If you understand what the seal is, you understand what the seal is. If you don't understand what the seal is, I can't explain to you what the seal is. What they taught me is never break the seal. What was the cost of the costumes? I don't know. I don't buy that stuff. That's some lady Lawgic. But what I learned from Irish people is never break the seal. That's what Irish people have told me when I was in law school, first year law school. So I saved you $18,000 if you spend $10 on a super chat. What they taught me was never break the seal. And I'm about to break. I'll be back. I'll be right back. What did this guy say, Patrick Kennedy? What was the cost of the costumes? I don't buy costumes. Lady Lawgic buys the costumes. I just put them on. I need to go break the seal. I will be back. I will be back. I will be back. I will be back. I'll be right back. information is coming across my stuff here. Patrick Kennedy says, what was the cost of the costumes? I didn't buy the costumes. Don't know. Lady Lawgic bought the costumes. Why don't you should ask her? Maybe one day she'll open a channel and you can ask her. Until then, you're screwed. Nernia says, be careful, Joe. Don't let your wife drive today. Okay, let me explain something to you jackasses. I don't really mind. I think it's kind of funny, actually. Those of you who are confused, and I understand that for the purposes of having limited humor abilities, some of you will continue to pretend that you're confused. And I get it. Totally cool. Oh, ha, ha, ha. So, my point when I was talking about my wife driving me around was this. I don't want to deal with the hassle. Why the F would I possibly want to deal with that kind of hassle if I can avoid the hassle? Why would I want to take on more work than I have to? My brain and my body is sufficiently taxed with other important information. And part of it is like, oh, now you need to drive from New York to Tulsa. So the bottom line is, I'd rather not do it. I'd rather have someone else do that crap. It's stupid. It's a waste of time. So I was open enough with Nick's chat that I said, hey, you know what? I'd rather not do it. I'd rather pass. I'm totally cool with that. Let someone else be my worker, someone else be my slave, someone else be my servant. Someone else serve me, take care of me, and drive me from place X to place Y. That's what I was saying. A lot of people took that as like, oh my God, what a cook. I'm like, what are you, stupid? Are you a loser? That's like, this is how you show your validation that you're capable of driving? Really? That's your best? Your best is you're able to drive? Okay. You're a hero. Wow, I'm so impressed with you. It says, be careful, Joe. Don't let your wife drive today. I don't know if that came up now before. Dragon says, we had the tallest family tree. Haman. It's pretty tall family tree. Wow, I'm really drunk right now. I don't know if I should have been here now. This is not healthy. Just being honest. I'm scrolling. Someone here had to. See, Goody says, Minak charged me 35% interest on a loan. What says it? Anyone's charging you 35% interest on a loan is crazy. What the hell is Minak? Is that a real thing? Is that a person? Is that a company? What does that even mean? Wow, I'm not going to kid you. I'm pretty drunk. Phil says, admitted, Joe, your Papa's. Okay, this is what I will admit, Phil Harrington. You are one funny dude. You are freaking funny. That was pretty good. Hey, Papa Smurf. Oh, that's so good. Oh, Phil. Genius. Genius. Hey, Papa Smurf. I heard like a little sound, which I think means I'm supposed to listen for something. I don't know what it means. I just want to point out to you, Russia's really bad people. Even though I've been defending Russia, I just want you all to know Russia's filled with a lot of bad people. Don't mean any good for America. They're not going to help us as Americans. Does that mean we should defend Ukraine? No. No, not at all. No. No! But that doesn't mean Russia is filled with good people. A lot of crappy people in Russia in general. Someone send me something. Stuff is coming my way. I don't know if the next super chat to guide me on my stream here. Whoa. Patrick says, have you ever slipped and ate bacon? Nope. You were quick to mention BLT on the sandwich talk. Yeah, it's very easy. You want to know why that was so easy for me to say? Because BLT is just a very easy thing to roll off your tongue. And to my knowledge, in my entire life, I've never, ever eaten bacon. Even once. Much less 0 times. Just saying. Okay, I had too much alcohol.
There we go. Joe, you're muted. You're muted, bro. We can't hear you. Muted. No sound. You no sound. Yes. Muted. Yeah, you're dead. Can you guys hear me? Chat, can you hear me? Chat, can you hear me? And what's up? Hoodie mindset today, guys. No sound. You hit something.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you. I got you, Joe. Woo! I got you, Joe, baby. Woo! It's here, baby. I got you.
Win. Oh my God, I'm so cool.
Oh my God.
How long have I been muted?
You've been muted for about 5 minutes. I've been in the backstage for about 15 minutes now, 20 minutes. So
15 minutes? That's not true. You're totally crapping
I'm not
me.
kidding you. I'm not kidding you. See, they all super chatted you. Look at the they all super chatted you.
Okay, Adam, you are the most amazing dude ever. Okay, so I want to make something clear to you, Adam. You are really cool. even though Adam, I don't even freaking know your last name. I just want to be clear. I want to be clear here. I still think you are cool. You're based. You're smart. You're intelligent. I wish you would tell us your last name, Adam.
Well, my name isn't Adam. It's always been Andrew. But yeah, I mean, just because. Listen.
Why are you muted? I don't hear you at all now. I don't hear you at all. Do you people in the chat hear it, Adam?
I put my shot glass near the microphone and I slapped it.
Now I hear you. Now I hear you.
Yeah, I'm gonna remove the shot glasses from near the.
How long? Seriously, Adam, how long have you been here?
15 minutes. I swear to God. Look at the tell the chat.
Oh crap!
Yeah,
Oh,
man.
God.
It's all right, bro. I had time to get on the hoodie. Wake up. I didn't know exactly what time it was. I drank a lot last night too, so I'm ready to go round 2. I got
I'm not
my
even gonna
soju.
kid you when I tell you right now.
You're so drunk, dude. I love it.
It can't possibly be. Oh
You
my
can't-
God!
You can't be. I can't get on your level. It's not possible, bro.
So
I'm just
in
gonna
my,
hang out.
so I want to tell you a little bit about Purim. So the way
Yeah.
we work things here in Purim is, first of all, Purim is like the most awesome holiday of them all.
Yeah.
Of all the Jewish holidays, Purim is like really cool. You get to drink, and you're supposed to drink till you're really drunk. And there's also food with family and stuff like that. It's really just freaking cool.
Yeah.
Now, I took it to a different level where I started writing songs for my family, where I would sing to them like some sort of like song type of thing. I'm not going to sing it to you because that would be like freaking embarrassing, but I would basically
It's a little
sing
homo
this song.
too.
What?
If you're singing to me, it's a little homo, like a little bit.
It is a little bit homo, right?
A little bit, yeah. Yeah. A
Have you
little
ever
bit.
watched Marvelous Man
No, that's also a little bit homo, but yeah.
on Amazon Prime? You watched the Amazon Man on Amazon?
No, I have
Prime?
not watched this.
Someone says to me, "A Freilichen Purim, tell us about the agenda, Joe." A Freilichen, this person here, Abe Eckstein, must be genuinely Jewish. Because Freilichen is a Jewish type of word, like a Yiddish type of word, which means happy.
Yeah.
So if this guy is saying me this, it's his way of telling me in his subtle own sort of way, hey, I'm also an Orthodox Jew.
He's
Because
dog whistling you.
It's totally dog whistling me. I gotta tell you, by the way, Andrew or Adam or whatever, I really like you. I think you're a good person.
I am a good person. When you get past the me calling people assholes, that's
No, I want you to know something. I genuinely, I really like you. I think you're really a good person. And look, I know that you're off in Korea working for some company which is probably full of crap heads, assholes, kind of things. But you know what? You need to make your money. You need to survive, and you want to make your money. And I totally get that and respect that. I totally understand that. What I'm saying is, I think deep inside the Andrew, whose last name I will probably never know, I don't care.
Eventually you'll know it.
What I'm saying is, you genuinely, in my heart of hearts, I believe you are a genuinely good person. You're just genuinely trying to make the world a better place, and you're being sincere about like, look, this is like what makes the world a better place. So
I agree.
because of that, I want to express my love for you and tell you I really like you, but beyond liking you, I respect you, and that's even more important.
Thank you, Joe. Thank you. I respect you too, which is why I'm drinking at 9 in the morning.
9. You should not be drinking.
I gotta catch up, man. It's not fair. I never let a brother be drunk alone. I gotta catch up.
You're so thoughtful. What a good person.
I know. And when I'm drunk trying to do work today, it's gonna be real fun.
Freilichen is Yiddish word for which means happy. Happy Purim. Tell us about the agenda, Joe. I'm not going to talk about the agenda now because I'm too drunk to talk about that, and I don't know if I could talk that. I feel like I need to throw out that
how much of you what did you have? Did you have tell me you did not just drink Manischewitz. Tell me you had something.
No. Have you ever heard of Catol?
No.
I'm going to spell it for you here in this thing. Do I need to put in private chat?
Whatever you want to put it in. I mean,
I'll put it in challenge. It's spelled this way. C-A-O. No, I didn't spell that right. C-A-O-L-I-S-L-A. Cowell, Iowa.
Ah, single malt Scotch whiskey.
Yeah.
Oh, that looks good.
It's a very peaty. Do you like smoky flavored things?
Yeah, I like the peaty. The peaty whiskeys are good. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. I'm telling you now, if you like peaty whiskey, you will sit there and you will basically pay homage to me for introducing you to Cowell, Iowa. This stuff is so delicious. It's basically like meth made by Walter White. That's how good this is. Okay, you will say to yourself, if you like smoky whiskey, when I introduce you to Cowell, Iowa, and for those of you who are not in my private chat, I'm going to put it in the public chat. It's spelled this way: C-A. No, wait, why is that doing it? C-A-O-I-S. No, not I-D. I-S-L-A. Alan Durst paid me $1. I don't know why he paid me $1, but yeah.
He likes paying you $1.
Do you see it there? Jews just can't handle alcohol. Says this dude, doctor.
Fuck this guy, Dr. PMD. Fuck that guy, man.
As if you know how much freaking alcohol I took.
Yeah,
you could take more. Oh, you're such a big guy. Oh, look at this big guy. He's so much stronger than me. Oh, wow. I'm so impressed by you, Dr. Time. That's like the badass name of them all. Let me tell you something. If you're afraid to show me your real name, that means you're a loser. Okay? And that applies to Englishmen. It applies to a writer reply, who I tell you, if you don't want to tell me your name, you don't want to show me your face, what you're basically telling me is you're a freaking loser. Loser, because you're basically saying oh, I don't want anyone to know who I am. Oh my God, no one should know who I am. I'll tell you right now who I am. My name is Joseph Henry Neerman.
That's a powerful name.
Thank you,
Henry.
I actually go by my law practice. I always call J. Henry Neerman.
That's cool. That's a good
Thank
name,
you.
Man.
Thank you. Yeah, my law license is 2974319.
Full doxing himself right now. He's full doxing myself.
I'm 100% doxing myself. Yes, my law license ID number is 2974319. You can find me. Look up my New York law license, and you'll see. Oh, look at that guy. He's in good standing. You want to know why? Because I am the freaking bomb as an attorney. So yeah, okay. So anyone who's trying to basically argue with me and say oh, this guy doesn't know what he's talking about. Okay, you know what? You're just a freaking moron, and everyone knows that. Everyone sees that. Everyone recognizes that. But this guy over here, Andrew, no last name known.
Hey, look! I have my face on the internet. Okay, that's all I can say. I
Who puts his face on the internet? Yeah. He's a genuinely good human being. You know what? I don't even care what his freaking last name is. I don't care. All right, I will tell you all this. My name is literally. You can look it up right now in the New York Bar Association. My name is Joseph Henry Neerman. My law firm I refer to as J. Henry Neerman.
My law license is 2974319. Anyone could find that if they look up the New York law license. That is who I am. That's right. And I'll tell you right now, I happen to be a freaking kick-ass attorney. I'll tell you this much. I'm going to be very real with you all right now. It's very possible. Hey, there's my daughter. She's so cute. Come here, cutie. Come here. I just want to introduce you, my whole audience here. This is my daughter.
Oh, that's
Hana
very
Maka.
adorable.
Oh, she's so delicious. She's such a good girl. I want you to know something. She's not just really crazy pretty and like deliciously pretty, but she happens to be just a deliciously amazing human being. Because my wife is amazing at raising children, she happens to be. You're such a good girl. I love you so much.
Checking on to make sure you're all right, Joe.
I love you. That's my daughter, Hana Malcolm. That's totally aside from the whole point I was making here. My point is this: if you're afraid to show something about who you are as a person, I have to question. Why? Okay, so maybe like Andrew over here, you have some job that wouldn't really be happy about you sounding so base because they don't want to alienate people. So if you come out and you say to people, "Hey, my name is Andrew Basha Kamonitz,"
Basha Kamonitz, yes, it's Basha Kamonitz.
That is your real name, right?
Basha Kamonitz. It's like the name of a demon. When you say it, you on the no. Joe
Everyone's
knows
like,
my
"Oh my
true
god,
name.
how the hell can I work? How can I employ this law firm that hires Andrew Basha Kamonitz?" So I can understand that.
Well,
Look,
if I'm a Basha
he's
Kamonitz, then
Andrew's
L'chaim
making
to my fellow Jewish brothers. If I'm a Basha Kamonitz, because they're not part of the tribe, then baby.
Anyway, my point is this: I understand why Andrew does this. Me, I don't work for a firm that's paying me based on my work for them or whatever. So even if I am a bash, my name is Joseph Henry Nierman. That is who I am. You can all look me up, and you will all see. If you look up in New York attorneys, if you look up a list of New York attorneys, you can look up New York registration, and you actually can look up New York list of attorneys, and you'll find that there is a Joseph Henry Nierman, whose attorney registration number is 2974319. That is me. I'll tell you something else. I sort of pretend that I'm kind of like an idiot about law or stuff like that when I'm dealing with other attorneys.
You gotta simplify it for other attorneys, Joe.
What I actually think is that's actually a strategy I use. Can I tell you a story, Andrew?
Go tell the story, bro. I'm listening, man.
This is a true story. So I had a client who is suing and trying to pierce the corporate veil. Now you understand how difficult it is to pierce the corporate veil, right?
Very. I never let anybody pierce my veil.
No one wants their corporate veil pierced.
No.
I had a client who was trying to pierce the corporate veil because the entity they had judgment against was useless. The company was bled out, all the money gone. So I was trying to pierce the corporate veil and to go after the owner of the company and their son, which is like crazy hard. That's not easy at all. So I'm doing deposition of the son. So, and I'm going through all these different things. The son had opened up a similar company to the father. So I said to the son, and I'm like talking to him, and let's say the father's name is Steve and the son's name is Adam. You with me so far?
Yeah, Steve and Adam.
Right. So I'm interviewing. So I'm basically deposing Adam, and I say to Adam, I'm asking all these different questions about his company. His company is ABC. So I'm asking about his company ABC. So I'm like, so tell me, when ABC was this, what phone number was this? What was the location of this? And I'm asking all these different questions. And out of the blue, I said to him, hey, what was his son's name?
Adam.
Adam. Hey, Adam. What was the father's name? Steve?
Steve. Let's call it Steve, yeah.
Right. So I said, hey, Adam, do you love Steve? So the lawyer starts laughing. Says to me, objection. But I'll allow you to answer. Like, why the freak would you ask Adam whether he loves Steve? He's his son. Obviously, he's going to love him. Right? It seems like such a stupid question. And I want you to know something. If you are ever my adversary against me, I'm going to tell you this. I'm going to ask you or ask your client questions that make me, Joseph Henry Neerman, attorney ID registration number in New York State 2974319, will make me look like a moron, and you will think to yourself, wow, this lawyer is the stupidest freaking lawyer that I've ever met in my life. And yet, that very question that makes you think to yourself, wow, this guy is a total jackass, have no clue what he's doing. That is the question that will 100% F you up the ass. Because what I asked this guy was, oh, yeah? Really? Who's the father? Who's the son? Tell me again, Steve or Adam. Who's the father? Who's the son?
Adam's the son.
Adam's the son?
Steve's the father.
Steve's the father. So I said,
shot was
hey,
rough. Sorry, it's getting rough
hey,
now.
Adam. Hey, Adam, do you love your dad? That's what I asked Adam. So he's like, he starts laughing. And he's like, and the lawyer starts laughing with him, saying, objection, but you can answer. Big mistake. Big mistake. Because he's like, what kind of stupid questions is this jackass attorney Joseph Henry Neerman asking me? And he's like, yeah, you know what? I love my dad. Ooh, terrible thing that I love my dad. They're laughing at me. And I said, oh, really? Would you love your dad enough that you would lie for your dad? Ooh. I don't know how to answer that question. He started looking at his attorney. He's like, what do I say to that question? So I asked him this question, which sounds really stupid. I start off with this question, was like, do you love your dad? And he answers me. He laughs at me. Like I'm happily making myself like I'm the total freaking clown. I'm a total moron. I don't know what's happening here. Oh, I'm so stupid about asking questions as an attorney that I ask you, do you love your dad? And he's like laughing at me like, you're such a schmuck. You're a loser. Oh my God. Yeah, okay, fine. All right, objection, but I'll allow him to answer. Okay, yeah, fine. Yeah, I love my dad. Okay, yeah, really? Do you love your dad so much that you'd lie for him? And then he's like, oh,
gotcha, bitch.
Gotcha. You stupid bitch. And all along, and that's why I love when I get an adversarial attorney to laugh at me. Because as soon as you're laughing at me, you are so complete. I promise you, if you are laughing at me as my adversarial attorney, you are so 100% completely effed, and your client is so completely effed, you might as well come begging to me and pleading to me for a settlement, because I am about to F you up the ass in ways you never possibly imagined.
Can we F them in other places in the ass, or do we just have to F them in the ass?
No, completely in the ass. I don't want any other spot, just the ass. I want that tiny little asshole because it's tight. And that's what I want.
Oh,
that
boy, cheers to the asshole.
I'm going to do. Yes. And that's what I'm going to tell you. That's what I'm saying is that's what happened with this guy. Is he basically, when I loved the fact that they were laughing at me as if I was a schmuck.
My God.
And like the lawyer for the other attorney for the defendant said, objection. I don't know why he's asking this stupid question, but go ahead, answer. And he answered. He's like, yes, I love my dad. And then as soon as he answered that question, I said, really? Do you love him enough that you'd lie for him? And then he's like, he looks at his attorney. His attorney's like, holy freak. I want you to know something. I feel like I'm Columbo when I do that. When I answer a question, like everyone's looking at me like,
it's like
wow,
a legal MacGyver.
You're such a
figured out
stupid
something.
schmuck.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly. Like they look at me like, wow, you're such a stupid schmuck. And then once they answer that question, I'm like taking to like this thing that they never thought was going to happen. And then they're like, oh, freak. What the hell do I answer this question now?
Mm-hmm.
That's what makes me feel like I want you to know something.
People underestimate your power, Joe. They underestimate you. They see you.
I love
they see
making
they see this
myself.
blue man, and they're like, "What the fuck about this guy?" And then they're like, "Wait a second, he's got this sneaky intelligence to him. What the fuck's going on here?"
Yes. I want you to know something. One of my secret weapons that I use my adversaries is that I make myself look like the biggest freaking moron in the world, like Columbo, where he's like just like, oh, I don't even know. My suit is all like crumbled because I can't afford to wear like a well-pressed suit into court here. And all of a sudden he's answering his question, which just makes you like, oh freak, what the fuck? Answer this question. I don't even know what to say this. That's basically how I lawyer. That's how I am as a lawyer. It's kind of freaky. Catherine RUX says,
we answered your question. We answered that question. Next, we got more. We got so much more to handle here.
Do I really?
Yeah, man. We got to burn through these, bro.
I'm burning through these super chats.
Let's burn them.
You know, I created 2 songs that I sang tonight. I sang 2 songs tonight. Yes,
man. I need to drink more next time because I mean this is
Goody. Do you know how C Goody became my admin?
How soon?
Do you know why he became my admin?
Why?
So remember the Rittenhouse trial?
I remember that very distinctly. Yes.
Okay, so during the Rittenhouse trial, C Goody, I felt like every 10 seconds I turned around, I looked around, and I saw.
I'm already feeling drunk right now. I'm not joking right now.
C Goody was totally pumping my channel on Nick's channel, and I said, you know what, this guy is pushing out my channel. He's pushing out my channel. I'm gonna make him mod here on my channel because he's showing me so much love. And you know what? He's been a really good guy to me. And I would be a complete a-hole to not show him reciprocal love and at least recognize him as mad. I can't. I'm so drunk. I don't even know what the freak he's saying here. I don't know what words he's typing.
Just keep going. Manischewitz is the shit. Jew wine is best wine.
No, it's
so
not.
You're saying that? No, it's not. Manischewitz is shit.
Wine.
Everybody knows that it's shit. Joe and I had this conversation the first time we met.
Yeah, I don't think.
I'm just debating what I'm gonna actually.
I happen to like Malvasia a lot more than I like Manischewitz.
I was saving this for a while.
Windsor says Einstein was.
I think we're gonna have to go to the cast because that's what I got left. It's either the cast or whiskey, but this is a giant beer.
I don't know if I read the $50 super chat yet or not.
So guys, I just finished. So what am I drinking? I just finished the bottle of soju. So this is all done now. I've done shots.
Are you remotely drunk at all?
I'm feeling tipsy already, bro. Joe, I rolled out of bed and started doing shots with you. That's what I did. I love you that much. And I literally got out of bed and started drinking.
Adam, I love you like my brother.
Yes. Adam is my name. Okay, so Adam is now my official name when I'm wearing a hoodie. So when I'm a hoodie, I'm Adam. If I'm in a suit, I'm Andrew. This is official. This is established in LawTube canon. Right now, we're establishing. This is my alternate persona.
Man,
when I'm hoodied up, this is Adam. Adam is my I'm streaming. I'm streaming Valorant. On Twitch. This is what I do. Okay. Sorry.
IWD says, "Hey Joe, how do you feel about neocon Jews like Mark Levin defending Zelensky and the Azov Battalion?" I never heard Mark Levin saying that. I've never heard Mark Levin saying anything that wasn't thoroughly based. If he said something that was crap, I don't agree with crap. I don't care who says it. I don't care. You know what? There's no further. It's not like if you. I care about the facts. If you want to tell me crap, and by crap I really mean shit.
Yeah. Wow.
If that's what you're trying to sell me, I say to you, no, I have no interest in that. I don't need that. That's not what Joseph Henry Neerman. It's such a great name, Henry, isn't it?
No, it is really good. It's like I think of John Henry, the fucking legend of John Henry, smashing some fucking railroad spikes like a G.
Yeah, Andrew, I'm going to tell you something. I actually call myself my law firm. I call my law firm J. Henry Neerman. That's what I call law offices of J. Henry Neerman. Because I was like, wow, Henry is such a freaking cool name.
Dude, that's really fucking cool. I'm not going to lie right now.
Yeah. Yeah. You know what? I'm gonna ride it. I'm gonna ride it. If that's what I was blessed with, why
Go ride it, man. You got to go through with it.
Yeah. Why was stupid enough to ignore that? What
Yeah.
did this guy say here? So IWD says, "Hey Joe, how do you feel about neocon Jews?" You know what? Okay, so this is what I'm gonna tell you, IWD. First of all, thank you for the super chat. Second of all, F you.
Bro.
Who cares if they're Jews? I don't care if they're Jews. I don't care if they're Gentiles. I don't care if they're Muslims. I don't care if they're Buddhists. I don't care if they're whatever.
I mean, I do care. I do care.
I
I
don't
do
care.
care if they're. I do care. I do care if they're one of the. If they're Buddhists. I mean, that's so offensive to me.
Why? Why do you
They
care
do
about
so much?
freaking
They,
Buddhists?
all their Nazi symbols, you know, they're
We
going
all-
around
look,
with these Nazi
okay,
symbols.
look, let me ask you this.
I'm
Andrew,
fucking with you. I'm fucking
Andrew,
with you right now, bro.
Andrew, you're a Christian, right?
I was. I grew up Methodist. Now I'm Catholic technically, but I guess I'm still Methodist. Who knows?
So you believe in Jesus, right?
Yeah, he existed. Yeah, I mean, he's around.
So you think Jesus is like a really holy guy, very powerful, good guy?
I think he said some cool stuff. Yeah, I mean, there was some good thing in there. Yeah.
I'm not going to try and convince you otherwise.
No, don't try to convert me. That's not going to work well for you.
I don't.
Apparently,
wanna-
according to Nick Rekieta, you don't know the Bible very well. He
I
said
said-
you do not know the difference between Elijah and Elisha.
No. First of all, I wouldn't even pronounce it that way.
He said that.
One
He
is-
said that
I
live
wanna-
yesterday.
Did he really say? I want to be
He said
clear
it
to you.
live.
Jews actually pronounce it one as Elijah and the other as Elisha.
Alicia, that's a girl. I banged an Alicia. Like no, you know Alicia. Why are you talking about Alicia right
I'm
now?
telling you now. That's how we would pronounce it. Orthodox Jews pronounce it as Elisha. One would pronounce
Alicia sounds hot, not like she's converting the masses of Baalite priests.
I
You know,
will
we're
tell
talking
you
about
this.
when he killed the Baalite priests.
Elijah, we call Eliyahu. And the
Eliyahu.
other- Yeah. And the other we call Elisha. And what I'll tell you is, in English, we would say this was Elijah, and that was Elisha. We would
Elisha.
pronounce it totally different.
I'm just getting too turned on by Alicia. That's sorry. That's a really hot name. Like it's a popular girl name.
Alicia is
sorry.
pretty powerful. I see like
Yeah.
two $50 super chats. I don't know what
Yes,
this means.
we gotta hit those, bro.
Sean Valmerhausen says, my wife grew up Jewish, but never knew Purim was this way. She said she missed out on so much. I'm a Methodist pastor, and she has become a Methodist. Well, yesterday,
I grew up Methodist. That was my denomination. So shout out.
I will tell you this. Yesterday, in my chat with Ty Beard, I walked through the whole story of Purim. I'm not going to review that again today.
You did it with me too. You did it with me too.
It was far more detailed with Ty.
Oh, you get the tail for Ty for freaking
I really
the
gave
Texas
I gave
Texas
Ty
guy.
very fine detail. I will recommend any of you who are curious about the story of Purim. The story, the way I broke it down for Ty is really very, 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 very strong. That was one thing that I got here. Then I got something for someone named O. O Thymer says, Happy St. Patrick's Day. And you know, whatever you guys use for an excuse to drink. So this is what I want to say, okay? Look, I want to be very clear in case anyone is very confused. I am Jewish. I'm not just Jewish. I happen to be an Orthodox Jew. Like, I really believe in all the stuff that you guys would call crap. I say, no, that's not crap. We might refer to it with an S word, 4-letter word. I would say, no, that's blasphemy. Because you know what? This stuff is all 100% truth. That's probably what would happen in this conversation. But this is what I would say to you. First of all, I don't want to convert you. I don't want to convince you that what I believe in is true. You can believe in whatever you believe in. I am totally 1000% cool with that. Believe in whatever you want to believe in. And you know what? I think that's probably a good thing. And it's much better than if you didn't believe in that. Not only do I think it's not bad for you to believe in Jesus, I think it would be worse for society if you disbelieved in Jesus. If you said Jesus doesn't exist or never happened, whatever, I would say, you know what?
Rekieta Law is fucking super chat. Sorry,
I'd
Dick,
probably
what's up?
be happier if you believed in Jesus than if you didn't believe in Jesus. That's how much I'd prefer for you to believe in Jesus than not believe in God at all. Because you idiots who think, oh, I'm an atheist, I'm so smart, I'm so educated, I'm so enlightened. I don't believe in any sort of God. But I think science just happened to magically make all this thing that we see around here appear. I say to you, you know what? God, you're so
Joe,
freaking
trust the
stupid.
science, Joe.
I just wish you
science.
believed in freaking God.
Trust the science, Joe. Trust it. Trust it.
In my heart of hearts, I'm going to tell you something. I like you. I appreciate you sending me money. I think you're a fucking idiot that you think that there's no such thing as
Joe,
God.
you're berating your super chatters.
Stupid.
You're berating them,
so
Joe.
Stupid.
You're berating them.
Freaking idiot.
Simp for them. Guys, I simp for you. I simp for you
Raketa
so
let us
hard.
hear it? Is
I'm
Raketa
going to send
Lawgic?
Raketa the
You
link.
know what?
Don't worry. I'll send
You know
Raketa
what?
the link.
He has a freaking link. If he's not
Does
there,
he?
it's by his own choice.
Does
He's
he? Okay.
He's
Are you
pretending he
sure?
doesn't have a choice, but I sent it into
No,
the
he
chat.
does. I mean, look, his
It's into
nose is practically
the-
Jewish already. Come on.
Yeah. I'm scrolling through. By the way, Andrew, I want you to know something. I happen to think you're a genuinely good guy. You're genuinely.
I appreciate
good
that,
human
bro.
being.
That's why I hang out with you. That's
I
why
don't
we
know
do the
your last
illogical
name, but I
mindset.
Yates Network says it's Mark Yates from Work Account IT Advice. Stop. I don't know what the hell that even freaking means.
Bro, I don't know what he's talking about. Keep going.
I'm moving forward. Let me see what
Keep
the
going.
next super
Keep going.
chat is here.
Keep going.
I see a blue thing here. Ben Froyle says, I laugh at anonymous cowards. Happy St. Purim's Day.
Oh, yeah. St. Purim. I like that. St. Purim.
There's no such thing as St. Purim's Day.
My 25% Irish and what is the rest? Like 50% Jewish? I mean, that's.
It's really.
Get that burp in there.
Andrew, all kidding aside, just so you should know, the chances of Purim falling on St. Andrew's on St.
Patrick's Day, St. Andrew.
Right.
I would love to be a saint. Make me a saint, Joe.
You should be. But
Can you make me a saint? By your Jew magic?
I can't do that.
You can't do it? 3 wishes. One, that I'm a saint.
Ba ba da ba.
Saint.
Ba da ba. Ba da ba.
There we go. We got it, guys. Clip that. Long
I
clips.
had
You better...
that 40 thieves, Shahrazad. He had 1,000 tails. Master, you're in luck because up your sleeve, you got a brand new friend.
I'm so fucking drunk. I'm already drunk. I'm already feeling drunk. You know why? Because I haven't eaten anything. You know what I had? I had a slice of these goddamn dole mangoes.
So what I explain to you is
dried Korean mango. This is what I had. This is what I had, guys.
What is
this is my breakfast.
Says TG Rhetoric says, Joe and Andrew, please indulge me in a base rant. A topic of your choosing. P.S. My username is my first and middle initial.
So your name is Greater XTR? Okay, Tyrone Greater X. I don't know.
This guy's talking about. And by the way, this guy has given me so much money.
This is all a based rant. You all know it. You all know it because it's all part of the agenda, guys. They're all trying to keep this down. They're trying to hate.
I want you to know something, Andrew. It's your job. I'm going to give you a job before I leave.
Okay, give me a job.
And
I accept, Master. I will accept your wishes for the agenda.
9:33 p.m. my time.
It's 10:33 a.m. my time.
Okay, so I'm going to tell you this. Do not allow me to go into Nick's time, which is at midnight.
Oh, no. We can go as far into Nick's time as you want. Hey, Nick, I know you're watching, but fuck your time, bro. Fuck your time. We're coming for you. We're coming for you, buddy. I got this up. We're coming for Raketa, bro. We're going to get more viewers than Raketa. We're going to do it. We're going to fight that motherfucker. We're going to hit him in his Polish nose.
Asshole. 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 How dare you? Let me explain something to you, okay? I'll explain something to you.
Well, we got it. We got it.
I would have exactly.
We can fight Raketa. We can do it. Me and you. Me and you, we got it. You take it from behind. You take it from behind because you like fucking the asshole. I like going for the face, but it's all right. It's all right. You like the a-hole. It's okay.
I would have like 3 followers if not for Nick Raketa. So
that doesn't mean you got to simp for him, bro.
No.
He said, look,
no, it
Raketa just super chatted. Joe,
does.
Raketa just super chatted. He just super chatted. He said, take a swing at the king. You better not miss. Bro, oh shit. Holy shit. Raketa just said it. Holy shit, he just said it. Take a swing at the king. You better not miss.
Let me explain something to you.
Oh, fuck. You call this out.
Let me explain something to you.
Oh, shit.
Raketa.
We are YouTube manless now.
Raketa. First of all, I want to say this first and foremost. I genuinely respect your ability to entertain the masses.
Simp.
I say to you, but I want to tell you, Andrew.
Yeah.
I want to tell you a quick story.
Real quick.
I promise you.
Real quick.
I promise you this is a true story that happened. I promise you this happened. And by the way, I'm not even kidding. I'm not even kidding at all. The first time I met Nick Rekieta, which as of today, March, what's today? 17th.
I don't know, man. I don't know when any anniversary is for any girl ever. So
it's the only time I've ever met Nick Rekieta in my life. And I want you to know something. I genuinely like Nick Rekieta. I was sitting. The only time I ever met Nick in my life was during the holiday of Passover. Now, I want you to know that during the holiday of Passover, we do not eat any. We Orthodox Jews do not eat any food that is unleavened. That even includes beer or scotch.
No,
it's true.
Beer is unleavened. How that shit is unleavened? What's
for
leavening?
8 days? For 8 days, we don't.
Fermentation is leavening.
Yeah, it is. And for
Bro.
8 days, we don't eat that.
Oh my god!
Now, I happened to take Nick Rekieta out during this period of Passover.
No, did you do it?
And what I did was, no, I wouldn't eat it. No, God forbid.
Oh,
but what I did was, I bought him drink.
Going to hell.
I would go to hell. So what I did was this: I took my credit card and I said to the bartender, I said, whatever he wants to drink, give him. Open bank, whatever he wants. And he basically rang up a bill of like, I don't know, $80 or $100 or something like that, drinking during the next couple of hours.
He's a cheap date. That's a cheap date. $80 or $100.
He was great. And I happen to know something. I want you to know something.
That's a cheap sugar daddy situation.
He was a great guy. He was a really, and I want you to know something. All kidding aside, whatever you see of Nick Rekieta, you think of Nick Rekieta, it's true. He happens to genuinely be an amazing effing guy.
But where's the butt? But where's the butt? But where's the butt? There's a butt in this statement.
What I'm saying to you is this. It's not even a but. It's a matter of what are we talking?
We were talking about Nick Rekieta and streaming and how we're going to fight him and beat him. And how you and I, Joe, we can do it.
No,
We've come up. We're more based.
No.
We got it.
What I'm saying to you is this.
We got this, Joe. We got it.
What I'm saying to you is
We
this.
still got it. Come on, bro. We got it.
Never, ever, ever be an a-hole. Don't start thinking to yourself, oh, I'm going to be an a-hole. I'm just going to like bury this guy. Never, ever, 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 ever be an a-hole. Because at the end of the day,
Rekieta says you're casting a spell. That you are casting a spell with those hand motions.
What?
That you used your secret Jew magic to cast a spell on Nick Rekieta and his mere. Actually, Rekieta, I don't know what denomination you are, but your Protestantism, your general.
I want you to know something. I have 11 Chrome windows open. The chances of me finding
you have
the
11 tabs open, bro.
I have 11 Chrome
close
windows.
The OnlyFans.
Right this
close
second.
the OnlyFeet.
Not OnlyFans. One of them is like basically. I'm gonna open.
Close the J date. You're good. You got a wife.
What does it say? It says Supreme Court of Texas, Whole Women's Health et al. Versus
no, we are not joking. We are
Austin
not capable of assessing a Supreme Court case right now. That's
Zero
not happening.
chance there. All right, I just closed that one out. All right, let's see what the next one is.
Although drunk Kurt can do it. That's really hilarious.
Kurt
I'm glad he
is
got
stupidly, crazily intelligent.
He's
as far
so
as
fucking
understanding
smart,
this crap.
bro.
All right, I see a StreamYard thing, but I don't think this is it because I don't see my face here, so that's not.
No. Don't. Yeah.
All right, let me see what the next one is.
Phil says, Andrew, he'll tell you a short story real quick, 5-10 times in a row. It's a super chat. 10,
you see here
$5
video
I got your
details.
I
I see a picture of my own face which says the post Purim live stream And this looks like my own video details, which says the drunken post party with legal mindset starting early at around 8 p.m. Means
I don't know what the fuck that is anymore. My time
This
sense
is
is gone,
stupid.
guys.
No, I'm getting rid
Because
of that.
DST, guys, so you know, we in Korea don't change our time zone. You guys have fucking daylight savings time. I'm so glad they're gonna abolish that bullshit. That should be gone. Fuck DST. Fuck this forward back bullshit. Let's stay in one time zone, one time zone forever.
I'm working my way through these Chrome tabs. I'm going to get to you eventually. I'm very confident about that. I have something here that says Merriam-Webster synonyms and antonyms for schnook. Do you know what the word schnook
For
means?
schnook? That sounds like pussy, but okay. I don't know what that means.
Do you know what the word schnook means?
I do not know what that means.
Schnook is the Yiddish word for idiots.
Well, okay. Well, that's close. I was pretty close then.
Apparently, what happened was Nick McKenna didn't know what the word schnook. So I was trying to figure out how the best.
Oh, is Ty back in the backstage?
I don't know.
Ty Beard?
Ty Beard, you think is that backstage?
Someone told me he's backstage on Twitter, but maybe I'm fucking.
Let me see.
They're fucking with me. Bro, if Ty is here, this will be fucking epic.
I'm gonna look at. Hold on. I'm gonna look at.
I sent Mercado the link, but he's not man.
I
enough.
sent
He's
a link
manlet.
to YouTube.
He's a
so
fucking man. He's not gonna come on. Come on. He's like 2'2".
this a-hole wanted it. He can find it in 2 seconds because
that's right.
I sent it into LawTube.
But he
And
doesn't want that a-hole to be violated like it would be on a deposition with Joe Neerman.
I hear myself.
Joseph Henry Neerman. You should have told me your fucking name was Henry, bro. Henry is such a Chad name. That's
It
like
is a
so
Chad name,
strong.
right?
That's such a fucking alpha name.
I'm in
No,
here.
Ty will. Okay, someone said Ty is too distinguished to be brought in this. That's bullshit. Ty is a man of the people.
Henry
Ty
is
a
an
man of the
effing.
people.
Henry is an effing Chad name. Oh
Yeah,
my
Henry
god,
is 100% a Chad name.
it is. Look at
Nick
this
is,
guy.
Nick is fully bred Darth Hideous.
Look at this shit.
Oh,
what is this?
shit! Oh
What
my
is
God!
happening here?
Holy shit! Holy shit! What's
Oh
going
my
on, Nick?
god. Okay.
Fucking hell. This super chat has been on screen since I turned off my phone a long time ago. What, Joe, what are you?
By the way, I'm literally in this chat twice.
Oh fuck!
I hear myself twice. I don't
my
even
God.
One of the
know
tabs you
what the freak is
Joe,
happening.
Joe, you can just do it. Just close the other tab.
Oh, this is going to be a disaster. He's going to close the wrong one.
I have zero chance.
Nick, did he
I'm closing
really?
the right
Did he
one.
really only? Did he own? It was $90 your tab. Was $90 the
Yeah,
total?
okay,
so he's
look.
here. He is. He's
Look.
like, oh yeah, I'll get you whatever drink you want. And
I'm
he's like,
afraid.
well, as long as it's not more expensive than a bullet.
Oh!
I'm just kidding. I kid.
I know what he
kid.
said.
I kid.
I assume it was a Holocaust.
guys. It
comes
out.
Look, I assume that whatever Nick said that I couldn't hear was clearly a Holocaust joke, making fun of the death.
Oh,
of 6
okay.
million
Hold on. We go to the Holocaust. Okay, come on.
Well, we can make
now,
Holocaust
Joe.
jokes.
Come on now,
No.
Joe.
I'm gonna read some super chats just so that I am fulfilling whatever obligations I may have.
Why are you dressed up like the genie from Aladdin?
That's Purim.
Purim?
Yes, Purim is Jewish holiday.
I
We
know
dressed
that it's
up-
a Jewish
not go
holiday. I
into
just
the
didn't
time
realize
level
it came with a
explanation,
Robin Williams impression.
Okay,
Oh,
no, it
that's
doesn't come
dark.
with the Robin
That's dark.
expression.
That's pretty dark.
It does come with.
Wait, the last genie was Will Smith. You're literally in blackface.
No, it's not blackface.
Oh shit!
It
Joe
is.
said blackface. Blueface is a new blackface. You
oh,
said it. It's
you know-
done. It's
Okay,
over.
Andrew.
No, I can't. I
Understand
can't.
this.
I'm sorry. I'm
What
already
you're
feeling
hap-
this.
What's happening?
You got me
here
drinking
is
when I
this.
woke up. I'm sorry, Joe. This is your
Stop,
fucking fault.
stop.
You brought this
The-
upon yourself, bro.
Stop. Listen to me for a second.
Okay.
The last human in the history of humankind to ever put on blackface is an individual by the name of Nicholas Rekieta. He's embarrassed by that. So now he's trying to pretend that me dressing up as a genie from Aladdin is somehow equivalent to blackface because he's trying to mask the shameful, disgusting, ugly, hideous. What the hell are you doing? Activity that Nicholas Rekieta engaged in when he himself put on blackface. Blueface.
Why does it all go back to blackface? Why does it all go back to blackface?
Blueface is nothing like blackface.
It is totally the same thing.
Really?
Because
How
blue
many
people are people too.
Really? How
Also,
many blue
yes.
people have you ever met in your life?
I've met a lot. I've met a lot of people
Really?
who are
Give me
severely
names. I wanna
depressed
know
because they're
names.
lawyers and they have shit jobs.
Tell
so
me
they're
the
kind of blue.
names of all the
so they're
blue
kind of
people
blue.
you've met in your
Their
life.
names are Adam Levinstein, Goldstein, and Goldfarb. You probably know all of them, Joe.
You know that the blue Jewish, like, that's a Holocaust joke too, Joe. You're making the Holocaust joke right now.
Oh, you just made the
are you even talking
the
about?
Zyklon. So Zyklon B left a blue in the chamber.
Oh my god! I can't believe you mentioned Cyclops.
Who did it? You're the one who did it.
Gentile.
I'm just saying. I happen
Kyle.
to know a
Take
little
Kyle.
bit about
Oh,
history.
oh, I
I'm
love you,
sorry. I
Adolf,
know about
Adolf,
history.
Adolf,
Oh, I'm sorry. They
Adolf.
made me go to the Holocaust Museum because you and your folks made me go.
Wow, look at you with your little Nazi haircut.
My haircut is only federal. They are purely pro something. I don't know what it is.
Yeah, purely pure pro-German, anti-Jew.
Nobody is
haircut.
pro-German right now. Even Germany isn't pro-German. If you fly the flag, you're a Nazi in Germany right now.
What are your thoughts on this, Nicholas?
My thoughts on what is this? What are my thoughts supposed to be on? That's because there's a lot that's going on right now, and I'm not sure.
I like to lock you down on one position or another. Do you think Andrew is right or wrong? That's basically what the question is.
About what?
Who's
right?
Yes,
No,
yes. Thank
Andrew's
you.
correct.
Please,
Thank
thank you.
you. Please answer the
you.
question, Nicholas.
Andrew's
said I'm
100%
right.
correct. He nailed it.
That's right. That's right. Oh, it feels good.
All right, look. If
Damn,
you
it
wanna,
feels good to be a gangster.
If you want to if you want to just climb into bed with Andrew.
Whoa, 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 whoa,
Korean
whoa.
beds
That's
aren't
part
big
of your
enough for
agenda.
two.
That is part of your agenda, and it's definitely not big enough for me and Nick. Because I mean, come on, you need a California king.
Yeah,
House me and
seriously.
Nick.
I need at least something that's 2 inches by 2 inches in order to fit you both in. So,
What? Okay.
sorry, I didn't mean to offend
Is that a square anus joke? Like I'm now
Yeah.
really confused.
I need to catch up on some Jewish.
Was this some of your Einsteinian math that you just did?
I need to get some. Okay, I'm gonna.
I
go to
happen
my
to look.
cabinet and get some.
You
food
both
real
know.
You guys are
Nicholas.
trashed.
Nicholas.
I'm not,
Anybody
hold
told you?
on, Nick. I am not as trashed as Joe. However, I'm quickly getting there because I've been drinking on an empty stomach. I had some fucking fruit. I had some goddamn Korean mango. Right? This isn't even available.
Yeah,
in the United States.
I heard about
That's
your
it.
diet of Korean mango.
Just man and go. But yes,
I was like, oh my goodness.
I see what you did there.
debating between heating up some pizza and eating some other trash. But yeah, I think I'll try to heat up the pizza.
All right.
When did you put a fucking fridge in your bathroom?
I moved. So this is my new place, so I can now heat up my pizza, which is like my single slice pizza here, and get that
What
going.
was on that pizza?
Oh, this is okay. Let me unwrap this pizza. Koreans individually wrap everything. It's interesting.
I want to be clear in something here, Nicholas.
Yeah.
Why do you full name
So
him? Like
you and I
he's
met
a
each
kid.
other once, right?
Yep.
Okay.
That you know of, but yes.
Oh boy.
I just want to say,
There you go. I unwrap this.
I have always had deep respect for you.
It's good stuff.
And I want to point this out as follows as well. Do you remember when we were talking about when we were sitting there in the bar? Do you remember sitting in the bar with me?
Yep.
Okay. So Nicholas and I were sitting in a bar, and one of the things I said to Nick was this. I was talking to him about his show, right? Do you remember we were talking about your show? And one of the things I said to you was this. I said, wow, you do so well on your show, and you have so much less talent than I have. That's crazy.
I remember that vividly. I've never ever forgiven you.
I just wanted, at this point in time, before God and all of our current viewers at this particular point, I want to ask you for forgiveness for making that statement in front of you. Do you forgive me? Nicholas Requeda, do you forgive me?
Did Nick drop? Well, hold on. What happened?
Nicholas
Okay,
Requeda.
oh my God!
dropped
What
the
happened?
That was unintentional. I was
Uh,
reaching for something and I grazed the F5 key and it refreshed my window right when you're like, I want to ask for forgiveness.
I
Like,
wanna
no, I'm out.
ask you in front of whatever hundreds of people are watching this, and God, I want to ask you, do you forgive me?
No, there's nothing to forgive. Joe. There's nothing to forgive. You don't need forgiveness.
I want you to listen. I want my whole audience to know that when I said that to him in the bar, and it really was just me and Nick, when I said, wow.
And the bartender who knows everything that went down.
Nick, tell him if it's true or not. When we were sitting, just the two of us, and I said to them, wow, it's crazy. You make so much money from doing this. Imagine someone like me who has so much more talent than you.
Oh my God.
I could do.
Did he say that, Nick? Did he say that? Are you fucking kidding me right now? Oh God. Holy shit.
I promise.
That was right before the middle-aged nurse started hitting on one of us. I don't even know which one.
There was
both of us.
I want to
frankly.
say something. Promise you, this is actually true. What happened was 2 seconds later, this 50-year-old nurse just started hitting on Nick so hard.
It wasn't me. It was you.
No, totally hitting on you.
Hold on. Smash or pass though. It was it was okay. An ambiguous situation. All right, I like ambiguous situation. You
It
guys
was
are married.
very.
I'm just saying.
Nick, would you agree with me that she was very
Smash or pass?
ambiguous?
She was not. This is not a hideous person.
All right, yeah. It was an average situation. All right, I see you. I see you.
Not hideous, but not like, oh yeah, definitely hit that. Right?
Yeah, I wouldn't watch her nurse TikTok videos.
It's not like,
You
oh
would
my
not
God,
simp.
I
You would
catch
not
next
simp.
video
Okay.
she
And
makes.
she was not a Polish pole vaulter either.
Oh my God. Gee.
Okay.
You know what's funny?
Did you go? Did you do some research on it?
No, Nick. They've been trending because I googled one of them. I googled that one lady. Now they're in my feed. They're in my fucking feed.
They'll never leave.
I have pole vaulter asses all up in there. I'm not complaining. I'm not complaining because they are wonderful asses. However,
I want to make
you're all over the
clear
fucking place now.
It's
to
amazing.
Mrs. Requeda, in case she's watching here.
She's not watching this.
All right.
She's-
She's never watching.
She's not
But
fucking
whatever.
watching.
Whoever
Oh,
else is watching out there, I want you to be clear here. I was sitting in a bar alone with Nicholas Requeda, and
Not
a woman
alone by
was
definition.
very clear, very clearly hitting on Nick Requeda, and he was totally blowing her off, saying, "I don't give her the slightest f about you." But I want you all, my audience, to understand this. He wanted her to know that he was kind of sort of a celebrity.
The
And
funniest
yet,
thing to do.
Like, I'm a
and
big
she
deal, motherfucker.
was totally like, wow, I would totally F you because you're sort of a celebrity. And he was like, I will never, ever effing touching you. I don't care about you. All I care about is my wife. And you are meaningless to me.
That's the
That
exact
is the way-
transcript of what happened. That's what I said. You are
It lit-
meaningless to me.
Yes.
It literally
Be gone,
was a transcript.
Tatiana.
Nick,
You are
Nick, seriously,
D-list.
brother.
Well, you're in Tampa, Florida,
Brother.
so that's like the trashiest of the trashy at that point.
Nick, seriously, I'm drunk out of my mind. But tell me, is there a single word I said just now, that was at all remotely, in any way, remotely untrue?
I'm 100% truthful.
Thank you.
Damn.
Yeah, I actually told her, you are meaningless to me. I will never F you. And I said those words specifically.
He actually said those
them?
words.
You know, Nick.
I
Nick,
will
I did
never
not.
No. You're like,
You
what?
are meaningless to me. You're a loser to me.
I'm like, Nick just got based. All
But I
right, there you
thank
go.
you
Okay, let me think
for
about
the
it.
comment
Nurse, you're the
that you would happily
shit I
have sex
scrape
with
off
me.
my boot in the morning.
Yes,
Oh,
that is what
God.
he said. That
Chad
is what he
status
said.
achieved, except for not, though.
Like
that
a
didn't
total
actually happen.
Chad. Like a total Chad. He's like, I have zero interest in ever having any kind of sex with you at all, even though you made like 1,000 overtures.
And then she instantly had a flood the size of the 10
And
fucking
I will tell
commandments.
you,
I mean, that was
personally, I will
instantly what
tell you.
happened. As soon as Nick said that, it was on.
I would tell you personally, in my opinion, she was not a hideous woman, not someone who would be like, oh my God, I need to have sex with that. But she was at a level of like, that most people are like, yeah, I wouldn't kick that out of bed. That's
It's
the
3
level
a.m.
she was at.
It's 3 a.m.
And Nick was like, F you. I have zero interest in you. I am way above you. I will never have sex with you. You will spend the next month basically having fantasies of having sex with me, and I will never think of you again after tonight.
Or was it me and Jujo?
That's pretty much what Nick did with her. And I just want to make clear so that all of his fans can understand. And my perspective on this is like was exactly this. I don't give a slice F about any of this.
It's clear you don't give a fuck, Joe.
Nick,
holy shit!
That shirt is going to need so much laundering.
Am I drunken telling over this story in any way inaccurate?
No.
There you go.
I don't know if it's precise, but it is accurate.
Would you change anything about the way I explained this whole story?
My muscles would have been bigger in your story.
It's Tampa.
I
You
love
gotta be
you.
ripped in Tampa. You're gonna be jacked in Tampa.
Oh my
You're gonna be
God.
flexing.
This is why I defer to you as you are the master. You are the master. You are the master. This
Well,
is
yeah,
why.
you're the genie. You have to have a master.
My three wishes.
Ba-da-ba-ba.
One of my wishes, though, is that you get rid of this fucking super chat because it's been here for like goddamn 45 minutes.
Oh, I'm
Seriously,
sorry. Okay, I'll
it's
clear this
getting a
away.
little bit.
Like, at least go to the next one, like, or do something.
I'll go to the next one.
By the way,
What was that? What was that? What was that? What was that? I don't know what that was. Woo! All right. There's only a half hour of that left. But what, you want the last half hour? You want the last half hour? We did miss the end. Some say the end is the best part. The end probably is the best part. The last 15. I'm going to skip forward. Here's what we'll do. All right. I never puked that night. Fine. Makes you happy. So let's work for me. Mr. K. I don't know. The super chat's kind of like died while I was gone. Is this what the Crusades look like? I don't know what that means. My mistake. It's Mushrooms Yankee. All right. Well, first let me take my banner down. Find that down. I missed this. Went to bed. Joe has a nice show. 8 hours later, Juice Shack took over. No mushrooms involved. Holy. It wasn't shrooms. It was an old video. 2 years old. Joe, look up Blue People Kentucky. Blue people are real. You're in blue face. Okay. All right. That's true. I guess so. I guess I'm making fun of them on some level. All right, fine.
Promise you, I love you. I love you. Oh, stop. Shh.
See, this is when I'm starting to lose it at this point.
Stop saying. Don't say it. It could be better. Things will be better. You just.
Joe, that's a very
I don't even know what's happening anymore. I don't know what's happening in this thing. What the heck is happening?
It's a very questionable shush. We're just saying that. You know, that's the shush you say when you're covering up a crime.
I'm just saying. I worked very hard.
We're hiding the body.
I genuinely, in my heart of hearts, I really, really like Nick a lot. He's a good
Joe,
guy.
we got a super chat about why we should draft women and
crap.
Down syndrome people.
I have a different problem that I'm dealing with right now. I really need to pee.
Oh my god!
Right.
Go get it. Go get it. I'll talk to
Give
Nick.
me like
Don't worry
2
about
seconds.
It. It's
It really,
all right.
it really was not.
Women peeing their
It was not
chairs.
anything.
I
but
can't
that.
stay much
right.
longer.
I keep a cup underneath, and it's just right full insert.
I really believe that.
Nick, man, it's good to see you, bro.
Yeah, it's
Happy
been a
St.
long time.
Patrick's Day. Yeah. Well, I was on the other day. I was far less drunk.
Yesterday. It was literally yesterday.
I swear to God, I tell people this. I lose track of time. I'm sure you do too.
Yeah, I do.
Probably.
I do.
Yeah, I mean, like you can take some breaks for the weekend, but it's a life. It's a fucking life.
It's
It's
up
actually-
and get out of fucking camera.
This really is the best part of the stream. This is the best part. That's the only reason I'm watching this, because I know that the last 15 minutes is the best part.
No,
Yeah.
it's and today I had to get up and teach. So I had 2
What do you
hours.
teach?
of
What do you
sleep.
teach?
I teach the Constitution to our homeschool co-op.
Cool.
So today we went through amendment.
You know, like-
9th grade, high level.
10th Amendment. Continue.
And then the 8th Amendment, right? And I was like, this excessive bail thing,
It's
ignore
just-
that. That's gone. Excessive bail exists all over the place. And I had to bring up the Waukesha guy, right? Because whatever
Yeah.
you think of Darnell Brooks, terrible person, guilty as hell,
10 hours.
right?
Yeah.
But his bail is
9 hours of work.
unquestionably excessive. There's no way that guy would ever, under any circumstance, have $5 million. It's just never going to happen. He could sell every possession he has. He could take a mortgage against every dollar he'll make for the rest of his life if he were found not guilty and got a degree in something, and he would
Look at
still not
that.
have $5 million to
What
give
happened to
ever.
the lights here?
Yeah.
So it's
Dark here.
so it's
all
like,
the
I mean, and I'm
Yeah.
okay with his $5 million bail. I'm
Because
just
he's a
saying,
time. I gotta
horrible
tell you
human.
something.
yeah, but I'm just
Between
saying,
you
there-
and me, my wife just said she doesn't trust me not to say something very embarrassing over the next 40 minutes.
Your
you tell her
wife
to
said
just watch
that?
the last 40 minutes.
I'm
Is she
told
gonna
you,
drive you somewhere where you can say something less embarrassing?
in case any of you are curious, we're concerned about that sort of thing happening. Did I miss anything that was happening? Anything interesting?
No,
or you
we're
guys just,
we're
Hold on a second. Hold on a second. There's more coming. There's more coming. Yo! Nathaniel!
what's going on, people?
How are ya?
Nothing much. Are you showing the old school stuff, huh? I'm like, oh shit, everybody's here, but nobody's here. It's just
No
you.
one's here. It's just me. Yeah, no. What happened was I went to do my morning prayers, which I knew it was going to take an hour, so I decided to just whip out an old video. But this was actually, and when I got back here, I was pretty much up to the best part. This is the best part of the stream. So, and there's 10 minutes left to it. Because this is the point where I start getting very confused about what's happening. Until now, I was actually very drunk, but sort of cognizant as to what was happening. I start getting very, very confused, very confused. So,
Oh my god.
I don't know if you want to watch the last 15 minutes with me. Should you
Oh.
want to watch it? Or
No,
what
no.
do I do?
I honestly, I was coming in here for a quick hit and run. Just hey, hey, everybody, do it, blah, 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 because I
It
mean,
is Nate.
literally.
It is Nate. What are you up to, brother?
Well, I'm setting up to film a couple of videos so I can do them. I'm doing that Trump $83 million verdict video. But you know, YouTube, you can't say the word blank.
Yes.
So, but you can't do that video without saying the word blank because it's all about
whether or
that
not
word.
whether or not that happened, or whether or not he was convicted of it.
Yeah, well,
Right.
a jury comes back and says he didn't blank her, and the judge says, well, even though the jury said he didn't blank her, I believe the jury really meant that he blanked her. I'm like, how was this allowed to go forward?
So what are you going to do to work around that?
I think I'm just going to say the word and just go and then just try to see if I can just get YouTube to monetize it, because it's literally just a whole, you know, just interpreting the law. So it's just like here's exactly what they said.
Unless unless I don't know, maybe you can make like a joke about it, like where you basically say you start spelling out the word, like, you know, put up this is how I'm suggesting it. Okay, so you say
listen.
like, you know, now I need to keeping this YouTube family friendly, right? So he was found not guilty of, you know, see, he was charged with committing the worst offenses a man can commit against someone else, and but he was found not guilty of, and spell out there R-A-P, and then just sort of like blank, right, and then blank, right, and then blank,
Yeah.
and like and hit the sense, like hit a beep button, and then just every time you actually use the word, just have like a beep, so and that way you sort of turn it into a joke. That it's like, you know, that every time you're using the word, that it just sort of gets beeped out, and you could just sort of, and even leave the RAP space up there and just, you know, beep, like, you know, beep kind of thing,
Because
and that way.
But you know, the only problem is that it gets a little technical. So I want to make sure people can, because I got to say it from the like. I've come to find out I said like 40 times in the video, because it's dealt with it. It's dealt with it so many times. It's just like this is what it's about. She initially said, you know, so there's no way. Like I'm sharing with you the verdict form right now. There's no way around it. So you know, if they're going to suppress it, they're going to suppress it. But there's nothing I can do. Here's the verdict form, where it says,
yeah,
Mr. Trump,
yeah,
right,
yep.
But the judge said, guess what? They really said yes.
Yeah.
What the hell? There's no. This is just wrong. This is just wrong.
Yeah, it's very, very, very wrong. It's very wrong.
So,
Yeah.
yeah.
When is this going to drop?
I'm trying to drop it in maybe like an hour, but I essentially I was trying to do the whole not say the word blank, but I'm just gonna have to say it. I'm just gonna have to say it. It's just there's no way around it. There's no way around it. The whole case is about that one word, and if you can't say it, then. But it's funny because the media can say it, and all their videos are monetized. But you know, if you're saying Trump, anything positive for Trump is automatically monetized. So.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah,
I would,
it is what it
or
is.
maybe use some substitute word. Yeah, but
I did. I used to use grape, but you know, now the AI, it's, you know, grape is the same. On my channel, if you say the word grape, it means the other one.
yeah, mine too. Thanks, brother.
not yours, because they don't. I'm actually, we're not saying it in any other context. But when you say, you know, when I say blah blah blah, and then they'll be like, yeah, that's what he really means. So, all right.
It's so stupid, but
I know it's because I'm literally reading a legal brief. So, but listen, I honestly, let me go and start shooting these videos. I'm probably gonna be dropping by a little bit later. So,
okay.
If anything, brother, good luck.
Thank you, my friend. See you soon.
All right, bro. Take care.
Later. All right. Where are we at here? We're just gonna finish up the last like 15 minutes here.
We're just talking about amendments and which ones matter and which ones don't.
Well, the 10th matters. It just doesn't exist.
Yeah, well, nobody cared. The Supreme Court doesn't care about it, and they're not going to start
Right.
caring about it anytime soon.
Did you guys
Hold on. No, Joe, stop. You just opened a separate
what are you
tab.
doing?
Joe, don't do this.
I wasn't able to hear them.
I'm not high right now. If I took a little bit of LSD, this would be fine. This is not fun.
Yeah, we can hear you just fine, Joe.
Joe, there's two of you now, though.
Using double.
Do you not see two of me?
Yes, close one
You're not
window.
the two of me here.
Yes, Joe.
Like
No,
crazy.
stop. Stop. There's two of you.
How did that
Yes.
happen? How did I come here and two of me?
I have not had this amount of drugs. Please stop.
I'm still
Okay.
now I'm hearing one of me.
Yes, thank you.
You were also on your other mic on the other window. We could tell because we could hear the misses. Well, I'm assuming she is now permanently in the room with
She's
her
attached to
phone
the
on
attaché.
9-1 and just ready to hit that one.
It's very
Next
cool.
It's 119 here.
What?
Someone cloned you.
It's someone I closed, right? I was just one of me, right?
You're good. Yeah.
Yeah,
You're
there's
good.
just one. There's three of you now, Joe. It's very confusing.
I don't even hear them.
We do not need a Joe threesome.
You can't hear us.
All right.
Really?
Hey, Joe.
You guys are
I really
great.
couldn't hear them.
We own your show now.
Joe, can you
I'm
hear
the
me?
captain. I'm the captain now, Joe.
Make sure it doesn't stop.
He literally has. He can't
Joe's
hear us.
sing. I'm blue. Ba-da-dee-da-da-da-da-da.
You know, earlier, Ricada, he was like totally muted and did not know it for like 5 minutes.
Was I really muted for
He's
5
just
minutes?
going. He's just powering through. It's
Yeah.
amazing.
I love it, man. This is
You
what you gotta
can't
do.
handle it.
Hey, Nick, have you ever been this drunk on a stream? Because I've never been this drunk on a stream. I'm actually pretty.
Well, I got really hammered
That's
on
right.
the election
Little
night
night.
or the night after the election night, something like that. Drexel had to take over for the stream. He had to rescue it.
Drex had to take over.
Yeah,
that's
so he was coming out to my house, but he wasn't on the show. And
That's what
Ty
I'm
was
talking
on
about.
with me, and I had to go to the bathroom, and I didn't leave the bathroom for a long time. I was just
Why
vomiting.
can't I hear them at all?
And so-
I literally don't hear you.
And
at
so,
all, Andrew.
what happened then is Drexel
Like
came down
that,
and
you
knocks on the bathroom door. Or no,
You guys hear
my
me?
daughter comes and knocks
me
on
a
the bathroom
thumbs up
door.
if you hear
Like,
me.
Dad, are you
I
okay?
don't.
And I'm like, tell Uncle
Rather
Drexel
you hear me.
finish the show.
It's
so
like
I
the
know
show
when you hear
must
me.
go on.
And that
And
give me
I'm
a
like,
thumbs up.
no, I wanted him to go into my office and just say, hey, I got to end it, right? And close it down. He sits down and he and Ty have like a 4-hour discussion after that.
But come on, that's a best friend. Drex is
Oh, it was
such a
great.
fucking good guy, dude. Drex is so amazing, man. He messages me all the time, like great articles. I'm like,
Wow.
This guy's a fucking G.
He's
This guy's a
he's
fucking G.
fantastic.
He also sends me nudes, but I mean that's separate than apart. So
Well, there you go.
good stuff.
Joe can't even
Joe,
hear.
are you? Can you hear us at all now?
I have
Joe.
No.
700 people watching.
He can't hear.
700. Wait, hold on. Are we at 700 right now?
Yeah, he drank his eardrums out.
You're talking like
Guys,
intelligent
smash the
billion.
like button because this is peak
Listen,
Nearman
good
right
idea.
now. You need to
No one
smash
else-
it, otherwise you will
Yeah,
never
that's being a
know
pro.
what's
That's
going
being
on
a
with
pro
the
right
agenda.
there.
You will never know what's going on with Joe. So smash that like button, leave a comment,
Thank you.
subscribe. Go to his local logic.local.
Oh my gosh.
Bro, I
It's
say
very
smarter things than you ever
All right.
crap you ever said, but you like still says to me, like, oh, here, where's 690? Well,
I don't know what's happening.
genies look the same to me. I may be a bigot.
You are a
Genius
bigot.
look the
You are a
same.
bigot. It's true. It's true.
Really?
It's true. It's okay though. It's okay. We accept you. We
Hello.
accept you. Clip it all. Yes, clip it all. Legal law nerd.
All right. There is 700 now too. It's very eerie. It's very eerie. I had stuff I want to get to. I had stuff I wanted to get to. So there you go. Those of you who had not yet seen the Genie stream, you can't say that anymore. So what I wanted to get to was where are you? There's two things I wanted to get to. First, I wanted to see if I can get my old standby that I was planning on watching.
Was not some.
Here we go. They were. Thank you, Morgan. All right. I got my old standby. My favorite lawyer, Jennifer Crumbley. This is live.
Abandoned barred up area of the building that was vacant.
Correct.
So there was a business or something going on in that studio. I just want to make it clear that it wasn't something that was abandoned, where no one was going or using over time prior to that day.
Welcome, JL.
I don't know what took place in that studio. I never entered that studio, but I do not believe it was an abandoned studio.
So they were ultimately apprehended around 1 o'clock in the morning.
Yes.
And do you have knowledge, and if you're not the right witness, please let me know, of what Mr. and Mrs. Crumbley were doing when they were apprehended at 1 o'clock in the morning?
I have no idea. I was not in the room.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, sure. Sir, the fugitive apprehension team, your function is to find the fugitive. Would that be right?
That's correct. Okay.
And this is a law enforcement function.
Yes.
Okay. And you were given your directives by Lieutenant
Thank you.
Tim Willis of the Special Investigative Unit?
Yes, sir.
He's the officer in charge of this investigation.
Yes.
Okay. Now, the rooms that you cleared, they weren't homes, apartments, or lofts, correct?
No.
Okay. Yeah, nothing good.
All right, you may step down and you're excused.
All right, let's put the next witness.
Sure. About 10 minutes. Okay.
Of course.
All right, for the jury.
Look at them cover up the camera. It's very professional. It's very professional. Very professional. Very, very professional.
Right,
Lord.
who's the next?
Okay. All right, so
Okay.
May I please know
Wow.
which 4 witnesses are lined up so I can prepare my materials?
You have the whole list
We need
last
the
time.
whole, yeah, the whole list, right?
9 people.
So, I mean,
We've already done
There was
2.
an email of 9 people yesterday.
I agree,
Or
I'm just
4 this
asking
morning.
which 4 are on the hallway. This is not an unusual request.
The other
These are-
7 are lined up for today.
Okay.
she's getting schooled there.
I'm gonna go.
Wow. She's really being abused in there.
You don't hear you. Okay, thank you.
DA is like, hell you say. Hell you say. I'm not giving you the list. You know who's coming. You know who's coming. Just be ready. Whoever comes, comes. Everyone from that list is coming. And Gilmore Girl is not happy. God. I wish I didn't have to root for her. I hate having to root for her. It's not fair. This is in case you're wondering, rooting for this woman to like succeed in this trial is kind of like rooting for the Jets. It's like being a lifelong Jet fan. That's what this is. It's being a Jet fan. It's so sad. It's so sad. I was in the middle before we so rudely interrupted. I think it was before Lawgic showed up. I was in the middle of covering Sebastian Gorka, and he was explaining why America and the world needs President Trump back in office. And that's the other thing I wanted to watch now. So with that, we're on a 10-minute break.
But for the wrong reasons.
He's arguing in front of Oxford Union whether this house should fear another Trump presidency. And he's explaining in opposition to that why they should not be afraid of it.
Why would you not wish to have a man back who is the only person in history to have received more than 130 million votes? No other human being has received 130 million votes. Do the math. 64 and said, no, please, we have decorum here or we have nothing.
I love that line. We have decorum.
Why would you wish to have others decide for you?
There is no Fani hearing. Them jerks settled. They settled the Nathan Wade thing. I wish there was a hearing. My God, I was very upset about it. I found out about a couple hours into the stream last night.
Who should run a country? Should it not be the people who decide who runs a country? No, I'm good, thank you. That is why Donald Trump was elected in 2016. I find it rather risible, amusing at least, that as an immigrant to the United States, I have to remind my fellow Americans what they did in 2016. Because there's a connective tissue between every president, from Washington to Obama. There is a similarity. Every single one of them was a member of the political and military elite. From Washington to Obama, they were all congressmen, senators, governors, or retired generals. And then what did the American people do? They said, enough of these people.
I'll explain
we
after.
want somebody who is untainted by being a member of the quote unquote elite. Quote, no, I'm good, thank you.
This is Oxford Union,
So let me flip
where
the
they have
take, the
debates.
perspective. And don't get me wrong, I grew up here. I went to Ealing Abbey for 14 years. I was in the debate club. When I first met this man in 2015, it took some getting used to. When I was invited to Trump Tower to advise him during the Republican debate on national security, I thought, really? That guy from television? Him? He wants me to advise him? But it was not a hard decision. Why? Because within 30 seconds of meeting the man, I knew two things about him. He loved America, and he had an utter detestation for political correctness. For me, that was enough. And in classic Trump style, there's only me and him in Trump Tower and his campaign manager, Cori, in the corner. Halfway through the discussion, he stopped it dead, turned to Cori, and he said, I like this guy, let's hire him. And me and Stormy Daniels are connected because I also signed an NDA. Let's have some fun as well. Let's save the West, but have some fun. So let me flip the motion thusly. There are those who should fear the return of my former boss. Absolutely. Who are these?
Okay, I'm going to pause and just explain to you all. The Nathan Wade hearing today was related to his divorce. Now, we were all anticipating with bated breath because his ex-wife was raising all sorts of questions about Fani. And it was inevitable that during the course of this hearing, there would be a ton of testimony where he would be on the stand forced to answer questions about the nature of his relationship with Fani. That's why we're all waiting with bated breath. However, those bastards settled yesterday to avoid this hearing. He probably paid an arm and a leg, but they settled. So now there's no hearing. There's no testimony. There's no nothing. The whole hearing was canceled. Now, you should also be aware that there's still an ongoing investigation, which actually was commenced yesterday, where the Georgia Assembly is set up an investigative team to make a report about their findings about anything inappropriate in the relationship between Fani and Nathan. So that's the development in Fani Willis. But there is no hearing today, much to your chagrin and far much more to mine. So I was waiting for it with bated breath.
People. Let me give you a short list. Number one, ISIS, jihadis, the people who 5 weeks ago effected the greatest slaughter of the Jewish people since the Shoah, since the Holocaust. They will fear President Trump. Why? Because when we came into the White House, I'm good, thank you. When we came into the White House, we had been lectured by Barack that ISIS is, quote, just a problem we have to get used to. We said, no thanks. And he unleashed the might of the US military And within 6 months, the physical caliphate ceased to be like a certain parrot. I'm good, thank you. The jihadis.
Not yet. I plan on setting it up soon.
Do the murderous mullahs in Iran. The proudest moment of my time in the White House was when the buzzer rang and he called me and Steve Bannon into the Oval to see the cabinet arrayed before us. He called us his heavies and he said, "All right, my heavies, tell these guys why we kill Obama's Iran deal." And we explained why for Israel, for the West, for the stability of the geopolitical order, the Iranian state must not be funded and acquire nuclear weapons. And he killed the deal. Iran fears the return of Donald Trump. And so do the cartels. So does Vladimir Putin. I love how everybody's an expert. I love how everybody's an expert suddenly on the Wagner Group. Can I tell you about the Wagner Group? We knew a lot about them when we were in the White House because we told the president, this is all unclassified now, you can check it up.
And that's the thing, the left assumes that Putin loves Trump. And they kind of ignore the fact that when Trump was in power, Putin didn't do anything. Like, he was neutered when Trump was in power. And as soon as he left, all of a sudden, he's marching. When Obama was there, he's marching to Crimea. When Biden's there, he's marching into Ukraine proper. When Trump's there, nothing. Nothing. And you want to know why? I'll tell you why. The reason that happens is because it might be because they worry that Trump's psycho. Now you say to yourself, why the heck would we want a psycho in the White House? Now, I don't know if he is or not, but if they're worried that he is, that keeps them in check, which ultimately is what our objective is. Keep them in check. There was even, what's his face? Trevor Noah made that point when he heard, I think, that the Turkish president rejected Biden's call. He said, what he said was, say what you want about Trump. There is zero chance that any world leader would not be taking his call. Because they'd be saying, if I don't take this call, this guy might nuke my country. Now, some of you will say it's not good to have other world leaders acting out of fear, but it's certainly far better for them to be acting out of fear than acting with impunity out of mockery, which is what we currently have. And none of them feel a threat from the United States because they feel like we're a paper tiger under Biden.
That there are 300 Russian mercenaries running around the Middle East. I'm good, thank you. And I will be for the next 4 minutes. When we told him that there are 300 mercenaries running around the Middle East destabilizing that region, what did my boss do? He said, kill them now. And we did. In a 4-hour firefight, we turned 300 Russians into red mist. And what did that diminutive KGB colonel in the Kremlin do? Nothing. Because he wet his pants. Because he's afraid of my bust. As is the little man in the Hermit Kingdom. I'm so glad you pointed about the little button and big button tweets. Because that's how you deal with dictators. You say, yeah, I'm going to turn you into sheet of glass, Pyongyang. And what happened? Oh, how interesting. No more ballistic missile launches over the Sea of Japan. A peace summit in Singapore. Yes, that's how you deal with dictators. Lastly, we've been talking about my sphere of interest, national security. Let's look inward for a minute. The most cynical and, in fact, evil aspect of the last 3 years is what they've done to the sovereignty of our nation. You think a few hundred boat people are an issue. In the last 3 years, 8 million illegals have come into our country. Left-wing organizations like the UNHCR, like Human Rights Watch, have stated on the record up to 60% of the women and girls trafficked across the border have been raped. If you think that's funny, look in your soul, young man. If you think that's funny, yes, hide. Young girls raped with such cynicism and such racism. Why? Because they think if you're brown, if you're black, and we amnesty you, you will vote for us forever. Don't forget who Biden is. Biden is the chairman of the Senate committee who effected the high-tech lynching, quote, of Clarence Thomas, a man who deigned to be a black conservative. That's the bigotry of the current incumbent in the White House.
I started last night, but I got 3 minutes in.
I will share with you a story about who this man is and why we need him back. For 23 years, every president, from Clinton through Bush to Obama, broke a promise to the world. We had told Israel that we would move the embassy to Jerusalem and recognize that capital. For 23 years, every president on both sides of the aisle reneged on that promise. President Trump said during his campaign, we're going to do it. When he finally called the National Security Council at principals level, not the bureaucrats, the cabinet members, he informed the cabinet members, I'm doing it now. Only 3 people who worked for him in the cabinet concurred. One of them, and for me this pains me because I spent 2.5 years at Quantico teaching the Marines. I love our devil dogs.
Only 2 minutes left.
The so-called Mad Dog Mattis of the Marine Corps said in front of the cabinet, sir, don't do that. Don't move the embassy. Don't recognize Jerusalem. You will trigger World War III. And I don't have enough Marines to defend our embassies. What did the commander-in-chief say to them? He said, Jim, we are doing it. Why? Because I promised the American people, number one. Number two, we as a nation 23 years ago promised the only democracy in the Middle East that we would do it. Oh, and lastly, Jim, it's the right thing to do. That is why we need him back, because to quote the Marines, when we were in the White House, our friends felt safe and our enemies were afraid. Thank you.
That was Oxford Union on the issue of should we fear a Trump presidency. So there you go. Anyway, how are you doing, my brother?
How are you, Joe? How nice to see you.
It is great to see you. I'm so glad that you're able to stop by.
So explain. I just added this to my stream, which means that you're going to get phenomenal traffic now.
Yeah.
So people who are just joining solely on the strength of Ron Coleman's recommendation. Explain. I know have you been up since midnight doing this?
Yes, since midnight. I'm 10 hours and 28 minutes into this.
Now, did you nap?
Nope. Oh, before the stream, I got like an hour. But like, yeah. So I took a break to daven.
You gotta do that. That's true.
Yeah, which is morning. That's morning prayers. So I took a break for like an hour and a quarter where I went to shul and came back here. So
an hour and a quarter. That was because Joe doesn't spend an hour and a quarter on morning prayers, folks. if you get 35 minutes out of him, that is a good day. A good day. So but the concept here is that you're doing a live stream in honor of your daughter's impending
wedding. Yes, which is going to be at the end of next month. So today is my last day for YouTube earnings, which this is my primary source of income right now at this stage in my life. And YouTube basically collects my money for the month and then pays me on the 21st.
Well, so YouTube collects your money and then slices off a little
30%,
a little crust.
Yes.
So Joe and I both have children getting married at the end of next month.
This is true.
But I'm not as effective a social media personality as Joe, so I can't raise my wedding expenses on social media, you'll have to get sued.
Yes,
folks.
Yeah, please get sued and retain one of the greatest lawyers in the country, Ron.
Well, let's not. Best looking though. I mean, the look, the whole.
That obviously, that part I didn't have to trumpet. That was obvious. Everyone knew that.
So Joe, so who has joined you so far on this marathon?
On this marathon, so I've had Legal Vices. You know who that is, right?
Yeah, of course.
I had Nate popped in here for a little bit.
Nate,
your client Nate.
My client Nate.
Yes.
Refugee from New York. He popped in for a minute. He's supposed to come back a little bit later again. Who else did I have here? Let me pull up I already added them into my thing. Yes. Runkle Bailey. Very nice. Very nice.
And V Radio. I don't know if you know V Radio. I don't think you know.
I don't think so, no.
Yeah. He's actually a guy. I met V Radio after I saw a video of his shortly before the Rittenhouse trial, where he's a real centrist. He's very into like researching and finding facts and then presenting what he finds. And he's the one who figured out that Josh Zeminski is the one who fired off a gun right before the first shooting of Rosenbaum. That he started the whole thing where all of a sudden he fired off a gun while Rittenhouse
talking
was
about Rittenhouse, right? This is about Rittenhouse.
When Rittenhouse was running down the thing, running through the gas station, he turns around after he hears a gunshot. That gunshot was fired by Josh Zeminski into the air, but Kyle had his back to it, so he just knows there's a gun that went off behind him, and he turns around and he sees Rosenbaum charging at him. So the reason he stopped running and turned around waving a gun toward Rosenbaum is because Zeminski fired that shot in the air. So, and he basically, and he proved it. Like he showed where he goes through the timeline of all the different places that Kyle was and where Zeminski was all night, and it's very evident.
Did this come out of the trial?
Not enough. He exposed this before the trial, but Zeminski was arrested because of his research. So, and this guy has 5,000 subs to this day. He can't get any. YouTube crushes him. I had him on like a couple months after the Kyle Rittenhouse trial, and he was at 2,700 subs, and I watched him crawl up to like 3,980, and then by the time the stream ended, and then when I hit refresh, I wanted to see if he crossed 4,000. He was at 2,600.
Yeah, come on. I mean,
they sliced off 1,300 people in 40 seconds.
Who unsubscribes? I mean, I can't say I'd never unsubscribe from a channel.
I'm saying in 15 seconds, they took off 1,300 people. They like literally just took off 13 out of 4,000. They took off 1,300. A third of his subs, they just like whoop, gone. He ended with fewer subs than what we started with. It's crazy.
Madness.
Yeah, they hate him. They really hate him. So,
but it's bad enough to hate him. You can hate him, but to be so dishonest, and I think that there is a fraud issue here. When you're holding out to the public, these are follower counts, these are view counts, these are subscriber counts, and we're going to monetize you.
Mm-hmm.
And in consideration for this deal, you're going to give us content. And you're going to help us grow the platform, and you're in fact going to help us generate money, because if you're monetized, then, well, even if you're not monetized, it helps. It still makes money for the platform. But if you are monetized, you're making money for the platform. And they're cooking the books.
Yeah,
they're not. And I'm not really worried about the Mr. Beast stuff. I mean, someone who's that big, he's going to get good deals. I'm fine with that. But to be so. I'm talking about the Twitter thing. To be so dishonest about this and say, gosh, your content just isn't interesting to people. That's why you can't get subs. Come on.
Yeah. I'll tell you this. When I go day by day and I pull up how many my audience, I see consistently something that's impossible to happen. No, it's literally impossible, because as you said, who unsubs, right? And I'll have periods of like 2 months where every day a different group of people, which is always invariably between like 7 and 20, will just unsubscribe. And another 7, and another the next day 14, the next day 9, the next day 17, day after day after day after day, which that is literally impossible to happen because, and this is one of the things I try explaining to my audience. The reason someone loses subs in serious numbers is you do something that upsets your base.
Right.
If you have something that's really embarrassing or you say something very offensive, and when the way that works is right when you do that, people are like, I can't believe he did that. That's gross. I'm not following this guy anymore. And right away, you'll lose, let's say, 2% of your audience, 3% of your audience, 10%. If it's a terribly egregious thing, 20% of your audience, you'll lose and then the next day, you'll lose another 7%. And the day after that, you lose another 4%. And then you lose another 2%, and then 1%. And then basically the people are still with you after like 2 weeks. They're basically staying with you because they don't care about the incident. That's how you lose subs. It would be a massive drop and then start leveling off as the people who are going to stay true to you despite your flaw are stick around. You don't have it's got to be a different 10 people every day who are unsubscribed saying, oh, you know what? I'm unsubscribing from today. That's just not, it's not possible.
I have, whenever I hit any kind of benchmark on Twitter, I cracked 240.
Yep.
That's it. I'm not, they don't want me anywhere near 250. Listen, if I weren't being throttled, I'd have $500,000. I'd have $500,000 followers. There's no question about that. And so people don't like, but Joe, you have over 90,000 subscribers on YouTube, and Ron, you have 240,000. What's the problem? The problem is we put a lot of time and energy and effort into doing what you're supposed to do to succeed on these platforms and to make them even financially. And I'm not expecting to make a fortune from Twitter, but I am expecting to have the kind of influence that leads to referrals for my professional practice and other kinds of opportunities, media opportunities. And there's a big difference between having 240,000 and having 340,000. Yes, there is a difference. But also, why would you want to be lied to? Why are people subscribing to my feed and not being allowed to hear me because some algorithm decides to just slice it off? I know. Listen, today we are here to celebrate.
I want to show you this. I want because people wouldn't believe me. I'm going to show you. Whoa, sorry about that. What happened there? That was not the way I wanted this to go. Oh, I know what happened. Okay. I need to be here and large. Watch this. Okay. Here's my day by day. -14, -1, -24, -11, -12, -7, 16. Every day. Every day. This is what I was dealing with.
And in other words, if you're going to steal money, if you're going to steal money from a bank account in the hope that you don't get, or from a cash register, in the hope that you don't get noticed, you're not going to take $1,000 out one day. You're going to take $40, $30, $60, and the owner of the store will never know. That's what they do. That's what they do.
And the thing is, what's so aggravating is it's not just like. It's that I should be going up by a few people every day because new people should be seeing it, and they're like, a couple of them will like it,
but a couple of them will. Aren't you getting new subscribers while you're also losing subscribers?
Yeah, of course. I get new people watching, and so
it's so patently dishonest. Let me ask you another question. I see that you're doing a lot of spaces now.
Yes.
So what's the strategy there? Because I don't understand. Like I'm seeing a lot of my friends are doing spaces, and does that grow? That grows followers on Twitter, I guess, to some extent. Does it help you with YouTube at all, though? Because I mean,
my thought is, so I stream to Twitter also.
You stream to Twitter. In other words, your YouTube stream is also just
right
like
now.
What I'm
It's on
doing.
Twitter.
Right.
Right now we're on Twitter also.
Yeah.
Now I'm being watched on Twitter by like 10 people. Like literally like 10 people watching me on Twitter right now. I can pull it up and I'll see. But by streaming to Twitter, so I figure like the more people who are, especially someone new who like follows me, because they like something, they like what I have to say on Twitter Spaces. So then they find me on whatchamacallit. Then they find me on their other thing, and they basically.
Okay, so you're doing cross marketing basically from platform to platform, which makes perfect sense, and there's no downside to it because all you have to do is plug in, and you should pull in some more. And meanwhile, you're also becoming better known in general. I get that.
I'm a little confused. Because I'm trying to figure out when I had a whole thing here with my, I don't know. I'm getting very confused by the gifting. See, he gifted. Debbie O, I see this. Debbie O gifted 10 Ron Coleman memberships.
Oh, thank you, Debbie. Yes, because that's on my. I don't even have 10 members, but thank you, Debbie, because I'm streaming this on my YouTube now.
So that's what I'm saying there.
Right, because I'm trying to get myself past 10,000, Joe, on YouTube, just out of embarrassment, just because as a social media influencer, to not. And again, I've been at 10 for. I've been within 100 of 10,000 for months and months. Who's been fantastic though, helping me with that has been the whole crew over at Valiant Renegade.
Oh yeah,
big shout out to Val.
Yeah, they're great. Yeah, no. So great job, Debbie. Thank you so much. And also,
thank you.
I gotta drop this. AK Batusi. And Debbie says that she thinks you just hit 10K. So congratulations.
Oh, so this worked, Debbie. I love you, Debbie.
See?
You
this is cross promotional.
You see? Well, that's. I mean, I was going to stop in anyway, but I said, why not? Make leverage everything you can.
Yeah. Heck yeah.
So actually, I need to go and look in my I'm not go. I've got a few minutes until my psychiatrist appointment. I mean, that's what I'm dressed up for. You don't think I have like a court date or something? I wasn't
going to ask. I thought you were joking. I was like pretty sure you were joking, but then I was like, I don't know what the heck was that? So yeah.
Well, here it says 9.99, but I guess it depends. Let's see. But whatever. I mean, we're so close we can taste it. Let's see
close we can taste it.
Yes, there I am. 13 are watching there.
All right.
Shut up. Okay.
Okay.
And this is okay. And I gave interesting. Yeah, Debbie, thank you so much. You are a doll. Anyway, enough about us. Let's talk more about us.
Yeah. So in case you don't realize, I live 2 blocks away from Ron Coleman, and like in real life,
but in a different municipality. Okay, let's lay our cards out on the table here.
This is true. Technically, he lives in a different city than I do because we both live right on the border.
That's right.
So, he's and there's a bitter rivalry between these two towns.
That's right.
There's deep animus. It's like pretty much Yankees versus the Mets. It's not quite like
No, it is. Passaic is kind of like the Mets, actually, and
yeah,
Clifton is kind of like the Yankees.
Wait, no. That's not at all what it is. Yeah. So anyway, it's pretty much.
And we go to the same synagogue, and don't think that's. Well, of course, you live next to each other. How many different congregations could a person be a member of within a 10-minute walk of your house? At least half a dozen.
Yeah. There's at least 6. Yeah, and I spent 4 years sitting like a row in front of him, and I said like 7 words to him during those 4 years.
I am intimidating. It's not for everyone.
Very intimidating.
That's right.
Very, very intimidating. Yeah. No, it's like I was like, and then when I saw you on social media, I was like, I think that guy sits behind me in shul. How the heck does he have 100?
Well, what's funny? Both of our wives are always worried about what our social media activity is going to do to affect our children's prospects for marriage.
Right.
And so right now I'm down to 2 unmarried children, one of whom is engaged. The one who is not engaged is going out with girls whose parents don't even know what the internet is.
Nice.
This is deep Lakewood.
Yeah.
And the one who is engaged on the way to the first meeting of the parents that we had at a halfway point between Lakewood and Clifton in Edison. They listened to my podcast.
Yeah, but your podcast is not something that's going to scare anyone.
Right.
Not,
Well, no. Well, no. It's
not
no. It's
screaming about the trans. You know what I'm saying? Which,
No,
like in our community, like a lot of them, are, like it's like you just don't have the conversation. It's just like it's considered wrong to even if you're on the right side of the issue. Which in all things related to where my community would stand on any issue, I'm completely on the right side. Right? It's not like I'm saying anything that would make them that would make them say, I can't believe you think that. But it's the fact that I'm discussing it, or the fact that I'm screaming into my camera, what the heck is wrong with that schmuck? You know, that's the thing that scares away parents, which thank God I don't have to worry about for many years right now, because my next wedding is my 18-year-old son. So I got a while before I have to think about this.
Well, you say a while. That's a while in our circles. 18 years old means that you've probably got a solid 4 or 5 years.
Yeah. I got 4 or 5 years.
But our kids get married. Okay, like there's none of this. My fiance, who I've been living with for 14 years, my fiance.
Yeah.
Girls, put a ring on it. You know.
There you go. If you're giving away the milk, why buy the cow? So. Yeah, even that sort of thing. If my community heard me say that, they'd be like,
milk. That does allude to the secondary female sexual characteristics.
There you go.
A little bit racy, but the good thing is, anyone who is watching this stream at 10:45 in the morning,
yeah, they're unemployed, and they're
got nothing to say to us.
Yeah, no, and I'm like, I'm not letting my kid marry yours. So. Yeah, no, but it's I want to wish you a Mazel Tov.
Thank you. Yes, the same thing. And we will be attending each other's weddings, of course. And this is actually another subtext, another thing in our community that you guys, people who follow me on Facebook will appreciate this, because what I do when I go to a wedding is I check into the venue, and when it says, "What are you doing?" I say, "Wedding, of course." So because people who can't believe how many weddings we go to, And by the way, the number of weddings we go to is a sliver of how many we're invited to. And it's understood that you can invite a lot of people who aren't going to come, because most of the weddings these days are in Lakewood, New Jersey. And we live about an hour and a quarter from Lakewood. Each way. And our weddings are on weeknights. If you're lucky, you can get a Sunday, but they tend to be on weeknights. So on school nights, you're driving 3 hours plus minimum 2-hour investment at the wedding, depending. So people tend to only really go to weddings that, they kind of socially or family-wise have to. But we go to a lot of weddings.
No.
We have a lot of kids, and we get them married, and they have babies.
Yeah.
And they're all better looking. The babies are all better looking than I am, which is a big blessing.
Massive blessing. What? No, don't say that. That's not true. Why when I look up Ron, you're on Coleman Nation? Is that what I'm looking? Should we looking for?
No, you want to look for Ron Coleman Lawyer, but it's right there in my name.
Ron Coleman Lawyer. There's Ron Coleman Fitness Instructor. Ron Coleman. All of them are black.
Other identities, yes. Well, most.
How did you end up with the name Ron Coleman?
Well, all right. So Coleman is a name that a lot of Jewish people have.
Is it really? Because I don't. You're the only one I know of.
You know why? Because it is an alternate spelling of Kalman. And there's also a Hungarian named Solomon, which is from Solomon. And there I am. Yep. And it says 10K. What do you know? Thank you, America.
There you go.
I can die happy now. All right. And then the Ronald part. So when there was I need to refresh.
Well, that was no. She was saying about your
on the channel
9900. Yeah.
Okay, because I didn't. I mean, this is high resolution, but Ronald Colman was a famous actor from 100 years ago. He was one of the few actors who made the transition from the silence to talkies. And he was one of his best known roles was as Sidney Carton in A Tale of Two Cities. Just a far, far better thing I do than I've ever done before. Just a far better end I go to. Anyway.
You don't look nearly that old.
No, I'm not. Although I'm not nearly as old as I look. And it looks like I'm on my second wife when we're together. It's like, okay, he's onto the trophy wife. No, she's actually the wife. That's the wife.
Yeah, Jackals says Mr. Coleman's probably right. It's one of those things. I wonder if an enterprising state AG can investigate and/or class action lawsuits can come out of it. So, am I going to be your lead client? Is that
you would be a good lead client, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I would be.
Let's talk about it.
If you're serious, for sure. Yeah, I definitely would be happy to. And thank you for the Good Lawgic membership there. Has Ron seen the new press pass? Have you seen the new press pass?
No, show me. Cool.
Look at that.
So how did you sell that? How did you convince them that you are entitled?
That I'm the elite? That I should be licensed to lie? Well, which you would think would come with a law license, but doesn't. Yeah. Basically, you have to go to nyc.gov, share with them links to 6 videos you've done where you've been reporting on the news, and then I think there's a minimal fee. Yeah, I mean it's a nuisance. You have to do it every year, and the whole form thing it's a bit of a nuisance. But yeah, I was so annoyed with the fact that I couldn't bring my phone into a courtroom. But if I was
the Southern District in particular, actually, all the
not
federal
the Southern District, no, not federal, state. Judge Engeron said only media can bring a phone in. I said, I'm a lawyer. They said, are you press? And I was like, no. So they said, well, only press can. I said, I'm an officer of the court. So they said, well, there's a fear that you're going to start recording. I said, you think I'm going to, as an officer of the court, I'm going to violate a court order which says not to record? That's what you think is going to happen here? That I'm going to like expose my law license by and being held in contempt of courts and breach that, but you trust the media that they're not going to?
I assume that you got this, right? The official?
I showed them that.
Yeah.
I showed them that. I was waving.
So in other words, the media
I was
outranks
waving
us.
around. I'm like, hey. Yeah, the media outranks lawyers in a New York courtroom. I think that's a scoop. And in fact, I know a scoop when I see one because I'm a member of the media. So, yeah.
Anyway, Joe, listen. It's been
you gotta fly.
I don't really have to fly, but I just feel like I'm monopolized. I mean, frankly, I'm having fun. I mean, all I'm going to do when I log off is just talk to myself,
right?
As if I were still online. But I do have a lot. I do have a lot of calls today, but the calls I have to mostly listen, as opposed to being prepared to sound intelligent. And besides, I sound intelligent just in my sleep.
Are we going to see you in Twitter Spaces? Are we going to see you like participating? I'm sure Mario will be thrilled to have you like speaking in there.
Oh, Mario?
Yeah.
I turned him down enough times that I really am. I didn't like the scene. I didn't dig the scene.
Okay.
And it wasn't clear to me what it did for me. But it is nice, when you show up at it and someone kind of famous says, "Oh, Ron Coleman's here." Maybe, and like people think that I have well-formed opinions on every legal or constitutional topic, and I don't. But do I have something glib to say? Always.
That's, by the way, that is the other thing, that the other benefit to it is. Let me share with you one moment of joy that I felt, which I can. It's a 30-second clip before you go doing more important things. That someone should. Here it is. So when you go on Twitter Spaces,
you did a Twitter live.
This is that's loud. Sorry about that. So here we go. This is the sort of thing which can potentially happen.
did a Twitter live the other day, and someone by the name of Good Lawgic jumped in. He was a speaker, and he said that he's hoping that Trump takes a more positive approach in his campaign this year. More positive, a little bit more relaxed in his visceral towards
the media and everybody
ferociousness
That's
towards
Patrick Bet David show, in case you so I'm like, this, by going in these spaces, I get to interact sometimes with Patrick Bet David, Alex Jones, Matt Gaetz, Chip Roy. Like it's given me exposure to people who you hang out with them, on the daily.
Maybe some people of those I have brushed shoulders with.
Right, but I'm saying, so this way I start working my way into that sphere where it's like, okay, you know what? Patrick Bet David, I'm sure, didn't remember my name the way this guy did. I don't know how the hell he remembered my name, but the point is that if I'm doing that for like 6 months, after a while,
no, that's right. Yeah, it makes perfect sense.
Start getting So, anyhow,
yes. Mazel tov again.
Mazel to you.
Everyone subscribe and then go back in a couple weeks and check if you're still subscribed, because they're stealing from Joe. And I can't stand here over the blood of my brother.
Sorry about that. I had a button by accident. Yeah. I appreciate my brother. Wish you only nachas and bracha for you and God's mishpacha. And I look forward to seeing you Shabbos. Take care, my friend. That is the famous Ron Coleman. And I only know he's famous because anytime, like, literally people refer to him as being like the smartest person they ever met. And I'm like, I know the guy. He's smart. I'm kidding. He's really smart. He's a really smart guy and an excellent attorney. So, yeah. And I feel like I owe him a debt of gratitude, because when I first was starting social media, when I had like 300 followers, he was pimping out my videos and suggesting people follow me when he had 150,000 followers. So he was really the very first one to promote me publicly on social media. So I will always be indebted to him for that. And thank you, Malcolm. Welcome. Good morning. Welcome back, brother. He was here all night last night. Okay, so where was I? Trying. I'm going to ask you guys, would you rather that I continue with this painful attorney who's scrapping away as best she can, as woeful as that sounds, trying to defend Jennifer Crumbley? Or I've got like these videos that I can start going through here, which my diggers have put together and were looking for me to react to. That's the choice that you have to make. That's really what you need to decide. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put a quick poll up. That's the way to do this. Let's see. Come on. That's not good. All right, a little problem here. All right. You saying yes, continue with her? I'm gonna make a quick poll. I'm gonna do a quick poll. That's not it. Where are you at? Plus. More flesh class clips or more Crumbley? Yeah, pretty much that's it. Okay. I'm really good with either one. Although the Crumbley trial at times can be very painful. Okay, yeah. Just because you're just like, why are you so bad at this? Why are you so inept? How can you possibly be this bad? Doesn't make any sense. Have you watched Ben Shapiro, Tom McDonald's music video yet? I showed the part with Ben rapping. I didn't go through the whole video, partly because I was afraid of being demonetized, and partly because it felt kind of thievery-ish. See, that's kind of rude. That's kind of that's not nice. That's not nice. Where are we at here? So I got that. Let me check over here, make sure I didn't miss anything. That's weird. I am going to have to start a new trial within the next, a new stream within the next hour. It's 11 o'clock. I'm exactly 11 hours in now. When you hit the 12-hour mark, you need to start a new stream. So I am going to be starting a new stream at noon. At noon Eastern time. And it's 11 a.m. Which means I need to set that stream up. So let me see where my poll is at. Where's my poll? Where's my poll? Where's my poll? What'd you guys say? All right, you guys seem to be leaning towards the short clips. All right, let's do it. Let's do it. Definitely leaning towards the short clips. Even though Rafe has no confidence. Okay. Let's go. Let's go. Let's see how Viola did. Oh, I have audio.
If he loses.
Okay, here we go.
I'm not a Republican yet, but I will say, I don't care if they arrest him. If he loses the primary, let him debate, dude. If he gets arrested, Hannibal Lecter him out to the fuck. Here's my idea. Final debate of the year. Have one Republican candidate, one Democrat. You're like, all right, fellas, surprise third guest tonight. Fucking stone cold music, the glass shatters. He walks out. They're both gay. I think it is actually important to see how the candidates handle that pressure of debating with Trump. Every debate, he just bullied whoever was up there. The only one who did pretty good in the debates against him was Biden, just because he had no fucking idea what was being said, which actually helped him. That worked out for him. Because Trump's whole thing is he tries to get in the other guy's head. Can't get in Joe's head. Joe's not in there. Good luck, dude. Biden is Trump's kryptonite in a debate. Trump tries to drag the other guy into like a shit-talking contest. He can't get Biden. Every debate, he's trying so hard, and Biden's just... He tries. It's just, you're a loser. Your son did crack. Biden's just, what? Right, damn, dude, that's actually a pretty good comeback. You might win this thing. I'm not a Republican yet, but I will say...
That's not bad. That's not bad. That's not bad. That's a good one. I like that one. That's pretty good. That's pretty good assessment. See? And it's also, what I like about it is it's not leaning too hard right or left. It's just making fun of the situation. I like that. I like that. We need more of that. More of that. I have my shovel and Kool-Aid cup ready, but don't see how to join on YouTube. Any help? There's a join button. If you see a button that says join, you hit that. It might say subscribe. You can hit that. That's where you do it. That's where you do it. But it says join. You might need to do it on a computer. I'm not going to kid you. Might need to do it on a computer. Let me see the next one here from Viola. That was a very solid one. Very, very solid.
I'm not a Republican yet, but I will say, I don't care if they arrest.
So the recommendation of the many that you recommended family separation.
I recommend a zero tolerance.
Which includes family separation.
The same as is with every U.S. citizen parent gets arrested when they're with a child.
Zero tolerance was interpreted as the policy that separated children from their
If I get arrested for DUI and I have a young child in the car,
I would have said to her, interpreted by whom? But Tom Homan here, DHS, this is a good answer too.
I'm going to be separated. When I was a police officer in New York and I arrested a father for domestic violence, I separated that father
Mr.
from his
Homan,
family.
with all due respect, legal asylees are not charged with any crime.
When you're into the country illegally, it's violation 8 United States Code 1325.
Seeking asylum is legal.
If you want to seek asylum and go through the port of entry, do it the legal way. The Attorney General of the United States has made that clear.
Okay, so the recommendation.
Yeah. He wasted her. She got much more careful. This video is a little old. This clip is a little old. I don't know if the video is old, but he wasted her. Just decimated her. But I guess she gets an A for effort. Yeah, that one. I didn't see that guy watching it, but I don't think the guy watching it really adds very much. What we got here?
If I were to spell TWA, what would that sound like?
Twa.
Twa, right? Okay.
Twad.
What about TWE?
Twee.
Twee, right? What about TWI?
I know where this is going.
Twit.
Twit. That's good. Twit. Don't help her. Don't help her.
Oh, sorry.
Twit. Okay. What about TWO?
Twoo.
No, sound it out. What is TWO?
Twoo.
Okay. Just sound it out. TWO.
Wow.
If I were to spell TWA,
All right. I knew where that was going. So last night's short might beat the 2.5K record. If you're not aware of who this is last night on the following program, where he will clip me and do phenomenal work, better than I do. He somehow makes me look even prettier. I don't know what he does, but he does it. Let me see what you got. Let's see what you got here. Last night. That was 3 weeks ago. Well, let's see. Oh, look at this. All right, let's check it out. I'm a big fan of this channel.
I did plagiarize,
Okay,
Mr.
that's
Hartfield.
stealing, isn't it?
And it is, and for
Okay.
that,
Oh my God. See, you're a plagiarizer. You're a plagiarizer. He wanted to get that out there just to remind the judge that this woman is basically a thief, a crook. She's basically pretty slimy.
I'm very sorry, and I have apologized.
Oh, well, you apologize. So that makes everything okay.
And that makes it okay.
Oh, look at that. The best questions. He's so good at this. The best questions are the ones which like you don't even care what she answers. He's really good at this.
I did plagiarize,
Okay,
Mr.
that's
Hartfield.
stealing it.
Good job. Good job. I was very proud of that moment where I asked, where I basically made the exact same comment that he made a half a second before he made it. That was actually pretty cool. That was pretty cool. It's almost like I felt like I was in the room with him. It was pretty cool. Great job. Great clip there. Thank you, brother. Thank you. I recommend you all check out Last Night on the following program. If you're a DeSantis supporter, grow a pair, get over it, and move forward to get rid of these woke leftists. And if you fail to jump into the fray, you're complicit. That's just the reality. But get over it. Get over the pipe dream. It's getting a little tiring. And I'll see you in November. We'll all be celebrating a nice Trump win. There you go. Welcome aboard. Thank you. I'm telling you, let me make a recommendation to you, brother. Okay? Seriously. Because I want to see your channel just soar. Soar. That's what I want. I want to see your channel soar. Seriously. Find yourself some music that you just play low in the background while I'm talking. Something like that gets your heart pumping, a good bass behind it. People like that. They like that. It sort of makes them feel like they're in the moment there. If I was going to steal your work, that's basically what I was going to do. I would take your clips, just add some background music, something that's royalty free. You can go to YouTube and just put in, like, I don't know, bass or whatever, something like that. Or, something like they always have in the background something that sounds like, I don't know, Marilyn Manson's Sweet Dreams, right? With like the instrumental section of that just playing in the background. That's all you need. But you can't use that because you're going to get hit with some royalty stupidity. So you just find something that sounds sort of the equivalent, but that isn't going to be hit with a royalty, and just lay it in the background as a track. I'm telling you. Try it. You're going to see. You're going to jump past me. And we're going to be looking at you and we're like, yeah, I don't get it. This guy has he's clipping me and he's got 400,000 subs and I'm still stuck at 91. That's what I'm going to see. And I'm going to be like, I'm so happy for you. That's what's going to happen. I'm feeling it. I think I might just steal your work and just lay over the music. That's what I'm going to do it myself. Just be like, hey, you know what? Go prove it was you. I added the music. Oh my god. Anyway. Not loud. Don't tell me you don't like background music. Everyone likes background music. I don't want to hear it. Everyone loves background music. All right, let's see what else we got here. Ooh, I got bright in a hurry. Let's see what Big Boot came up with here.
My formerly deaf husband hearing my voice the first time after his cochlear implant surgery.
Oh, this is sweet. This is nice.
My formerly deaf husband hearing my voice for the first time after his cochlear implant surgery.
Babe, can you hear me? Can you hear my voice, babe? Babe, he's so happy. He's never heard my voice before. Babe!
I hate it.
What do you hate, babe?
I hate her voice.
What?
I hate it. I mean, I don't want it anymore. I don't want it anymore.
Turn off the camera.
I saw that was going. Joe Biden screams like a demented maniac. Okay. So that was going. I kind of sensed it. But there was something else I wanted to share with you guys here.
Male or female?
Neither. They, them.
What?
That's their pronoun.
Okay, so how many were there?
Oh my God, one, you idiot. They're non-binary.
So does non-binary have a hole or a pole? We just need to clarify. They who? Who them? Where who? Who's who? Who's who? They, them, or who? We're having pronoun trouble again.
I was just violently attacked.
By who?
By her. We were just arguing. She used offensive and violent language that violated my rights as an individual.
You all right, love? Keep going. Go. We've zapped 3 of them this morning. They're everywhere today. Were they white?
No.
Were they black?
No, color doesn't matter, you bigot.
Were they fat?
That's body shaming. Sorry.
What do they look like?
A human. That's who you're getting from me, you pig.
Okay, witness says we're looking for an angry, BO-smelling, pink-haired dog, male or female.
Neither. They, them.
What?
All right. That one's not bad. That's not bad. That one's not bad. That one's. I can imagine that's actually like a little too close to reality sometimes. You know, I'm just like, all right. Whew. All right. I want to see political. What do you got political? What do you got for me here?
This is not me saying I like Trump or, I can't wait to hear Trump speak. This is me.
And okay, I think I'm going to like the political ones. Let me just see if I can up that a little bit.
Saying the Democratic Party is so weak and pathetic that they would rather suppress a message that's awful.
Oh, you're saying you like Trump. You like the Don. That's what you're really saying. You're saying you like Trump. Oh, I'm seeing what's going on here. I'm seeing what's going on here. You got a little crushy crush on the Donald. I'm seeing it. You can sit here in your denial saying, oh no. I'm seeing Anna and Donald sitting in a tree. That's what I'm seeing here. And it's got a little bit of like a crushy crush on the orange man. So you can, yeah, here we go. Let's start this over again. Tell me I'm wrong. Tell me I'm wrong.
This is not me saying I like Trump or, I can't wait to hear Trump speak.
Oh, yes,
This
you
is
are.
me saying.
That's exactly what you're saying.
The Democratic Party is so weak and pathetic that they would rather suppress a message that's awful, that I do not think is popular with the majority of American voters, than actually, fight back against that message with policies that are more popular and more appealing to the American people.
It's pathetic that we think we can't, and hence we are trying to shut Trump up. If I was his opponent, I'd let that idiot talk all day long.
Oh, he likes him also. There you go. Cenk likes Donald. Cenk and Donald sitting in a tree.
Go ahead, Mr. Verbal Diarrhea. Tell us more atrocious things, and let me use it against you with independence. But we have total weaklings representing us in the Democratic Party. Oh, Trump, he said something mean. Well, why don't you say something back?
This is not me saying I like Trump.
I like this better. I think I like the political ones better. That's what I'm liking. That's what I'm liking. Definitely liking the political ones. Definitely feeling the political ones. Thank you, Ben. Been there, done that. Theodora's wedding. Congratulations, Joe. You're too kind. Thank you. Thank you kindly. I'm definitely liking this. Let's see the next political one. Oh, so no. Ballad of Ray Epps.
A song of one Mr. Epps, such a blessed fellow was he. He marched to the front of the Capitol steps, and yet somehow he's still free. He flew far from his home in Arizona, a patriot quite proud. He skipped Trump's speech for the Capitol breach while preaching to the crowd. Let's go, let's go, let's go to the Capitol. When we arrive, we go inside, our tale will forever be told. Then one day they said, okay, we'll charge him with a crime. While Enrique pays with 2 decades, oh, Ray won't even do time. You know he yapped, let's go in the cap. They'll slap him on the wrist. But 'tis a bit too late, 'twas blatantly staged, and the patriots are pissed. Old Joey Biggs was there for kicks. He jiggled a little fence.
Okay. Nope. 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 Next one. Next one.
The reason Joe Biden is not going anywhere, if you can fog up a mirror, it's because the next person in line is not, it's not Gavin Newsom, it's not Michelle Obama, it's Kamala Harris. She wants to be president. I read a lot of black media. And they feel she's being picked on for her so-called cackle. They feel that Joe Biden has given her thankless tasks, like getting to the bottom of the root causes of illegal immigration. And black women are the most loyal part of the Democratic base. And they will be furious if she's drop-kicked for anybody other than a Michelle Obama. And
right, Michelle Obama is the scary one. That's why Michelle Obama is scary.
Michelle Obama does not want the job. She wants to be loved. She wants to be liked. There's nothing that suggests to me that she has the temperament.
I want to send her thank you notes every Christmas for that.
She does not have the temperament to be a politician. She complained for 8 years about what it was like to be in a fishbowl of being first lady. What makes you think she wants to be a politician?
Nothing.
She likes to be wealthy and influential.
Here's the play. All Trump supporters must send warm thank you letters to Michelle Obama, but also include we would be upset with you and we wouldn't love you anymore if you ran for president.
Yeah. The reason.
Yeah, that's an interesting comment that I hadn't really thought about. I think I'm liking the political ones. It's a very interesting thought that's her temperament, is that she likes to be loved. She definitely enjoys being loved. And she would be throwing that away forever on a universal scale. Because whatever level of hate that MAGA says, where they call her Big Mike or whatever like that, she tunes that out. But if she's got to deal with anyone in the media coming after her, reading news stories, she's going to have to be on top of all this stuff if she's in the political arena. Maybe she stays out. I hope Larry's right. I hope Larry's right. I like Larry. I like Larry Elder. He's good. He's good. I need more of these political clips. It's possible. Look, it's possible she liked the accolade, but wouldn't like the criticism. She didn't have to really worry about the criticism. So, and she could be afraid of the criticism. So, that's what we got to hope for. That's what we got to hope for. All right, let me see.
How is Trump racist?
Do you want to answer this for me?
Nope, this is for you. You made the claim, back it up. How is he a racist?
He has had multiple people be killed.
Had people be killed?
Ma'am, I live in a town where there was riots.
Very good. I'm glad that that's where you come from. However, who has he had killed?
He has caused his police to do it. He has militia-ized this country.
He has militia-ized this country.
I can't speak English because I suck at it, but ma'am.
Don't assume my gender.
What are your pronouns then?
They and Z and princess.
Princess?
How is he a racist?
I'm not going to answer you.
Why? Because you can't or because you won't?
No, because I'm pissed at you and you should leave our campus.
Oh, no. This is a free country, right? Whose streets? My streets. Today.
Yes, this is a private campus.
No, it's not. It is a public university. I just want to know how Donald Trump is racist.
Because he has had his militia, our military, be used to protect buildings against people who have been killed multiple times.
How is Trump racist?
To be used against people who have been killed multiple times. What does that even mean? What does that mean? I don't know what's happening here. I don't know what's happening. Let's see what we got here.
A lot of you don't understand why Trump was so popular, but I get it because I hear it every day. He's very loved. The reason he's loved is because people in Ohio have never seen somebody like him. He's what I call an honest liar. That first debate, I'd never seen anything like it. I've never seen a white male billionaire.
I've seen this clip before, but this is a great clip.
Screaming at the top of his lungs, this whole system is rigged. And across the stage was a white woman, Hillary Clinton and Barack Obama, sitting over there looking at him like, no, it's not. I said, now, wait a minute, bro. It's what he said. And the moderator said, well, Mr. Trump, if in fact the system is rigged, what would be your evidence? He said, I know the system is rigged because I use it. I said, God damn. And then Hillary Clinton tried to punch him in the taxes. She said, this man doesn't pay his taxes. He shot right back. That makes me smart. And then he said,
yeah, that's what he said. That makes me smart. Yeah. Very real. He's pointing out that this is something that people can relate to.
If you want me to pay my taxes, then change the tax code. But I know you won't, because your friends and your donors enjoy the same tax breaks that I do. And with that, my friends, a star was born. A lot of you don't understand.
There you go. I did say it just like, of course I'm going to say it like Trump. We're both from the same hood.
The government has no right to take my rights away. That's why I fly this flag that says, don't tread on me. Okay. Yeah, I get it. I see where you're coming from. In that case, don't tread on me. Yeah, don't tread on me either. The thing is, we can still tread on you. You just can't tread on us. Yeah, I think that's where the confusion lies.
100%.
100%. 100%. No, the problem is that as soon as someone refers to you as he, him, you start saying, I'm being tread on. That's the problem.
Freedom? They don't mean freedom for all of us.
Oh, no. They mean it for white men, straight white men. That's who they mean it for. I know, because I'm a man, so I understand. Yeah.
Definitely don't mean freedom for you. They mean no, freedom for me. So they say freedom of speech. Ban the books. Look.
No, banning books. Ban the books. What the hell? Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh, I know what happened. I know what happened. My cord came out. You can see. I can't. That's not good. Give me 1 second. Yeah. Wow. Oh my God. What the heck? That was chaos. What the heck happened? That was chaos. I know you can see me. Why do you think I'm not picking my nose? I know you can see me. No, so what happened, in case you're wondering, what happened, my foot hit the cord, which disconnected one of my monitors, and then everything just shoved over to the other monitor. And then when it tried bouncing back, chaos ensued. Chaos ensued. Oh, Lord. Shazam. Something for the big day. Showing great stamina. Thank you. Stamina has only just begun. Yeah. I don't even know where that. I have no idea where that video went now. Oh, here it is. Okay, let's get this back up.
Everybody should have the government back off, unless it's abortion. Make sure that the woman can't have her choice.
No one says that. They say, make sure you don't kill a fetus. Never does anyone who's anti-abortion say, make sure the woman can't have her choice. They say, stop killing babies. That's what they say, which they really should be saying, stop killing fetuses. Or is it feti? It really should be feti. That's my guesses. But yeah, at the very least, if not feti, it should be fetuses. Fetuses. Stop like plunging knives into the scalps of fetuses. They never say, stop giving women choice.
Get the government in there. Make sure the doctor doesn't decide. Freedom.
This is the doctor decide. Why would a doctor decide whether or not to kill a fetus? Why would that happen? In what universe are you living where the doctor decides? Because we all know that if it's the health of the mother, the doctor does get to decide.
My ass.
The government.
Oh my gosh. Loony. What else we got here? Was this? That was Viola.
This has to be one of my favorite things about President Trump. He's not an interventionist, but he's definitely not an isolationist. Have you heard about what he did to the Wagner Group as president?
Can I tell you about the Wagner Group? We knew a lot about them when we were in the White House because we told the president that there are 300 Russian mercenaries running around the Middle East.
I want to be one of those guys who makes shorts where I'm just taking someone else's short, just sitting there nodding, and then going, and then just go. That's how I want to make my millions. That's how I want to make my millions. Sitting there just going. I can make faces. I can make lots of faces.
Least when we told him that there are 300 mercenaries running around the Middle East, destabilizing that region. What did my boss do? He said, kill them now. And we did. In a 4-hour firefight, we turned 300 Russians into red mist. And what did that diminutive KGB colonel in the Kremlin do? Nothing. Because he wet his pants. Because he's afraid of my boss.
This has to be one of my favorite things about President Trump.
It's like this guy made this clip here. That's all he did. He goes, this has to be one of my favorite things. He doesn't even sit there doing the facial reactions. He just says, this has to be one of my favorite things about President Trump. And then he can show another clip. Just, he doesn't have to like re-record it the second time. He could just do the same thing all over again. This is not work. This is not anything. This is not anything. I don't think that's fair use. I don't know what the hell that is. I don't know what that is.
I oppose segregation.
Okay, well, I do too, but it's happening on your campus. Dr. Corn Booth, I'm sorry. We have on your campus something called Chocolate City, where black only dorms, where whites are excluded. Is it okay also for whites to set up a white-only dorm where minorities are excluded?
You know, actually at MIT, our students affiliate voluntarily with whichever dorm they want to. It's not exclusionary, it's actually positive selection by students which dormitory they want to live in.
So it's okay for blacks to not make whites feel included. Is it okay for whites not to let blacks feel included on your campus? We're talking about segregation, and it's obviously happening on your campuses.
You know, I think it's really important to say that there's a distinction between sending an exclusionary message and looking to other students for common experiences and support.
Okay, and what you're saying is very simply, in 1960s, it would have been okay for whites and blacks to segregate themselves because they felt more like the people they're with.
I oppose segregation.
Okay, well, I do too, but it's happening on your campus. Doctor.
All right. I watched that whole thing though, so like.
Panelists, what percent of our atmosphere is CO2?
Oh, I think I'm gonna like this one. I'm gonna like this one. I'm gonna like this one. I think I'm gonna like this one.
Repeat that question.
What percent of our atmosphere is CO2, carbon dioxide?
About 5%.
5?
We'll go 7. I'll see their 5 and suggest that we know that transportation causes 49% of CO2. So that's why we're all working on energy
Transportation causes 49% of CO2.
transition.
All right. So what number do you think it is?
5.
5? Do you have one, Mr. Boyd?
So we got a 5, 7, 8. We'll get the high end.
All right. The answer is 0.04%. Not 1%, not 0.5%, 0.04%. It's gone up from 0.03 in the last couple of decades. This is what we're being all contorted into doing, is this tiny change in CO2. If we get below 0.02, plant life starts dying.
So we can't get below 0.02.
Panelists, what?
Yeah. These are the experts who are trying to fix our climate. The experts who are trying to fix our climate. 5, 7, 8%. I don't know. Something like that is CO2. Whoops. 49% of it is caused. Let me tell you something. 49% of it is not caused by emissions, by cars. Because if 49% of our carbon dioxide was caused by cars, then before there were cars, there would have been no plants. Which means you're reading the wrong information and presenting this as fact. So aggravating. So aggravating. I'm liking these clips.
The reason Joe Biden is not going anywhere.
This one I covered already.
There's a very simple explanation as to why America will never and can never be invaded.
Starting off at the 10th position, we have Iraq with 30 firearm per 100 people.
You can see where this is going. You can see where this is going. You want to know why we're not going to be invaded? Here's why we're never going to be invaded. In Iraq, they have 30 firearms per 100 people. Okay, that's they're in 10th place. I got a feeling America's probably a little better than that. A little better than that. I think it's probably like, I'm going to guess that America is like 400 per 100 people. I'm guessing we have 4 times as many guns as people.
Moving on to the 9th place, we have Iran with 31. Switzerland at number 8 with 32 firearms.
I'm gonna guess 250 per 100.
Moving upwards at number 7, Uruguay with 32.5 per 100 people. Finland with 33 firearms secures its place in the 6th position. Reaching to the top 5, New Zealand at 5 with 34.5 firearms. Cyprus at the 4th place with 37 firearms.
Oh, you're not going nowhere, Cyprus. You're not going nowhere, Cyprus.
At 3rd place, it's Serbia with 38 firearms. At number 2, it's Republic of Yemen with staggering 55 firearms per 100 people. However, at the top of the list, it's the land of free liberty and democracy, the United States with 120 firearms per 100.
That's it. I thought it was be twice that. 120. Come and get it. Come and get it. Come and get it. Yeah, that's right. That's right. That's right. 120 firearms per 100 people.
Making Americans the most armed people in the world.
America! That's great. That's a great job, Benny. That's a great job, Benny. I love it. I love it. America. Yeah, I guess it is Texas, but still. In Texas, it's 250 per 100. Whew. Awesome. That was awesome. Give me a 56-minute video here that's religious. Let me see what this is about.
I don't know how far I can go with this. I'm going to try that.
I don't need to tell me how to have sex.
So I'm going to be coming out of here changing some of my behavior, maybe.
Yeah, it's going to turn nasty. Nasty. Well, now you're getting personal. The relationship between husbands and wives has become pornography. The confusion about gender is not good. You're getting married because you're looking for love. You'll never have intimacy. 2 things are killing marriages: love and sex.
I believe I have morality, but I'm not religious. But you're saying the only way to do it is through religion. I think you're setting me up for a trap.
The principles of Hasidic life are universal. You never attempt.
I'm torn about whether I want to do this now. I'm torn about whether I want to do this. Very torn about this. Very torn. And this is a good point, Don. Best of all, a lot of these hardly have any guns. That's why they want a strong government. That's why they want a strong government. Let's see what we got here. That's a good point, Jay Burnell. Those are the farms they know about. Oh, I forgot to. I had a few locals. Where were you? Did I put the wrong video up here? Yes, there's a few here that popped in. Was just saying, we do politics now. That was a while ago. John Rep says, Joe, YouTube only saves 12-hour streams. You'll have to break in 2 streams, 11:39. Preferred stock versus common stock says, us diggers stand ready to help you with your not culty type of cult. Holy hell, it's already 11:40. It's already 11:40. I need to set this up. Let me set the other one. All right, let's do this. Let's do this. I don't know how to do this without like being. So I need to acknowledge two people. First, send me money on Venmo. Actually, three. Haley, happy 24-hour stream wedding. Thank you, Haley. I'm not sure if it's Haley or Hallie. I'm gonna miss most of everything today. My daughter is wrestling. Oh, good luck to your daughter. I'll go back and rewatch. Hope you make tons of moolah. Thank you. Thank you for everything. You're one of my faves. You're really too kind, Haley. Thank you so very, very much. Also, Sherry, dropping 50 on me. Blessings to you and your family. Congrats. You stole me from Ricada and I've become my absolute fave. Thank you, Sherry. You're awesome. That's really kind of you. Thank you. And Evie says, did you see that the parents of the OnlyFans model, Courtney Clenny, were charged with evidence tampering? I did not see that. Also, Michael Cassidy, charged with a hate crime for destroying satanic statue on display in Iowa State House. If you're looking for things to talk about, I appreciate that. Michael Cassidy. I heard about I remember Michael Knowles talking about that. So, all right, this is what I need to do. I need a minute from you guys. Definitely going to need a minute here. Because what I need to do is I need to sort of identify this as part 2 and create a stream. Well, I start winding this one down. Insert. Insert. Oh, this is working very slow. Text box. Oh, I know what to do. I'll do it this way. Let's make a shape. That'll be better. Insert a shape. I'll put it in here. Where are you at? This is how we do it. Sorry, they need me to do it. They need me to do this. Pick a font. Pick a font. Why are you so slow? Pick a font. Pick a font. Pick a font. That's slow. All right, we'll pick He's Dead Jim, just because he's watching right now. And then we'll take this and turn it this way. Now we'll make this color shape fill. Make it black. I'll make the text fill something that'll stick out. So I'll pop. That's not popping. It's more popping. If we make it glow, that will really pop. Text glow, glow options. Make that white. Ooh, part 2. I don't like the text fill. We can do better on the text fill. Do better color. Text fill. Maybe. Maybe. Yeah, it's not bad. Yellow? No. You do a text outline in black, that'll work. There you go. All right, we don't want to block the bride. Move this over. Also, the part and the 2 are showing. Make you a little thinner. Perfectamundo. And we save. File. Isn't this exciting? This is the life of a YouTube a podcaster. Save as Why is it running slow? Running slow. Running slow. TFP. No, we're going to call this. Yeah, I always end up doing the caps, forgetting that I have all caps on and doing that. I don't care though. Just this one. All right. Now I got to set up stream. I cannot set up the there's no capacity for me to set up a Rumble stream while there's a Rumble stream going. So I'm gonna have to set that up afterwards. But I can set up a StreamYard to set up the other thing. Create. All right, so we'll send it to X, we'll send it to YouTube, and I'm going to use copy. Copy and paste this. Let's set this up. Copy, paste, schedule for later today. PM. Upload thumbnail, Father the Bride Part 2, open, apply, and customize for each destination. And I'll add Rumble in later. I have to create that link separately, but I can't do it now. Whew. All right. Oh, I forgot. See, there's more. You think that's at the end of it. It's not the end of it. There's more. There's much more. What were you thinking? You think that's over? No, it's not over. Now you got to go over to your YouTube studio. I'm teaching you all how to set up a video in case, a podcast, in case you ever have to do this. Content, live. Oh, look, I went limited. Why am I limited? Why is this limited? Request review. You suck, YouTube. I hate you, YouTube. Come over here, on, save, come over here, edit, copy this for locals so I can create a new thing for them. Customizations, subscribers, save, go there. Good Lawgic.locals. Come over here. Part 2. 24 an hour. See? Now we're all good. Now we're all good. Oh, yes. Great call. That is a very important call. Very, very important call. I got to come to this one. Stream customization for the other one, for the current one, and change that to redirect you all over there. That's a phenomenal call. Man, that was a really good call on your part. That was such a phenomenal call. That was key. It was key. It was key. That was awesome. That was really awesome. The editing skills always means you can be called. That's true. I cannot be a call the boomer anymore. I was trying to teach Ron that it's not that hard to like make thumbnails. I'm gonna tell you, these thumbnails, this thumbnail, which I don't like the way it came out. I don't really like this at all. It's just, it doesn't feel, it just feels too hodgepodgey. I don't like it. I was like putting up like all these different pictures here. Oh my God, what a pain in the neck that is. That is such a pain in the neck. Figuring out who I want to slot where, you know, was just, and then I don't like the shape of some of these. I should have probably just made them all circles, because you could just make them circles. I didn't like it. I don't like it. I'm not happy. But I gave up after a while because I spent like over an hour just getting all those faces up there. And then trying to put spacing out. Okay. I need to like sort of catch some air. I need to catch some air. So I'm going to do is this. I'm going to be wrapping this up now. Redirect you over to stream 2. Start that up at noon. Meanwhile, I'm going to set up the one on Rumble and include that in my whole thing there. That's kind. That's really kind. Thank you, by the way, for the Venmo. Appreciate it. All right. So I'm going to wrap this up, redirect you over to my second stream, set up my other stuff, and try to start this thing at noon. So I get like 5 minutes to myself in between, and no one's the wiser. And then I got to send out links to everyone. That's going to be a pain in the neck. All right, is what it is. I will see you all in 5 minutes. 5 minutes. 8 minutes. Because I can't start early. But it's like 5 minutes in like Jewish time. All right. Catch you soon. Don't go nowhere. See you in 8 minutes.